Boom, boom, boom. Dark red rock walls, a gray sky, and acrid air. From time to time, the rumbling roar of volcanic eruptions echoed from afar. Lin Ping lay on the scorching ground, gravel digging into his skin, feeling all this. He stared blankly for a long time, unable to accept the fact that he had transmigrated into a laborer in this cruel and harsh environment. But everything his eyes touched was so real. The fragmented memories in his mind grew clearer: warring heroes, survival of the fittest, territorial divisions, beasts rampant, wreaking havoc, devouring lives. The original body had been a menial worker in a tavern, climbing from the bottom to eventually become a purchasing agent. A seemingly inspiring story. But then, on a sudden impulse, he tried to rescue a beauty, was falsely accused, and ended up in this volcano pit where no human could survive. But why had he suddenly died? Ping. Are you all right? A sallow-faced young man covered in dust hunched beside him, trembling, as he reached out and waved his hand before Lin Ping's eyes. Could it be that old dog Zhou's stone really smashed him silly? Zhao Tai muttered inwardly. Because he saw Lin Ping after slowly opening his bloodshot vacant eyes, lying on the ground, like an idiot, motionless. I'm fine. Lin Ping raised his hand, and gently pushed the other's hand away. He pressed his hands hard on the ground, and sat up from the scorching surface. SSS. A piercing pain in the back of his head made Lin Ping involuntarily grit his teeth. He reached back, and felt a warm, sticky wetness. He pulled his hand back, and saw it covered in blood. The glaring scarlet between his fingers, and the pungent smell of blood seemed to trigger something. Suddenly Lin Ping seemed to finally shake off the groggy hangover feeling, and a violent surge of pain rushed over him. Huff. Huff. He leaned against the rock wall, chest heaving violently, gasping in rapid, continuous breaths. He looked down at the ground to his left. At the top of a bullseye stone some near-dry bloodstains clung. The previously fragmented memories thus became coherent. The original body, though framed and sent into this deadly open volcano pit to mine fire crystals, had not changed his sense of justice in defending the weak. Not long ago, he had intervened when old dog Zhou tried to snatch Zhao Tai's bran cake. During the scuffle, Zhou picked up a stone and smashed it hard into the back of his head. Understanding the cause of the original body's death, the prince's elite guard stood just beyond the courtyard walls. He could scarcely step outside this very yard. Unless a wild light. Seeing that Lin Ping was really okay, Zhao Tai breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ping, thanks for stepping in earlier, or else I. Before he could finish, Lin Ping raised his hand to stop him. At this moment, he truly just wanted to be left alone. Recalling some of the original's memories about the volcano pit, Lin Ping's face darkened. What a tragedy. He gently closed his eyes, sighing bitterly inside. What to do? Clearly, how to survive in this volcano pit had become his top priority. He slowly turned his neck, surveying the surroundings with 10,000 curses galloping through his mind. This volcano pit was surrounded by several giant peaks, like a scorching wound torn in the earth. The dark red rock walls were covered with hideous cracks, and hot sulfur steam continuously emitted yellow mist from the crimson crevices, the smell extremely choking, making the throat tight, and every breath feel burning. Having roughly observed the surroundings, Lin Ping felt like dying. Could an ordinary person survive in such a harsh environment? Clearly not. According to the original's memory, almost every month someone died in this volcano. They died either from falling rocks, while mining fire crystals, from sudden hot gas bursts, from starvation, or were beaten to death by overseers in public. Surviving a few years was basically impossible. Of course, many died, but many were also brought in to replenish, so the volcano pit always maintained a certain number of laborers. Zhao Tai, crouching to one side, saw Lin Ping listless. His lips trembled a few times, but finally he gritted his teeth and said, Ping, if you're all right, then I'll go mine fire crystals. He paused briefly before continuing, you know that dog Zhou stole my bran cake. If I can't dig enough fire crystals by sunset, I won't get food or water. Go ahead, don't worry about me. All right, take a good rest, call me if anything happens. Lin Ping nodded weakly. Watching Zhao Tai's figure receding, Lin Ping became stuporous again. Damn, he said to call him if anything happened, but he ran so far, how could he call him? Indeed, in this hellish volcano pit, there was no humanity at all. Although his predecessor had just saved Zhao Tai's life, all he got was temporary concern. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Lin Ping patted his dizzy head silently, picked up the sharp little pickaxe and a large iron bucket, and trudged forward. No choice. In this volcano pit, everyone had to mine a fixed amount of fire crystals each day to get food and water. If he failed today's quota, he would go hungry, creating a vicious cycle until he starved to death. So though sharp pains still shot through his skull from time to time, he dared not delay. Only by surviving first could he create a miracle. Following the original's memory, he arrived at a lava crevice with few people, and stopped with a grim expression. The lava crevice was 3 meters wide, and its depth stretched beyond sight. Inside, a layer of yellow mist filled the air, and even from outside, he could smell the pungent sulfur, let alone inside. Damn it, I'll go for it. After struggling inwardly for a while, he finally gritted his teeth, roared in his heart, and stepped inside. No choice. Fire crystals only existed in these lava crevices. Just a few steps and a wave of scorching heat surged toward him, and sweat dripped continuously from his body. Huff. Huff. After panting twice, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he pushed another 2 zhong deeper. He placed the iron bucket on the ground, grabbed the sharp little pickaxe, and slammed it fiercely into the rock wall, as if venting all his grievances. Clang. As the loud clang of impact echoed, a gray stone slab suddenly appeared in Lin Ping's mind. Damn, have I been seeing things from hitting stones? Lin Ping muttered to himself, quickly dropping his small iron pickaxe and rubbing his temples with his hands. But the more he rubbed, the clearer the gray stone slab in his mind became. Though within his mind it was distinctly visible, eerily so. Not an illusion. Could this be a transmigration perk? Thinking this, Lin Ping's eyes suddenly gleamed and his breathing quickened. Then, focusing his mind, he carefully examined the gray stone slab once more. The next second, a line of bold chiseled characters appeared on the slab, digging 1100 beginner. A golden finger. Lin Ping sensed the information on the gray slab in his mind, his eyes wide with excitement and agitation. Countless stories of protagonists from his past life novels flashed through his mind. All those transmigrators in various stories were either unlucky souls, who became old men, or useless trash, or even more absurdly trapped inside someone else's 10,000 soul banner. Initially they all suffered greatly, but in the end, they all obtained some golden finger, and became life's winners. Now that he was a volcanic crater laborer with this stone slab, wouldn't he also be able to carve out his own path in this new world? Even if this digging skill didn't help much with mining fire crystals, with a golden finger in hand, how could he fail to survive? Thinking this, Lin Ping's previously dead and despairing heart was instantly revived, and light returned to his eyes. Today a volcanic pit laborer, tomorrow a great power. Go for it. The text on the gray slab was simple and straightforward. Lin Ping quickly accepted the existence of the slab in his mind. Since he had transmigrated, having a golden finger was only natural right. Lin Ping had some guesses about its function. Just now, he had only struck once with a pickaxe, and the slab showed the proficiency and upgrade value. Simply put, it was like a character data panel from the games he played in his past life. All the skills he learned would show a progress bar. If his guess was right, he could lie low in this volcanic pit, steadily develop, and then find a chance to escape. No joke. How could a mere volcanic pit stop a man with a panel? Proficiency progress bar. He wondered how easy it would be to raise the proficiency points. Try and see. If each strike gave 1 proficiency point, it would be fantastic. With that thought, Lin Ping excitedly picked up the pickaxe and started wildly striking the rock wall. Clang. 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 After about 20 strikes, Lin Ping stopped. With a thought, the gray slab appeared in his mind, digging 3100 beginner. The proficiency went from 1 to 3. It wasn't 1 point per strike, but with just 20 casual strikes he gained 2 points. That seemed pretty easy too. In other words, the proficiency of this digging skill didn't require a specific posture. As long as he kept striking, he could add points. Simply put, it was like game skill proficiency. It was all about grinding. As long as he invested enough time, the proficiency would slowly climb. So does that mean he could learn many other skills? Lin Ping guessed it should be possible, but for now, he still had to mine enough fire crystals. Otherwise, without food and water, he wouldn't survive in this environment. As for the rest, he would figure it out slowly. Grind it. Next, Lin Ping picked up the pickaxe and started striking the dark red rock wall here and there, pricking up his ears to listen to the sounds. According to his original Buddhist memories, mining fire crystals was extremely difficult. It wasn't about randomly striking anywhere. You had to listen to the sound after each strike. If the echo suddenly became clear, congratulations, you could dig deeper and find a fire crystal. It was both a laborious and a skilled job. Clang, clang, clang. As time passed, when the proficiency reached 10 points, something miraculous happened. With strands of insight rising from the bottom of his heart, Lin Ping suddenly gained a vague understanding of the dark red rock wall. That feeling was hard to describe, but it gave him a sense of where to strike. This discovery immediately sparked his curiosity and speculation. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ping excitedly picked up the pickaxe and struck the rock wall again. But this time, he no longer struck blindly. Instead, guided by that vague cognition, he selectively struck along the rock's natural grain. Though he didn't know if it was effective, he felt like he was playing an exploration game in his past life. A thirst for knowledge rose from within Lin Ping. After a moment, clang, a clear echoing sound rang in his ears. In that instant, Lin Ping's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded violently. He had only tried it out of curiosity, but never expected it to actually work. Ha ha! After being stunned for a while, Lin Ping laughed wildly in his mind. Because he realized his feeling was right, that vague awareness of the rock wall allowed him to find fire crystals more easily. It seemed this digging skill was far from useless, it was extremely useful. After all, randomly striking and listening for echoes was terribly inefficient. Sometimes you could strike for half a day without finding a single fire crystal. But now, with this digging skill, as long as he raised its proficiency, he could use the chaotic texture of the rock wall to locate possible fire crystals. This meant that as his digging proficiency increased, his daily quota would become easier and easier to fulfill. Having understood this, Lin Ping nearly squealed with joy. Suppressing his excitement, he took a deep breath, lifted the pickaxe, and began to carefully dig at the spot he had just found. Generally, the rock in which fire crystals were embedded was extremely hard and often coexisted with fire evil chi. So when digging these things, one had to be extremely careful. A slight mistake could not only damage the fire crystal but also trigger the release of fire evil chi, leading to injury or death. Many had died from the fire evil chi in this volcanic pit. Under Lin Ping's careful operation, pieces of rock debris kept falling. A quarter of an hour later, a flash of red light emanated from the rock wall. Lin Ping's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly dodged to the right. A murky red stream like a fart burst out with a puff from the crevice in the rock. Sensing the scorching heat and the pungent odor akin to rotten eggs, Lin Ping's heart began to pound violently once more. Indeed, this was a life-risking task. Had he dodged even a fraction of a second slower, he might have been directly knocked down by the fiery miasma. After waiting quietly for a moment, the rock face returned to calm, with only wisps of red light flickering. Seeing this, Lin Ping picked up his small iron pickaxe and began to chisel slowly along the edge of the fire crystal. Yet throughout the excavation, he maintained an extremely cautious attitude. Better safe than sorry, for there might still be residual fire miasma that hadn't been released. Now that he had the data panel, he had no desire to meet his end here. Before long, a fist-sized oval stone emerged. Lin Ping quickly slipped a thick worn glove onto his left hand to steady the fire crystal, while using the tip of his pickaxe in his right hand to gently pry it out. Though the process seemed simple, it was excruciatingly slow. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh of relief, having fully extracted the fire crystal from the unyielding rock crevice and placed it into a specially made iron bucket. "So this is a fire crystal?" Lin Ping gazed at the stone in the bucket, a look of curiosity spreading across his face. It appeared like solidified flame, its entire body radiating an eerie crimson. Within the crystal, a current of fire seemed to flow slowly, ready to ignite explosively at the slightest provocation. "What a wondrous crystal!" Lin Ping murmured to himself, recalling fragments of his predecessor's memories. According to what he knew, this volcanic crater was property of the Yin family. Since a member of the Yin family had reached the 6th level of Qi refining, they had risen to become a powerful clan in Misty Town. Consequently, over the years, the Yin family had established numerous businesses in Misty Town, including taverns, herbal shops, and ironware stores. Among these, the largest enterprise was this volcanic crater. Rumor had it that the crater wasn't truly owned by the Yin family, they merely managed it on behalf of a more powerful immortal cultivation sect above. To put it bluntly, the Yin family was nothing more than a lackey for greater powers above. Of course, these rumors were nebulous and his predecessor had only picked up bits and pieces, while working as a menial at the tavern hardly reliable. Nevertheless, looking at these eerie fire crystals, it couldn't be far from the truth. In his past life, Lin Ping had read plenty of cultivation novels. This crystal at a glance was a special stone imbued with fire attributes. He guessed the Yin family was mining these fire crystals for those higher immortal sects to use as materials for artifact forging. The environment here was harsh, so those cultivators naturally wouldn't come to mine themselves. Thus, it was only normal for them to use various means to force ordinary people into this hard labor. Frankly, in the eyes of cultivators, ordinary people were like ants. Their lives were worthless. Recalling these memories, Lin Ping's expression darkened. In this hellish volcanic crater, the Yin family overseers treated the laborers as less than human, so he had to find a way to escape. However, until he had a sure plan to flee the crater, he had to prioritize survival. Only by staying alive could he have a chance to escape the mine. The gray stone slab in his mind was his support and confidence. With this realization, Lin Ping's eyes brightened. Thus he picked up his small pickaxe again and searched along the rock's texture. Soon a crisp sound rang out once more, filling him with even greater excitement. It seems mining these fire crystals isn't as hard as my predecessor's memories suggested. Clang, clang, clang. 2 hours later. 5 crystals glowing with red light were piled in the iron bucket. Exhausted, Lin Ping slumped to the ground. Though the earth was scorching, he couldn't care less. With a thought, the gray stone slab in his mind materialized again. Excavation 50100 Novice. Seeing these words, Lin Ping's heart surged with excitement. He was also eager to know if, when the experience reached 100, finding fire crystals would become much easier. After resting a while, Lin Ping picked up the iron bucket and slowly walked toward the exit of the volcanic crater. Inside this crater, every stone worker had to hand over a fixed quota of fire crystals twice a day, 5 at noon and 5 at sunset. Only by completing the task could they receive food and water twice. As Lin Ping walked, he surveyed his surroundings. The entire volcanic crater was surrounded by countless peaks, like a natural super prison. Escaping over those peaks seemed impossible. For each peak was an active volcano constantly roaring and spewing blistering magma. Endless streams of molten lava flowed slowly down the mountain's ravines. Thus, trying to flee through those peaks was no different from seeking death. The only path to survival was the direction where the overseers kept watch and resided. One had to pass through a long natural cave to leave the crater. Outside the cave was the overseer's living quarters. At the natural cave entrance, a burly overseer with a vicious scar on his right brow carefully examined the 10 fire crystals in Lin Ping's iron bucket before waving him off impatiently. "Get out!" Lin Ping nodded, picked up the bucket, and entered the cave. As he stepped out of the long tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. For a moment, Lin Ping was stunned. Outside the cave, the air was fresh and lush trees thrived, a world utterly different from the hellish scene inside the crater. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Ping greedily took several deep breaths of fresh air, secretly glancing at the surroundings to prepare for a future escape. Then he placed the iron bucket before an overseer on the right side of the cave entrance. After the man finished inspecting and took the crystals, Lin Ping went to an overseer on the left to receive food and water, then returned the same way. Back at the stone workers' quarters, Lin Ping found a slightly cool spot and sat down. He pulled out a dry astringent bran cake, washing it down with water, as he silently calculated in his mind. What should he do to survive in this mine until he could escape? One must know there were no rules inside the crater. The overseers, disgusted by the harsh environment, never set foot inside the crater, only guarding the entrance to prevent workers from fleeing. Thus chaos reigned within the crater. Many who failed to mine fire crystals would rob others of their crystals, food, or water, leading to frequent injuries and deaths. So he had to be able to protect himself. The question was, what should he do next? This was an otherworldly continent where one could cultivate immortality. Yet trapped inside this mine, attempting to cultivate out of thin air was nothing short of a pipe dream. To cultivate, he would have to wait until he escaped the mine to devise a plan. For now, the most pressing task was to find something for self-defense. Lin Ping's first thought was of quicklime. A handful of that flung into an opponent's eyes could surely achieve an unexpected and decisive victory. But the problem was, within this mine, there was nothing but stone. Where would he find quicklime? Stone. Lin Ping murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the ground littered with small gravel. His eyes suddenly lit up as if struck by an idea. Shuriken. Pebble darts. In the countless martial arts films of his past life, skills using small stones as throwing weapons were plentiful. Moreover, such skills held no secret. The core principle was gradual improvement, honing accuracy and power, a technique anyone could learn provided they had the patience. If that was the case, then relying on the proficiency of the gray slate skill, couldn't he just grind the pebble dart skill up as well? And if mastered, the pebble dart could truly become a trump card. Heh heh. Lin Ping let out a strange chuckle, slapping his thigh. Looks like I've got something to do. Inside the volcanic crater, the one thing in abundance was all sorts of small gravel scattered everywhere. Grind it. No time like the present. Lin Ping wolfed down the bran cake in his hand, gulped down several mouthfuls of water, then stood up, energetically dusting himself off. Carrying his iron bucket and small pickaxe, he headed towards a remote direction. In an untouched area, Lin Ping excitedly gathered a pile of small stones. Then, aiming at a basin-sized rock 5 paces away, he began practicing his pebble darts. He believed that if mining could become a skill, then so could throwing stones. As long as he worked hard enough, he could grind it up. After managing to hit the target with every stone in his hand, he gathered another pile and moved back to a distance of 8 paces to continue. When he began practicing from 10 paces away, his accuracy dropped significantly. So Lin Ping stopped retreating and continued to train relentlessly at that distance. He threw himself into practicing with unprecedented passion. As his arms grew sore and his strength waned, a flicker of insight arose from the depths of his heart, allowing him to clearly feel how to adjust his throwing technique. Following this newfound intuition, Lin Ping's throwing form changed. When he hurled the next stone with force, the entire motion became smoother and less strenuous, and the power behind the throw increased. He continued experimenting for a while, all with the same result, and his accuracy noticeably improved. I understand. Lin Ping stopped, focusing his mind. The gray slate materialized in his thoughts. Mining 50100 novice. Pebble dart 1100 novice. Good, I've finally started. Lin Ping took a deep breath. The next part was a familiar routine. Time to grind. In the days that followed after digging his daily quota of fire crystals, Lin Ping would lie low in some deserted corner and slowly grind his pebble dart skill. His current speed at mining fire crystals was much faster than the average person. But to avoid drawing attention, he always waited until the very last moment, putting on a show of weakness, staggering as he carried his iron bucket to the overseer. This behavior was no different from the other stone workers, so it never aroused the overseer's suspicion. In those untrodden areas, he continued to keep a low profile, acting like a completely invisible man. Whoosh! Thud! Whoosh! Thud! A series of low whistles and sharp cracks echoed through the lava fissure. Pockmarks appeared on the rock wall, marks left by the pebble darts. After an hour, Lin Ping stopped rubbing his aching arms. He focused his mind and summoned the gray slate. Mining 30300 proficient. Pebble dart 25200 adept. After 10 days of intense grinding, the mining skill had advanced to proficient, and the pebble dart skill had reached adept. At this point, Lin Ping clearly felt that as both skills progressed, the proficiency points increased much more slowly than he had initially imagined. It was no longer a lightning-fast advancement. Still, he was quite satisfied. After all, the higher the level, the more experience required. A slower pace was only natural. With the mining skill at proficient, the most noticeable change was that with a single glance, he could tell from the chaotic veins of the rock roughly whether fire crystals were hidden inside. Bolstered by this powerful skill, he saved a great deal of time while mining fire crystals, allowing him to spend more time grinding his pebble dart. And after reaching a depth, the power of the pebble dart became increasingly apparent. Within 20 paces, it was a sure hit, and its impact force was formidable, comparable to a small-caliber firearm from his past life. Though it sounded exaggerated, the power was indeed considerable. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now rely on this skill for self-defense, easily handling a few ordinary stone workers. This allowed the tension that had been gripping his heart to finally ease a little. He no longer had to avoid everyone he saw, fearing they might come to steal his fire crystals or food. There was no helping it, such incidents were common in the volcanic crater, no exaggeration. 5 more days passed in the blink of an eye. A figure appeared outside a wide lava fissure where Lin Ping often stayed. Seeing this, he turned around without a word and left. Such lava fissures were everywhere. If this spot was taken, he would simply find another remote location. Although he now had the ability to defend himself, he remained extremely cautious and vigilant. Because once a fight started, there would always be unforeseen circumstances. And that unforeseen circumstance could lead to his demise. So being cautious in all things was absolutely the right choice. "Young friend, please wait. Wait my ass, you want to steal my food." Cursing inwardly, Lin Ping quickened his pace. He had no desire to have any dealings with anyone, especially a sleazy middle-aged man. Whoosh! 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 Before he could take a few steps, the other's figure appeared before him in a strange, swift motion. This sight nearly startled Lin Ping out of his wits. He silently gripped a few small stones in his hand and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" The other man chuckled. "I see your bones and sinews are extraordinary. A martial arts prodigy found once in a millennium." Hearing this somewhat familiar line in his past life, he would have simply walked away. But now he hesitated, for the man's earlier speed was so swift, truly exuding a strange aura. Could he really be some martial arts master? Yet that didn't add up either. If the man were truly that formidable, could he still be stuck in this mine? Thinking this, Lin Ping pondered for a moment before speaking. "You know martial arts?" The other man nodded calmly. "Naturally. Since you do, why are you here?" The man fell silent for a moment, sighed, then lifted his right foot, pointing at his heel. Lin Ping followed his gaze, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. There at the heel of that leg was a vicious scar, clearly from a severed tendon. "To be honest with you, young friend, that speed of mine was achieved by forcing a single breath. I can only manage a few quick steps any longer, and I cannot. So naturally I cannot escape this mine." The middle-aged man paused before continuing. "Though I cannot, you can, young friend. I can teach you a footwork technique. Escaping this volcanic crater should not be too difficult." Lin Ping would not let his guard down just because of these words. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "There are so many people in this volcano, why choose me?" The middle-aged man gave a bitter laugh. "Young friend, learning martial arts is not for everyone. It requires talent, especially footwork, which relies even more on natural aptitude. Truth be told, I have been observing you secretly for days. Your steps are steady yet agile. You are indeed a rare talent for martial arts." Hearing this, Lin Ping was inwardly shocked. He never imagined that despite his usual caution, the other man could have observed him for days without his knowledge. It seemed he would need to be even more vigilant in this regard. Yet thinking back, with the man's eerie speed hiding in the shadows, to spy would indeed be hard to detect. With this in mind, Lin Ping pondered for a moment and asked, "That footwork you mentioned, is it Qigong?" "Close enough." The other man nodded. "This technique is called cloud stepping step. Once mastered, leaving this volcanic crater will not be a problem." Hearing this, Lin Ping's heart raced with excitement. If such a footwork existed combined with his flying stones, he might indeed have a chance to escape this hellish volcanic crater. With that thought, he asked, "What is your purpose in teaching me this footwork?" Lin Ping believed that any stranger who extended a helping hand must have some motive or scheme behind it. He absolutely refused to believe there could be a benevolent person in this volcanic crater where humanity had long been twisted and lost. He would never believe in a free lunch. After all the deceptions of his past life had been too deep, he had to be wary. "A good question, young friend." The middle-aged man chuckled. "I won't teach you for nothing. There are conditions." "Speak then. What conditions?" "If I can fulfill them, it's no problem." After a moment of silence, as if recalling something, a gentle smile appeared on the man's face before he spoke. "I have only one condition. That is, if you ever truly escape from here, I hope you will go to Silvermoon City, retrieve an item, and deliver it to someone." After saying this, the middle-aged man's once bright eyes dimmed almost imperceptibly. For he knew full well that even if the other man agreed wholeheartedly now, he would likely not follow through after escaping the mine. Yet he had no other choice. In this volcanic crater, only this person before him seemed somewhat agreeable. Though one should not judge by appearances, he could think of no better plan. Lin Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the man, as a thought stirred within him. He had always assumed the condition would be to help mine fire crystals, or share food and water. But he never expected the condition to be so far-fetched. Even if he agreed now, once he escaped, he could simply run away. What could the man do to him? With that in mind, after a moment of thought, Lin Ping said slowly, Is Silver Moon City within the Yin family's territory? No, and the direction of Silver Moon City is your best route for escape to the west. The other directions are no different from seeking death. Just this one condition. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded. Aren't you afraid he'll agree now, and go back on my word once I escape? In the end, Lin Ping couldn't help but voice the doubt in his heart. Alas! The middle-aged man sighed before speaking solemnly. To be honest, young friend, I am indeed gambling on this. Gambling that if you agree you will see it through, and I trust my judgment not to be wrong. Hearing this, Lin Ping fell silent. Clearly the man was trying to manipulate him. But if the footwork he taught was genuine, then this additional condition, if feasible, might not be impossible to fulfill. For now his priority was to find a way to escape this volcanic crater. The environment here was too harsh. Every extra day spent here increased the danger. The sooner he left the better. Otherwise, he would either be crushed by falling rocks or die from inhaling too much volcanic ash. With this thought, Lin Ping nodded. All right, I agree, provided you teach me the real deal. Young friend, rest assured on that. After they reached a verbal agreement, the middle-aged man limping followed Lin Ping deeper into the lava fissure. Of course, throughout this time Lin Ping's nerves were taut. At the slightest suspicious move from the man, he would not hesitate to fling his stones, riddling him with holes. Deep within the lava fissure, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Ping. Young friend, my cloud-stepping step consists of 3 forms: leaping, sprinting, and diving, accompanied by a breathing technique. I will teach you all my insights. How much you learn depends on your own destiny. Finally, the crucial part had arrived. Lin Ping nodded, indicating he was listening. No joke with the data slate, he wasn't worried about learning anything. Unless the man taught falsely, but he didn't seem the type. Watch closely. With that, the man picked up a sharp stone and drew rows of little figures on the ground, explaining as he drew. Lin Ping frowned. The crooked little figures looked no better than scribbles, but at least the movements they depicted were accurately conveyed. I've told you all the key points of the soaring cloud step technique. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Hearing this, Lin Ping was utterly bewildered, his mind screaming in silent turmoil. Anything he didn't understand. He didn't understand a single thing. Expecting a complete novice in martial arts to grasp this mind-bogglingly complex footwork in just 2 hours. Wasn't that a bit too much of a daydream? But with no other choice to escape this volcanic pit, what else could he do? He had to start from scratch, asking for guidance bit by bit. Fortunately, the other man didn't show the slightest hint of impatience. He began explaining again, with earnest care, even demonstrating the movements himself. However, watching the man demonstrate the footwork while dragging his lame leg, Lin Ping's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Oh well. Could you stop for a moment? I think I'd find it easier to understand by studying the little figures on the ground. Heh. The other man let out a slightly embarrassed chuckle, stopped his demonstration, and let Lin Ping study the figures etched on the ground on his own. In truth, Lin Ping wasn't studying, he was memorizing every single movement into his mind, intending to grind through it slowly. Soon half an hour passed. Lin Ping had committed all the movements and the accompanying breathing technique to memory. He slowly stood up. The next moment his figure began to sway, following the postures of the little figures, moving awkwardly left and right as he dashed toward the other side of the mine. As a result, after just a few steps, he stumbled, fell with a thud, and ended up sprawled on the ground like a dog. Lin Ping scrambled up, wincing in pain, and rubbed his swollen knee. It seems this soaring cloud step isn't just a little difficult, it's hellish, he muttered inwardly, but his face showed no sign of discouragement. He would just grind through it. With enough practice, he would eventually master it, just like the gray stone slab. Mining was the same, throwing stones was the same, and this soaring cloud step would be no exception. As always, as long as the other man taught him correctly, he would eventually grind his way to mastery. Through constant repetition, Lin Ping still hadn't grasped the mysterious essence of the soaring cloud step, but at least he no longer stumbled and fell after just a few steps like at the beginning. Soon another half hour passed. As Lin Ping ran back and forth within the crevice of the rock wall, he suddenly felt a shift. The rhythm of his forward charge changed, and an inexplicable cadence seemed to emerge naturally. The next moment, it was as if he had suddenly awakened. A flash of insight struck his mind, and his breathing and overall movements abruptly formed a connection. He was like a car releasing its clutch with power, and motion finally engaging. In an instant, the force flowing through his body became smooth and effortless. Breathing strength and movement twisted together into a single cohesive thread. He stopped immediately, his excitement palpable, as he summoned the gray stone slab. Soaring Cloud Step 1100 Beginner. He had finally managed to master this footwork. It seemed the other man hadn't deceived him. Truly the power of a data-driven panel. In such a short time, he had comprehended the Soaring Cloud Step, a technique complex enough to make his head spin. Amazing. Then Lin Ping suppressed his surging excitement, put away the gray stone slab, and looked toward the middle-aged man. Thank you. You achieved the beginner level for Soaring Cloud Step. The middle-aged man stared at him with astonishment. Lin Ping let out a crooked grin. I think so. I've reached the beginner level. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. Could this kid be a martial arts prodigy? Though he had no idea how Lin Ping had managed to master such a complex footwork so quickly. His heart was still stirred with excitement. It proved he hadn't misjudged the boy. With a bit more time, escaping this volcanic pit would be no big issue. Lin Ping, of course, had no idea what was running through the middle-aged man's mind at that moment. All he knew was that at this very instant, he had finally glimpsed the hope of breaking free and surviving. Though this Soaring Cloud Step was only at the beginner level, he could already feel that wind-like sense of speed. From now on, as long as he grinded this footwork to perfection, escaping this volcanic pit was within reach. With that thought, Lin Ping grinned, picked up his water flask, and took a few big gulps. After a short rest, he grabbed his small iron pickaxe, and began examining the rock's grains, searching for fire crystal stones. Clang! 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 Lin Ping resumed his digging. The daily quota of fire crystal stones weighed down on every stone worker like a mountain. Although he was at the intermediate level of excavation mastery, and could quickly identify fire crystals hidden beneath the rock surface, the most critical issue was the extreme caution required when digging those things. He had to guard against eruptions of baleful fire energy, be careful not to damage the fire crystal, and constantly look up to check for loose rocks falling from above. In short, there were far too many deadly accidents that could happen inside this volcanic pit. As a result, the entire process of excavating fire crystals was excruciatingly slow. Not far away, the middle-aged man also began digging, slowly searching for fire crystals. In the days that followed, Lin Ping spent his time grinding through everything. Apart from eating, drinking, using the bathroom, and resting, he devoted all his time to the Soaring Cloud Step and the Flying Locust Stone technique. However, he didn't practice the Flying Locust Stone skill in front of the middle-aged man. Instead, he would sneak away to practice it in secret during the evening. He had no choice. Although the middle-aged man seemed decent enough, he couldn't afford to reveal his secrets. One careless slip could ruin everything. The feeling of throwing a small stone and instantly knowing how to adjust the force and technique for the next one was addictive, but now Lin Ping displayed an unprecedented passion, immersing himself in skill practice with unrelenting joy. It was safe to say he had never been so focused on anything before. The feeling of throwing a small stone and instantly knowing how to adjust the force and technique for the next one was addictive and exhilarating. He would only stop practicing when the light grew dim and his vision blurred, grinning foolishly to himself. Additionally, after several days of interaction, Lin Ping learned the other man's name and a bit of his background. His name was Yunlingyu, and he was a thief. To put it more nicely, a chivalrous thief, one who robbed the rich to help the poor. After being wanted by the authorities in Silver Moon City, he fled to Mist Town. There he was caught while stealing from a wealthy household, had one of his hamstrings cruelly severed, and was mercilessly thrown into this volcanic pit to be worked like a beast of burden. Lin Ping had initially hoped to learn other skills from him to increase his chances of escape. But Yunlingyu hemmed and hawed for a long time, saying he would only teach other supreme martial arts after Lin Ping had mastered the Soaring Cloud Step. At first Lin Ping thought that made sense, so he decided to grind the Soaring Cloud Step to mastery before asking for more techniques. But later, after learning more, Lin Ping was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that this guy had only learned the Soaring Cloud Step back in the day before confidently becoming a thief. Damn it, you old bastard. Time flowed slowly amid Lin Ping's relentless, sleepless toil. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Within a colossal fissure in the rock face, Lin Ping shot forth from the depths, like a nimble gibbon sprinting wildly toward Yunlingyu, before halting abruptly before him. Hood! He drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This sequence of movements precisely completed one full cycle of the soaring cloud step breathing technique. Leaning against the rocky wall, Yunlingyu tilted his head upward to gaze at Lin Ping, and a warm approving smile softened his features. This young man had astonished him beyond measure. Whether in locating the flame crystal or mastering the soaring cloud step, each feat felt nothing short of miraculous. After resting briefly, Lin Ping willed his consciousness inward, and the gray stone tablet shimmered into view within his mind. Excavation 30500, proficient. Flying stones 300400, accomplished. Soaring cloud step 160500, proficient. Through a month of ceaseless round-the-clock practice, the soaring cloud step had surged ahead, its experience points climbing dramatically. In contrast, excavation and flying stones progressed more slowly, having received comparatively less training time. Yet even now his capabilities were already more than sufficient. It was time to leave this hellish volcanic pit. During these past weeks, Yunlingyu had recounted countless fascinating tales of the world beyond, stirring Lin Ping's restless yearning. Yet whenever Lin Ping inquired about cultivation, Yunlingyu could offer little insight. As he put it plainly, the realm of immortals and that of mortals are eternally divided. Moreover, Lin Ping had made quiet preparations in secret. Each day he received 4 flatbreads, but half a month ago he began consuming only 3, carefully hoarding the 4th away each day. There was no telling what dangers awaited beyond. The escape route provisions meant peace of mind. He had also long since memorized the patrol patterns of the guards stationed outside the cave. All preparations were complete, only action remained. Boy, ready to slip out tonight? Yes. Good. Yunlingyu nodded silently, and resumed chiseling flame crystals with steady hands. Uncle, will you come with me? Yunlingyu's hands paused mid-motion. A silence stretched between them. I will not go. Actually, I can. Say no more. Lin Ping tried to interject, but Yunlingyu raised a hand, gently cutting him off. Boy, I know what you wish to say. Your sincerity alone fills my heart with contentment. I have grown accustomed to this place. Besides, a crippled man like me would only be recaptured if I fled, no matter how far I went. His words held no trace of jest. Silver Moon City offered him no refuge, nor did any neighboring towns. Better perhaps to spend his remaining days here. Most crucially, he refused to become a burden upon Lin Ping. With Lin Ping's current mastery of footwork, escaping the volcanic pit posed little challenge, but dragging along a broken man like himself, that was another matter entirely. This youth possessed admirable character, and aligned perfectly with his own ideals. He trusted Lin Ping would honor the solemn charge he intended to bestow. And so, his heart held no lingering regrets. Seeing Yunlingyu's unwavering resolve, Lin Ping said no more. Indeed, he had broached this plea several times before, each time met with quiet refusal. He understood well Yunlingyu stayed behind, not out of despair, but out of fierce selfless protection. Wordlessly, Lin Ping seized his small iron pickaxe, and drove it hard into the rock wall, as though hammering away his pent-up sorrow and frustration. After extracting the final flame crystal, Lin Ping wandered idly among the labyrinthine rock fissures. He had spent over a month within this infernal volcanic pit, and before departing wished to take one last quiet look upon the place where he had lived and endured. By chance, or perhaps fate, he caught sight of old dog Zhou. Even more fortuitously, the man stood alone inside a narrow crevice, grunting laboriously, as he chiseled flame crystals from the wall. Lin Ping knew he would depart that very night, and believing old enmities ought to be resolved not carried forward, he decided to approach Zhou alone for a private word. After all, he'd labored tirelessly to master the locust stone ability. It would be wasteful to let it lie idle. A civil conversation might even lead to sharing a flatbread. Yet gazing upon Zhou's broad back, Lin Ping mused, when old acquaintances meet again, surely a surprise is in order. And so, almost absent-mindedly, he gathered a handful of small stones from the ground and stepped forward quietly. Ah! With a long weary sigh, Lin Ping shoved Zhou old dog straight into the molten lava pit. We agreed to talk, so why greet me with that ghastly cackling laugh? Damn it, what decent person laughs like that? Yet this encounter with Zhou old dog revealed yet another function of the gray stone tablet. Lin Ping could now perceive the health bar of anyone he struck down. Once Zhou was dealt with, Lin Ping's thoughts cleared, unburdened and lucid. By then dusk had deepened into night. He strolled leisurely once more, toward a secluded corner of the pit. Retrieving his hidden cache of flatbreads, he wrapped them tightly, and secured the bundle across his back. Then from within his robe, he withdrew a coarse jet-black cloth, and pulled it snugly over his head. This bandit-style headscarf was a craft he'd learned directly from Yunlingyu, a skill honed by years of thievery. Indeed, Yunlingyu's talents ran wide, sewing sacks, fashioning blindfolds, weaving burlap bags. None were beneath his practiced hand. Truly, one must never underestimate a master thief. Having finished these preparations, Lin Ping leaned against the rock wall and settled into silent repose. Hour of the Tiger. His eyes, previously closed in stillness, snapped open with uncanny precision, as if awakened by an internal clock. Then his entire form dissolved into shadow, gliding like a wraith toward the cave mouth. At the cave entrance, a foreman sat idly gnawing on a braised pig's trotter, another lying untouched upon the plate beside him. Woo! A low, piercing whistle tore through the air. Crimson blossomed. The foreman's face paled. Something had struck his throat. Blood gushed forth, choking his cry before it could escape. He raised a trembling hand toward the wound. Woo! The whistle shrieked again. This time a crushing blow struck dead center in his forehead. Crack! Fragments of white bone flecked with scarlet burst outward. His massive frame then collapsed slowly, thudding heavily onto the ground. At that very instant, a spectral figure emerged soundlessly from the gloom, clinging to the rock wall, reaching out just in time to catch the falling foreman and ease him gently onto the table, propped upright as if still seated. Having done so, the figure, head swathed in the black bandit scarf, casually pocketed the second pig's trotter from the plate, and vanished once more into the cave's dark throat, gliding like smoke. The entire volcanic pit was guarded by 4 checkpoints. The first lay at the cave entrance, a single overseer on watch. The second checkpoint stood just beyond the cave mouth, 2 overseers stationed there, vigilant and unrelenting. The third checkpoint occupied an open expanse outside the cave, the overseers' quarters, and a heavily fortified zone designed specifically to prevent minor escapes. The fourth and outermost checkpoint ringed the perimeter, manned by numerous Yin family sentinels, tasked not only with suppressing uprisings, but also deterring those who coveted the Yin family's mineral wealth. What Lin Ping needed to do was to take down the overseers at the first and second checkpoints, then stealthily approach the third checkpoint before forcing his way through. As long as he could swiftly pass the third checkpoint, he could rely on his cloud-treading step technique to scale the steep cliff on the left outside the volcanic crater, thus avoiding a direct confrontation with the Yin family guards. This was precisely why Yunlingyu was unwilling to join the escape. Scaling the steep cliff alone was feasible, but burdened with him as an encumbrance, the difficulty multiplied several-fold. If he chose not to scale the steep cliff, he would have to carve a path through the Yin family guards' perimeter, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Regarding the cliff face to the left of the cave entrance, Lin Ping had already roughly surveyed a feasible route, while submitting fire crystals daily. At the cave entrance, 2 overseers stood yawning. Suddenly a low whoosh rang out. With a squelch, blood burst forth. The overseer on the left clutched his head, his face pale, as he crumpled to the ground. The overseer on the right, sensing trouble, immediately reached for his whistle to alert the crater that someone was trying to escape. Another low whoosh rang out. He pressed tightly against the blood spurting from his forehead, and in his final moments before collapsing, his eyes, as wide as brass bells, stared in disbelief as a figure wearing a bandit's hood emerged slowly from the mine shaft. After neutralizing the first 2 checkpoints, Lin Ping finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. He quickly propped the 2 overseers against the cave entrance, making them appear as if they were standing guard. After looting their bodies, he lingered, no longer moving swiftly and silently along the dark edges of the firelight. Outside the cave, the wide grounds were flanked by piles of rocks and timber, which Lin Ping used to conceal his figure. In the open area ahead, 2 patrol teams of overseers were stationed. They moved in groups of 3, holding torches in their left hands and swords in their right, crisscrossing in a constant patrol. Lin Ping crouched in the shadow of the last pile of rocks on the left, patiently waiting for his opportunity. As the 2 patrol teams crossed paths in the middle, he shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, dashing toward the steep cliff on the left. Who goes there? The patrol team spotted him just a few yards out. But this was within Lin Ping's expectations. In such an open area, remaining undetected was impossible. His goal was to delay discovery as long as possible, then rely on pure speed. Sharp whistles pierced the air from the patrol team. Immediately whistles echoed from the overseers' quarters, and a throng of burly, brutal overseers poured out. Lin Ping pressed on without pausing. Meanwhile, as the patrol team's sharp whistles shattered the night silence, the sounds jolted the many stone workers within the crater from their slumber. Some still groggy rubbed their eyes, uncertain of what was happening. But others seemed to sense an opportunity. They hastily grabbed their small picks and rushed toward the cave entrance, while the bewildered ones, though clueless, followed the crowd. When the crowd saw the dead overseer at the cave entrance, they immediately guessed what had transpired. Then, emerging from the cave, they witnessed the overseers in chaos seemingly pursuing someone. The stone workers instantly understood. Someone was attempting to escape. The stone workers crowded at the cave entrance. Some wore numb expressions, as if none of this concerned them. Others had a gleam of excitement in their eyes, as if sensing a rare, unprecedented opportunity. Yunling, standing at the edge of the cave exit, watched Lin Ping in the distance, a hint of relief spreading across his face. "Kid, I hope you make it out." After muttering to himself, he raised his small pick high and shouted, "Brothers of the crater, the time has come. Kill those blood-sucking overseers and escape this hellish pit together." This thunderous roar, bursting through the silent, numb crowd, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly setting the waters churning. Lin Ping quickly slipped a thick worn glove onto his left hand to steady the fire crystal, while using the tip of his pickaxe in his right hand to gently pry it out. "Brothers, the situation is in chaos, let's go." With the surge of the first wave, those whose eyes had been gleaming with excitement also shouldered their picks and joined the charge. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" They roared, charging forward with their picks ready to carve a bloody path and seize a chance at freedom. Yunling, after glancing at the distant cliff, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. He grabbed his pick and limped into the surging tide of people. Now that the entire crater was in chaos because someone had killed the overseers on duty, and most of the overseers were drawn to the first escapee, this was undoubtedly the best chance for escape, at least on the surface. Miss this opportunity, and there might never be another. Staying here meant death sooner or later. Fighting their way out might offer a chance to live. With that realization, the remaining miners also grabbed their picks and joined the uprising. A great riot unfolded in the mining grounds, the very ground trembling slightly. The cacophony of battle cries and roars blended together, deafening the ears. A burly figure emerged from the shadows, blocking Lin Ping's path. "Ha ha, bandit. My luck's good. Got up to relieve myself and stumbled upon you, you bastard. I'm destined for a reward." As he charged forward with a wild laugh. A low whoosh rang out. The overseer's eyes bulged in shock as he instinctively raised his sword to shield his face. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as a small stone scraped a trail of sparks along the blade before flying toward his face. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as a small stone scraped a trail. Blood burst forth. The overseer let out a blood-curdling scream, his right hand now sporting a horrifying pierced wound from which blood spurted. The excruciating pain made him lose his grip on the sword. It clattered to the ground, bouncing a few times. 2 more whooshes followed. The overseer collapsed to his knees. Both of his feet were pierced by small stones, blood spurting out and staining the ground. At that moment, the once ferocious overseer's face instantly showed a hint of fear that should not have appeared. "SP! Spare me, good sir! Spare your mother!" Lin Ping sneered, stepping forward and flicking his finger. With a... The overseer, even in his final moment of death, could not understand how a frail stone worker could unleash such terrifying means. "A good dog doesn't block the path. Screw you!" Lin Ping kicked the overseer to the ground, looted his body, then picked up his small pickaxe, and continued sprinting forward without any pause. Though the skirmish with the overseer had taken only a brief moment, that short delay had allowed dozens of overseers wielding long blades to arrive not far behind him. He suddenly exerted force from the soles of his feet, his figure darting forward like a gust of wind, leaving the group of overseers far behind as he rushed toward a nearby cliff. "Shoot him dead!" A tall, burly overseer leader built like an iron tower with broad shoulders and a thick back snarled, revealing jagged teeth. Swish! 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 Black arrows, each tipped with blazing firelight, pierced the cold night, shooting toward the figure on the cliff. Sir, something terrible! All the stone workers have rioted." Just then an overseer, panting heavily, ran over and stammered. "Riot!" The leader's gaze shifted from the cliff to the crowd surging like a tsunami in the air. Enraged, he bellowed, "Damn it! Go notify the guard camp immediately." "Yes! Yes. The latter hurriedly ran toward the overseer's quarters. Before long a resonant horn call echoed through the empty night sky. On the steep cliff face Lin Ping's agile figure darted left and right like a nimble monkey, perfectly dodging the whistling arrows. With every step his toes landed precisely on protruding rock faces. The force from his feet allowed him to ascend the cliff with effortless grace. It must be said Cloud's soaring step was indeed a movement technique adept at dodging, leaping, and springing. On this near vertical cliff where others would struggle even to climb, he could evade arrow attacks while rapidly advancing toward the summit. As he climbed higher the sounds from below grew fainter. Eventually the whistling of arrows faded away, and the surroundings grew increasingly dark. Only then did Lin Ping heave a great sigh of relief, realizing he had largely escaped the overseer's line of sight. Yet he did not stop. He knew that as long as he remained within the Yin family's sphere of influence, he could not consider himself truly safe. Visibility continued to decrease, and his climbing pace gradually slowed. After a while longer the surroundings began to brighten slightly. A grin spread across his face as he pushed off, with his toes leaping lightly to land atop the cliff. Whoosh! A mountain wind swept over him. Lin Ping couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising on his skin. He turned to glance at the chaotic faint torchlight below the cliff, then oriented himself and dashed westward. Soon his figure vanished into the dark, boundless forest. Little did he know his escape had inadvertently sparked the greatest riot in the history of the volcanic crater. After running for what felt like an eternity covering an unknown distance, Lin Ping finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. By then the sky had begun to lighten. He realized he was on a peak shrouded in thin mist. It seems I haven't strayed off course. According to Yunlingyu, the Yin family's volcanic crater was located at the edge of the Misty Mountains. Escaping westward would ultimately lead him out of their territory. The western Misty Mountains were perpetually covered in thick white fog. Once inside, searching for someone would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, that was the advantage. The disadvantage was that those who fled into the Misty Mountains could not distinguish directions, easily getting lost and wandering into the depths. At best they became prey for wild beasts, at worst they were slaughtered by various demonic creatures, ultimately becoming food as well. However, according to Yunlingyu, as long as one followed the thinner patches of fog and kept moving forward without straying into the mountains, hard staying along the edge, even encountering small beasts, would be manageable for someone with Lin Ping's movement skills. As for the other directions, they were all heavily guarded by the Yin family's lackeys. Escaping that way would be nearly impossible, akin to walking into a trap. After resting a while, Lin Ping found an open area and sat on a large boulder overlooking the distant forests. So this is the Misty Mountains! Gazing into the distance. Range upon range of peaks stretched endlessly, an infinite expanse of lush jungle shrouded in varying layers of white mist, like a boundless sea of fog. Under the morning sunlight, it undulated with the wind rolling like waves, evoking a sense of breathtaking mystery. The peaks that emerged from the misty sea stood like isolated islands, majestic and enigmatic. Beautiful, magnificent! Lin Ping exclaimed, then silently pulled out a braised pig trotter and eagerly took a huge bite. As the rich, familiar flavor burst in his mouth, tears streamed down his face. This was the first meat he had eaten in the months since his transmigration. Who could understand that feeling? Devouring it ravenously, he finished the large trotter in no time, unable to resist licking his fingers. Delicious, absolutely delicious! After finishing the trotter, he pulled a bran cake from his cloth bag and slowly washed it down with water. Having eaten his fill, he took a piece of cloth from his bosom. On it, drawn crookedly with charcoal, were rough sketches of peaks, villages, and the general location and routes to Silvermoon City. This crude topographic map, little better than a doodle, was naturally the handiwork of Master Yunlingyu. Scree! A sharp, piercing cry rang out. Lin Ping looked up to see a goshawk soaring overhead, circling a few times in the sky before spreading its wings and flying toward the misty sea, gradually disappearing into the distant towering mountains. An eagle cleaves the sky, the vast heavens, and wide seas welcome my roam. Putting away the crude map, a flash of boldness crossed his eyes. He picked up his pickaxe and strode directly into the boundless misty forest. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow across the horizon. A figure wild as a savage emerged from a forested mountain. Lin Ping gazed at a small hill not far away, his eyes sparkling with bright anticipation. Finally made it out, and the direction is spot on. According to the terrain map drawn by Yunlingyu, beyond the small hill lay a small hunting village. Recalling his struggle for survival in the misty mountain range, Lin Ping's eyes flickered with emotion. Over the past month, as dusk approached each day, he would dig a burrow with a small pickaxe for shelter and hunt with flying stones. His robust physique and spirited demeanor owed much to his skills in digging and hurling stones. "Let's go!" Lin Ping strode excitedly toward the hill. It was twilight. If he hurried, he might still get a bowl of hot soup from the villagers. Half an hour later, Lin Ping stood dumbfounded at the sight before him. The small hunting village nestled against the great mountain and sustained by generations of hunters did exist, but now lay in ruins. Whether attacked by demonic beasts or wild animals, not a single villager had survived. A pungent stench of blood hung in the air, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, a gruesome hellscape too tragic to behold. Lin Ping sighed softly, then abruptly changed direction as he turned to leave, heading toward the nearest damaged cottage. His tattered miner's clothes were beyond repair. When he emerged from the cottage, he wore a clean set of coarse cloth, his pack containing another change of clothes and some salt, and his feet were shod in boots made of animal hide. He bowed to the cottage door, murmured words of thanks for the clothes, then turned to leave. There was nothing he could do about the village's fate. Only by leaving quickly could he ease the heaviness in his heart. Just then 2 faint whimpers came from a pile of debris to the right of the cottage. Lin Ping halted and looked toward the debris. A small dog with glossy black fur emerged, gazing at him with weak, helpless eyes. "Very well. No one survived here, and I'm alone too. It'll take you along." Lin Ping picked up the little black dog, pickaxe in hand, and walked away, his figure gradually vanishing at the end of the village path. A mountain breeze blew, sending withered leaves drifting down, as if whispering tales of sorrow. In Dania village, within a wooden courtyard, Lin Ping lounged comfortably in a bamboo chair, holding a golden sizzling pork rib. This place was far beyond the Yen family's reach, filling him with ease. He looked at the large black dog beside him, smiling. "Xiao Hei, isn't this wild boar roasted to perfection?" "Woof woof." The big black dog nodded, excitedly nuzzling against him. Lin Ping could communicate with it effortlessly because he was fluent in beast tongue. At first, picking up the little black dog from the ruined village was just for company on the road. But as he chatted idly with Xiao Hei, a gray stone tablet appeared in his mind, Beast Tongue Primer. Through their time together, he unknowingly mastered Beast Tongue. And Xiao Hei, though unable to speak, could understand him. This was thanks to Lin Ping's constant teaching. He had ended up in Dania village because 3 months ago he rescued a hunting party from a ferocious beast. Invited warmly by the hunters, he came to Dania village. When the village chief learned he was alone and homeless, he insisted Lin Ping stay. Thinking the journey to Silvermoon City was long and required ample travel funds, Lin Ping decided to settle temporarily, earning silver through hunting before moving on. But once he settled in, he completely let loose. He and his dog began apprenticing in various trades around the village, hunting, herbal medicine, blacksmithing, carpentry, and even learning funeral rites and swana playing from Old Wang, a pig cage village, mastering them all with flair. Especially the big black dog, who during rituals would shake its bells with a clatter, earning thumbs up from villagers far and wide for its spiritual nature, wagging its tail to the sky in sheer delight. Lin Ping was naturally optimistic. After escaping the mine, he reverted to his true self, believing that more skills wouldn't weigh him down, and with the gray stone tablet, he was full of hope for the future. Even if he couldn't cultivate immortality with his myriad talents and some martial arts, he and Xiao Hei could live a fulfilling life. "Hey Xiao Hei, slow down." Lin Ping was startled to find the big black dog had devoured his portion of roast pork leg while he was lost in thought. Woof. The big black dog reacted swiftly, swallowing it whole. Lin Ping stared speechless for a long moment. Clang. 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 Suddenly urgent gong sounds rang through the village, spreading everywhere, a signal for a major gathering. Lin Ping squinted, got down from the bamboo chair, and tossed the gnawed pork rib on the ground. "Could bandits be coming? Xiao Hei, let's go check it out." Woof! The big black dog spat out a bone and followed Lin Ping out of the yard. Hearing the gongs, villagers grabbed whatever weapons they could and rushed from their homes toward the village entrance. Grandmas with spatulas, hunters with bows and knives, grandpas with hoes, and young men and women with all sorts of arms. Their eyes blazed with ferocity, shouting, "Who dares cause trouble in Dania village?" On a large rock at the village square sat 2 men in gray robes, a withered old man and a dark-faced middle-aged man. Hearing the clamor, the gray-robed elder slowly opened his eyes, casting a displeased look at the village chief. The village chief trembled and quickly said respectfully, "Please forgive them, immortal master. The villagers may have mistaken this for bandits. I'll explain at once." Ahem. Ahem. The chief cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Everyone quiet. Today's gathering isn't about bandits. Immortal masters have come to Dania village to recruit those with spiritual potential." The noisy crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the gray-robed figures, excitement gleaming in their gazes. Spiritual destiny. Who wouldn't desire it? The gray-robed elder smiled approvingly at the silence and spoke slowly. "The Wind Spirit Sect is recruiting disciples. All of you who meet the age requirement and possess a spiritual root may join our sect and embark on the path of immortality." Hearing this, the villagers grew even more excited, buzzing with discussion, joy written all over their faces. Lin Ping quietly patted the dog's head and grinned. "Chow hey, see that? That's an immortal, looks so ethereal and wise." Woof. The big black dog nodded vigorously, indicating it too sensed that immortal aura. "Everyone quiet down, quiet down." The village chief, seeing the displeased expressions on the two immortal masters' faces, quickly shouted. Soon the crowd fell silent. Only then did the gray-robed elder's anger turn to a smile. He then sharply slapped a cloth pouch at his waist. In the next instant, a piece of jade-white stone the size of a washbasin slowly descended onto the table in the clearing. Seeing this, Lin Ping's pupils constricted sharply, and he muttered inwardly, "Good heavens, could this be the legendary storage pouch? Awesome!" This only strengthened his resolve to seek the path of immortality. Opportunity was right before his eyes, he absolutely had to seize it. He just wondered if he possessed the talent for cultivation. Listen well. Only those with spiritual roots within their bodies can cultivate. There are 5 grades of spiritual roots, from low to high: 5 element miscellaneous spiritual root, 4 element lower spiritual root, 3 element middle spiritual root, 2 element upper spiritual root, and element heavenly spiritual root. As for whether you have a spiritual root, simply place your palm on the stone to find out." Hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, again their clamor unceasing. Lin Ping's heart also stirred. The immortal fate was right before him, and he even had his proficiency panel. Surely his spiritual root wouldn't be too bad. Hearing the rising and falling of the noisy commotion, the gray-robed elder frowned and coldly shouted, "Silence!" After the crowd quieted down again, he slowly said, "The spiritual root test will now begin. Anyone under the age of 20 may participate." Upon hearing this, every eligible young person in the village was filled with excitement, eagerly lining up to step forward and extend their palms. But soon disappointment flooded them, as the white stone showed no reaction at all. "Impossible. I was born with divine strength. How could I have no spiritual root?" A young man muttered in disbelief, then suddenly turned and knelt, shouting, "Immortal master, could the stone be wrong? How dare you?" Another gray-robed man, seated cross-legged by the stone, his eyes flashing with cold light, raised his hand and waved. A terrifying surge of magical power burst forth instantly, forming a massive gray claw that seized the young man and hurled him violently outward. With a loud crash, the young man was sent flying, cast far beyond the crowd, and slammed heavily onto the ground. He lay there motionless, as if barely clinging to life. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into an instant dead silence, their eyes filled with terror. They dared not even breathe heavily, fearing they might provoke the same fate and be cast aside by that eerie gray claw, suffering needless injury. Lin Ping was also shaken, silently cursing. "Damn, is he this brutal?" The big black dog, terrified by the scene, trembled uncontrollably and pressed itself tightly against Lin Ping, as if it could barely stand. "The rest of you continue. Do not be as insolent as that one, or face death." At these words, the villagers' pupils sharply contracted, and none dared to make a sound. That icy word "die" weighed on their hearts, like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Lin Ping's heart shuddered, and his earlier fervent hope plummeted to freezing point. These so-called immortals seemed somewhat malevolent. They casually uttered cold words of death, as if these mortals were mere ants in their eyes, to be erased at will, devoid of any humanity. Perhaps they were even demon cultivators or heretical practitioners. If he were taken in by them, would it not be a dead end? Thinking this, his expression turned grim. But at this moment, if he refused to take the test, it would surely draw their attention, and they might suppress him with a wave of their hand. In this world, immortals reign supreme. Mortals must show respect, and must not defy them lest they die. With no other choice, Lin Ping could only wear a bitter face and stand silently in the line awaiting the test. Next, under the oppressive indifferent gaze of the two immortals, the eligible villagers orderly extended their palms toward the stone. As time passed, it soon became Lin Ping's turn. His heart began to pound violently. Damn it, heaven help me! Please don't let me test as an enlightenment heavenly spiritual root. Roaring inwardly, Lin Ping tremblingly extended his right hand and slowly pressed it toward the stone's surface. His heart leaped into his throat, and his eyes, roaring inwardly, Lin Ping tremblingly extended his right hand and slowly pressed it toward the stone's surface. His heart leaped into his throat, and his eyes stared wide with tension. To others, this scene might have looked like excitement. In truth, he was utterly panicked. The moment his palm touched the jade stone, a faint fire-colored light emanated from its surface. Seeing this, Lin Ping's tense heart relaxed. Though he didn't know what this faint fire-colored light signified, he guessed it definitely wasn't a good spiritual root. As described in various novels from his past life, a good spiritual root would cause a pillar of light to shoot into the sky. His faint glow probably meant nothing. 5-element miscellaneous spiritual root. The gray-robed elder cast an indifferent glance at him and waved him over to stand and wait. Though unclear about the elder's intent, Lin Ping silently moved to the side. Soon all eligible individuals had been tested. To Lin Ping's disbelief, in such a large village, only he and one other youth possessed spiritual roots. However, the other person had a 2-element spiritual root. This couldn't help but make Lin Ping worry for him. If those two took him away, would he even survive? Not bad, not bad. To find a good seedling with a 2-element spiritual root in such a remote mountain village, this trip wasn't wasted. Saying this, the black-robed elder's gaze swept over Lin Ping, then settled on the youth, a fervent look in his eyes. He said with a chuckle, "What is your name?" The youth quickly bowed and replied, "Reporting to the immortal master, my surname is Huang, given name Daniel." Good. Good. The gray-robed elder nodded. Daniel, I ask you now, are you willing to enter my Wind Spirit Sect and seek the immortal fate? Huang Daniel, upon hearing this, excitedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Immortal master, I am willing." Good, go bid your family farewell. The gray-robed elder nodded with a faint smile, then sat cross-legged on the stone, and began to meditate with closed eyes. Seeing that the elder did not mention him, Lin Ping felt a secret joy. So he quietly squeezed himself into the crowd to avoid standing out. Although he knew he had the lowest grade of spiritual root, Lin Ping felt no disappointment. After all, he was a man with a panel. Though it was somewhat useless, he could grind his way up. Finally, the gray-robed elder waved his hand, tossed 50 taels of silver to Huang Dania's family, summoned his flying sword, and departed with the youth riding the blade into the sky. Many villagers watched the 3 receding figures with envy, then began to offer congratulations to Huang Dania's family. Lin Ping stood there lost in thought. Woof! Woof! The big black dog ran over and nudged Lin Ping vigorously, trying to cheer him up. It seemed to say, "Don't lose heart. If this Wind Spirit Sect doesn't want you, there will be better sects. We have spiritual roots, so what's there to fear?" Lin Ping smiled faintly, patted the dog's head, and said softly, "Xiao Hei, let's go back." Woof! At noon the next day, on a small hillside, Lin Ping reclined on the soft grass, a blade of green grass between his lips, his gaze fixed on the distance, as he sank into contemplation. Xiao Hei, that blasted Wind Spirit Sect. Lucky we weren't chosen yesterday. Woof! The large black dog looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Ping rubbed the dog's head and said in a deep voice, "A cultivator who would casually harm mortals like that might very well be some kind of evil practitioner. If we'd joined with my useless talent for cultivation, I'd probably end up as a human cauldron, and you'd be stewed in a pot for everyone to feast on dog meat." The large black dog's pupils trembled, and it nodded frantically in agreement. It hadn't understood human cauldron, but it certainly understood feast on dog meat. Xiao Hei, let's leave this place. Woof! The large black dog looked around reluctantly. Everything was fine here. Why leave? Xiao Hei, we've saved quite a bit of silver from hunting lately. It's time to head to Silvermoon City. Maybe there we'll stumble upon our immortal destiny. Big cities surely offer more opportunities than these remote mountain villages. Woof! Though a bit reluctant, the large black dog happily wagged its tail in agreement. In truth, as long as it could stay by Lin Ping's side, it didn't matter where they went. 2 months later. At noon the sun shone brightly, the sky a flawless azure without a wisp of cloud. A young man leading a black dog appeared on the horizon. In the distance lay a massive silver city sprawled across the vast land, silently observing all who passed. This was Silvermoon City, marked on Yunlingjia's map, and the first city Lin Ping had seen since his transmigration. Tears nearly streamed down his face, his heart brimming with emotion. "Woof!" Xiao He nuzzled against him. "Xiao He, I'm fine, just happy." Lin Ping looked down with a smile. "Woof woof!" Seeing Lin Ping cheerful, the dog barked joyfully as well. A look of eager anticipation shone in Lin Ping's eyes. "Xiao He, charge!" "Woof!" The man and dog sprinted forward. Moments later they stepped through the city gates with delighted faces. The streets inside were remarkably wide, no less impressive than the roads of his past life. The streets were bustling with people, yet not at all crowded, radiating a lively atmosphere. People came and went, some in silk robes, others in fitted martial attire or simple commoner clothes. They paused now and then to exchange a few words, their every gesture imbued with an ancient elegance exuding grandeur. Even villagers leading oxen and sheep passed through the streets without causing congestion. Lin Ping's eyes were wide with wonder as he wandered aimlessly with a large black dog taking in the sights. Yet his gaze covertly noted the various shops lining the streets. According to Yunlingyu, his old flame and her daughter ran a tavern called Autumn Moon Brew in the eastern district of Silvermoon City. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ha, found it!" His gaze fell upon a street-front shop, its plaque bearing the three bold characters Autumn Moon Brew in iron-hook silver strokes. It seemed on the verge of closure, with a young maiden dozing off in a chair. After a few glances at the tavern, a plan formed in Lin Ping's mind. "Xiao He, let's take a proper tour of this city." "Woof!" The large black dog barked with excitement, captivated by the city's lively bustle. Man and dog continued their leisurely stroll through Silvermoon City. Looking up, they saw a forest of shops of every kind. Street vendors hawked their wares, waiters and taverns served customers with faces creased in smiles, butchers cleaved bones with force, and the clang of hammers rang from blacksmiths' forges. Everywhere stood pavilions and towers adorned with lanterns. In some taverns, talented scholars and beauties recited poetry on the upper floors. All this left Lin Ping and the large black dog dazzled. They wandered on, watching street performers, browsing roadside stalls, gazing at painted boats on the river. This leisurely exploration lasted a full 3 days. After 3 days of observation, Lin Ping concluded that Silvermoon City was a suitable long-term home. It was prosperous and peaceful, at least on the surface, and with his myriad skills, he would never starve. Most importantly, Silvermoon City was vast, surrounded by endless mountain ranges and rivers. Such a blessed land might offer him the chance to encounter immortal destiny when the time was right. Moreover, the city boasted over a dozen martial arts halls. If he joined one, wouldn't he easily become a grandmaster? Having tasted the benefits of the progress bar, Lin Ping believed he could master any profound martial art through sheer effort. Immortal cultivation was out of reach for now, but martial arts could be learned for self-defense. On the morning of the 4th day, "Xiao He, today we'll buy a place to live and a shop front, open for business and make a fortune." He decided to settle in Silvermoon City for now. "Woof!" The large black dog bounced with excitement. Half a day later, Lin Ping and the dog walked the streets with dejected faces, clutching a deed in his hands, eyes hollow and listless. "Damn! Bloody profiteers!" "Woof!" The large black dog's eyes were also dazed. They had scrimped and saved 320 taels of silver, thinking they could live large, only to see it nearly vanish in half a day. Their boiling fervor had been doused with cold water. "One house, 255 taels. Blacksmith shop deposit, and 3 months' rent, 8 taels. Hiring cleaners, buying furniture, pots and pans, bedding, and all the smithy equipment, another 50 taels." "Woof!" The large black dog looked at Lin Ping blankly. Was all their silver really gone? "Xiao He, we have 18 skills. Well earned that silver back 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over." Lin Ping declared angrily but ambitiously. "Someday the whole city will be ours." "Woof!" The large black dog stood up and let out a long howl. Tomorrow they'd start forging and take over all the ironwork in the city. Laughing and cursing by turns, the man and dog returned to a courtyard on the eastern edge of the city, the quiet abode. This was the home they had purchased at great expense. What had drawn Lin Ping to it was that the house to the right was the residence of Yunlingjia's old flame and her daughter, and the smithy he rented was next to Autumn Moon Brew on one side, with a skinny old herb seller on the other. "Shall Hay light the fire and start cooking for the housewarming? Tomorrow we begin work." "Woof!" the large black dog barked excitedly. The next day, Lin Ping and the black dog were busy early at the smithy. "Boss, my mother asked me to bring this to you." A young girl in a plain long dress with eyes like autumn waters and a smile like a blooming flower stepped into the shop. She placed a gourd full of wine on the wooden table, then pursed her lips and curiously surveyed everything in the shop. "Thanks, I'll pay you for the wine later." "No need, mother said it's a gift to wish you prosperity." "All right, thank your mother for me." "Boss, the owner of that old established smithy isn't easy to mess with. Be careful." The girl lowered her voice, then turned and left. "Thank you for the warning, miss." Lin Ping stood up squinting as he glanced at another smithy across the street. Seems Silvermoon City is only peaceful on the surface. But he didn't take it to heart and continued working. Huff! Lin Ping grabbed the gourd, took a big gulp of wine, and sprayed it onto the large sledgehammer. Woof, 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 woof. The large black dog barked excitedly behind Lin Ping. "Shall Hay light the fire? Let's get to work." Woof! Clang! Clang! Before long the rhythmic sound of hammering rang out from the smithy. Lin Ping's blacksmithing skill had reached a minor mastery. Though not yet at the level of exquisite precision, he had excellent control over the force of each strike. Forging iron was no big challenge. At the smithy across the street, a middle-aged man with eyebrows like stiff brushes, eyes like copper bells, a broad nose, and a muscular frame stood with arms crossed, his gleaming eyes fixed on Lin Ping's smithy. Behind him stood several bare-chested, muscular blacksmiths. One of them said coldly, "Uncle, who he dares to steal business on our turf? Should we teach him a lesson?" Inside a narrow alley, Lin Ping held 2 sticks of candied hawthorns, taking a bite himself, and then feeding one to the black dog, as he cheerfully made his way toward the Qingju cottage. Although the blacksmith shop had only been open for a few days, business was thriving day by day, which delighted the big black dog. It pumped the bellows so vigorously that it nearly dried Lin Ping out like a piece of jerky. Just as Lin Ping and the big black dog turned a corner, a burst of sneering laughter echoed. Frowning, he knew from the sinister cackle that the one approaching was no good. The next moment a burly man, with a scar across his face, emerged from the corner of the alley, his triangular eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Ping. Blocked? Lin Ping glanced behind him, and saw a man, with a fleshy face, a flat nose, and turned-out lips, strolling over slowly, a mocking grin on his face. "Kid, you don't know the rules, and have offended someone you shouldn't. Today don't blame us for being ruthless," the scar-faced man said, gradually closing in on him. "Brother, why waste words on this brat? Let me break his hands, and stew some dog meat to satisfy our craving." A low sudden roar cut through the air. Blood splattered. The flat-nosed man's face turned pale, and before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed with a thud. Howling in agony, his right leg struck by some unseen projectile, blood gushed out as he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. At the same time, on the gray stone slab in Lin Ping's mind, a glaring red health bar appeared, 80,100. He was no stranger to this bar's appearance. It had shown up when he struck old dog Joe and the overseers in the mine. Anyone he injured had their health bar displayed on the gray slab. For instance, 100 represented the flat-nosed man's total health, and his single strike had directly taken a fifth of it. "Kid, you're asking for death." The scar-faced man lunged at Lin Ping, roaring, "How dare you hurt my brother?" The roaring sound rose again. Likewise, before the scar-faced man could finish, his rushing figure suddenly pitched forward, like a log crashing to the ground. His right foot was also injured, blood spurting as he lay incapacitated. The scar-faced man's health bar appeared on the gray slab, reduced by 20% and slowly decreasing. Clearly, the continuous bleeding from his foot wound was steadily draining his vitality. Spare me, please." Lin Ping stomped heavily on the scar-faced man's chest. A faint cracking of bones could be heard. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. "Who sent you?" Trembling with pain, the scar-faced man saw Lin Ping's foot raised again. A surge of terror overwhelmed him, and he stammered, "Big brother, I'll talk. It's Chen Hu from the Chen family blacksmith shop in the East City." "Just as I suspected." Muttering to himself, Lin Ping extended his hand and said coldly, "Hand it over." "Big brother, hand." "Hand what over?" the scar-faced man asked, his voice quivering. "You scared my big black dog earlier. Shouldn't you compensate me?" The big black dog barked twice in perfect coordination. The scar-faced man hurriedly pulled out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and placed them tremblingly in Lin Ping's hand. He was genuinely afraid that if he moved too slowly, Lin Ping would stomp on him again, and he would lose his life. At that moment, the scar-faced man felt like crying. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He used to be the one robbing others of their money, never expecting the tables to turn so drastically. Seeing Lin Ping's cold gaze fixed on him, the flat-nosed man also panicked, fumbling out the few pieces of silver he had, and tossing them to Lin Ping. 2 paupers. Lin Ping toyed with the silver pieces in his hand, and left with the black dog. Hearing this, the scar-faced man and the flat-nosed man nearly spat out blood, lamenting inwardly. "You're the pauper. Your whole family are paupers. A blacksmith shop owner who won't even let go of a few pieces of silver." The flat-nosed man limped over to the scar-faced man. "Brother, that kid is so arrogant. Should we? Damn it, do you have a death wish?" The scar-faced man shifted slightly, leaning against the wall. His chest was soaked with blood, his internal organs aching intensely from the stomp. He grimaced and continued, "This guy is more ruthless than us. We absolutely must not provoke him. Avoid him from now on, got it?" The flat-nosed man nodded. In truth, his earlier words were just angry bluster. He wouldn't dare provoke that demon again. He had been struck by the opponent's hidden weapon before he could even make a move clearly indicating a martial arts expert. He was fierce, not foolish. Brother, that Chen who knew how powerful this guy was, and still sent us here. It's infuriating. How about we? The two exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. They couldn't afford to mess with that ruthless man, but Chen, who had set them up, and that score needed settling. A series of low whistles and thuds echoed in the courtyard. Lin Ping's figure darted and leaped around the yard as he pulled iron pellets from his pocket, shooting them at small figures on sandbags placed in different positions. The ambush in the alley that evening had put him on guard. 2 petty thugs were manageable, but if martial arts experts came, it would be trouble. So he had to quickly master the cloud-soaring steps and the locust stone technique, then earn money to train at a martial arts school. Of course, he wouldn't let someone like Shin Hu off easily. He was an optimistic, cheerful person, but no saint. The big black dog followed Lin Ping, jumping around, still traumatized by the flat-nosed man's threat to stew it. Lin Ping had taught it the cloud-soaring steps too, but its 4-legged hopping looked particularly awkward. An hour later, both man and dog collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Lin Ping focused his mind, and the gray slab appeared in his thoughts. Locust Stone 75500 Mastery. Cloud Soaring Steps 215500 Mastery. Blacksmithing 118200 Small Success. The Locust Stone skill had improved a bit more, judging by its recent effect. Its power had increased. The sandbag figures in the yard were already shredded by the forceful iron pellets. After resting, Lin Ping took a foot-long brocade box from the house, vaulted over the courtyard wall, and headed straight for the residence of Yun Lingyu's old flame. Thump, thump. 2 knocks echoed at the door. Inside the room, mother and daughter exchanged a glance. "Who is it?" There was no response. Mother and daughter cautiously pressed their ears to the door, listening for a moment, before quietly opening it a crack, peeking out to look left and right. "Mother, there's a brocade box on the ground." Hidden in the shadows of the courtyard wall, Lin Ping watched as the woman picked up the box and closed the door before silently slipping away. The brocade box was one he had dug up 2 days ago from a hidden spot outside the city, based on the location Yun Lingyu had drawn. Judging by its weight, it likely contained gold or silver items. As for why Yun Lingyu had secretly buried these things back then, that was beyond his speculation. Through several days of interaction, Lin Ping had grown familiar with the shopkeepers on either side. The old man selling herbs on the left was named Zhou Xingshan, whose medical skills and knowledge of herbs far surpassed old man Zhang of Dania village. On the right, the owner of the Qiuyue winery was surnamed Lu, named Lu Yiyun, with a daughter named Lu Qiuling. From bits and pieces gathered during casual chats, he had confirmed that Lu Yiyun was Yun Linjia's old flame. He also learned from Lu Qiuling that their winery would cease operations at the end of the month. This was because several new wineries had opened in the western and southern parts of the city whose wine was more popular. Additionally, the rising cost of brewing ingredients made it impossible for Qiuyue Winery to continue. Inside the room. "I am well, do not worry. Your husband Lingyu." When Lu Yun opened the brocade box and saw those 2 lines of writing on the coarse paper, her eyes immediately reddened. She frantically threw open the wooden door and rushed into the courtyard searching for that familiar figure. Unfortunately, the courtyard was empty. Back inside, mother and daughter clung tightly to each other, sobbing. "Mother, was that father knocking just now?" Then why won't father see us?" Lu Yun gazed outward as if her keen eyes could pierce the wooden door cut through the night, and glimpsed the figure she yearned for day and night. After a moment of daze, she spoke slowly. "Linger, your father will return one day to live with us. Mother, with all this gold and silver, father said, can our winery continue? This Jiuyue brew is your father's ancestral recipe. We must keep it going until he returns. Mother, I miss father. I miss him too." 5 days later, Chin, who walked out of the blacksmith's shop with a livid face, his teeth aching from the pain of losing 50 taels of silver. 2 hours earlier, Scarface and Flatnose had cornered him in an alley demanding 50 taels in compensation, claiming Chin, who hadn't warned them that their target was a martial arts expert, leaving them severely injured. "Pa can't handle it yourselves and blame me," Chin, who snorted coldly, storming home in the twilight. Just as he turned into another alley, a sack dropped from above, enveloping him completely. "Good sir, spare me." Before he could finish, a rain of punches and kicks rained down upon him. Thump, thump, thump. Ow, ow, ow. Finally, a sharp pain shot through his neck, his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. At the alley's exit, Lin Ping clapped his hands, laughing heartily. "Let's go, Xiaohei, we'll feast on meat and wine." Woof. The big black dog wagged its tail excitedly. After finishing work that evening with nothing else to do, Lin Ping took Xiaohei for a stroll nearby. As luck would have it, he spotted Chen He's figure, informing the elder. Lin Ping felt it was indeed somewhat improper. They say it's better to resolve image. Thinking about how he had opened his shop without first informing the elder, Lin Ping felt it was indeed somewhat improper. They say it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it, and there was no need to make things too tense, so he decided to follow Chen Hu and have a proper talk. He wanted to express his apologies. If the conversation went well, perhaps they could even forge iron together and prosper. After all, in business, harmony brings wealth. The problem was some fellow had left a tattered sack lying in the alley. Well, he might as well show his sincerity. After all, he had a kind heart. So, watching Chen He's figure, he silently picked up the sack and walked over. The next day, at the Chen family blacksmith shop, several blacksmiths saw Chen Hu limping and his face swollen like a pig's head, especially his eyes nearly swollen into slits. They exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Hu, what happened? Did someone beat you?" I got sacked last night." The blacksmiths were shocked, then filled with anger. "Uncle Hu, do you know who was so bold as to strike so harshly? We won't let them off easily." "Humph," Chen Hu snorted coldly. "No need to guess, it must be Scarface and his crew. They also made off with over a dozen taels of silver from me." "Scarface? Didn't they already extort us yesterday? Isn't that enough? These thugs are insatiably greedy. That one extortion was certainly too little for them. Uncle Hu, should we report this to the authorities?" "Report?" Chen Hu glared with his swollen eyes. "Are you fools? What would we say when the officials ask that we hired people to teach someone a lesson and ended up being extorted and beaten? Then should we pay more to find some skilled martial artist to teach that Lin Ping a lesson? Damn it, do you want me dead, or do you think we haven't had enough trouble?" Chen Hu scolded angrily. Then, glancing toward Lin Ping's blacksmith shop, he continued, "Even Scarface is afraid of him. That man is no good person. Don't provoke him from now on, understand?" "Uncle Hu, we understand." "Good. With our family's ancestral blacksmithing skills, the young man won't cause any real waves." After the sack incident, Chen Hu never troubled him again. Lin Ping enjoyed the peace, spending his days taking orders and forging iron with Xiaohei by his side. In his free time, Lin Ping would bring a jug of Jiuyue brew and some snacks to share with Zhou Xingshan, while asking about medicine and herbs. Zhou Xingshan was quite generous. Having no children, and with his wife long past, he had smiled more since Lin Ping arrived. So he held nothing back, teaching Lin Ping everything he knew. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had bought new brewing materials, and was full of renewed vigor. Time flew by and a month passed. Lin Ping's blacksmithing skills advanced to mastery, his shop's business grew, and he began to accumulate some savings. It's time to find a place to learn martial arts. Lin Ping had never forgotten the alley ambush. Whether for personal interest or self-protection, learning martial arts was imperative. Let's go, Xiao Hei! Today we'll take a master and learn martial arts, mastering all the world's techniques to reach the pinnacle of the martial path. Woof! With hope gleaming in their eyes, man and dog dashed toward the martial arts hall. Half a day later, Lin Ping and the big black dog trudged down the street with mournful faces, their eyes hollow and utterly devoid of hope. All of them are shady places. The big black dog's eyes were equally vacant. They had set out brimming with hope, believing the pinnacle of martial arts was within reach, only to be dealt a merciless blow. Lin Ping was dumbfounded. After visiting 10 martial arts schools with the big black dog, they reached a startling conclusion: the schools did teach martial arts, but only some trifling superficial skills, much like lifting weights at a gym in his past life. Even with his proficiency progress bar, there was nothing he could do. It seemed that in this world not only were immortal destinies hard to come by, but learning martial arts was also a struggle. The big black dog looked at Lin Ping with a vacant stare. Was their dream of martial arts chivalry truly over? Xiao Hei, it will come someday. For now, let's head back and focus on forging. In the following 2 months, Lin Ping and Xiao Hei continued to devote themselves to forging each day. In their spare time, Lin Ping studied medicine and herbalism with Zhou Xingshan, gaining much from the old man. The Autumn Moon Brewery also launched a new wine, but business remained sluggish, leaving Lu Yun and her daughter disheartened. As his forging proficiency reached the grand completion stage, Lin Ping's skills grew increasingly refined. Both his speed and quality far surpassed those of other blacksmith shops. Word spread, and the smith's reputation soared. People often came to order custom ironware, and when they saw the finished products, their eyes gleamed with satisfaction, vowing to return. Brother Lin Ping! A loud shout came from outside the shop. A rough man with a wild bushy beard strode in, a long blade in hand. Brother Chow, you're here. Lin Ping grinned in greeting. What kind of blade are you looking to forge this time? I'll set it up perfectly for you. Brother Chow, whose name was Chow Yue, lived up to his name, tall and robust. He was the senior disciple of Xian Yi's sect, a man of great generosity, and a frequent patron of Lin Ping's. He often encouraged his junior brothers and sisters to have their weapons made here. With a clatter, Chow Yu placed his long blade on the counter and said gruffly, 100 identical broadswords. Can you take the job? Ah, a big order. Lin Ping's eyes lit up. He poured a cup of tea for his guest and grinned. Of course, Brother Chow. When do you need them? Chow Yu downed the tea in one gulp, smacked his lips, and chuckled. 2 months. If you can manage it in a month or so, I'll pay extra. Brother Chow, you're being too polite. No need for extra pay. I'll have it all arranged within a month. Ha ha. Refreshing. Chow Yu laughed heartily. Men of the Jianghu appreciated Lin Ping's straightforward nature. Brother Chow, do you have some free time today? I have something I'd like to ask you. No problem, Brother Lin Ping. Speak your mind. If I can help, I will. Chow Yu patted his chest boisterously. Good. Please wait a moment, Brother Chow. With that, Lin Ping quickly stepped out of the smithy. Before long, he returned carrying 2 jugs of wine and some snacks to go with them. With the wine and food ready, Chow Yu didn't stand on ceremony and downed 3 large bowls first. I used to really enjoy this Autumn Moon brew, but now compared to the wine from that shop in the southern city, it falls a bit short. After speaking, he downed another large bowl, belched, and continued. Brother Lin Ping, what's on your mind? Brother Chow, why is it that the martial arts taught in so many schools in the city are all impractical? Chow Yu laughed heartily. Those schools do have good techniques, but they keep them hidden and never pass them on. So you mean even if ordinary people pay, they still can't learn real martial arts? No way. At most, they teach some health-building exercises that are just for show. He paused, looking at Lin Ping with some surprise. Brother Lin Ping, are you thinking of learning martial arts? Yes, just for self-defense. The city may seem peaceful now, but in truth the various sects are secretly stirring with some rogue factions from the Jianghu causing trouble. Having some martial skill for protection is wise. But if you truly want to learn martial arts, Brother Lin Ping, why go to those schools? Join our Xian Yi sect. Brother Chow, I only want to learn enough for self-defense. I still have this smithy to look after. Lin Ping chuckled. Chow Yu nodded understandingly. With such a fine craft to rely on, Brother Lin Ping, there's no need for you to live a life on the edge like us. But for an ordinary person, to learn real martial arts is indeed difficult. Though there are countless martial arts secrets in the world, most are held by the major sects, and they are bound by sectarian prejudices. He changed his tone. However, it's not impossible. Places like the Ghost Market have them. Ghost Market? Lin Ping's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. A sharp glint flashed in Qiao Yu's eyes as he lowered his voice. The Ghost Market opens on every 9th day of the month, and the location changes each time. You need special connections and a token to enter. The things sold there are bizarre, everything under the sun. All kinds of martial arts manuals are mixed in, but most are fakes, inferior goods, incomplete texts, or common techniques copied countless times, all at exorbitant prices. One misstep and you'll be cheated. But genuine ones do exist, though they're mostly incomplete. And the people selling these martial arts manuals are all shrewd. It's hard not to be taken in. With that, Qiao Yu picked up his bowl, took a big gulp to moisten his throat, and continued. Today happens to be the 9th. If you're interested, Brother Lin Ping, I can take you for a look. Great. Thank you, Brother Qiao. It's nothing, Brother Lin Ping. No need to be polite. But whether you can find a true treasure at the Ghost Market depends on your luck. I can't guarantee it. Haha, I've always been lucky. Come, Brother Qiao, let's drink. Drink. Brother Lin Ping, if anyone dares to cause trouble at your smithy, just let me know. Thank you, Brother Qiao. I will. Ha. At dusk, Lin Ping told Xiao He to go back with Lu Qiuling. He then set off with Qiao Yue, who led the way to an inconspicuous stable in the Western Market. They boarded a black carriage and left the city. Inside the carriage, Lin Ping wore a hooded cloak and a black cloth mask, wrapping himself tightly. Beside him sat Qiao Yue, similarly attired. An hour later, the carriage plunged into a patch of night fog and came to a halt on a stretch of barren land. The two alighted and Qiao Yu smiled. Brother Lin Ping, this is the Ghost Market. Lin Ping stared ahead in bewilderment. All he could see was a thick gray mist, nothing else. Brother Qiao, there's nothing here but fog. Haha, don't be impatient, Brother Lin Ping. Just follow me. All right. Half an hour later. As Qiao Yu led Lin Ping through the thick fog, he flashed a token in his hand, then casually tossed 4 taels of silver into a shadowy corner before striding forward. Though Lin Ping sensed an eerie aura permeating the fog, he dared not look around and followed closely behind Qiao Yu. Soon they traversed the entire mist and arrived at the true Ghost Market. Young friend, remember to keep your eyes sharp and handle, understood? Lin Ping nodded. Meet here in 1 hour. After a few parting words, Qiao Yu wandered off on his own. Lin Ping gazed around in curiosity, his mouth gaping wider. This scene utterly stunned him. Damn, a Ghost Market indeed, creepy enough. The entire market was set within a desolate village. Lanterns hung along the village path, their glow unsettling to behold. More strikingly, the lanterns were adorned with red talismans, perfectly amplifying the ghostly atmosphere. Countless stalls lined the roadside. Figures cloaked in hoods and veiled faces shuffled in and out of dilapidated houses. Everyone was wrapped tightly, speaking in hushed tones instinctively. Under the shroud of night fog, it truly resembled a congregation of specters murmuring among themselves. Lin Ping suppressed his excitement and began to stroll leisurely. The roadside stalls offered everything: antiques, weapons, herbs, tattered books, martial arts secrets, dazzling his eyes. He coveted them all, yet on closer inspection, too many flaws rendered them worthless. After browsing the stalls, he headed toward the lantern-lit houses. Qiao Yu had mentioned earlier that the real treasures lay within those houses, though at prices several or tens of times higher. He visited dozens of houses in one go, finding nothing. Passing an alley, Lin Ping halted. At its end stood a relatively intact house, with 2 lanterns hanging at the entrance. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped into the alley. A man wearing a ferocious beast mask sat silently behind a worn square table. What would you like to buy, sir? Any martial arts manuals? Heh. Sir, you've come to the right place. I've got every kind of secret manual here. Before the words faded, the masked man, as if by magic, produced a heap of ancient books and slammed them onto the table with a thud. Lin Ping's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Had this man ransacked the entire martial world for so many manuals? Otherwise, where did they come from? Thus fakes abounded. He had expected counterfeits at the stalls, but this house was even more absurd. Seeing Lin Ping unmoved, the masked man forced a smile. Sir, don't let the worn covers fool you. Each one is genuine, unlike those street charlatans. With that, he swiftly spread the books across the table. Lin Ping scanned them, frowning in disappointment. These were indeed real, but no different from the routines taught at city martial arts schools. Useless to him.
Is that all? You want something better, sir?
Of course. The masked man chuckled, and like a magician produced a thin thread-bound book from nowhere. Lin Ping's pupils contracted.
Hammer techniques.
The worn cover bore 3 crooked characters.
Tempest hammer.
Truth be told, seeing a hammer-based martial art stirred his interest. After all, he wielded a heavy iron hammer daily. Mastering a hammer technique would be splendid. With the great iron hammer in hand, who in the world could stand against him? The thought was exhilarating. The masked man clearly read the eagerness on Lin Ping's face. He smirked.
Sir, the Tempest Hammer is the legendary manual of the Thunder God Sect from a century ago. The sect vanished overnight, and we only unearthed this in a ruin days ago, truly rare.
Lin Ping's lips twitched.
If it's so renowned, why not auction it?
The masked man replied unflinchingly.
To be honest, it's incomplete.
Lin Ping understood.
May I see the contents? Of course, but only the first 2 pages. However,
the man added,
I must warn you, if you accidentally flip to the 3rd page and glimpse the core, you'll have to buy it.
Though it sounded like coercion, Lin Ping couldn't argue.
I'll just look at the first 2 pages. As you wish, sir.
Lin Ping nodded, opened the first page, and began reading intently. Even with only 2 pages, he was thrilled. If authentic, this technique was monstrously powerful, almost heaven-defying. But mastering it was no easy feat for ordinary people, especially with the incomplete version, nearly impossible. Yet such concerns didn't faze him. With a gray stone slab, anything could be achieved through relentless effort.
Price?
The masked man raised 2 fingers.
2,000 taels.
Lin Ping turned to leave. The price was clearly a ripoff. Startled by Lin Ping's swift departure, the man called out,
Sir, if you truly fancy it, make a counteroffer. 100 taels.
The man blinked.
Sir, this is a peerless top-tier manual, a unique copy. I'll give it to you for 1,000. 90 taels.
Lin Ping wasn't fooled. Chow Yu had warned him that even genuine items in the ghost market would be copied countless times and sold at inflated prices. The masked man was dumbfounded. How was the price dropping?
Sir, that's not fair. Since you're fated with this manual, take it for 500. 80 taels. Say another word and it's 70.
This was a tough customer. The man gritted his teeth.
Fine, 80 taels.
Money and goods exchanged. Lin Ping pocketed the manual and walked off. A masked figure emerged from the back room.
Heh. Another fool taken in. Pity, should have taken the 100 taels. Lost 20. Don't fret, brother. We've dozens more copies. Each sale is pure profit. True, but fewer fools fall for it these past 2 months. Huh. Since we found it 2 years ago, we've sold over 200 copies. Has anyone truly mastered it? Those who fail spread the word, and soon no one wants to buy.
The masked man sighed regretfully.
The Tempest Hammer was the Thunder God Sect's ultimate art, unrivaled in its time. A single strike was invincible. But it vanished overnight a century ago, its legacy lost. This incomplete version is impossible to master. Indeed, we brothers practiced it for a year without even grasping the basics. This art may be doomed to oblivion.
The next morning at dawn, as soon as he entered the city, Lin Ping rushed back to his dwelling, pulled out the Tempest Hammer, and studied it meticulously with his dog.
Shall he see? This is true martial mastery, nothing like those common street techniques.
Woof. Woof. The big black dog's eyes widened as it nudged him in agreement. Through study, Lin Ping learned that the Tempest Hammer was a hammer technique with 12 forms. Regrettably, the manual was incomplete. The last 9 forms were missing, and even the first 3 forms and body tempering method were fragmentary. Only the first 2 pages were intact.
No wonder he only let me see 2 pages. Every merchant's a crook.
Yet this worked in his favor. If it were more complete, such a treasure would never have come to him. It would have been snatched up long ago. Was the creator of the Tempest Hammer a blacksmith? The entire manual read like forging instructions. If so, this was perfect. He might lack other skills, but forging was his forte.
Shall hey, let's go forge.
Woof. Woof. Clang. Clang. The rhythmic sound of hammering resonated throughout the blacksmith shop. Lin Ping adjusted his forging posture according to the manual, awkwardly striking down with each hammer again and again. Originally, Lin Ping's blacksmithing skills had already reached a proficient level, but this sudden adjustment made him feel most of his muscles being pulled and tightened. Before long he felt his shoulders ache and his legs sore. However, he did not mind it much, nor did he feel discouraged. What was there to fear? The key was to put in hard work. As time passed, after a quarter of an hour, he felt the sensation of the hammering becoming increasingly pleasant, as if he had begun to get accustomed to the new posture, no longer feeling as awkward as at the start. An hour later, with each downward strike, he began to consciously control the height difference of the hammer's swing, forming a rhythm that was both varied and harmonious. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The progress in his blacksmithing proficiency, which had been slow, surprisingly accelerated a bit. Like before, when proficiency in blacksmithing reached a high level, it could take quite a while to gain even a small increase, but just now, with a dozen clangs, he had gained 1 point of proficiency. Lin Ping stopped, and with a thought, the gray stone board materialized. Blacksmithing 50400 proficient. Incredible, just like this, I increased by 3 points of proficiency. It seemed that the hammer techniques used in the storm hammer were more suitable for blacksmithing, meaning the manual was indeed genuine and his direction was not wrong. Next he would proceed as usual. Little Black, wash up and eat. Woof. Woof. The big black dog wagged its tail excitedly. Mealtime was always its happiest moment. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Ping began to forge again. The great hammer fell continuously, and the sound of clanging filled the air. The big black dog was furiously pushing and pulling the bellows, making a loud noise. Various sounds blended together, creating a joyous and uplifting melody in the blacksmith shop. Lu Qiuling was no longer sleepy. Old Man Zhou laughed, his face filled with wrinkles. Everything was so harmonious. Half an hour later. Oh! Lin Ping sensed something and stopped. With a thought, the gray stone board appeared in his mind. Storm Hammer 1100 entry level. The gray stone board displayed a prompt indicating he had entered the entry level of the Storm Hammer. Upon seeing the 2 words entry level, he jumped up in excitement. Ha ha! Lin Ping laughed heartily. I have succeeded in my path. Woof woof! The big black dog grinned and nudged him, wondering why he was so happy. Lin Ping excitedly patted the dog's head. Little Black, I've mastered the Storm Hammer. Woof! The big black dog looked a bit dumbfounded. So soon? Are you kidding me? I'm a martial arts genius, you know. It's just a simple hammer technique easily grasped. Woof! Woof! The big black dog excitedly wagged its tail, spinning around in circles, then nudged his foot with its head. The master is indeed impressive. He has entered the entry level just like that. Thank you, Little Black. Lin Ping then carefully sensed his body. It felt as if there was a powerful force quietly lying in wait within him. That feeling was akin to a volcano lying dormant inside him. Wonderful. Truly, the formidable technique brought about such significant changes right at the entry level. Once he reached proficiency, wouldn't he possess strength like an ox? No, it should be much more than that. With that thought in mind, he excitedly lifted the hammer and shouted, Little Black, ignite the fire. Woof! The big black dog was thrilled by Lin Ping's swift mastery of the Storm Hammer. Its paws seemed to possess endless energy, as it frantically pushed and pulled the bellows, causing the temperature in the entire blacksmith shop to soar. Clang! Clang! The rhythmic sound of hammering rang out once more. Lin Ping had no other thoughts. The key was simply to put in hard work. Another hour passed. When the proficiency of the Storm Hammer reached 10 points, something miraculous happened again. Subtle insights began to arise from his heart, allowing him to clearly feel how to improve his posture, to better utilize clever techniques to forge and strengthen his body. Indeed, as proficiency increased, it felt like being struck by a flying stone, bringing him real insights. Incredible gray stone board, I love you. In this way, the incomplete parts of the Storm Hammer would surely be perfected with the continuous increase in proficiency, just as he had imagined. It also confirmed his suspicion that the great master who created the Storm Hammer martial arts must have come from a blacksmithing background. After hammering for another quarter of an hour, Lin Ping finally stopped, utterly exhausted, and his stomach began to rumble, as if he could eat a whole cow. He had a distinct feeling that, after entering the Storm Hammer's entry level, his body seemed to urgently need energy replenishment. It seemed this was also part of strengthening the body. Little Black, we're done for today. Let's have a feast tonight. Woof woof. Upon hearing about the feast, the big black dog's eyes lit up instantly, and it nudged Lin Ping, eagerly urging him to hurry. Ha ha. Lin Ping laughed heartily, called out to Lu Qiuling, and then headed toward the meat and vegetable market with the big black dog. An hour later, various savory aromas wafted from the courtyard of the Qingji Pavilion, making one's mouth water. Lin Ping spent a considerable amount of money to carry back half a wild boar and a large fat fish. The wild boar was prepared in 3 ways: crystal elbow, braised, and barbecued, while the large fat fish was steamed. In addition, there were 2 servings of cold mixed vegetables, which were grown in the backyard. With the enhancement of the gray stone board, his cooking skills progressed rapidly, rivaling that of a 5-star chef from his past life.
Delicious. Brother Lin Ping, this meat you grilled is so good.
Lu Qiuling took a big bite of the roasted meat with honey stretched into strands, glistening, the meat golden and fragrant, melting in her mouth, causing her to exclaim about the earthly delicacies that were fragrant yet not greasy, tender yet not gamey. Meanwhile, the big black dog let out a couple of low barks, happily holding a roasted leg of wild boar, its eyes revealing a satisfied expression. The moonlight was bright, the gentle breeze blew, and the firelight flickered. The 3 of them chatted and ate, with the occasional bark of the dog creating a warm scene that quietly unfolded under the night sky. Lu Yun delicately nibbled on the roasted meat, her posture very elegant. She looked at her daughter and Lin Ping, who were laughing and chatting, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. To be honest, she felt that her daughter hadn't shown such a lovely smile for a long time. Although Lu Yun had some faint suspicions in her heart, she said nothing. As long as her daughter was happy, that was enough.
Auntie, I am very interested in brewing wine and would like to learn from you.
Lu Yun smiled slightly and said,
If you want to learn, Auntie will teach you. Thank you, Auntie.
The next day, Lin Ping, accompanied by his big black dog, opened his shop for blacksmithing as usual. With the continuous fall of the hammer, the number on the gray slate representing proficiency changed from time to time. Each change brought him new insights into the hammer technique, allowing him to adjust the angle and force of his strikes, perfectly landing precisely on the ironware. Meanwhile, as his proficiency in the storm hammer increased, the formidable power within him was no longer just a sensation, but a tangible reality. It flowed like a warm current through his body, traveling to his limbs and bones, nourishing his skin, tendons, bones, and internal organs. It felt as if they were being silently hammered over and over, slowly enhancing his physical strength. Sensing these subtle changes, Lin Ping grew even more exhilarated, swinging his hammer with wild abandon. Even the big black dog pulling the bellows felt his passion. Its paws worked furiously, and under the scorching heat its tongue nearly dragged on the ground. Half a day later, Lin Ping collapsed into a chair, exhausted and panting. The big black dog also lay on its belly, breathing heavily. After resting a while, Lin Ping willed it, and the gray slate appeared. Blacksmithing 65400 Mastery. Storm Hammer 15100 Initiation. Seeing the changes in these numbers, he was thrilled. In one morning, he had increased the Storm Hammer by 5 points, estimating it would take about 10 days to reach 100. He wondered how strong his body would become once the Storm Hammer reached minor completion. Filled with anticipation, he wished he could grab the hammer and grind day and night. But that was just a wish, as he was now starving.
Xiao Hei, time to eat.
Woof! After a hearty meal during the noon break, Lin Ping learned the art of brewing from Lu Yun. She explained in great detail, and he listened with utmost seriousness. Soon Lin Ping began applying what he learned. The gray slate played a powerful role. After just a few attempts, he gained proficiency, and then entered the initiation stage. His entire process was skillful, as if he had brewed before. Lu Yun, standing by, was astonished. After a long pause, she finally said,
Have you learned brewing before? No, it's all because of your excellent teaching, Aunt, that I learned so quickly. You seem to have a great talent for brewing. Haha, maybe it's because I love drinking.
In the days that followed, Lin Ping filled his schedule to the brim. During the day, he practiced blacksmithing the storm hammer and brewing. At night, he continued honing the storm hammer techniques, cloud steps, and flying stones. As time passed, he felt himself changing every day. Every time he swung the hammer, the warm current inside him seemed to grow stronger, continuously forging his skin, tendons, bones, and internal organs, making his body increasingly robust. As the storm hammer proficiency increased, his strength grew, and he gained better control over his power. In this state, he could sustain blacksmithing for longer periods, greatly improving his craftsmanship in both quality and efficiency. On the 7th day, his brewing proficiency reached minor completion. His techniques resembled those of a seasoned master, astonishing Lu Yun and her daughter, who praised him as a genius. On the 25th day his storm hammer reached minor completion. His blood and chi surged, his skin became tough as leather, his strength rivaled that of an ox, his body grew more robust, his abdominal muscles became visible, and his appetite was astonishing. After reaching minor completion in the storm hammer, he gained new insights, understanding the importance of meat and medicinal baths for body forging. From then on, Lin Ping readjusted his daily schedule. In the morning he forged and brewed. In the afternoon, he took Xiao He into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs. With his current speed and skill, he could easily handle the orders at hand. He was familiar with the mountains outside the city, having occasionally gone herb gathering with Zhou Xingshan. He had learned hunting from the village chief in Dania village, and often went with hunters, his skills nearly reaching mastery. The Silver Moon mountain range, with its main peak towering into the clouds, its summit unseen, and countless side peaks standing like carved blades, stretched endlessly, winding like a slumbering ancient beast, inspiring awe. On a mountain path Lin Ping carried a bamboo basket, a large iron hammer, and a small pickaxe, leading Xiao He as they searched for herbs and signs of prey. Why bring a large iron hammer up the mountain? Because it felt handy. Even on the outskirts of the Silver Moon mountain range, large beasts often appeared, so caution was necessary.
Xiao He, keep your eyes sharp. Who knows, we might get lucky and find a legendary spiritual herb of the immortals. That would be a jackpot. Woof. Woof.
The big black dog nodded and ran around. It had learned much from Lin Ping and Zhou Xingshan, recognizing many herbs at a glance, often more efficiently than Lin Ping. This made it so excited that it couldn't help but howl like a wild wolf through the mountains.
Xiao He, damn it, stop howling.
Lin Ping looked around nervously and continued.
This is still the edge. If we attract a beast from deeper within, we're done for. Even if it's just a large beast, we can't handle it. Woof.
The big black dog barked in acknowledgement. But it seemed too late.
Roar.
A fierce tiger's roar echoed through the forest, startling countless birds. Then bushes fell, the ground trembled, and a massive tiger with raised eyes pounced out.
Crap, Xiao He, run.
Lin Ping panicked, his heart racing, and bolted forward with the dog. The tiger showed a sinister grin, enjoying prey it had frightened.
Roar.
It let out a mighty roar and chased after them with incredible speed.
Xiao He, damn it, look what you've done with your howling. Woof. Woof.
The big black dog stuck out its tongue, looking wrong, not knowing its howl would summon such a beast.
Woof.
A dull thud echoed. In that moment of distraction, the running dog crashed headfirst into a protruding rock, flipping backward and tumbling toward the cliff edge. Startled, they had fled in panic and taken the wrong path, ending up on a dead end, a bottomless precipice ahead, and a ferocious tiger in pursuit behind the cliff. Startled, they had fled in panic and taken the wrong path, ending up on a dead end, a bottomless precipice ahead, and a ferocious tiger in pursuit behind.
Little Black, are you all right?
Lin Ping held the big black dog, anxiously checking its head.
Woof.
The dog nuzzled his hand, signaling it was just a bit dizzy and mostly fine.
Roar.
A deafening tiger's roar erupted behind them as the massive wide-eyed tiger closed in. Its gaping maw revealed gleaming fangs, saliva splattering, a gleam of excitement in its cold eyes. Its robust limbs, like iron pillars, lightly pawed the ground as it circled its prey, seeking the perfect angle to pounce.
Little Black, we're really done for this time.
Lin Ping trembled, clutching the dog's head. The big black dog lay flat on its belly, pupils contracted to pinpricks, shaking so violently it couldn't stand. Seeing its prey utterly terrified under its might, the tiger's vigilance eased. Its bloodthirsty nature surfaced, a cruel glint shining in its eyes.
Roar!
The tiger lunged at Lin Ping, claws unsheathing like gleaming blades with a sharp swift, but in that instant its expression shifted. It saw that the prey, once trembling in fear, no longer seemed afraid. A slight smirk curled at the corner of its mouth, and a flicker of mockery flashed in its eyes. Even the big black dog's mouth had somehow parted as if in a sneer. Sensing the danger, the tiger's eyes filled with terror, and it wanted to flee, but mid-pounce, it was impossible.
Tiger, take my hammer!
Before the words faded, Lin Ping crouched on the ground, sprang up. The large iron hammer slid from his back into his hand, turning into a blur, as it smashed down onto the tiger's nose with the force of striking iron. Swift, precise, and ruthless, a seamless motion. With a dull thud, the tiger's massive body crashed to the ground, a gaping hole in its nose, gushing blood. It was dead beyond any doubt. In Lin Ping's mind, the health bar of the tiger on the gray slate cleared and turned gray.
"Ah, is that it? Weren't you roaring so fiercely just now? Scared me half to death. Woof. Woof."
The big black dog's paws rained down on the tiger's body. "Scare me, will you? Bark at me."
"Go on, bark. Why don't you bark now?"
After a frenzy of beating the corpse, Lin Ping laughed heartily.
"Little Black, let's go back, set up the pot, boil water, and feast." Woof woof.
After tasting the benefits of beast meat and medicinal baths for body tempering, Lin Ping took Little Black into the mountains every afternoon to gather herbs and hunt. Nourished by ample beast meat and medicinal baths, his physique grew increasingly formidable. Little Black also thrived, its frame growing larger and more imposing, its fur jet black and glossy. With a bound it could leap high, its powerful paws pumping the bellows like a roaring storm. Time slipped by in the daily bustle, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. His brewing skills had reached near perfection, like a master vintner. With a glance, he could judge the quality of ingredients, with a sniff he knew the wine's character. He possessed a unique insight for refining recipes. Under his improvements, the Autumn Moon brewing formula began producing new wine. Chow Yu's 100 broadswords were also completed on schedule.
Ha.
Chow Yu arrived with laughter, 2 junior apprentices in tow.
"Brother Chow, you're here."
Lin Ping greeted with a smile, then brought out the finished swords for inspection.
"Brother Lin, these swords far exceed my expectations. Your craftsmanship has truly improved. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Chow."
After loading all 100 swords onto the cart, Chow Yu said,
"Brother Lin, I'll take my leave now. When I have free time, I'll come by for a drink. I'll be waiting, Brother Chow."
Lin Ping's gaze fell on the big black dog.
"Little Black, see Brother Chow off." Woof. Woof.
The dog stood up grinning.
Ha. What a clever dog. Thank you, Little Black."
Chow Yu laughed heartily, as he and his apprentices drove the cart away. Inside the shop, the man and the dog excitedly counted the pile of gleaming silver, their eyes narrowing into crescents. In the quiet courtyard, the sound of wind whistled incessantly. After a hearty dinner of wild boar, Lin Ping stripped to the waist and began practicing the storm hammer techniques. Though only the first 3 moves were available, it didn't dampen his spirits. His goal was to repetitively drill these 3 moves, steadily increasing his proficiency and gaining deeper insights. With the gray slate's enhancement, this formed a virtuous cycle. Repetition led to mastery, mastery boosted proficiency, proficiency sparked understanding, and understanding further deepened mastery, progressing until perfection. In other words, the incomplete hammer technique was no obstacle. As his proficiency grew, his insights would deepen, eventually restoring the entire art. Boom, boom, boom. He gripped a large iron hammer, swinging it relentlessly in the storm hammer's patterns. With each swing, the latent power within him erupted like a volcano, filling him with inexhaustible strength. Under this terrifying force, every heavy strike seemed to shatter the very air. Lin Ping finally understood why the storm hammer felt so akin to forging iron. After a quarter of an hour, with a clang, the hammer fell to the ground. Exhausted, Lin Ping collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, beads of sweat pouring down like rain.
Woof. Woof.
Little Black nudged his foot, its eyes full of concern. Lin Ping smiled and patted its head.
"I'm fine, just tired from the hammering."
Despite the fatigue, seeing his proficiency rise daily filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. Honestly, most martial artists of the Jianghu would likely crumble under a single blow from his hammer now. The storm hammer could be called a violent art, a fusion of power and skill. One strike and none could stand against it. Yet practicing it was immensely draining, and soon he felt ravenous again. After wolfing down a roasted pork leg, he picked up the hammer once more. Grinding was the only way. Tonight, he had to push the hammer technique further. There would be no sleep otherwise.
Woof. Woof.
The big black dog responded twice. Lin Ping picked up the iron hammer from the ground once again. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ever since mastering the storm hammer, Lin Ping had become even more driven in his relentless efforts. After half an hour, Lin Ping collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Though weary, when he glimpsed the line of text in his mind, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Storm Hammer 65200 minor completion. In just half an hour, the proficiency of the Storm Hammer had increased by 4 points. This tangible progress made him almost addicted. But for now, he could push no further. His whole body was steaming, making it the perfect time to soak in a medicinal bath for body refinement. He poured the boiled medicinal liquid from the cauldron into 2 large wooden barrels and moved them into the courtyard. Lin Ping quickly stripped off his clothes and immersed himself in one of the barrels. Instantly a rich fragrance of herbs assailed his nostrils, and his exhausted body began to frantically absorb the essence within the medicinal liquid. With each absorption it felt as if countless flames were burning inside him, a sharp piercing pain spreading throughout his body, causing veins to bulge on his forehead, and sweat to seep from every pore. Lin Ping clenched his teeth in silence, knowing that the essence of the medicine was tempering his flesh, allowing every inch of his sinews, bones, and muscles to undergo a constant transformation. Woof! Woof! The big black dog also soaked in the other barrel, the stinging sensation from absorbing the medicine causing it to yelp uncontrollably from time to time. This sight made Lin Ping chuckle.
Xiao Hei, can you handle it? If not, get out quickly and stop wasting the precious herbs.
Woof! Woof! The big black dog bared its teeth and glared.
I am the Black Emperor, a little pain is nothing. Even if this barrel were an active volcano, I'd dare to jump in.
Hearing this, Lin Ping's lips twitched uncontrollably.
Xiao Hei, you bastard, do you even need a draft when you brag? With just this bit of medicine you're yelping in pain, yet you dare boast about jumping into a volcano. Who gave you the nerve to say such things?
Woof! The big black dog barked back in defiance.
Don't believe me. Let's find a volcano someday to test it. Whoever doesn't jump is a dog.
Lin Ping was speechless.
Are you trying to play tricks on me?
Woof woof. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap. 2 months passed, and it was the end of the year. Snowflakes drifted, covering the city in a blanket of silver. Lin Ping's blacksmithing skills had reached perfection, entering a state of meticulous precision. His control over strength was masterful. Every hammer strike landed with power entirely within his grasp, easily managed. Because of this, his blacksmith shop became increasingly prosperous. Various martial sects near the Silver Moon City all sought him out to customize their weapons. Yet no matter how skilled Lin Ping was, or how fast he forged, he simply couldn't keep up with the demand. Thus he posted a notice outside his shop: only 10 orders per day, and only the first 10 in line. As soon as the notice was posted, everyone became anxious, forming long queues outside the blacksmith's shop early each morning. This peculiar phenomenon left Lin Ping utterly stunned. He never imagined that such a simple trade as blacksmithing could be so sought after. Indeed, as long as one masters a skill, one will never starve. Of course, his past life was an exception. In his previous life, the competition was too fierce, so intense, that no matter how skilled you were in any field, it was useless. Because people not only looked at your ability, but also at your price. This phenomenon didn't exist in this foreign continent. As long as your work was good, the price was negotiable. If your work was poor, no one would hire you, no matter how low the price. Especially for the swords and blades of martial artists. If the craftsmanship was subpar, it wasn't a matter of money, but a matter of life and death. Thus they were willing to pay a higher price for their weapons rather than risk entrusting them to mediocre blacksmiths. This was the reason for Lin Ping's booming business. Additionally, through his relentless day and night efforts, the storm hammer had finally reached great completion. After reaching great completion, the warm current within his body noticeably intensified, gradually transforming into a fiery dragon that roared and surged within him, forging the strength of his physique. Moreover, the new wine made from the improved autumn moon brew had been launched a few days ago. Its smooth, mellow, and rich flavor was immensely popular, with daily sales thriving. Many customers returned for more after tasting it, and taverns and inns began placing bulk orders. This delighted Lu Yun and her daughter, their furrowed brows relaxing as they smiled incessantly every day.
Brother Lin Ping, let's go to the Lantern Festival.
Lu Quling's silvery voice rang in his ears, pulling Lin Ping back from his thoughts.
All right.
He nodded. Unknowingly, several months had passed since he arrived in Silver Moon City, and at this year's end it was time to relax. The Lantern Festival was a tradition in Silver Moon City. On the last day of the year, every street and alley was adorned with lanterns of various colors. On the main road, the authorities organized several areas for lantern riddles, adding a festive touch to the arrival of the new year. After dinner, the townsfolk poured out to enjoy the Lantern Festival, creating a bustling scene. Lin Ping, along with Xiao Hei and Lu Qiuling, mingled in the crowd, eating candied hawthorns while gazing around, looking utterly captivated. Street vendors hawked their wares with loud cries, while acrobats performed dazzling tricks, drawing cheers from the onlookers, who occasionally tossed copper coins. Lin Ping, Xiaohei, and Lu Qiuling would occasionally stop to watch from the sidelines, cheering along with the crowd, and finally toss a few copper coins, earning heartfelt thanks from the performers. This excited Xiaohei so much that it barked wildly, nearly grabbing Lin Ping's money pouch to toss it over, but Lin Ping was quick enough to stop it. Soon the trio reached the riverside, where the atmosphere was lively. Painted boats glided slowly on the river, and people on the shore held wish lanterns, writing their hopes for the new year before gently releasing them into the sky.
Brother Lin Ping, let's go release wish lanterns too.
Lu Qiuling looked up at the sky full of lanterns, a smile on her lips.
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog barked twice, clearly wanting to release one too. It had plenty of wishes in its heart.
All right.
Lin Ping bought 3 wish lanterns and led them to a less crowded spot by the river. The big black dog excitedly picked up a piece of charcoal with its mouth and scribbled crookedly on the lantern. Lin Ping had taught it, so it knew how to write. Lin Ping began writing as well, then casually glanced at the lantern in Lu Qiuling's hand.
What
is this she's written?
I hope to be with Brother Lin Ping forever.
Lin Ping's heart jolted violently. He dared not read the rest of Lu Qiuling's words, fearing that seeing them in full would disturb his dull heart of blacksmithing. Hastily he shifted his gaze to the big black dog's prayer lantern.
This.
His heart trembled once more.
Damn it, did you two, a man and a dog, plan this together?
Lin Ping cast a deep glance at the big black dog. Then the 3 prayer lanterns slowly ascended, merging into the myriad of lights above, drifting away until they gradually vanished.
Woof!
The big black dog nudged Lin Ping. Lu Qiuling's beautiful eyes turned toward him, a faint blush creeping across her delicate cheeks.
Ahem. Ahem.
Lin Ping coughed twice in haste, then patted the dog's head with a smile.
Little black, don't nudge. A wish won't come true if you say it aloud.
Woof! The big black dog was startled, relieved it hadn't spoken. Afterward the two and the dog continued strolling along the riverbank. After the Lantern Festival, another month passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was overcast today. Though the first month had passed, the chill lingered. After finishing his blacksmithing at noon, the man and his dog sat down to eat in the smithy. With a clatter, a vegetable basin fell and shattered into pieces. For some reason his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just as he was about to mutter a phrase for peace, the noise outside drew his gaze. Several hunters talking loudly opened the door of the herbal medicine shop and carried Old Man Zhou inside. Seeing this, Lin Ping's heart tightened, and he hurried over. After learning the details, he found out that old Zhou had gone into the mountains early that morning to gather herbs, slipped and fallen into a deep ravine. He wasn't discovered until several hunters passed by later. Once the hunters left, he quickly examined Zhou Xingshan's injuries.
How is he?
Lu Yun and her daughter, drawn by the commotion, approached and asked with concern.
It's nothing. A dose of medicine will set him right.
Yet as he spoke, Lin Ping's eyes glazed over slightly, and his voice was somewhat low. His medical skill now surpassed Zhou Xingshan's. A single touch on the pulse told him the old man's life force had already been severed.
Ahem. Ahem.
Zhou Xingshan coughed twice, opening his clouded eyes. Breathing weakly, he said,
Lin Ping, lad, don't comfort me. I know my own condition. Old Zhou, don't say such disheartening things. You're in good health. A few days of rest will see you well.
Lin Ping gently held his withered hand, forcing a smile.
Ha ha, in all my life I've had no children. After my wife passed, I roamed the world alone until I came to this Silver Moon City, hoping to spend my remaining years in peace. Little did I expect to meet an interesting young fellow like you in my old age. Thank you. These past months with you and Little Black keeping me company over a few drinks, I've been truly joyful. I've taught you all I know, and I have no regrets.
From now on, this shop is yours. Do with it as you will, old Zhou. Zhou Xingshan waved his hand, cutting Lin Ping off.
I was hoping to drink your wedding tea, but it seems that chance has passed me by.
As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lu Qiuling.
Old Zhou, you'll get to drink it. Don't overthink it.
Lu Qiuling comforted him.
Rest easy and heal, old Zhou. I'll be fine.
Lu Yun said softly.
Woof.
The big black dog nudged his hand. Zhou Xingshan patted the dog's head kindly and chuckled.
And what a spirited dog.
Everyone meets their end. Don't console this old man. As he finished, his clouded eyes seemed to brighten, and his face flushed with color. He looked at Lin Ping, the big black dog, Lu Yun, and Lu Qiuling, as if trying to etch this beautiful scene deep into his memory.
Go on about your business. Let me rest a while. Woof. Brother Lin Ping, let's prepare the medicine. All right.
Not wanting to shatter her illusion too soon, Lin Ping began brewing the medicine in the smithy. The big black dog tended the fire with diligence. Old Joe had taught it, and Lin Ping much about herbs, and it didn't want to see him die. The next day snowflakes drifted, and the wind was biting cold. On the street Lin Ping pulled a cart bearing a fine coffin. The big black dog wore a bell, and behind them walked Lu Yun and Lu Qiuling. The three and the dog slowly made their way out of the city. Zhou Xingshan had not survived. He passed peacefully. Lin Ping found a feng shui site to bury the old man, inscribing on the tombstone,
"Beloved Master, Zhou Xingshan's grave."
Snowflakes fell, yellow paper flew everywhere, and the sound of swana horns and bells rose, like a mournful dirge enveloping the entire world. Lu Yun and her daughter had left, leaving only the man and the dog sitting before the fresh mound steeped in solitude. After a long silence, he opened the wine gourd in his hand and poured it before the tombstone. The wine flowed, fell upon the ground, and seeped into the earth. Only when the autumn moon brew and the gourd had run dry did Lin Ping slowly come to his senses. He had been in this other world for nearly a year, encountering not a few villains nor a few good people. In the volcanic crater, Yunlingyu had taught him the cloud-stepping art with ulterior motives, yet treated him sincerely. In Dania village, it was like a paradise amidst chaos. The villagers were all simple and uncontentious, and it was the most peaceful time he had ever known. In Silver Moon City, Lu Yun and her daughter treated him, a stranger, with courtesy, and often advised him on city matters. Chao Yu was forthright, and regarded him as a friend. Zhou Xingshan taught him medicine and pharmacology, treating him like his own. Yet in the blink of an eye they were separated by the veil of death. Lin Ping shook his head helplessly, and spoke slowly to the lonely grave.
"Old Zhou, though I excel in many skills, it's a pity I never learned the immortal arts. With such divine methods, why would you have had to leave so soon?"
Though he knew some things in life cannot be forced, he felt a growing frustration. With his progress bar, cultivating immortality shouldn't be a problem, yet he had been unable to encounter that immortal fate. Was there truly a barrier between mortal and immortal? But all those cultivators, where did they come from?
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog drooped its head, letting out low whines.
"Little Black, don't look back. We're still young, and the road ahead is long. Life always teaches us to grow through various partings. You'll understand in time."
After offering incense and bowing, the man and the dog slowly walked back toward the city amidst the swirling snowflakes, their silhouettes gradually fading in the twilight. Only the fresh mound lay in the wilderness, slowly covered by snow, turning into a sheet of silver. 2 months later the sun shone brightly, the sky was clear as if filtered of all impurities, and not a cloud was in sight.
"Fine wine."
Inside the smithy, Chao Yu downed a large bowl of autumn moon brew, wiped his mouth, and praised it heartily.
"I hear this autumn moon brew is the result of much effort by the landlady to improve it. Truly excellent,"
Lin Ping said with a smile.
Chao Yu nodded. "Brother Chao, do you know why so many martial artists have suddenly appeared in the city these past 2 days? They've come for the immortal tomb." "An immortal tomb?"
Lin Ping suppressed his pounding heart and looked at Chao Yu with curiosity.
"Brother Chao, tell me, what is this all about?"
Chao Yu spoke leisurely.
2 days ago a hunter was hunting in the Silver Moon Mountains when a dragon turned over the earth, and he saw a radiant light burst forth. As soon as this news spread, it caused a stir in the ghost market. Everyone believed it might be the tomb of an immortal, and most likely a chi refining immortal at that. Perhaps the tomb even contains the methods of immortality. The dragon's turning exposed the entrance, leading to the strange phenomenon of immortal light. Isn't that why all these Jianghu warriors have come swarming like sharks to blood? In truth, the warriors appearing in this city are merely small fry. The real excitement is in the Silver Moon Mountains now. It's said that many reclusive old monsters from various sects have emerged and are searching the mountains for the immortal tomb, hoping to step onto the path of immortality." "Searching? Didn't a hunter see it?"
Lin Ping asked, puzzled. Chao Yu took a bite of food and chuckled.
"That hunter only saw the radiant light. In his panic, he was attacked by a wild beast. By the time he fled home, he was gasping his last breath. So no one knows the exact location of the immortal tomb. No one knows the true vastness of the Silver Moon Mountains. Finding the exact location of that tomb is like searching for a needle in a haystack. No easy task. And even if it's found, it will likely trigger a bloodbath, with countless lives lost.
With that he picked up his bowl, and gulped down the wine, wiped his mouth, and let out a sigh.
Our Xian sect under the sect leader's command has dispatched all its members to the Silver Moon Mountains. I took this opportunity to bid you farewell, brother Lin Ping, and to inform you of something.
What is it?
Rumor has it that the border region between our Yin Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom is thick with tension. It could very well spark a massive war. The Silver Moon City will certainly feel the tremors. You should prepare in advance. Thank you for the warning, Brother Chow. Brother Lin Ping, once this matter is settled, if I can return, we shall savor this fine wine together again. Brother Chow, you are a good man. Heaven protects the good. Ha.
Chow Yu laughed heartily as he stepped out of the blacksmith's shop.
Lin Ping'll take your kind words. When I return, we'll drink until we're drunk. Brother Chow, I'll have the wine ready for you at the forge.
Watching Chow Yu's figure fade into the distance, Lin Ping focused his mind, and the gray stone slab materialized in his thoughts. Flying Stone 500500 Mastery. Cloud Treading Steps 500500 Mastery. Storm Hammer 330500 Mastery. His hammer technique had reached perfection. The massive iron hammer he used for practice felt weightless in his hands. The storm it stirred with each swing could repel ordinary people, its power truly terrifying.
Xiao Hei, I need to go out. Go play with Xiao Ling. Woof. Woof.
The large black dog nudged his foot.
Don't worry, he'll return safely.
After the dog left, he grabbed a large pouch of iron pellets, closed the forge, greeted Lu Qiuling, and hurried toward the Qingju Pavilion. Having trained in martial arts for so long, this was the immortal opportunity he had been waiting for. He had to seize it no matter what. With his storm hammer at perfection, few could withstand him. Silver Moon Mountains. On a massive tree, a figure clad in a ghillie suit crouched among the dense leaves, peering around warily. Out in the wild, safety came first. One must vie for the immortal fate, but also protect one's own life.
So many people.
Lin Ping had only been crouching in the tree for a short while when he saw team after team of experts from various major sects passing beneath. Their conversations were all about the immortal tomb, as if the method of immortality was right before them, beckoning. Each one was brimming with excitement. Yet from the chatter it seemed the immortal tomb had still not been found. Lin Ping shrank his head back, pulled out his long and used banded mask from his chest, and slowly put it on. Instantly his entire aura transformed into something entirely different. Then he picked up the long-handled hammer strapped to his back. This hammer was not the one he used for practicing Storm Hammer. It was a long-handled iron hammer he had specially forged a month ago for emergencies, so no one could trace anything back to him from his weapon. Swoosh! Lin Ping moved. He trailed a team silently, and swiftly weaving through the ancient trees, his movements agile and soundless. Following the crowd was far better than stumbling around aimlessly like a headless fly. It was also the best way to get first-hand information. As dusk fell, the various sect members searching the outer reaches of the Silver Moon Mountains began to set up camp in open areas. The entire mountain gradually fell silent save for the chirping of insects. Even the roars of wild beasts had ceased, leaving an eerie stillness. Lin Ping crouched on a giant tree, frowning as he chewed on dry rations. Throughout the entire day, he had tailed countless teams from various sects, even trailing members of the Xian sect, but in the end, he found nothing. Still, it was to be expected. Thousands of people in the outer reaches of the Silver Moon Mountains were like a drop of water in the ocean. Finding a tomb was indeed like searching for a needle in a haystack. It all came down to luck. The next day, even as twilight quietly descended, the immortal tomb remained unfound. Lin Ping crouched on a large tree that two men could barely encircle, slowly chewing on his dry rations. Through the gaps in the leaves, he silently watched a team busy setting up camp in the clearing below. Suddenly a black shadow descended from the sky. Squawk! A fist-sized black bird landed on the shoulder of a burly bearded man. The man reached out, removed a bamboo tube, and took out a note. In the next moment his face lit up with joy, and he laughed.
Junior brothers, the location of the immortal tomb has been found. It's not far from here at the base of a cliff. Let's hurry over to support them. Ha. Now that the tomb is found, we must fight for the immortal fate no matter what. Yes. With that fate, we won't have to do hard labor anymore.
With that, the team from the Azure Robe gang abandoned their camp, grabbed their swords, and charged off in a single direction under the cover of dusk. Lin Ping gathered his gear and silently followed. At the top of a cliff, torches blazed everywhere. The sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons were incessant chaos reigned. The ground was slick with blood littered with severed limbs and broken bodies. Members of different factions lay entangled together, their eyes wide open in death. A steady stream of reinforcements arrived, joining the chaotic melee of various camps. Perched on the branch of a giant tree, Lin Ping watched from afar, frowning slightly.
Damn, isn't this the cliff where Xiao He and I killed that tiger? No wonder it looked so familiar. Time to fish in troubled waters.
Lin Ping, clad in a ghillie suit, slowly crept forward through the shadows in a corner. The process was remarkably smooth and seamless. Amidst the chaotic skirmishes among the various major sects, no one noticed a cluster of leaves stealthily inching toward the cliff's edge. By the cliff, a group of guards stood watch. One of them, a one-eyed burly man, raised a torch and shone it toward a distant corner, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment.
Junior brother, wasn't there a shrub over there just now? Yes, there was,
the junior brother replied, turning to look, his expression shifting to shock.
And where did that shrub go? Damn it! That rat must have sneaked down there.
The one-eyed man bellowed in fury.
All fellow disciples, keep your eyes sharp. Anything near the cliff, be it a bush or a stone, smash it to pieces,
he roared.
Yes,
the guards by the cliff responded in unison.
Senior brother Ma, don't bother with that one rat. Below, our 4 major sects have heavy defenses. Even if he gets down, it's suicide. We just need to hold this position and keep the small fry from causing trouble.
The one-eyed man nodded. In the darkness, Lin Ping's figure moved, like a nimble monkey leaping down the cliff. Before long, he vanished into the abyss-like depths below.
This area is now under the control of the 4 major sects: Xian Yi Sect, Qi Shan Sect, Dragon Gate Gang, and Divine Mechanism Sect. Trespassers shall be slain.
A resounding voice echoed from the base of the cliff. Lin Ping crouched atop a massive tree, peering through the foliage, silently observing an open space in the distance. On the protruding patch of ground within the cliff wall, a gaping cave mouth had collapsed, spanning about 10 zhang wide. Inside, half of a structure was visible, resembling a rather crude temple wall. The sounds of battle, clashing weapons, and shouts rang out from within, clearly indicating a fierce ongoing conflict. Outside the temple wall, hundreds of burly men stood in formation, clad in 4 distinct colors corresponding to the 4 sects. Their hands were stained crimson with blood still dripping from many, exuding an indescribable aura of slaughter. Before them, the ground was a sea of blood littered with severed limbs and tangled corpses. It was evident that a brutal massacre had occurred not long ago, where all who sought to enter the immortal tomb were slain, creating this horrifying scene. Watching from the tree, Lin Ping furrowed his brow at the gruesome sight.
Damn, this doesn't look like an easy opportunity to fish in troubled waters.
He began to regret not bringing a shovel. With his mining skills at their peak, he might have dug a tunnel straight into the immortal tomb.
Guess I didn't prepare enough,
Lin Ping muttered inwardly, continuing to wait patiently for an opening. He noticed more figures descending the cliff, along with others lurking in the shadows, observing from a distance like him. Thus all he had to do was bide his time and wait for a chance to stir the waters.
Boom!
Just then a thunderous crash erupted from the hall within the cave. The next moment 8 figures hastily retreated from the hall, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Evidently they had encountered something fierce inside.
Phew!
Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the 4 major sects had yet to succeed, and he still had a chance.
And what in the world is that?
His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the figure slowly emerging from the cave mouth. It stood over a zhang tall, resembling an ape wielding a long staff. Its body was pitch black with only a sinister red gleam in its eyes. The strange ape stopped just a zhang from the cave entrance, staring ahead at the crowd without moving. Seeing it didn't pursue, the 8 figures gradually steadied their nerves. Earlier they had combined their strength to blast open the hall's doors, intending to enter the immortal tomb and seek the celestial arts. But they had encountered this bizarre ape which routed them with a single blow, its power terrifyingly unfathomable. An old crone holding a silver sword wiped the blood from her lips and coughed.
Could this beast be the legendary puppet forged by immortals with their mysterious arts? Hell, with such a formidable guardian here, this must indeed be an immortal tomb. Let me test it.
A brawny man built like an iron tower with bulging muscles and bronze skin stepped forward from the group. He lifted a massive boulder and hurled it with all his might toward the ape.
Boom!
The motionless ape's crimson eyes flared, and with a casual swing of its staff it shattered the boulder midair. Yet it made no move to attack the man. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the man's eyes. He began to advance cautiously step by step. When he was a jong away from the ape, its eyes blazed red, and a terrifying aura erupted. The staff came crashing down toward him. Prepared, the man instantly leaped backward. After delivering the blow, the ape withdrew its staff, and stood still once more, its fearsome aura receding like a tide.
Ha ha!
The man laughed heartily.
Just as I thought. This ape is indeed a guardian puppet of the immortal tomb. As long as we don't enter its attack range, we're safe. In that case, can't we just wear it down?
A white-haired elder in a blue robe chuckled.
Senior Shao, that seems feasible.
The man nodded.
Then let's begin,
the old crone declared. Following the commands of the 8 figures, half of the several hundred men guarding the perimeter broke off and began hurling stones at the ape. A relentless barrage of booms echoed as the ape's staff spun in an impenetrable defense. Not a single stone struck it, yet it couldn't advance on the attackers. After half an hour, its crimson eyes began to dim. An hour passed, and its eyes lost their glow, its terrifying aura faded, and it stood motionless.
Heh heh.
Just then a chilling laugh arose, and a shadowy figure appeared atop a massive rock. The white-haired elder in blue robes gazed coldly at the dark silhouette.
I didn't expect the old fiend of the demon sect to crave the excitement as well. And with this immortal tomb unveiled, how could I miss it? Evil heretic, do you think you deserve to enter?
The burly man sneered.
Has sect leader by a Chishan sect speaks boldly.
As the words fell, 2 figures appeared silently on another boulder, one with a beast mask, the other with a ghost mask. Lin Ping, hidden atop the giant tree, felt his pupil's contract. He didn't know the ghost-masked figure, but the beast-masked one bore a resemblance to the man who had sold him the Stormhammer technique at the ghost market.
Hee hee. The unclaimed immortal relic shall belong to the one with celestial destiny.
3 figures in white robes materialized like phantoms, among them a gaunt old man who seemed to have just crawled out of a coffin, his laughter eerie and bone-chilling. Lin Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing these must be the ancient monsters Chow Yu had mentioned. What a lively scene, yet it only gave him a better chance to fish in troubled waters. He stealthily took off his camouflage suit, ready to strike at any moment. The white-haired elder said coldly,
Old fiend of the heavenly demon sect, the black and white twin evils, the 3 ghosts of the corpse sect, do you think you can barge in with just your lot? Old wretch Shao of the Xian sect, whether we can break through or not, why not find out?
Before his words faded, the old fiend of the heavenly demon sect standing on a boulder made his move. He transformed into a blur, charging toward the cave entrance, while raising both hands, from which streaks of cold light howled forth. Swish! 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 Screams rang out one after another. The dozen or so guards on the outermost perimeter, caught off guard, cried out in agony and collapsed, clutching their throats.
You seek death!
The burly man roared with blazing fury, leaping forward to confront the old fiend of the heavenly demon sect. Meanwhile, the black and white twin evils and the 3 ghosts of the corpse sect also dashed toward the entrance, clearly aiming to throw the entire situation into chaos and seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In an instant, blades flashed and swords clashed, cold shouts erupted from all sides, and a chaotic melee commenced. This was merely the beginning. As the battle grew increasingly fierce, figures continuously emerged from the shadows, charging at the defending forces. Cries of agony rang out intermittently, blood sprayed into the air, and the ground beneath was soaked crimson. Soon the defensive line, composed of hundreds, was breached by numerous martial masters rushing from the darkness, carving out several bloody paths. Some even sprinted swiftly toward the main hall within the cave. The gaunt white-robed elder spread his 10 fingers wide, his ghostly claws resembling withered bones shimmering with white mist, as they swept toward the old crone's face, stirring up gusts of chilling wind.
Humph!
The old crone snorted coldly, a glint of sharp light flashing in her murky eyes. She sidestepped swiftly, raising her silver sword with a swish to block the attack. A grating screech of metal echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks.
You've actually mastered the ghost bone hand!
The old crone exclaimed in shock, her face a mask of utter disbelief, as she stared at the gaunt white-robed elder.
Hee hee. The white-robed elder bared a ghastly grin, moving like a specter, as he darted toward the cave entrance.
Stay right there. The old crone bellowed in fury, lightly tapping her toes, as her figure flashed forward. Her silver sword swept out, aiming to intercept the white-robed elder. But he flickered and dashed further inside. Left with no choice, the old crone could only pursue closely. For a time, the entire melee gradually shifted toward the entrance. More and more people seized the chance to burst from the shadows and charge forward. Among them was a particularly shifty figure clad in a bandit's black outfit. He moved within the chaotic crowd, sometimes leaping, sometimes ducking, evading numerous attacks, as he made his way toward the hall's entrance. He drew little attention, and those who did notice him had already fallen to the ground, wailing with a distinct bloody hole in their calf, clearly struck by hidden weapons. Inside the hall's doorway lay a wide corridor. A dozen ancient monsters led the charge, brawling among themselves, while accelerating forward. Lin Ping followed closely behind them, ready to snatch the treasure from the tiger's jaws at any moment. At the corridor's end was an extremely open space, its floor paved entirely with smooth bluestone slabs. To the left stood a massive withered tree, beneath which sat a skeleton cross-legged, holding a rectangular jade box in its hand. To the right was a stone platform bearing a sword, a brocade box, and a small jade box. At the far end of the space stood a thatched hut, with its door closed, its contents hidden from view. The ancient monsters, who had been locked in combat, each snorted coldly, and halted, their faces brimming with elation, as they surveyed the scene before them.
Hee. So it truly is an immortal tomb.
The old fiend of the heavenly demon sect sneered.
The celestial relics lie before us. Let each rely on their own skill, let the fated one claim them.
As his words faded, the dozen ancient monsters sprang into action simultaneously. Among the 4 allied sects, 3 dashed toward the skeleton, 3 headed for the stone platform, and 2 rushed toward the thatched hut. Likewise, the other 7 ancient monsters seemed to share an unspoken understanding. 3 charged at the skeleton, 2 at the stone platform, and the remaining 2 toward the thatched hut. As for the numerous other martial masters who had infiltrated, they surged in every direction. With the treasure right before their eyes, fear was forgotten, and their eyes blazed crimson. Lin Ping, without a moment's hesitation, dashed toward the skeleton. If there were any secrets to immortal cultivation here, they would most likely be within the jade box in the skeleton's hand. In an instant, a true bloody slaughter commenced. Swish, swish, swish. The old fiend of the heavenly demon sect flicked his hand backward, and a dozen hidden weapons gleaming with purple light shot through the air toward Lin Ping.
A mere bandit seeking celestial fortune. Absurd.
Lin Ping narrowed his eyes, hefting his massive iron hammer with a whoosh. With a series of clanging metallic clashes, all the hidden weapons were deflected by the iron hammer. A flicker of surprise crossed the old fiend's eyes, but his forward charge did not falter. He raised his hands once more, though this time his target was the white-haired elder not far away.
You heretical scum dare to show off before me!
The white-haired elder deflected the hidden weapons, while simultaneously slashing his sword at the heavenly demon sect's old fiend. In an instant, they were locked in close combat, each clearly trying to delay the other's strongest so their own side could reach the skeleton first. The other ancient monsters understood this, implicitly flashing past the battling pair to continue their advance. At that moment, Lin Ping, who had been following quietly and inconspicuously, suddenly erupted. He leaped, unleashing the cloud-soaring step to its fullest, his figure sweeping past the 2 combatants, like the wind rapidly closing in on the 4 ahead.
Chief, stop that bandit! Corpse 3, stop that bandit!
The white-haired elder and the heavenly demon sect's old fiend roared in unison amidst their battle.
Whoosh!
The burly man swung his massive blade, aiming to cleave the bandit in 2 with the most domineering strike. The blade's edge had yet to reach him, but its force arrived first. Lin Ping, charging forward, twisted his lips, leaped like an agile monkey to evade the brutal blade, then swung his iron hammer. With a whoosh, it traced a black arc sweeping toward the burly man's chest. Seeing this, the burly man's pupils contracted sharply. He hastily retreated several steps, raising his blade horizontally to block.
Clang!
The moment hammer met blade, the burly man's tiger's mouth split open, and his blade was sent flying by the sheer force. This horrifying sight made the burly man's eyes bulge nearly out of their sockets as he frantically retreated. In the next instant, the iron hammer traced another afterimage, smashing toward Corpse 3, who had closed and forcing him back. This was not the time for killing, it was time to seize the celestial fortune. Thus Lin Ping ignored the 2 retreating figures. With a light tap of his toe, he pressed forward without a moment's pause, charging at the 2 ahead.
Not good!
The white-haired elder and the heavenly demon sect's old fiends simultaneously ceased their fight, their figures surging forward in pursuit. But they were ultimately a step too slow.
None of you can stop me, the bandit lord!
Lin Ping roared with fury, swinging his massive iron hammer to drive back the crone nearing the skeleton and the white-robed elder named Corpse 2. With a swift reach, he seized the jade box.
Courting death!
Corpse 2 snarled, his bony right hand sweeping through the air. Numerous flying daggers shot from his sleeve, gleaming like a dark cloud of cold light enveloping the bandit. Simultaneously, the crone's silver sword swept horizontally towards the bandit's chest. Seeing this, Lin Ping's pupils contracted slightly. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, evading the silver sword strike, while spinning his iron hammer into an impenetrable barrier, deflecting all the dense flying daggers. In the next instant, his figure darted forward like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was before the ghastly Corpse 2, his iron hammer sweeping fiercely towards his chest.
No!
In the grip of sheer terror, he could only gasp out a single word before the iron hammer sent him flying, like a tattered sandbag hurtling towards the crone. Though it takes time to describe, from his snatching the jade box to sending Corpse 2 flying, only 2 breaths had passed. After hurling Corpse 2 away, he charged forward towards the cave wall, snatching a glance inside the jade box as he ran. His goal in coming here was the manual for cultivating immortal arts. If the jade box did not contain it, he would have to continue his plunder. The jade box opened a crack, revealing the words,
"She refinement."
His heart pounded as he tucked the box into his bosom.
"Bandit, your life is forfeit."
The old fiend of the demon gate roared, flinging his hands, as dozens of hidden weapons shot through the air towards the bandit.
Good heavens, truly an old fiend. How many iron pellets does he carry?
Despite his grumbling, Lin Ping's movements were swift. He stamped his foot, launching himself into the air. With a cloud-treading step at full force, he evaded the hidden weapons, and leaped nimbly along the cave wall like a monkey. He chose to flee along the wall, because his footwork allowed him to traverse the sheer surface, as if on flat ground, reducing the risk of being surrounded.
Die!
The old fiend of the demon gate roared, leaping into the air. His blood-colored long blade blazed with searing heat, emitting wisps of blood mist. With a crimson arc, he slashed horizontally at Lin Ping, who was bounding along the wall.
Get lost!
Lin Ping bellowed, his left foot stomping fiercely. The fiery dragon within him erupted with a series of thunderous explosions. The 26th form of the storm hammer was unleashed, his iron hammer spinning into a blur above his head, as if threatening to shatter the very air. Boom! 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 The iron hammer, carrying a sharp and terrifying sonic boom, met the blood-misted blade with overwhelming force. Clang! A piercing metallic clash rang out. The erupting shockwave shattered the bluestone slabs within 3 zhang. The moment their weapons collided, the old fiend of the demon gate felt the immense force of the heavy hammer, and his expression shifted.
How can such terrifying power exist?
A fear he had never known filled his eyes, but it was too late. The monstrous force pressed the blood blade down and struck his chest with unstoppable momentum. With a dull thud accompanied by the crack of breaking bones, he flew backward like a torn sack.
Death to all who stand in my way!
Lin Ping deliberately rasped his voice, as he roared once again, swinging his iron hammer with savage fury. Carrying a terrifying sonic boom, it swept towards the white-haired elder, blocking his path. Terror flashed in the white-haired elder's eyes. The image of the old fiend being smashed away by the bandit's hammer was still fresh. He knew he was slightly stronger than the old fiend, but he could never withstand the dreadful hammer. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the hammer shadow was upon him. He touched his toes to the ground, retreating hastily. Seeing that he had sent one flying and intimidated another, Lin Ping rejoiced. As he charged forward, he flicked his hand. Swish! 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 A dozen iron pellets shot with cold light towards Corpse 3, and a green-robed man blocking his way. Seizing the moment they dodged the pellets, he unleashed the cloud-treading step, at its peak turning into a blur that shot straight for the cave entrance and vanished. At the cliff's edge, the members of the 4 great sects guarding the area had relaxed somewhat. Occasionally someone tried to break through, but they were easily subdued. Just then a figure leaped up from below the cliff and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The one-eyed man holding a torch rubbed his eyes and muttered,
"Did a bandit just rush past?" "Senior brother Ma, it seems so. Damn it, are bandits this bold now, daring to snatch treasures from under our 4 sects' noses? I must be seeing things!"
the one-eyed man exclaimed.
"Ha ha, Senior brother Ma, didn't you see how fast that bandit ran? He must have been battered and fled in defeat by our sect's experts. Serves him right. A mere bandit daring to wade into these troubled waters.
The one-eyed man spat. The next day, Lin Ping, accompanied by Xiaohei, acted as if nothing had happened, reopening his blacksmith shop. But man and dog were both brimming with inexhaustible energy. His hammer struck with particular force, and the big black dog's paws worked the bellows with remarkable speed, producing a roaring gust. By evening, after a hearty meal, they huddled in a corner of the room, invisible from outside.
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog nudged his foot anxiously. Lin Ping smiled, patting its head, and lowered his voice.
Xiaohei, don't rush. Here it comes!
With that, he looked around to ensure not even a cockroach was in sight, then carefully took out the jade box. Though he had already examined its contents no fewer than 3 times, his heart still pounded with excitement. Inside the jade box were 2 manuals. One was the Qi refinement art, the other the breath concealment art. He had never expected to obtain 2 immortal cultivation techniques at once. If those old monsters found out, wouldn't they be furious enough to twist their noses? He wondered if they had found any treasures in the immortal tomb, but Lin Ping didn't care much. He had what he wanted, and one shouldn't be too greedy. With utmost reverence, he opened the jade box, picked up the Qi refinement art, and lay on the ground with Xiaohei reading by the dim candlelight.
Spiritual energy exists in the vast heavens and earth, giving birth to all things, flowing without cease, cycling endlessly, gathering without dispersing. The mortal body serves as a vessel with Qi sensation. One communicates with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into the body.
The content of the Qi refining art was somewhat arcane and mind-boggling, yet the further Lin Ping read, the wider his mouth gaped. Until finally he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty, his eyes brimming with shock as he blurted out 2 words.
Damn impressive. Woof!
The large black dog also sat up excitedly, its canine head nodding with an air of old wisdom showing its agreement.
Hee.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head with exhilaration and laughed.
Xiaohei, this is a cultivation technique, you know. Once we learn it, we won't just be able to soar through the skies and dive into the earth, but we'll also never have to live in fear and be exploited by those immortal sects.
Woof! The large black dog wagged its tail excitedly. Back in Dania village, it had witnessed an immortal casually wave a hand to seize a person and fling them far away. If it could become like that immortal, wouldn't hunting be easier than eating?
Woof! Woof!
The large black dog anxiously nudged Lin Ping again, for a sudden question had struck it. Could a dog even cultivate this immortal art?
Xiaohei, you can set your heart at ease. You definitely can. All things in heaven and earth can sense spiritual energy. If humans can cultivate, so can you naturally. Woof!
The large black dog suddenly became enlightened, rubbing its head affectionately against him. Then the man and the dog continued to study the Qi refining art in detail.
The Qi refining stage has 9 levels. Upon reaching the 9th level's perfection, one can begin foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, the maximum lifespan can reach 500 years.
Upon reading this, both Lin Ping and the large black dog's eyes trembled violently. They exchanged a glance, as if seeing the astonishment mirrored in each other's gaze. Damn, just reaching foundation establishment grants a lifespan of 500 years. Going further up must be even more terrifying. But just how terrifying it was they naturally had no way of knowing, for the technique only covered up to foundation establishment. The realms beyond were completely unknown.
Xiaohei, let's give it a try. Who knows, maybe you and I will one day become immortal emperors revered by all. Woof! Woof!
The large black dog's eyes curved into crescent moons, as if it were fantasizing about what it would feel like to become an immortal emperor. The man and the dog began to sit cross-legged according to the steps described in the Qi refining art, though Xiaohei's sitting posture was truly indescribable.
Ha ha!
Lin Ping laughed until his whole body shook.
Woof woof!
The large black dog barked in protest, trying hard to adjust its posture. In the end, with Lin Ping's help, it barely managed to look somewhat proper. Thus, they closed their eyes, tightly formed hand seals, and followed the technique's circulation route, calming their minds, gathering their focused, ceasing thoughts, entering stillness, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and attempting to draw Qi into their bodies. Soon an hour passed with no sign of anything. 2 hours passed, and they still couldn't sense the so-called spiritual energy. 3 hours passed. Bang! Lin Ping, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, laid back his gaze hollow, devoid of all hope.
Damn it! Where the hell are you, spiritual energy?
He muttered under his breath, his lips moving ceaselessly as he murmured,
"Spiritual energy."
"Woof." The large black dog also opened its eyes, collapsed onto the ground, paws up in the air, its gaze empty. It had thought that with this immortal art it could start throwing its weight around. Yet after several hours it couldn't even sense a wisp of spiritual energy, let alone draw it into its body for cultivation. Lying on the ground, Lin Ping furrowed his brows slightly and muttered inwardly,
"Could this immortal art be a fake? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That tomb was definitely an immortal's tomb, otherwise, how could there be things like puppets that surpass the mortal world? But if the tomb is real and the technique is real too, then why can't I sense that spiritual energy? Could it be that my spiritual root is too poor?"
Muttering up to this point, Lin Ping felt as if he had found the crux of the issue. His eyes lit up, and he instantly perked up as if injected with adrenaline, sitting up from the ground. He patted the large black dog's head and said excitedly,
"Xiao Hei, the reason we can't sense the spiritual energy yet might be because our spiritual roots are too weak. So we can't give up. As long as we persist in cultivation, we'll eventually achieve something. We just have to grind it out."
"Woof." The large black dog hesitated for a moment, then nodded, finding the reasoning sound. How could immortal cultivation be this easy? Once again the man and the dog sat cross-legged, attempting to draw chi into their bodies. The next day, they arrived at the blacksmith's shop listless and dejected. They had grinded through the entire night without any results. Lu Qiuling entered carrying a basket, and upon seeing Lin Ping's dull, dark-rimmed eyes, she exclaimed in surprise,
"Brother Lin Ping, didn't you sleep last night? A mosquito kept me up all night. A mosquito."
Lu Qiuling looked at him doubtfully, but didn't dwell on it. She placed the basket on the table, and said with a smile,
"Brother Lin Ping, I made some pastries this morning. Eat them while they're warm. I need to go back and help Mother brew wine."
Since Lin Ping had improved the recipe for Qiuyue, brew business had been booming, and now she was busy every day.
"All right, thank you, Miss Lu."
Lin Ping opened the basket, took out 2 soft and delicious pastries, gave one to Xiao Hei, and slowly ate the other himself, all the while pondering silently why grinding all night had yielded no results.
It seems immortal cultivation truly isn't easy.
Although he sighed with many emotions inwardly, he was not discouraged. As long as the technique was real, he didn't believe he couldn't grind his way up. With the gray stone slab, what did it matter even if he had a 5-element mixed spiritual root? After wolfing down all the pastries, he picked up his hammer and said with a laugh,
"Xiao Hei, time to work."
"Woof." In the days that followed, Lin Ping worked the forge during the day and grinded the chi refining art with Xiao Hei at night. His spirit was admirable, yet there was still no progress. On the 7th day, after a hearty meal, the man and the dog resumed their routine, sitting cross-legged indoors, attempting to draw chi into their bodies. He refused to believe that grinding like this wouldn't eventually work. Half an hour passed, and his chaotic mind completely settled, becoming utterly empty. After another hour, he gradually forgot himself, unknowingly entering a state of deep meditation, as if adrift in a void. In the darkness, he followed the methods of the chi refining art to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seemed in the obscure depths, he saw tiny specks of light drifting slowly. Sensing them, he beckoned to these specks of light, trying to draw them into his body. But after moving a certain distance, just as they were about to reach him, they stopped as if unwilling to approach him. After beckoning urgently several more times, with the same result, the original darkness gradually faded away. Lin Ping slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise shining in them. Could those specks of light just now be the spiritual energy that exists between heaven and earth? If so, then wouldn't that mean he had? With this thought, he immediately focused his mind, and the gray stone slab within his consciousness materialized before him. Art Chi Refining Technique 00, not yet learned. A line of deep gray characters flickered into view. Seeing this, Lin Ping was somewhat stunned. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. In the past, he had always mastered techniques directly. This seemed closely tied to the difficulty of the art. It was only natural that immortal arts differed from mundane martial arts. Yet now that the chi refining technique had been recorded on the gray stone tablet, it proved there was no issue with him. He just had to grind it out. Though he had toiled for 7 nights before the gray stone tablet acknowledged him, an irrepressible excitement surged within him, threatening to burst forth in a pig-like squeal of laughter. This was no ordinary martial arts manual for commoners. It was a cultivation method for immortals. He had no idea how long others needed to practice before they could draw chi into their bodies, but he was overjoyed that after only 7 days of relentless effort the gray stone tablet had recognized his progress. Then Lin Ping suppressed his excitement and began to plan quietly. Now that the chi refining technique was on the verge of mastery, he knew he would have to dedicate himself to it daily. Thus he could no longer continue running the blacksmith shop. Not only that, but it would be best to leave this city and cultivate in the mountains. It was said that cultivation required wealth companions' methods and a suitable location. Setting aside the other conditions, the location alone made it clear that cultivating in the mountains would be far superior to staying within the city. At this moment a sudden realization dawned on him. No wonder he had never encountered any cultivators in the ordinary human cities, the reason was now clear. Even he who had not yet truly begun his path yearned to escape this noisy place. How much more so for those who had already stepped onto the immortal road. Just then the big black dog slowly opened its eyes.
Xiao Hei, how do you feel? Did you see those specks of light in the darkness? Woof. Woof.
The big black dog shook its head in confusion. What specks of light? It hadn't seen anything at all. Seeing this, Lin Ping fell silent. Could it be that the chi refining technique was only suitable for humans?
Woof.
The big black dog nudged him.
Xiao Hei, don't be impatient. Perhaps after a few more days you'll succeed.
Then Lin Ping shared the insights he had gained with the big black dog, and the two of them resumed their meditation. In the days that followed, Lin Ping still forged iron during the day and practiced the chi refining technique at night. However, the blacksmith shop no longer accepted new orders, and he began crafting essential equipment for his upcoming mountain retreat: iron pellets, a machete, a pickaxe, a hoe, a folding shovel, a large hammer, and so on. Ever since the line of text appeared on the gray stone tablet, he felt that each time he meditated on the chi refining technique the specks of light in the darkness became easier to perceive and seemed more approachable. On the 5th day, he finally achieved a breakthrough. Guiding the chi refining technique with his mind, he successfully captured the wavering specks of light that had been lingering outside and drew them into his body. Those specks of light seeped in through the pores of his skin, were absorbed into his meridians, and transformed into 5 streams of different colored chi. They flowed slowly through his 8 extraordinary meridians, completing a full cycle, and finally converged into his dantian, producing a warm sensation that filled him with joy.
Did I succeed?
Lin Ping's eyes snapped open. With a thought, he summoned the gray stone tablet. Cultivation chi absorption 1100. Art chi refining technique 1100 beginner. He had indeed mastered it. Moreover, a new line appeared displaying a progress bar for his cultivation with an experience value of 1. Lin Ping understood chi absorption well enough. When the progress bar reached 100 points, he would achieve the first layer of chi refining. According to the chi refining technique, after reaching the first layer one could cultivate minor spells and the like. However, that was not his current concern. He had obtained the chi refining technique by force. Where would he find other minor spells to practice? For now, his sole task was to diligently cultivate the chi refining technique to elevate his cultivation base. Later he would find a way to learn other techniques. Furthermore, ever since he had mastered the chi refining technique, he felt an invigorating freshness throughout his body. He noticed that his eyesight, hearing, and sense of smell had all improved, and even his body felt lighter. This sensation was somewhat different from the feeling brought by martial arts. Martial arts primarily push the body to its limits within finite boundaries, whereas immortal cultivation elevated the physical senses like a progression of life itself.
So this is what it feels like to cultivate immortality.
Lin Ping shook his head, slightly dismissing further thoughts, and turned his attention to the big black dog.
I wonder how Xiao Hei is doing.
Woof. The big black dog opened its eyes, then flopped straight backward onto the floor, lying there with its mouth open, panting heavily. Clearly it still hadn't found the knack. 7 days later, Lin Ping finished forging the last broadsword before the agreed delivery date. This was part of the 50 broadswords that Qiao Yu had ordered the previous month. He prepared 2 flasks of fine autumn moon brew, intending to have a few drinks with Qiao Yu when he came to collect the swords. Tomorrow, he would take Xiao Hei into the Silver Moon Mountains and go into seclusion to cultivate. In the afternoon, someone finally came to pick up the swords. However, it was not Qiao Yue, but the 2 junior disciples who had accompanied him last time. For some reason, Lin Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Steadying himself, Lin Ping spoke.
Brother Qiao, why didn't he come to collect the swords himself? Senior Brother Qiao. He was severely injured in a fight 20 days ago and died.
The young man said, his voice low with grief. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ping's eyes. During the struggle over the immortal tomb, he hadn't seen Xiao Yu, and had assumed he was safe. He never expected. After a moment of silence, he said slowly,
"I'll go get the swords for you." "All right."
The young man nodded. Soon after, the two paid the remaining balance, loaded all 50 broadswords onto the cart, and departed. Watching the cart grow distant, Lin Ping stood still for a while, before walking back into the blacksmith's shop. Silently, he took out 2 cups, and filled them with wine. In Silver Moon City, he knew many people, but few were true friends. Apart from Lu Yun and her daughter, only Zhou Xingshan and Qiao Yu had treated him with sincerity. He never imagined that within such a short time both Zhou Xingshan and Qiao Yu would be gone. Alas! Lin Ping shook his head, with a sigh, picked up 1 cup of wine, and slowly poured it onto the ground.
"Brother Qiao Yu said that when you return, we would drink to our heart's content. Now I have the wine ready, but you have already." "Woof!"
The big black dog nudged Lin Ping. Lin Ping patted its head and said softly,
"Brother Qiao, he's dead."
"Woof!" The big black dog looked bewildered, then drooped its head and lay on the ground. It thought Brother Qiao was a very good person, kind to Lin Ping, and kind to it. Yet such a good man had died just like old Zhou. Lin Ping said nothing, simply drinking alone in silence. He drank 1 cup, then poured another onto the ground. The big black dog rested its head on his leg. It knew that Lin Ping's heart was heavy with sorrow, his dejection mirroring the very same expression he had worn when old Zhou passed away. Thus they remained until the sun set behind the western hills, and the street lamps flickered to life. Only then did Lin Ping set down his cup, clean the blacksmith's shop, pick up the gourd filled with wine, and silently close the shop door. Man and dog began to stroll slowly through the streets.
"Xiao Hei, let's take a good walk tonight. After we leave tomorrow, there will be little time for such strolls."
"Woof!" The next day at dawn, Lin Ping changed into a blue robe, packed up his pots, pans, and essential gear, then patted the dog on the head.
"Xiao Hei, let's go."
"Woof!" The large black dog nudged him, then turned its head to look towards Lu Quling's house.
"Xiao Hei, we have our own path to walk."
With that, he slowly lifted his head, cast one last glance at Lu Quling's house, turned around, and vanished into the distance at the end of the street. The sun was just rising. Lu Qiuling carried a basket filled with pastries she had personally made for Lin Ping, intending to give them to him. To her surprise, she found the blacksmith's door shut. Puzzled, she looked around, but ultimately had no choice but to return to her own shop. By midday, she craned her neck to look at the blacksmith's shop. The door was still closed. In the past, whenever he had business to attend to, he would always leave Xiao Hei in her care. But today, he hadn't opened the shop, nor had he entrusted Xiao Hei to her beforehand. Could Brother Lin Ping be unwell? At the thought, her heart tightened with worry.
"Mother, I'm going back to check if Brother Lin Ping is sick."
Lu Yun was brewing wine in the backyard of the shop. As someone who had been through it all, she naturally understood her daughter's feelings. She smiled softly.
"Go ahead."
A few days later, Lu Qiuling stared at the blacksmith's door, still tightly locked every day, and a sense of unease began to stir within her. Last time, she thought Lin Ping hadn't opened the shop because he was ill. When she went to check his house, she found the courtyard gate bolted and the place completely empty. Lu Yun came up behind her, pondered for a moment, and said,
"He might have gone into the mountains to gather herbs. Don't worry too much. Mother, does gathering herbs take this long? Could something have happened to Brother Lin Ping in the mountains? Don't worry, it's fine. Didn't he used to go hunting in the mountains all the time?"
Hearing this, Lu Qiuling nodded with some relief. In the past, Lin Ping had indeed taken Xiao Hei into the mountains every day to hunt. Tigers, wild boars, wolves, everything, and nothing had ever gone wrong. Surely this time would be no different. Perhaps he would even return today. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. The blacksmith's door finally opened, but the people inside were no longer Lin Ping and Xiao Hei. Instead, a middle-aged man and a few assistants had taken over, also working as blacksmiths. When Lu Qiuling went to inquire, she learned that Lin Ping had already vacated the shop several days ago, and the middle-aged man had only rented it the previous day. Dejected, she returned to Qiuyue workshop, unable to understand why Lin Ping had left without even saying goodbye. Soon news of the change at Lin Ping's blacksmith in the neighboring streets, most notably Chenhu. They gathered together for a grand celebration and eventually agreed to raise their prices, unanimously, to double their earnings, but others were overjoyed, especially the blacksmiths from the neighboring streets, most notably Chen Hu. They gathered together for a grand celebration and eventually agreed to raise their prices, unanimously, to double their earnings and make up for all past losses. Silver Moon Mountain Range Outer Perimeter.
Roar!
A gray bear fled frantically through the forest, terror etched in its eyes. It remembered that half a month ago its father had been brutally crushed to death by a wild man wielding a massive iron hammer. A few days later its mother had met the same fate at the hands of the same wild man. Now that wild man had set his sights on it once more, a large iron hammer in hand accompanied by a black dog, a sight that nearly drove it out of its wits. Why did that wild man have to target this family of three? It was absolutely terrifying for a bear. In its panicked flight, the gray bear suddenly stopped, for ahead lay a sheer cliff. No escape.
Ha.
Just as it was about to turn and flee in another direction, a chilling, eerie laugh echoed. The gray bear turned its head and saw that the wild man and the wild dog had blocked its retreat. This discovery nearly caused it to collapse on the spot from sheer fright.
How little bear just hopped nicely into our pot. Xiao Hei, and I will make you strong, and you won't have to live in fear anymore. Roar!
The gray bear let out a furious roar. A bear's dignity must not be trampled. Enraged, it launched an attack. It charged forward straight toward the large black dog. At that moment a figure leaped into the air. The iron hammer in his hand gleamed with endless cold light under the sun descending from the sky, striking squarely atop the gray bear's head.
Splat!
A spray of blood splattered and then scattered. In its final moment, the gray bear seemed to see its parents in a massive iron pot surrounded by thick steam slowly beckoning to it. Finally its eyes lost their luster, and its body collapsed weakly. Lin Ping hoisted the gray bear's carcass onto his shoulder. The large black dog quickly scraped dirt over the bloodstains on the ground, its movements, so practiced, they seemed second nature.
Xiao Hei, back to the cave. Clean the pot, light the fire, feast.
Woof! In the 3 months since entering the Silver Moon Mountain Range, aside from hunting, gathering herbs, taking medicinal baths, eating, drinking, and resting, he had spent every other moment diligently cultivating the breathing technique. Through relentless day and night effort, heaven rewarded his perseverance. His cultivation experience points finally reached 100, allowing him to successfully become a grand cultivator at the first layer of Qi refining. His body underwent further changes. His eyesight sharpened, his jumping power increased. That leap with the hammer earlier reached a height he could never have achieved even with the cloud step technique in his past life. Unfortunately, he currently had no other skills or spells to cultivate. The concealment technique was meant to hide one's cultivation aura, and at his current level, there was no rush. As for the large black dog, it had persisted for over 2 months, but eventually gave up and stopped cultivating altogether. Lin Ping did not try to dissuade it. After such a long time without grasping the method, it was clear that the breathing technique might indeed only be suitable for humans. However, during this period the large black dog had consumed various types of meat daily, and taken medicinal baths. Although it couldn't cultivate, its fur had grown exceptionally glossy, and its body had become increasingly robust. Exaggeratedly speaking, it was as sturdy as an ox. A quarter of an hour later, the man and the dog returned to their cave dwelling. The so-called cave dwelling was in truth a 3-bedroom cave that Lin Ping had dug out with a hoe. Though crude, it was quite comfortable to live in. The cave was situated in a small valley, not far from a clear stream. Both he and the large black dog found life here far more pleasant than in Silver Moon City. He dropped the gray bear on the ground, and the pair set to work. With a chop of the axe, a large pot was set up, water was boiled, and the feast began.
Woof woof!
The large black dog let out happy barks. This bear meat was simply too delicious. No matter how much they ate, they never grew tired of it. Lin Ping wholeheartedly agreed. Many people said bear meat wasn't good, that only the paws were accepted. To that Lin Ping wanted to say, it's not good because your cooking method is wrong. Toss in various spices and precious herbs, throw them into the big iron pot, and let it simmer. The aroma is simply irresistible. Days passed, months turned, and another 3 months went by. One day Lin Ping sat cross-legged on a large rock by the small river, diligently cultivating the Qi refining art, while the big black dog played by the water's edge. Suddenly he felt the surrounding spiritual energy stir, restlessly rushing into his body in a frenzy. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his dantian shook violently, expanding more than twofold in an instant.
Has the effort paid off?
Lin Ping's face lit up with joy. He quickly opened his eyes and summoned the Greystone Slate. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 2 1100 Art Chi Refining Art 150200 Small success.
Indeed, I've broken through from Chi Refining Layer 1 to Layer 2.
It seemed that diligently cultivating the Chi Refining Art was tremendously beneficial. Ever since he had reached small success in the Chi Refining Art, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy during meditation had greatly increased. That was why in the following 3 months his cultivation experience had surged by a full 100 points, even surpassing the progress of the art itself. If he could master the Chi Refining Art to the level of proficiency, absorbing spiritual energy would become even easier. However, while each new cultivation layer required 100 experience points, the spiritual energy needed for those points was entirely different and far more demanding. Thus, rapidly breaking through to higher layers seemed nearly impossible. Still, he was relatively satisfied with his current pace. Given his talent as a 5-element mixed spiritual root cultivator, without the aid of the proficiency system, he could never have reached Chi Refining Layer 2 in just half a year. He wondered how long it took those monstrous prodigies with single-element spiritual roots to break through to Layer 2. But why bother thinking about it? Lin Ping shook his head, slightly dismissing the thought. For him, there was only one word: diligence. Afterward, he calmed his mind and sensed the changes within himself. At Chi Refining Layer 2, his vision, hearing, and even sense of smell had markedly improved. These transformations made him feel incredibly powerful. He suddenly stood up from the rock, grinning widely.
Xiao Hei, follow me to hunt. I'll crush 10 tigers with one hammer blow.
Afterward, he calmed his mind and sensed the changes within himself. At Chi Refining Layer 2, his vision, hearing, and even sense of smell had markedly improved. These Half an hour later, Lin Ping stopped and frowned.
Xiao Hei, have we eaten all the beasts around here? We've been wandering for so long and haven't even encountered a single wild boar.
Woof woof. The big black dog wagged its tail, agreeing. Lately, the game they could hunt had grown scarce. For instance, the gray bear family of 3 had been wiped out 3 months ago, and within the next month even the bear's uncles and aunts had all met the same fate.
Xiao Hei, let's venture a bit deeper. But we can't go too far. Though this is still the outer area, we wouldn't want to run into a frenzied beast wandering about. That would be trouble.
Woof! The big black dog barked in acknowledgement. And so man and dog stealthily crept deeper into the forest. A quarter of an hour later, they halted, hiding behind a bush. Man and dog exchanged glances, both wearing sly expressions. Just 2 zhang ahead, a plump wild boar was munching on grass, grunting with evident enjoyment.
Xiao Hei, watch me turn it into a stew.
With that, Lin Ping gripped the great iron hammer and dashed forward with a sinister cackle. The boar, chewing grass, suddenly saw terror in its eyes and bolted madly toward the forest's edge. Lin Ping's eerie laughter abruptly died in his throat. He swallowed hard and looked up toward the forest in the distance. There, a gray wolf with blood-red eyes and a body nearly twice the size of a tiger appeared silently. A vicious wound on its flank oozed blood.
Damn, a demon beast!
Lin Ping's face paled. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped, activating his cloud step art to its fullest. He scooped up the big black dog and sped like the wind out of the forest. Fueled by his inner chi, the cloud step art reached extraordinary speed. He snapped countless dry twigs underfoot, soon overtaking the wild boar and leaving it far behind. The boar's eyes were filled with shock. How could this human run so fast? The gray wolf grew furious. Its eyes turned even redder, and its beastly form blurred into a shadow as it lunged toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping's pupils widened as he realized the gray wolf completely ignored the wild boar leaping past it to chase him relentlessly. Lin Ping's pupils widened as he realized the gray wolf completely ignored the wild boar leaping past it to chase him relentlessly. He had chosen the boar's escape route, hoping to use it as a distraction, but the demon beast's target was unmistakably him. The wild boar was dumbfounded. Seeing the beast bypass it, it quickly turned and fled in another direction. Woof! Woof! The big black dog poked its head out from Lin Ping's arms and looked back. Its eyes shot wide in terror. The demon beast's speed was horrifying. Its tongue lolled out, saliva flying everywhere. The gray wolf was closing in on the human. It had never encountered prey that ran so fast. Though blood spurted from its wound with a violent movement, its bloodshot eyes gleamed with predatory excitement. With a howl, it pounced, accelerating in a few bounds to cut off Lin Ping's path ahead.
Xiao Hei, we're really done for this time.
Lin Ping set the dog down, patted its head, and stepped back. His right hand gripped the great iron hammer, as he stared grimly at the gray wolf blocking his way.
Is my path of cultivation destined to end here?
His gaze fell on the wolf's gruesome wound, still dripping blood. Perhaps there was still a chance. The beast was wounded, it might not be able to unleash its full power. With that thought, his body tensed like a coiled spring ready to strike. The gray wolf blocking his path did not attack immediately. Instead, it circled slowly, as if seeking the perfect moment to pounce. Suddenly it lowered its massive frame, dug its claws into the ground, and launched itself at Lin Ping.
A chi-refining cultivator is not to be trifled with.
Lin Ping roared and charged forward, swinging the iron hammer so fiercely it left a blur in the air, as if about to shatter the very atmosphere. The 12th form of the Stormhammer art was unleashed with full force. The gray wolf mid-leap abruptly changed its expression, even a trace of fear flickering in its crimson eyes. How could this human be so ferocious? Bang! 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 The massive iron hammer in Lin Ping's hand swung with thunderous sonic booms, lightning fast, as it swept toward the wolf's striking claw. Its speed was so great that even the gray wolf's eyes could not keep up, let alone dodge.
Boom!
A sonic boom echoed as the impact spread. The next moment, the gray wolf let out a pitiful howl, its body flung over 2 zhang away by the hammer's immense force, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a health bar appeared instantly on the gray stone slab in Lin Ping's mind. Wind Wolf First Stage Initial Beast 350400 HP.
A minor first stage beast, you have already courted death.
Lin Ping bellowed, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He hoisted his iron hammer again, stepped forward, and smashed it down onto the gray wolf's head. The gray wolf stared in terror as the iron hammer descended from the sky, rapidly growing larger before its eyes. It felt an unprecedented panic. It struggled to leap up from the ground and flee, but its wolf claws had already been shattered by the earlier blow, rendering it incapable of any effective quick reaction. Thud. The iron hammer crashed heavily onto the massive wolf's head, smashing its body, which had been trying to spring up, back to the ground. A spray of blood mixed with white matter splattered, and its crimson eyes instantly lost all luster. The health bar on the gray stone slab instantly turned gray. Wind Wolf First Stage Initial Beast 0400 HP.
You.
Seeing the gray wolf dead, Lin Ping let out a long breath of turbid air. He set down the hammer and plopped onto the ground, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. After the frantic run and the hammer strike that killed the gray wolf, his spiritual energy was nearly drained.
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog ran over and nuzzled its head against him. Lin Ping grinned and patted its head.
Xiao Hei, am fine, just drained.
After resting a while, he stood up and kicked the gray wolf's corpse.
Damn, weren't you fierce? Is that all? A mere first stage initial beast trying to scare your master. Woof! Woof!
The big black dog also frantically kicked the wolf corpse with its paws. This beast had scared the living daylights out of it, nearly sending it to meet its ancestors, utterly unforgivable. One man and one dog kicked wildly, cursing and spitting with rage to vent their frustration. They had both been terrified by the beast, and no matter how many kicks they landed, it could not ease their hearts.
Xiao Hei, we must eat its flesh and drink its blood to quell our fury. Woof! Woof!
The big black dog bared its teeth, indicating that not only should they eat its flesh and drink its blood, but also flay its skin, crush its bones, and scatter its ashes.
Awesome!
Lin Ping shot the black dog an approving glance. Then, without bothering to recover his spiritual energy, he hoisted the gray wolf's carcass onto his shoulder. The bloodstains on the ground were quickly buried by the big black dog, who expertly pawed dirt over them.
Xiao Hei, let's go! Back to set up the pot, light the fire, and feast. Woof! Woof!
Outside the cave. With an axe, a large pot set up and water boiling, the man and the dog gathered around the iron cauldron, devouring the meat with gusto.
Xiao Hei, you know what? This beast's meat is truly fragrant and satisfying to eat. Ordinary wild game can't compare at all. Woof! Woof!
The big black dog gnawed on the meat, letting out contented barks. It had once thought bear paws were the pinnacle of earthly delicacies, but compared to this beast's meat, they were worlds apart. The crystal-clear texture, rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth. It whetted its appetite and filled its mouth with saliva. The man and the dog wolfed down the food, quickly finishing the entire pot of stew brewed with medicinal herbs. The big black dog even licked the residue from the bottom of the pot clean after Lin Ping poured it into its bowl. Only then did it lie back belly up, eyes half closed, savoring the aftertaste. Meanwhile, Lin Ping began to dismember the remaining half of the beast into strips of meat, which he then hung over charcoal fire smoking and roasting to dehydrate them for preservation. He performed this task with great skill, clearly not his first time handling such a process. Woof! Woof! After he finished processing all the meat, the big black dog, which had been lying on the grass, leaped up and ran over, nuzzling him excitedly.
You say you feel stronger after eating the beast's meat?
Lin Ping asked in surprise.
Woof woof.
The big black dog wagged its tail excitedly. After eating the beast's meat, it had felt a fullness in its belly, initially thinking it was just overeating. But after lying down and dozing off, it unconsciously felt a warm current flowing slowly through its body. When the warmth faded, it felt refreshed and brimming with strength. So miraculous. Lin Ping's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the big black dog. The next moment, his pupils dilated in shock, and astonishment spread across his face. Because as he focused his gaze on the dog, the gray stone slab in his mind appeared, automatically displaying several lines of text. Spirit Pet Black Dog HP 200200 Realm Initiate 1100. This scene left Lin Ping somewhat bewildered. Why had the big black dog's information appeared on the gray stone slab? And it seemed to regard him as its master. Could it be that this big black dog was inherently a spirit beast unknown to him? Or had it mutated from devouring the beast's flesh? And how had it become his spirit pet? Countless questions arose in his mind, but he could not figure out a single one. Unable to make sense of it, Lin Ping simply decided to stop overthinking. At any rate, the fact that the big black dog's information could now be displayed on the gray stone slab was a great boon. From now on, he could easily track the dog's cultivation realm. As long as he found the right method, it seemed he could also grind it. For instance, if the big black dog could increase its power by eating beast meat, that was also a form of grinding. As long as he could see the specific data changes, it would be manageable. Should he try it later? Woof! Woof! Seeing Lin Ping fall silent, after glancing at it, the big black dog grew a bit anxious and nudged him. Had something gone wrong with it? Lin Ping patted its head and smiled.
Xiao Hei, congratulations on advancing to become a spirit beast. Woof!
The big black dog looked at him with confusion. It didn't quite understand what a spirit beast was, but it sounded impressive.
A spirit beast is a more advanced and powerful type of creature than a demon beast. And from now on, you can cultivate just like a spirit beast.
Lin Ping wasn't entirely sure what a spirit beast was, so he just made up a rough explanation, figuring it was close enough.
Woof! Woof! Really? That feeling of being full of strength you had earlier, that's the manifestation of entering the initial realm. Woof! Woof! Woof!
The big black dog spun around excitedly. Its greatest fear was that it couldn't cultivate and wouldn't be able to stay by Lin Ping's side forever. Now, hearing that it could cultivate like a spirit beast, it was naturally overjoyed. Lin Ping glanced joyfully at the large black dog, murmuring to himself,
"So eating demon beast meat really does increase cultivation."
To confirm his suspicion, he had just roasted 2 large wolf legs for the big black dog. The result was clear, just as he had thought. This meant that from now on, the big black dog could also gradually grow stronger alongside him. Overjoyed at the realization that consuming demon beast meat would make him stronger, the dog spun around excitedly. Lin Ping cheerfully packed up all the items as dusk began to fall. The man and the dog entered the cave, then moved a massive boulder to block the entrance. Instantly, a profound sense of security enveloped them. The cave was spacious, fully furnished with tables, chairs, and a bed, and featured a slanted ventilation shaft concealed above with dry branches, extremely well hidden. Resting his head on the big black dog, Lin Ping stared at the flickering candlelight, lost in thought. This mountain range was fraught with danger, especially the demon beast from today, which had nearly scared him out of his wits. If it had been a higher-tier demon beast, the consequences would be unthinkable. It seemed that, until his strength grew, he couldn't venture too deep even into the outer regions. With this in mind, he pondered for a moment, then patted the dog's head and said,
"Xiao Hei, although eating demon beasts boosts your cultivation, with our current strength, we can barely handle ordinary first-tier beasts. But if we encounter something stronger, we might end up as its meal. So until we're strong enough, we need to lie low and never be arrogant enough to provoke those ferocious beasts." Woof!
The big black dog wagged its tail in understanding. Today's beast had truly frightened it. It didn't want Lin Ping to take risks for its sake. Lin Ping chuckled and patted its belly, continuing.
But don't worry, once I get stronger, I'll make sure you're stuffed with all kinds of demon beasts. Woof. Also, cultivating in these wild mountains isn't like being in Silvermoon City. Safety comes first. We must fully embrace the way of the coward. They say even a wily rabbit has 3 burrows. We can't be weaker than a rabbit. Woof.
The big black dog was puzzled. This cave dwelling was perfectly fine. Why move? Besides, there was a small river nearby where it loved to play, full of big fat fish.
Xiaohei, let me ask you, can you be sure that demon wolf we killed today was a lone wolf?
The dog thought for a moment, then shook its head.
See, you can't be certain. What if it has brothers? Woof.
The big black dog nodded, recalling how wild boars came in packs.
If that wolf's kin come sniffing around, what do we do? Just kill them. Woof.
The dog nodded.
All right, say we kill the kin that come. Then the wolf king behind them might lead the whole pack here. Could we still fight them off? Woof. Woof.
The big black dog's eyes widened in shock. That made perfect sense. Seeing the dog's astonished expression, Lin Ping smirked and continued.
It's simple logic. Kill a small one, a bigger one comes. Kill a big one, an elder arise. Eventually you bring down a whole clan's wrath. Woof.
The big black dog's bell-like eyes began to tremble, its body quivering with fear. Lin Ping raised an eyebrow and pressed on.
So in our cowardly way we must never be careless. With our strength not yet up to par, we can't afford a single mistake. Woof. Woof.
The big black dog snorted heavily and nodded frantically. It had finally understood, its admiration for Lin Ping flowing like an endless river.
Smart.
Lin Ping praised the dog, loving its expression.
So what should we do next? Woof. Woof.
Move. We must move tomorrow.
You're teachable.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head and laughed.
Then we'll move tomorrow. Besides, we've eaten all the beasts around here. Staying is pointless. We need a new place to harvest.
Woof. Early the next morning, Lin Ping packed up all the pots and pans. Taking one last look at the cave he'd lived in for half a year, he swung his pickaxe, sending dust flying. Soon the entire cave was destroyed, filled with rubble and soil covered with dead branches and leaves. From the surface, no trace of human habitation remained. Lin Ping admired his handiwork and patted the dog's head with satisfaction.
Xiaohei, let's go. Woof.
Half a day later, the man and the dog arrived at a valley.
Xiaohei, how about this place? Woof.
The big black dog nodded, loving it even more than their previous spot. The valley was filled with exotic flowers and herbs, and it had a river, its favorite.
Good, then our new home is here.
Lin Ping set down all his belongings, grabbed his pickaxe, and started digging. With his mastery of mining, digging a cave was a breeze. Soon he carved out a 2-room, 1 living room cave in solid earth. Over the next few days, he used the carpentry skills learned in Dania village to craft a bed, table, and chairs. The new cave was soon filled with the warmth of home. From then on, the man and the dog resumed their daily routine of hunting, gathering herbs, and diligently cultivating the chi-refining art, a life of stealth. Simple, plain, fulfilling, and free from conflict. He had once fantasized about what his life would be like if he ever embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Would he be fighting and killing daily for cultivation resources, climbing over countless bones? Or would he be an ethereal immortal, aloof from the mortal world, watching the winds and clouds with indifference? But now Lin Ping just wanted to say screw that. The joy of a hermit's life. How could those cultivators ever understand? Time flew in the mountains, and another 3 months passed. Snowflakes drifted through the sky, blanketing the valley in silver. Lin Ping sat cross-legged on a riverside stone, and with a thought, the gray stone slab materialized. Cultivation, chi-refining layer 3, 5100 skill 1, chi-refining art 1300 proficient skill 2, chi concealment art 50100 beginner. After 3 months of relentless effort, he had finally pushed his cultivation to chi-refining layer 3. The chi-refining art's experience growth remained slow, and the required points had doubled, making progress even more sluggish. Putting away the stone slab, Lin Ping smiled. 1100 skill 1, chi-refining art 1300 proficient skill 2, chi concealment art 50100 beginner. After 3 months, woof! At the foot of the mountain, a stout figure clad in gray robes, roughly the same age as Lin Ping, leaned against a large tree. He gnawed on a massive pork leg, grease smeared across his lips. This was the man Lin Ping called Da Peng, whose full name was Zhao Fangbao. 10 days earlier, Lin Ping had descended the mountain with his big black dog to purchase supplies in the town. On the road, he encountered the fat man drenched in blood and gasping for breath as he sat on the ground. Lin Ping had lent him a hand. To his astonishment, the fat man turned out to be a rogue cultivator who had mastered the spirit eye technique, enabling him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy within others. Upon learning that Lin Ping was also a cultivator, he struck up a conversation with an air of familiarity. Lin Ping felt a twinge of displeasure at being secretly observed with the spirit eye technique, but he reasoned that such a practice was likely a common method among cultivators to distinguish mortals from practitioners. Since the fat man seemed harmless on the surface, he let it go, though he silently resolved to cultivate the chi concealment art for future protection. During their chat, the fat man was shocked to learn that Lin Ping had never even heard of the Misty Valley market. He enthusiastically urged Lin Ping to broaden his horizons, explaining that the Misty Valley was built by the major sects as a gathering place for rogue cultivators. Within its bounds, robbery and violence were forbidden. Violators would be hunted down by all the great sects of the Yin Kingdom. Intrigued by such a haven, Lin Ping naturally wished to see it for himself. Thus they agreed to journey to the Misty Valley together today.
Daoist Zhao.
The fat man, who had been squinting while devouring his pork leg, looked up at the sound. Seeing Lin Ping approaching with his big black dog, his face lit up with joy. He quickly pulled out a large pork leg wrapped in oil paper from his bosom and offered it to Lin Ping.
Daoist Lin here. A pork leg.
Lin Ping glanced at the greasy offering and promptly declined. Unfazed, the fat man stuffed the pork leg back into his robes. He then led Lin Ping and the black dog deeper into a secondary peak of the Silver Moon Mountain range. Along the way, he chattered incessantly, gnawing on his pork leg while regaling Lin Ping with tales of the Misty Valley, giving the latter a deeper insight into the world of cultivation.
Daoist Zhao, why would the major sects go to such lengths to build a market in the Misty Valley for rogue cultivators to trade?
Lin Ping finally couldn't resist probing the question.
To recruit disciples for the sects, of course.
The fat man replied with a smack of his lips.
Built for recruitment?
Lin Ping asked, puzzled.
Exactly.
The fat man nodded.
The major sects have 3 main methods of recruiting disciples. The first is to select suitable candidates directly from cultivation families. The second method is to build trading markets for rogue cultivators across the Yin Kingdom, gathering the scattered practitioners. Every July they hold an Ascension Assembly to recruit talented rogue cultivators into the sects. After all, among those who stumbled onto the path of cultivation by chance, there are some with extraordinary gifts. To let them go to waste would be a loss for the sects. The third method is for the sects to send people to search for gifted disciples across the land. This happens, but it's not common. Since the mortal world is vast, wouldn't it be easier to find talented cultivation seedlings there? Why do the sects rarely recruit from among the common folk?
Lin Ping asked again, confused.
Not at all.
The fat man chuckled.
Daoist Lin, you may not know this, but though there are countless mortals, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, perhaps only 1 in 10,000. And among those with spiritual roots, it might take tens or even hundreds to find one with decent talent. As for heavenly spiritual roots, they are even more elusive. So finding a truly talented seedling isn't easy. The sects can hardly drag every child from every mortal household out for testing, can they? I see.
A look of realization dawned in Lin Ping's eyes. Now he finally understood why in all his time, since leaving the mine and arriving at Silver Moon City, he had only witnessed the immortals recruiting disciples once in Dania village. So that was the reason. His mind stirred and he asked,
Daoist Zhao, you mentioned cultivation families as the main source. What's the story behind that? Oh, there's a lot to it.
The fat man clicked his tongue in wonder.
Please enlighten me, Daoist Zhao. These so-called cultivation families are actually intricately connected to the major sects. Many of their members were once disciples of these sects in their youth. After leaving the sect, they settled down in the mortal world and started families. As a result, their descendants are far more likely to possess the aptitude for cultivation. Naturally, the sects prefer to recruit from these families. They know the background and avoid many complications. Alas!
With a sigh, the fat man continued.
So Daoist Lin, rogue cultivators like us aren't exactly welcomed by those from cultivation families. In the Misty Valley, it's best not to provoke any disciples from those families. Isn't the Misty Valley mainly for rogue cultivators? Do people from cultivation families come there too? Of course they do.
The fat man smiled and explained further.
With so many cultivators in the valley, demand is high. Seeing a profit to be made, those cultivation families set up stalls in various gathering spots for rogue cultivators. They sell cultivation consumables and buy items like spirit herbs and materials from demon beasts. This also provides a way for rogue cultivators to earn resources for their training, so the sects tacitly allow this mutual exchange. Besides that, some disciples from cultivation families come to these gatherings to sell what they've obtained or buy what they need. In any case, the valley is a mixed bag, Taoist Lin. Be careful. While violence and robbery are forbidden inside, once you're outside the valley, things are different. You catch my drift? Thank you for the warning, Taoist Zhao.
The fat man waved his hand dismissively.
No need for thanks, Taoist Lin. We're both rogue cultivators. The path of cultivation is hard, and we should help each other. We need to grow stronger so those cultivation family disciples don't look down on us. Besides, didn't you help me Fong Bao when I was injured? That injury of yours was minor, Taoist Zhao. Even without my help, you'd have been fine.
The fat man chuckled.
True, but in my path of cultivation, I believe in fate. The fact that you lent a hand that day means we were destined to meet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you to the Misty Valley. The path of cultivation is treacherous, you know. Thank you, Taoist Zhao.
Lin Ping expressed his gratitude once more. Amidst the fat man's lively chatter, the pair, along with the dog, unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a valley. Zhao Fangbao halted and said with a smile,
Taoist Lin, we've reached the Misty Valley.
Lin Ping and the large black dog gazed into the valley, their eyes filled with awe. A thick white mist enshrouded the entire valley, drifting slowly, presenting a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, obscuring the valley's true extent.
Taoist Zhao, with such extraordinary phenomena in this valley, are you not concerned about mortals wandering in by accident?
The stout man smiled slightly.
There's no need to worry. Ordinary mortals can hardly reach this place, and even if they stumble in by chance, they will lose their way in the mist and be sent back out. The white mist here is not a natural occurrence, but a manifestation of the immortal sect's formation.
Hearing this, Lin Ping and the black dog were even more astounded. Truly the methods of immortals. Such a grand scale.
Taoist Lin, let us enter. This formation can discern the spiritual energy within cultivators.
With that, the stout man stepped into the white mist. Lin Ping and the black dog followed closely behind. The moment the stout man's body touched the mist, in the next instant, as if recognizing his identity, the mist within a 10-foot radius trembled slightly, then rolled back, revealing a straight path about 10 feet wide that stretched endlessly into the distance. The sight left the black dog dumbfounded, its eyes wide and round. So this is the power of immortals. How dazzling.
Steady yourself, Xiao Hei.
Lin Ping patted the trembling dog head and followed the stout man onto the path within the mist. In truth, he too was deeply shaken. This first-hand experience far surpassed any depiction in the cultivation novels or animations he had read or watched in his past life.
Woof!
Though the path seemed infinitely long, they reached its end after only a short walk. Stepping out of the thick mist, their eyes were met with a sudden brightness. Lin Ping and the black dog were once again stunned by what lay before them. The valley stretched vast and boundless, with palaces and pavilions scattered gracefully among the trees, elegant terraces, and drifting white clouds encircling everything, a veritable paradise on earth. What astonished them most was that outside snowflakes drifted, and the land was silver white, yet inside the valley it was as warm as spring, with exotic flowers and rare herbs vying for beauty, and lush trees thriving. The stout man turned to see Lin Ping's stunned expression, and smiled faintly, as if expecting this reaction, for he had worn the same look when first brought here by a senior. Once Lin Ping had taken it all, and he chuckled and said, Taoist Lin, follow me. Let me give you a brief introduction. As they walked, the stout man continued, Do you see that white jade hall deep in the valley? Yes. Lin Ping replied, looking in the direction he indicated. That hall is the residence of the guardian of Misty Valley, where a foundation establishment master from the 9 great immortal sects of the Flame Kingdom takes turn stationed to maintain order within the valley. Hearing this, Lin Ping and the black dog's pupils trembled violently. How terrifying, to think a foundation establishment immortal sat in guard within the valley. Do you see that octagonal golden tower on the left? That is the renowned drunken immortal tower in Misty Valley.
Its 100-fruit wine is irresistible, though its price is far beyond what ordinary rogue cultivators can afford.
As he spoke, the stout man swallowed hard before continuing.
Near the drunken immortal tower, those rows of buildings house various cultivation families' businesses. Many rogue cultivators sell the demon beasts they hunt there in exchange for spirit stones. This is perhaps the only quick way for rogue cultivators to earn spirit stones.
Then he pointed to the right.
Do you see those rows of buildings? Those are rented dwellings for cultivators entering Misty Valley. They are said to have small spirit gathering arrays, making cultivation twice as efficient with abundant spiritual energy. But ordinary rogue cultivators cannot afford them, which is one reason they are often looked down upon by disciples of cultivation families.
Lin Ping nodded in understanding. It seemed the cultivation world was no different from the mortal world. The wealthy often looked down on the destitute. The stout man stared in that direction for a while, before reluctantly turning back.
The vast square at the valley center is a gathering place for rogue cultivators. There one can gather information or form teams to hunt demon beasts. The open area before the square is where cultivators set up stalls freely. Daoist Lin, you might wander there to see the sights. I need to procure some supplies. Daoist Xiao, please attend to your affairs. I shall explore on my own. Very well. Daoist Lin, until we meet again. If you need anything, you can find me in the square. I am usually there. Daoist Xiao, please attend to your affairs. I shall explore on my own. Very well. Daoist Lin, until we meet again. If you need anything, you can find...
The market was bustling with people coming and going, occasionally leaning in to whisper inquiries at various stalls. Though not as noisy as a mortal market, it was far from quiet. Lin Ping and Xiao He mingled with the crowd, looking around like country bumpkins entering a grand city, marveling at everything and occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Through covert observation, they realized that all transactions were conducted using a prismatic crystal called spirit stones, not ordinary gold or silver. This discovery made Lin Ping clutch his gold and silver tightly, fearing exposure, relieved he hadn't used them. Otherwise he would have been taken for a fool. As they browsed from stall to stall, Lin Ping and the black dog's eyes shone with excitement, and tears of envy flowed unbidden. For the first time, they felt utterly poor. The stalls sold everything: pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, and all kinds of cultivation materials laid out casually on the ground. Lin Ping and the black dog, spellbound, crouched before each stall, unable to move. They neither asked prices nor touched the goods, merely staring with gleaming eyes, inwardly screaming, "All treasures!" Yet they had no spirit stones. The stall owners initially greeted them with smiles, hoping for a sale, but soon realized this pair was like fools. They only looked, never bought, and began to frown in annoyance. Where did these rogue cultivators crawl out from? Acting like bumpkins, utterly clueless. Even the dog was the same. Thus the stall owners in the front row, upon seeing the pair, waved their hands in disgust, shouting that if they weren't buying, they should stop bothering their business. The pair could only smile sheepishly and move away, their eyes fixed on another row of stalls.
Xiao He, let's go check those out. Woof.
Lin Ping suddenly spotted something extraordinary, his heart pounding. He swallowed hard, patted the dog's head, and made his way toward one of the stalls.
Wow, these are all spell, Xiao He.
A man and a dog approached a burly man's stall, crouched down again, and stared at the spell manuals with gleaming eyes. Fireball art, cleansing art, compendium of spiritual herbs, concealment art. A row of books piled on the stall dazzled the eyes, and tears of longing once again flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Lin Ping swallowed hard, craving every single one of them. The fireball art in particular stirred an irresistible itch within him. It was a divine skill from the games. If he could master such a spell with his cultivation at the third layer of chi refining, wouldn't dealing with first-tier demon beasts be a matter of moments?
Spirit stones, spirit stones.
He lamented the word spirit stones in his heart, feeling that his cultivation had been in vain.
Fellow Daoist, do you see anything to your liking?
Lin Ping put on a fawning smile.
Big brother, how much is the fireball art? 10 low-grade spirit stones. That much. You can still haggle. I have no spirit stones on me.
The burly man frowned.
No spirit stones. You can trade with other items of equal value.
Lin Ping's face showed distress, his eyes wavering with hesitation. Finally, as if bracing himself, he gritted his teeth and said,
Can I use silver? Fellow Daoist, what do you mean?
The burly man stared at him, as if he were a fool, a hint of anger already coloring his face. Seeing this, Lin Ping quickly gave an awkward smile.
Big brother, what about gold? I can. If you can't afford it, go away. What are you asking for when you don't even have a single spirit stone? Do you think this is a cabbage market?
The burly man spat in annoyance. Woof. The black dog bristled with rage. How dare this fellow insult people? Weren't you the one who said to haggle? What's wrong with having no spirit stones? Did we eat your rice or dig up your ancestors' graves? It spat a disdainful gob back at him. Lin Ping quickly patted the dog's head to restrain its smiling.
Let's check out other places.
The burly man crossed his arms over his chest heaving, and his large nose snorting, with heavy breaths, his stance suggesting he would resort to violence if Lin Ping dared utter another word. Although looting and destruction were forbidden within this valley, giving a minor lesson to a junior who dared to mock him was hardly a serious matter. Lin Ping silently led the black dog away without a word.
Can't even produce a single spirit stone, yet still comes to fool around. Are all juniors these days so insolent?
The burly man snorted coldly before sitting cross-legged on the ground, resuming his business. On the way, the black dog nudged Lin Ping, urging him not to be angry. Lin Ping patted its head and smiled.
It's fine. When we have spirit stones later, well, by dozens of them.
The reason he had brazenly gritted his teeth and offered gold or silver was his intense desire for the fireball art. He wanted to try if such currency could work. What if it did? Though he was ultimately rejected and mocked by the burly man, he didn't take it to heart. At least he now knew that gold and silver were useless here.
Woof!
The black dog grinned. Buying dozens wasn't enough, they needed hundreds. Learn one and use the rest as table mats.
Ha. All right, as you say.
The man and the dog ignored the stares of the crowd and continued their stroll. This time, they had learned their lesson. Instead of crouching at each stall, they stood at the periphery of the crowd, listening to people explain the names and uses of various items. After visiting all the stalls, the man and the dog headed into the shops run by cultivation families.
Xiao Hei, look, that seems to be a weapon shop.
Lin Ping exclaimed excitedly. Blacksmithing was his forte. He wondered how immortal weapons were forged.
Woof!
The black dog was equally thrilled. Finally something in their wheelhouse. This time, they wouldn't embarrass themselves. But soon they exited the shop with grim faces. Because those weren't ordinary weapons at all, they were magical artifacts imbued with spiritual power entirely different from mundane blacksmithing. To be precise, it was called artifact refinement. Still, the shop assistant was quite kind, not mocking or driving them away despite their penniless appearance. After leaving the weapon shop, they eagerly entered a shop selling formations. Inside there was a dazzling array of formations, formation flags, and formation plates, making Lin Ping and the black dog's eyes curve into crescents with envy. After the formation shop, they ventured into a talisman shop, then a pill shop, continuing down the line without missing a single one. A full hour later, the man and his dog finally finished exploring all the shops, thoroughly satisfied. Surprisingly, this tour yielded no small gain. They now had a rudimentary understanding of pills, talismans, formations, and magical artifacts. As for the various precautions for purchasing demon beast materials, they had gained a fairly comprehensive understanding thanks to the patient explanations of the shop assistants. It turned out that the purchase prices for different demon beasts varied, and they weren't bought whole. Before selling, one had to separate the useful materials. For example, some demon beasts' horns were quite valuable, so you only needed to bring those parts to sell.
Xiao Hei, did you remember everything they said? Woof woof.
The black dog barked cheerfully, indicating it had.
Ha. Good, let's head back.
Lin Ping in high spirits led the black dog out of the valley. His visit to the Immortal Mist Valley had been immensely fruitful. The young assistants in the cultivation family shops were especially patient, answering every question without a hint of annoyance. Their attitude was impeccable, unlike what Zhao Fanbao had described about cultivation families looking down on rogue cultivators. In fact, their service was far superior to that of the stall-keeping rogue cultivators. The black dog wholeheartedly agreed. The rogue cultivators at the stalls had atrocious attitudes, constantly waving them away, while the cultivation family shop assistants treated them like honored guests without a trace of disdain. The men were handsome, the women fair, their attitudes warm, and their words pleasant. The black dog silently drew comparisons. The next day at dawn.
Xiao Hei, get up.
Hunt demons. Early in the morning, Lin Ping leaped from his bed, with a shout startling the sleeping black dog into a shiver.
Woof!
The black dog blinked its sleepy eyes at him. Had the boss had too much adrenaline today? Why was he so hyped? Lin Ping ignored the dog's puzzled look. With a loud scrape, he moved aside the boulder blocking the cave entrance, took a deep breath of fresh air, and began washing his face. Yesterday's trip to the Immortal Mist Valley had opened his eyes wide. He felt he could no longer just hole up and cultivate in seclusion. Improving cultivation wasn't useless, but he had to learn some minor spells. What good was having spiritual power without skills to wield? Wouldn't that be tragic? He had to learn the fireball art, the cleansing art. There were so many things he wanted to learn. If only he had spirit stones. Cultivators indeed did business differently from the mortal world, accepting only spirit stones, not gold or silver. So the biggest problem now was hunting demon beasts to earn spirit stones. Time to go all out. The sun shone bright today, a perfect day for an expedition.
Xiao Hei, let's go.
Woof! Woof! The man and his dog, equipped and confident, strode deep into the mountain forest.
Xiao Hei, I have a feeling well bagged 10 demon beasts today.
Woof! As dusk was about to fall, Lin Ping returned carrying a demon beast and a big black dog. Both the man and the dog could barely suppress the grin spreading across their faces. They had skulked along the fringes of the deep forest for the better part of the day, finally encountering a lone demon beast, a massive wolf with silvery white fur. After confirming with a strike of his iron bead that it was merely a first-tier mid-stage silver-wined wolf, both man and dog grew ecstatic. Lin Ping hoisted his great iron hammer and leaped forward. One blow could have shattered its soul, but to preserve the wolf pelt intact he meticulously controlled the force of each strike, neither too much nor too little, hammering precisely at the wolf's head. This was a feat made possible by his mastery of the blacksmithing skill. After several rounds of combat, the silver-wind wolf finally collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide with lingering disbelief. Until its dying moment, it could not fathom why this infuriating twisted human, who could have crushed it with a single hammer blow, insisted on pounding its head repeatedly until stars swirled before its eyes, and its brain felt like a mushy mess, only then allowing it to expire. Despicable, despicable, utterly despicable. Such were the curses that echoed ceaselessly in the silver-wind wolf's mind as it breathed its last. Lin Ping placed the silver-wind wolf on a flat stone slab outside the cave and asked with a smile,
Xiao Hei, do you know what this is?
Woof!
Wrong.
Woof!
It's not a demon beast, it's a gleaming spirit stone.
Woof! The big black dog understood. Once the demon beast pelt was sold, it would indeed become spirit stones. It let out a joyful bark, then nuzzled Lin Ping's leg. Lin Ping chuckled and patted its canine head. He fetched a sharp knife from the cave and began carefully skinning the beast.
Xiao Hei, if we want to fetch a good price, the pelt surface must be flawless. Now you see why I didn't smash its head open with one blow, don't you?
Woof! Woof! The big black dog snorted heavily and nodded frantically. During the battle with the wolf, it had been anxious, wondering why Lin Ping hadn't killed the creature with a single hammer strike. Now it understood. At this moment it truly comprehended. Its bell-like eyes gleamed with rapt attention as it gazed at Lin Ping, admiration cascading like an endless river, unceasing and boundless.
Clever!
Lin Ping praised with a smile, delighted by the dog's expression.
So from now on, when we kill demon beasts, we must do our utmost to preserve the integrity of their exteriors. This is no trivial matter.
Woof! The big black dog nodded, all for the sake of those shimmering spirit stones.
Exactly. A teachable pup.
Lin Ping slowly separated the wolf pelt with his knife, humming a cheerful tune as he worked.
Thank you, because of you, you warm the seasons.
Slap! The big black dog immediately flattened its ears. It feared nothing under heaven and earth except hearing Lin Ping singing at full volume. That tone-deaf demonic howling like a ghost wail truly gave it a headache. It was unbearable. Lin Ping paused his knife and swept his gaze over the big black dog. Feeling Lin Ping's sharp knife-like stare, the big black dog slowly retreated, then, with a whoosh, bolted madly toward the river.
Where do you think you're going?
Lin Ping's figure flashed like the wind, instantly catching up and grabbing the big black dog just as it was about to leap into the river.
Blast it! You'd rather jump into the river than listen to this master sing.
Lin Ping's deep eyes fixed on the big black dog, which trembled slightly before going limp and exhaling a heavy snort onto the ground.
Woof, 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 woof. I want to fly higher, wings stirring up storms, heart roaring, fly higher.
He grabbed the big black dog's ear, leaned in, and continued singing boisterously into it, until the dog's spirit soared and its eyes shone with adoration. Only then did he release it with satisfaction.
Ha!
Lin Ping laughed joyfully, as he resumed skinning the wolf. A quarter of an hour later, he had carefully separated the pelt intact without the slightest damage. He hung the wolf pelt to dry in the wind. Then with a chop of his axe, he set up a large cauldron, boiled water, and soon man and dog gathered around the iron pot, feasting heartily.
Xiao Hei, you know what? The silver wind wolf not only has a nice name, its meat is far more tender and fragrant than that of ordinary wind wolves. Every bite leaves a lingering flavor. Woof woof.
The big black dog gnawed at the meat, letting out blissful barks, its large bell-like eyes curving into crescents. Not only was the wolf meat delicious, but after swallowing it distinctly felt a warm current rising within its body, circulating gently, a sensation even more noticeable than when it had eaten wind wolf meat before.
Xiao Hei, eat slowly, don't rush. This master said you'll have all the meat you want, guaranteed to make you soar. Woof.
The big black dog nodded, but its jaws showed no sign of slowing down as it continued to devour ravenously. Before long, man and dog had polished off the entire pot of meat. As was their custom, the big black dog licked the remaining broth clean, then laid back contentedly, belly up, eyes half closed. Lin Ping's eyes narrowed as he studied the big black dog. The next moment, the gray stone slab materialized in his mind. Spirit Pet Black Dog, HP 200200, Realm Initiate 4100. The experience had jumped from 2 to 4 points. With roughly the same quantity, the first meal of wind wolf meat had only granted 1 point, with a daily cap of 2 points. But the silver wind wolf meat had given a full 2 points in just that first meal. It seemed the silver wind wolf's bloodline was indeed more advanced than the wind wolf's.
Xiao Hei, now that your realm has increased by 2 points, do you feel any different? Woof.
The big black dog rolled over and bounded across the grass a few times. It felt amazing. It could jump higher and more effortlessly than before. Lin Ping smiled and patted its head.
You've only just begun to enter the realm, and already you possess such ability. When you advance to the first tier in the future, I wager a single swipe of your claw could shatter the soul of a silver wind wolf. Woof.
The big black dog stared at him incredulously. Was it really that formidable?
Believe in yourself. You can do it. Woof woof.
The big black dog nodded excitedly, its eyes curving, and drool seeping from the corners of its mouth as it began to fantasize saliva flowing freely. Seeing this, Lin Ping smiled without a word and began cleaning up, leaving no trace behind. Living on the mountain, safety came first. The next day Lin Ping set out again, with the big black dog brimming with confidence, vowing to hunt down 10 demon beasts. But they returned empty-handed at dusk. On the third day, as if fate had bound them to wolves, they struck lucky again, and encountered another lone first-tier wind wolf. A few hammer blows sent its soul away. They skinned it, set up the pot, and began the feast. On the fourth day luck was against them. They roamed the edges of the deep forest all day without any success. On the fifth day heavy snow fell from the sky, but their fortune turned soon after setting out. They hunted down a first-tier red-tailed bear. On the sixth day early in the morning, Lin Ping packed the separated demon beast materials, pulled a banded headband from his pocket, tied it around his head, and set off for Mist Valley. This time he did not bring the big black dog. Within the immortal Mist Valley, inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a shop assistant was just finishing his work, head bowed, when he heard footsteps. Looking up, his expression shifted dramatically, and his mouth fell wide open. What kind of get-up is that? Could it be that even bandits practice cultivation now? Sweat beaded on his forehead. Was this man planning to revert to his old trade here? With this thought, he stealthily slipped out a talisman, ready to summon reinforcements.
Fellow Taoists, don't misunderstand. I'm here to sell beast materials. Might I ask if you accept them?
Lin Ping offered a warm smile. Hearing that he was here to sell goods, the assistant finally relaxed, and the talisman pinched between his fingers vanished with a soft whoosh. Yet even so, he felt that the smile beneath that face veil was eerily sinister. This man was no good sort, likely a marauding bandit before he took up cultivation. Best not to provoke him.
Yes, we do.
He quickly swallowed and replied.
Good.
With that, Lin Ping slapped the sack from his back onto the broad counter with casual abandon, then untied it to reveal the animal hides within. The assistant's demeanor immediately turned serious as he spread out several beast pelts for a meticulous inspection, his movements utterly professional, a stark contrast to moments before. Soon the assistant neatly folded the hides and said with a smile,
First grade silver moon wolf pelt 4 lower grade spirit stones, first grade wind wolf pelt 2 lower grade spirit stones, first grade redtail bear pelt 2 lower grade spirit stones. Would you like to sell, fellow Taoist? So little.
Lin Ping frowned.
These pelts are perfectly intact. Fellow Taoist, the value of first grade beast materials varies. Some are higher, some lower, and some have no worth at all. Your pelts are indeed complete, or the price might have been halved, or even less.
Lin Ping pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth.
Fine, sold.
The assistant quickly stored the hides and handed him 8 hexagonal crystals that shimmered with a soft luminous glow.
Here are 8 lower grade spirit stones. Please keep them safe.
Lin Ping calmly pocketed the stones and asked,
Do you sell Fireball Technique and the Beast Compendium? We do. How much? Fireball Technique is 6 lower grade spirit stones, and the Beast Compendium is also 6 lower grade spirit stones.
Lin Ping frowned.
Can't you lower the price? No haggling. Thanks.
Lin Ping gave an awkward chuckle, picked up his sack, and walked out of the 100 Treasures Pavilion.
Damn, that big guy last time was such a scammer. He opened his mouth asking for 10 lower grade spirit stones for Fireball Technique. No wonder he said we could negotiate.
After leaving the pavilion, he quickly found a secluded corner, nervously scanning all around while clutching a cloth pouch tightly. He looked utterly furtive, as if everyone might steal his spirit stones. Seeing no one paying him any attention, he hurriedly opened the pouch with a racing heart and delightedly examined the stones closely.
Finally earned my first fortune in cultivation. It wasn't easy.
9 months. Had cultivated for 9 whole months before touching these legendary spirit stones for the first time. Who could understand that feeling? His heart was bursting with excitement, nearly moved to tears. He caressed each stone several times, eyes gleaming with light, finally knowing what spirit stones felt like. Then he tucked the stones into the innermost pocket and headed toward the market stalls. This visit to the stalls was entirely different from the last. With spirit stones on him, though not many, his back straightened. He meticulously examined every novelty at each stall, occasionally chiming into discussions with a remark, putting the precious knowledge from his last visit to immediate use. The wandering cultivators gathered around the stalls, men and women, old and young, all subtly shifted aside at the sight of his bandit-like appearance, fearing an accidental brush with this ruffian that might invite unnecessary trouble. Emboldened by his spirit stones, Lin Ping lingered longer at each stall, eavesdropping on explanations and debates, amassing even more insights, his lips twitching upward in barely concealed delight. Lin Ping's eyes suddenly lit up, and he strode quickly to a woman's stall. His gaze fell eagerly on a few books haphazardly laid out. The woman's expression jolted. That casual yet distinctive look. Could he really be a bandit?
How much for this Fireball Technique?
Suppressing her shock, the woman forced a smile.
8 lower grade spirit stones. What?
Lin Ping exclaimed, his voice so loud it drew stares from passers-by, making the woman frown. She glanced around before lowering her voice.
Then name your price. 2. What?
This time it was her turn to exclaim. Are you really a bandit? How can you haggle like this?
Bandit, big brother, why don't you just rob me?
After a silent complaint, she gritted her teeth.
6. Can't go lower. 3. No. 4.
Lin Ping clenched his teeth.
Fine, sold to you.
Seeing the long-coveted Fireball Technique finally secured, Lin Ping suppressed his excitement and asked,
And the Beast Compendium? How much? 6.
Lin Ping frowned at the worn, almost shiny book.
This one's falling apart.
The woman flushed slightly and smiled sheepishly.
All right, I'll give it to you for 5. How about 2?
Huh? Do bandits always haggle so unreasonably?
Fellow Taoist, this Beast Compendium might be old and battered, but it's still readable. You can't bargain like that. Since you're buying the Fireball Technique, you'll throw this in for 4 as a package deal.
Lin Ping's heart stirred. Had earned 8 stones from selling pelts, and these 2 books would cost exactly that. But then wouldn't he have not a single spirit stone left? Little Black hasn't even touched a spirit stone yet. With that thought, Lin Ping's face showed hesitation. He extended 3 fingers and said with difficulty,
I only have 3 spirit stones on me. If it works, I'll buy.
The woman studied his expression. Even a bandit can be this poor. But with the face veil, she could discern nothing.
All right, I'll give them to you for 3 spirit stones. You're truly a kind person, fellow Taoist.
Lin Ping chuckled, reached into his crotch, and awkwardly pulled out a cloth pouch. At this sight, the woman's beautiful eyes widened, her lips twitching involuntarily, and her chest heaved slightly. Then she watched him shake 8 spirit stones from the pouch, count them over and over, and with great reluctance pick out 7 to hand over.
Didn't you just say you only had 7?
The woman asked, aggrieved.
Indeed, but I have to return 1 to someone.
Lin Ping smiled without a hint of embarrassment. The woman was speechless. Transaction complete, he quickly stuffed the fireball technique and beast compendium into his bosom, suppressing the urge to burst into song, and headed toward the Immortal Mist Valley Square with his sack. The woman stared at the large sack, her expression shifting as she fell into thought.
Damn, these stall-keeping wandering cultivators are so dishonest. If I hadn't checked the price at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, I'd have been totally ripped off.
Muttering to himself, Lin Ping walked toward the square, hoping to eavesdrop on tips about hunting beasts for profit. There's no shame in learning by listening. The square was quite lively, with numerous wandering cultivators sitting in small groups, chatting and laughing in a pleasant atmosphere. Lin Ping didn't approach them, but sat cross-legged at a distance. Yet even so, his distinctive attire drew sidelong glances from the crowd. Some even covertly used spiritual sight to examine him, and upon realizing this bandit's cultivation was low, they resumed their chatter unconcerned. Lin Ping pricked up his ears. The cultivators' conversations, aside from amusing cultivation anecdotes, mainly revolved around hunting beasts in the mountains. After half an hour of listening, Head gained quite a bit. It turned out they never acted alone like him, but formed small teams to hunt beasts in the mountains. From their talk, he also gleaned a crucial insight. Deep in the mountain range, beasts had their own territories. For instance, first-grade beasts mostly lurked at the fringes of the deeper areas, while second-grade beasts dominated further in, and so on. But this wasn't absolute, as some beasts gathered in special environments, deep valleys, coal mountains, or lake regions, where high and low-grade beasts might coexist. In such cases, extreme caution was needed, or one might face utter ruin. Moreover, small teams gathering spirit herbs and fruits captivated Lin Ping's interest, and so he remained seated there, appearing to cultivate while secretly eavesdropping. Only when the sun dipped westward did he rise and leave.
Xiao Hei, am back.
A black shadow darted out from the cave, instantly pouncing on Lin Ping, barking incessantly, its eyes full of grievance. They had never been apart before.
Ha ha.
Lin Ping laughed, patting the dog's head.
Xiao Hei, guess what treasure I brought? Woof woof.
The big black dog's eyes were brimming with excitement as it tugged at his clothes with its mouth, urging him to take it out and show it.
Tada!
Lin Ping hummed a tune, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He produced a small pouch, shook it, and a spirit stone glowing with a soft radiance appeared in his hand.
Look at this, what is it? Woof!
The big black dog's eyes lit up sharply, as if sensing something, and it quickly lifted its head to gaze at his hand.
Woof woof!
The big black dog rose excitedly, leaning on Lin Ping, gently reaching out with its paw to touch the spirit stone, as if afraid to disturb it, its demeanor utterly reverent. In Lin Ping's hand.
Woof woof!
The big black dog rose excitedly, leaning on Lin Ping, gently reaching out with its paw to touch the spirit stone, as if afraid to disturb it, its demeanor utterly reverent.
Xiao Hei, touch it boldly, it's fine. From now,
leaning on Lin Ping, gently reaching out with its paw to touch the spirit stone, as if the big black dog nodded eagerly, propping itself on him, cradling the spirit stone in both paws, examining it closely, its copper bell-like eyes curving into crescents.
Xiao Hei, this is a low-grade spirit stone. They say there are also media-grade ones above, with a standard exchange rate of 1 to 100. Spirit stones have many uses. They can be used as currency for trade or for cultivation. The pure spiritual energy within them is far superior to absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, as it has no impurities. However, that's the way of the wealthy in the cultivation world. We can't afford that luxury now. Additionally, spirit stones can quickly replenish the mana expended by cultivators during spellcasting. But besides that, their most important use is in setting up formations.
Lin Ping recounted to the big black dog all the information about spirit stones he had gleaned from the misty spirit valley. The latter listened with wide eyes, its gaze at the stone in its paws growing ever more brilliant.
Xiao Hei, there's more good stuff. Let's eat first. Woof!
The man and dog busied themselves, and soon a large iron pot of fragrant bear meat stew was ready. They devoured the meal ravenously, occasionally praising nature's bounty. After the big black dog licked the last of the broth clean, Lin Ping's eyes sharpened as he studied it. Spirit Pet Black Dog Health 200200 Realm Initiate 10,100. This pace is acceptable, Lin Ping thought, with a slight smile, and began to clean up the pots and dishes. After tidying everything, he blocked the cave entrance with a boulder, and the world fell silent. By candlelight, the man and dog studied 2 books, the Fireball Art and the Beast Compendium, which Lin Ping had purchased from the Misty Spirit Valley.
Xiao Hei, do you know why we always have to be so cautious every time we go out to hunt demon beasts? Woof.
The big black dog looked at him with clear eyes. Too weak.
You're half right, but not entirely. Woof. We're afraid because we can't tell how strong those beasts are. We only learn their strength when we engage them. If we encounter a higher beast, we'd have no chance to escape. Woof. Woof.
The big black dog snorted heavily. That made perfect sense. Lin Ping patted the book in his hand and smiled.
But now that we have this beast compendium, everything changes. We can clearly know the ranks and classifications of those beasts. Woof woof.
The big black dog nudged him. Then why don't you open it quickly?
Ha, coming.
He patted the dog's head, telling it to be patient, then opened the beast compendium and began studying it page by page. The book described the relevant information about the beasts in great detail, even covering the habits of some, the environments they preferred, and some of their attack methods. The content fascinated the pair, and they occasionally let out exclamations of surprise.
Xiao Hei, look, the earth-raging bear is a second-tier beast, and its habitat is similar to that of the red-tailed bear. If we had encountered that one back then, would probably be dead. Woof woof.
Its pupils contracted sharply. Good thing they hadn't.
Oh, the blood wolf is a third-tier beast. Xiao Hei, remember this, with our current strength, if we see one we must flee far away and never provoke it, or well die.
The big black dog went limp, trembling from Lin Ping's words. It snorted heavily onto the ground, nodding frantically like a chick pecking at rice.
Woof 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 woof.
The more they read, the more alarmed they became. Some first-tier beasts had combat power far beyond what they could handle, and second-tier beasts already possessed some spell abilities. Encountering one would be certain death. They exchanged glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. The few beasts they had hunted a few days ago were all weaklings. They had been incredibly lucky. If they had encountered even a slightly stronger mid-first-tier beast, they would have been seriously injured or dead. Was this a novice protection period? Only then did Lin Ping understand why rogue cultivators had to form teams before daring to hunt beasts in the mountains. Soon they finished the entire book. Clearly the beast compendium was incomplete, only covering up to 4th-tier beasts. However, Lin Ping wasn't too concerned about that. For now, even mid to late 1st-tier beasts were beyond his ability to deal with, let alone 2nd-tier ones.
Phew!
Closing the book, Lin Ping let out a long breath, thinking how fortunate it was that he had bought this beast compendium. Otherwise, blindly hunting beasts would surely lead to an early grave. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly.
Xiao Hei, it seems we can't go hunting beasts for a while. We won't always be lucky enough to run into the weakest ones. Woof.
The black dog nodded emphatically, still terrified by the fearsome beasts in the compendium. Too damn scary.
But don't worry, once I master this fireball art, we'll be fine. It's a long-range attack spell. Woof.
Lin Ping's heart raced with excitement as he opened the fireball art and studied it intently. This divine skill from his past life in the game. Just how effective would it be in this cultivation world? Although the black dog knew it couldn't cultivate spells, it still lay on the ground engrossed in the book. Whatever Lin Ping liked, it liked. However, after reading for a while, it felt as if its head was about to grow, a brain growing dizzy. It persisted a bit longer then, with a thud, collapsed backward, belly up. This spell was too profound, definitely not for a dog to practice. Lin Ping sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, as he formed hand seals, casting aside all distractions. As described in the fireball art, he used his will as a guide, slowly channeling the mana within his body along a specific path. This was a painstaking process that required patience. Haste would only prevent him from stirring the elusive fire essence. An hour passed quickly, yet nothing stirred. 2 hours went by and still he could not sense the so-called fire essence. 3 hours elapsed. The black dog had long since curled up and fallen asleep nearby. Just then Lin Ping began to feel a faint, barely perceptible warmth slowly flowing through his meridians, gradually forming a stable cycle. Overjoyed, he focused his mind, and the gray stone slab materialized before him.
Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 3 9100 Technique 1 Chi Refining Art 21300 Proficient Technique 2 Concealment Art 70100 Novice Spell Fireball Art 00 Not Learned. A line of deep gray characters appeared. Seeing these words, a slight smile tugged at Lin Ping's lips. In just 3 short hours, the gray slab had registered progress. It seemed his training in this fire spell was indeed more natural and faster, just as the book had described. According to the book, the fireball art was a fire-type spell, so those with a fire spiritual root would find it easiest to cultivate. After all, cultivators with a fire spiritual root had fire spiritual power in their dantian, granting them a natural advantage. Cultivators with other spiritual roots could still practice it, but they would need to convert their spiritual energy, and even then casting the spell would consume more mana and yield inferior results.
It seems my 5-element mixed spiritual root is pretty good. I can learn anything as long as I'm willing to grind. There's nothing that can't be ground out.
After muttering to himself, Lin Ping stopped practicing the fireball art and turned his attention to grinding the chi refining art. He had to juggle multiple tasks, cultivating spells while not neglecting his cultivation base. Just grind away. An hour later, with a sigh, he collapsed into sleep, utterly exhausted. After all, one was not made of steel. Even a great chi refining cultivator could tire. The next day, after another hour of grinding the fireball art, Lin Ping began attempting to condense the thread of fire coursing through his body onto his fingertip. At first, the faint elusive fire thread was difficult to gather, flickering like the dying embers of charcoal. Later, when he focused his mental energy on that wisp of warmth, the entire sensation transformed, as if he were slowly gathering scattered sparks. A look of delight crossed Lin Ping's face as he seemed to grasp something. He murmured to himself,
"So this is how it is."
He began to practice, repeatedly feeling and experimenting. After a quarter of an hour, the warmth of the fire thread traveling within his body gradually intensified, and he could now gather and manipulate it at will.
"I've done it."
Lin Ping turned his head and saw the black dog still sprawled nearby, drooling as it snored.
Boom!
He kicked it.
"Xiaohei, get up. Your lord has mastered the heaven-scorching immortal art. Come and behold."
Woof! The black dog opened its bleary eyes and looked at him with slight confusion. It had been having a wonderful dream when Lin Ping's kick rudely awakened it. A smirk played on Lin Ping's lips.
"Xiaohei, watch closely. Your lord is about to perform an immortal technique."
With that, he channeled his mana, activated the technique, gathered the spark within him, and thrust it toward his fingertip. The next moment, an extremely faint red flame no larger than a grain of rice slowly flickered into existence between his 2 fingertips. What? The black dog strained to open its eyes wide, unconsciously stretching its neck forward to get as close to the flame as possible lest it miss seeing it at all.
"Xiaohei, what do you think of your lord's heaven-scorching immortal art? Pretty damn impressive, huh?"
The flame the size of a grain of rice flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished by the slightest disturbance. No matter how one looked at it, it hardly seemed capable of scorching the heavens. Yet, seeing the expectant look in Lin Ping's eyes, the dog's dull mind suddenly sparked with a flash of insight, and it understood.
"Woof woof!"
The big black dog barked excitedly. "Amazing! How did you manage to master this heaven-scorching immortal art in such a short time, boss? Teach me, teach me." Lin Ping chuckled, patted the dog on the head, and dispersed the flame with a flick of his mana. Then, with a thought, the gray stone slab materialized. Spell Fireball Art 1100 Novice, seeing the single point of experience displayed, a smile bloomed on his face like a flower. Finally, he had ground it up. The sense of achievement from mastering a spell in such a short time filled him with vigor. Thus, in the days that followed, they resumed their old routine, cultivating, hunting beasts, eating, and resting, cycling through it all.
"Big black dog, die!"
Lin Ping bellowed, his figure moving swiftly, as he let out a strange cackling laugh.
"Heaven-scorching immortal art."
He suddenly appeared not far behind the big black dog, and fiercely formed hand seals. In an instant, fireballs the size of eggs rained down upon it like a hailstorm.
"Woof! Woof!"
The big black dog's pupils contracted as it barked frantically, leaping and dashing away. The fireballs struck the snowy ground, instantly melting small craters and sending up wisps of white steam.
"Damn you, dog! You sure can run!"
Lin Ping fumed, forming hand seals again. Another dozen or so crimson fireballs howled through the air, hurtling toward the swiftly running dog.
"Woof!"
The big black dog's figure leaped abruptly, dodging far away.
Then with a twist of its body it turned around and lunged at Lin Ping.
How dare you attack your lord? What nerve?
Lin Ping roared, sidestepping to evade the dog's sharp claws. He then wrapped his arms around the dog's head and held it tight.
Woof!
A pained yelp rang out as Lin Ping hurled the big black dog directly into the river. Splash! The dog burst out of the water and shook itself violently, sending countless droplets flying and splattering Lin Ping.
Ha ha!
Lin Ping laughed heartily, stripped off his wet clothes to reveal 18 abdominal muscles, and dove headfirst into the water, with a splash soaking the big black dog completely. Man and dog frolicked in the river, splashing water at each other.
Xiao Hei, take it easy. Don't drown. I'm not saving you, haha. Woof woof.
Inside the cave, Lin Ping was soaking wet, a broad smile on his face, completely unconcerned. The big black dog was the same. They lit a charcoal fire, roasted meat, and watched the snowflakes drifting outside the cave, their spirits immensely high. After 10 days of relentless grinding, he had pushed the fireball art from a novice's 1 experience point all the way to minor mastery, accumulating a full 160 points. Remarkably fast progress. Ever since the fireball art reached minor mastery, a daily ritual for Lin Ping and the big black dog was for him to hurl fireballs at it, while it frantically dodged, thus honing their combat skills. Lin Ping tore off a large piece of golden glistening roasted meat with his teeth, gazing at the snow outside as he chewed.
Xiao Hei, another year has passed. Today is the end of the year. I imagine the city is just as lively as last year. How about we go take a look tonight? Woof woof.
The big black dog's eyes lit up, and it nodded excitedly. Last year's Lantern Festival and the releasing of wish lanterns had been such a joy.
Xiao Hei, look. So many wishing lanterns are floating up. Woof.
Lin Ping and his big black dog sat on a massive rock in the mountains, gazing toward the Silver Moon City, silently making a wish in their hearts. Meanwhile, within Silver Moon City, in a sparsely populated area by the river, a young girl slowly released her wishing lantern, murmuring to herself,
Brother Lin Ping, where on earth are you?
After the new year passed, another 10 days went by in a flash.
Xiao Hei, watch this.
A fireball the size of a bowl shot forth from Lin Ping's hand, hurtling toward a tree trunk as thick as an arm not far away.
Boom!
A thunderous sound echoed. With a crack, the tree was snapped cleanly by the fireball.
How was that?
Lin Ping smirked, a grin spreading across his face. After 10 days of relentless effort, his fireball technique had advanced from minor success to mastery. The power and stability of the fireballs had greatly improved, and he could now conjure them swiftly. In essence, with the fireball technique reaching mastery, it now possessed considerable offensive capability.
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog stared at the broken tree, utterly astonished. The boss was truly formidable.
Ha ha!
Lin Ping laughed heartily, patting the dog's head.
Xiao Hei, according to the Beast Compendium, the one-horned azure ox among first-tier demon beasts is slightly stronger than the Silver Moon wolf. We can practice on it. Besides, its horn and hide are decent materials we can sell. Woof!
The big black dog looked at him with some doubt. Were they strong enough to take it on now?
If we encounter a lone one, it's no problem. But you have to be careful. If we run into the mountain opening, ferocious ox will have to flee. These two types often live together.
The big black dog nodded. It had read the Beast Compendium and naturally understood the terror of the mountain opening ferocious ox far beyond what they could handle now.
Let's go! Woof!
The man and his dog packed their gear and set off westward, slowly venturing deeper into the mountain range. According to the Beast Compendium, the one-horned azure ox was a herd-dwelling demon beast. They usually roost in open valleys, mostly with gentle temperaments, though the mountain-opening ferocious ox was notoriously domineering.
Xiao Hei, isn't there a large valley not far from where we hunted the red-tailed bear last time? Let's check it out and see if there are any one-horned azure oxen. Woof!
The big black dog nodded excitedly.
But remember, with our current strength, we can only take on loners. Never provoke a whole herd. Woof!
Around sunset, Lin Ping returned carrying a demon beast on his back, with the big black dog by his side. Both were grinning from ear to ear. In that valley they had indeed discovered a herd of one-horned azure oxen, one of which had strayed from the group, lying idly by the lake like a fool. Lin Ping and the black dog crouched in the bushes, observing for a while. When they confirmed no danger nearby, the black dog darted out and made an utterly absurd provocative gesture toward the one-horned azure ox, making Lin Ping's mouth twitch uncontrollably. He never imagined the dog had such a talent. The one-horned azure ox, naturally unwilling to be humiliated, decided that such a small beast dared to act insolently before Lord Ox. It had to break its dog legs. In a chase, the big black dog soon lured the one-horned azure ox far outside the valley. At that moment, fireballs the size of bowls descended from the sky, whistling as they slammed into the ox. Boom, boom, boom. Though the fireballs couldn't inflict much damage on its thick hide, the sudden assault startled it badly, causing its steps to falter. Just then Lin Ping swung a heavy iron hammer and smashed it squarely on the ox's head, a decisive blow. Over the following days, Lin Ping ventured into the valley daily, using the same tactic to lure lone one-horned azure oxen outside and hunt them down, reaping a bountiful harvest. 5 days later, Lin Ping sold the separated horns and hides at Mist Valley for 25 low-grade spirit stones. With spirit stones in hand, he began to stroll around like a wealthy man. He spent 10 spirit stones at the 100 Treasures Pavilion to purchase the Spirit Eye technique and the telekinesis technique, then haggled with a stall owner for a long while before buying the cleansing technique for 6 spirit stones. Lin Ping was utterly baffled that the mighty fireball technique was priced lower than the telekinesis technique, Spirit Eye technique, and cleansing technique. Nevertheless, it didn't dampen his excitement. Inside the cave, Lin Ping opened the cleansing technique pamphlet and chuckled. Xiao Hei, don't underestimate this cleansing technique. It can't attack, but it saves time, giving us more time for cultivation. Woof! The big black dog nodded. Though it couldn't practice these minor spells, it still lay by Lin Ping's side, as always, its large bright eyes fixed on the pages. In its heart, these moments were the most beautiful. The cleansing technique was concise and straightforward. Lin Ping finished reading it quickly and began to meditate on its insights. In just a quarter of an hour, the cleansing technique was marked as mastered. Another quarter of an hour later, he had reached the entry level. Within an hour, he achieved minor success. The speed at which his experience grew was astonishing, prompting a sigh of regret. If only his chi refining art could progress with such vigor. Xiao Hei, your master has reached minor success in the cleansing technique. Come and witness. As the words left his mouth, Lin Ping lay down on the ground and rolled several times. The big black dog was almost dumbfounded, its eyes wide as brass bells. What was the boss doing? Possessed by evil chi. Going into demonic deviation. Lin Ping stood up, eyeing his dust-covered clothes with a satisfied grin. Cleansing technique. He quickly formed a hand seal, and a gentle breeze swept over him. In an instant, his entire body was refreshed, spotless and gleaming. All dirt vanished. Ha ha. Woof. The black dog's eyes widened. This was even cleaner than bathing and washing clothes. Lin Ping marveled as well. Truly, the methods of immortals were remarkable. Every minor spell seemed to serve a great purpose and should never be underestimated. After experiencing the wonder of the cleansing technique, he eagerly picked up the telekinesis technique pamphlet and studied it meticulously. The world of cultivation was truly magical, filled with diverse minor spells that made him want to learn them all. The cleansing technique had only 3 stages: entry, minor success, and major success, while the telekinesis technique had 5: entry, minor success, mastery, major success, and perfection. After reading the introduction to the telekinesis technique, Lin Ping understood why it was priced higher than the fireball technique. Because when the telekinesis technique reached perfection, it would become a highly useful offensive means. Without needing to form hand seals, one could control leaf stones and other objects to attack enemies. Even a tiny leaf could become as sharp as a flying blade, catching foes off guard, truly not to be underestimated. In comparison, the fireball technique seemed rather mediocre. He suddenly recalled some cultivation animations he had watched in his past life, where cultivators would casually wave their hands to sweep up stones or leaves and hurl them at enemies. So this was the power of the telekinesis technique. Who would have thought such a minor spell could be so useful? Soon he finished the thin pamphlet, and his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth gaping open, until he exclaimed, Holy crap! Woof! Woof! The large black dog, startled by Lin Ping's sudden loud shout, jolted upright, its canine head turning toward him, wondering what all the fuss was about. Lin Ping swallowed hard and yelled, Xiao Hei, I've been cheated. Woof! This telekinesis art requires a cultivation level of chi refining layer 7 to practice. Lin Ping only then recalled the strange expression on the shop assistant's face when he had wanted to buy the telekinesis art. As it turned out, with his current cultivation level, he simply couldn't practice it. Although the telekinesis art was a very basic minor spell, even simple object control required being at Chi refining layer 7.
Xiao Hei, my spirit stones were just swindled away like that. Woof!
The big black dog nuzzled him, urging him to let it go, that he could practice it later.
I guess that's all I can do.
Lin Ping nodded dejectedly, picked up the small manual for the spirit vision art, and began to study it. In the days that followed, Lin Ping packed his schedule full. Hunting single-horned azure oxen, grinding away at various minor spells, eating, and cultivating the Chi refining art made his days quite enjoyable. However, this comfortable life finally came to an end on the 20th day. Inside the cave, Lin Ping rested the back of his head on the big black dog, staring at the flickering candlelight, lost in thought. Today, when he had taken the black dog to the valley to hunt single-horned azure oxen as usual, they were suddenly ambushed by a mountain-splitting ferocious ox and several single-horned azure oxen. The beasts were enraged, chasing them for several mountain peaks, as if they were mortal enemies. Luckily, he had hugged the big black dog and run fast enough, or they would surely have been trampled to death by those oxen. Even now, recalling it, his heart was still pounding violently.
Xiao Hei, do you know why those oxen went so crazy today? Woof!
The big black dog stuck out its tongue as if to ask, is it because we ate too many of them? Ever since its cultivation had improved a bit, its mind had become sharper than before. For some problems it could ponder them on its own without Lin Ping's prompting.
Right, we've been fleecing that herd over and over, almost eating up their entire clan. No wonder they're furious,
Lin Ping said with a grin.
Woof! Woof!
So should we find another place and continue fleecing them?
No! Woof!
The big black dog turned its head, looking at Lin Ping with confusion. Lin Ping patted the black dog's belly, pondered for a moment, then spoke.
Xiao Hei, hunting demon beasts like this is ultimately too dangerous. Today we got lucky because the oxen weren't fast or agile enough. If we run into other demon beasts next time, we might not have such luck. Woof!
The big black dog nodded, indicating it understood. The mad chase by those oxen today had truly frightened it. It had almost lost its canine life under their hooves, a thought that sent shivers down its spine.
Xiao Hei!
He patted the dog's head.
Actually, we can find another way to earn spirit stones. Woof!
The big black dog jerked its head up. Are there other ways to earn spirit stones?
Yes, I secretly asked around in Misty Valley before. In the cultivation world, there are 4 professions that earn the most: alchemist, talisman master, array master, and artifact refiner. They are known as the 4 arts of cultivation. Woof!
The dog's head turned to Lin Ping. Can we even do any of that stuff now?
Of course we can. We've saved quite a few spirit stones from selling demon beast materials. That's our starting capital.
Saying this, Lin Ping frowned and thought for a moment before continuing.
But first, we need to decide which profession to take up. Woof!
The big black dog wagged its tail excitedly. Artifact refiner. Smithing is our old trade. Though it's not exactly the same as artifact refining, at least we have some foundation.
That might be difficult.
Lin Ping shook his head slightly.
Besides, talent, an artifact refiner needs a huge amount of resources to pile up. Our current savings are probably not enough. Woof!
What about alchemist?
That's not great either. Forget about talent for a moment, but in terms of resources, it's even more terrifying than artifact refining. It's not our best choice right now. As for array master, it's indeed a very lucrative profession, but it's also the one that demands the most talent. They say that out of 10,000 cultivators, maybe not even one has talent in arrays. Plus, the threshold is extremely high. Before studying arrays, you have to learn deduction. Even with great talent, you probably can't even touch the basics in 3 to 5 years. Besides that, array master is also a money-burning profession, so it's not suitable for us now. After thinking it over, I feel that talisman master suits us better. Although it also requires talent and resources, it's not as extreme. For example, blank talisman paper, cinnabar made from special demon beast blood, and talisman brushes. These 3 things are relatively cheap compared to various spiritual herbs and ores. The spirit stones we've saved are enough to get started.
Listening to Lin Ping's clear and orderly analysis, the big black dog listened with rapt attention, its admiration for him growing even deeper.
Woof!
The big black dog's eyes lit up. So we draw talismans to sell. Lin Ping nodded.
You're at the early stage now. Just eating the meat of first-tier early-stage demon beasts is too slow for increasing your cultivation. So we need to get some meat from first-tier latestage or higher demon beasts. Woof. Woof.
The big black dog nodded. It did feel it was a bit slow.
Don't worry, Xiaohei. I've already asked around. There are several shops in Misty Valley that specialize in selling demon beast meat. Once we earn money from drawing talismans, we won't have to risk our lives hunting demon beasts anymore. Woof.
100 Treasures Pavilion.
Dao's friend not selling demon beast skins this time.
A shop assistant upon seeing Lin Ping walk in greeted him with a beaming smile. He had long since gotten used to Lin Ping's brigand-like attire, and was no longer surprised by it. Lin Ping grinned and asked directly,
"Do you sell talisman brushes, cinnabar, and blank talisman paper here?"
The assistant sized Lin Ping up with surprise. Could this brigand be planning to study talismans? That required very high talent. But having worked at the 100 Treasures Pavilion for so many years, he knew well enough not to pry into a customer's private affairs.
"Yes, we do. How much for the cheapest talisman brush, low-grade cinnabar, and first-grade blank talisman paper? Oh, and a beginner's talisman manual."
The assistant smiled slightly.
"The cheapest talisman brush is made from the spiritual fur of low-grade demon beasts using a special method. It costs 20 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade cinnabar is 3 spirit stones per bottle. First-grade blank talisman paper comes in a dozen sheets per pack for 1 spirit stone."
He paused for a moment before continuing.
"As for the talisman manual, the cheapest one costs 10 spirit stones. It records the drawing methods for 2 basic first-grade first-strength talismans, the Clarity Talisman and the Soundproof Talisman."
Hearing this, Lin Ping frowned, calculating inwardly before gritting his teeth and saying,
1 talisman brush, 3 bottles of low-grade cinnabar, 10 packs of first-grade talisman paper, and 1 talisman manual. Coming right up."
Emerging from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Lin Ping's heart bled profusely, his gaze vacant, and his spirit utterly crushed.
"Damn it! What a swindler!"
Lin Ping muttered under his breath, his lips moving incessantly as he repeated,
"A swindler indeed."
The 70 spirit stones he had painstakingly saved through life and death adventures with Xiaohei were now reduced to just 4 denine after a single purchase. This feeling was akin to that of countless rogue cultivators toiling like beasts of burden for the great cultivation clans, enough to make one want to vomit blood. He then made his way to the shop selling demon beast meat. After haggling with the shop assistant for ages, he managed to acquire 10 gene of second stage initial phase demon beast meat for 5 low-grade spirit stones. At this point, he had only 16 spirit stones left on him. He had originally planned to browse the street market, but all enthusiasm had vanished. With so few spirit stones left, he dared not squander them recklessly. If those 10 stacks of talisman paper yielded no results in his practice, at least, he would still have some funds for another attempt.
"Xiaohei, am back." "Woof."
The large black dog bolted out of the cave, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it stared at the meat.
"Xiaohei, this is second stage initial phase demon beast meat worth 5 low-grade spirit stones." "Woof."
The dog's expression turned to shock. Was such a small amount of meat really that expensive?
"Uh-huh."
Lin Ping laughed heartily, patting the dog's head.
"It's worth it as long as it helps your cultivation progress. Quick, set up the pot, light the fire, and prepare for a feast." "Woof."
Man and dog busied themselves, and soon a large iron pot was filled with fragrant simmering second-stage demon beast meat. They devoured it ravenously, occasionally exclaiming in delight. After the black dog had licked the last drop of broth clean, Lin Ping's eyes narrowed as he studied it. Spirit Pep Black Dog Health 200200 Realm Initiate 30100. Indeed, the second stage initial phase demon beast meat had instantly boosted its experience by 3 points. Good heavens, this was far more effective than first stage initial phase meat. With 3 meals a day, it would likely gain 4 to 5 experience points. At this rate, with a steady supply of second stage demon beast meat, advancement wouldn't take long. But his spirit stones seemed insufficient. He had to grind talisman crafting as quickly as possible. It was worth noting that the black dog didn't gain the same experience from every meal of demon beast meat. The first meal of the day yielded the most, with diminishing returns thereafter. Lin Ping speculated that this was due to absorption and digestion issues within the body. After eating his fill and wiping his mouth, he cleaned the pots and dishes, then eagerly pulled out the talisman manual to study it meticulously. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he retrieved the ordinary brush gifted by the shop assistant from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, dipped it in water, and began practicing the strokes of the soundproofing talisman on a large stone slab. The soundproofing talisman was a common first-grade talisman primarily used to reduce noise for quiet cultivation. It could be affixed to walls to muffle sound, and many even exploited its properties for covert activities. Despite being a first-grade talisman, it was immensely popular and had a vast market. This knowledge didn't come from the talisman manual, but from the chatty shop assistant at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Through their conversations, Lin Ping had gleaned much foundational information about talismans. For instance, talismans were divided into 9 grades. 1st to 3rd were low grade, 4th to 6th were mid grade, and 7th to 9th were high grade. Similarly, cinnabar was classified into 4 tiers: low, initial, mid, and high. Different tiers corresponded to different talisman levels, and their prices varied accordingly. Talisman paper also came in 5 levels: white, yellow, red, purple, and gold. First-grade talismans used white paper, while 2nd and 3rd grades required yellow paper. A single bottle of low-grade cinnabar could produce about 120 complete first-grade talismans. Beyond this, there was a wealth of other talisman-related content that broadened Lin Ping's horizons immensely. Woof! The black dog stared at the crooked talisman strokes on the stone slab, utterly unable to discern what they were. A contemplative look crossed its face. Could strokes like these really produce a talisman? It felt that even gripping a brush with its own paw might yield better results.
Xiaohei, what's that expression supposed to mean?
Lin Ping stopped and looked at the dog.
Woof!
The black dog barked once, then darted off toward the river. Good grief! He was being mocked by a dog. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Lin Ping roared.
Xiaohei, where do you think you're going, you bastard? Whoosh!
A fireball the size of a bowl shot from his hand, hurtling toward the dog. With a splash, the black dog leaped straight into the river, watching the fireball land nearby and flashing a mischievous grin at Lin Ping. Lin Ping shook his head slightly, ignoring the dog, and returned to his focused practice, dipping the brush in water to trace talisman strokes on the stone slab. Though he called it talisman practice, it was more like brushwork training. As a keyboard warrior of the modern era, he was utterly unfamiliar with the traditional art of brush writing. Fortunately, he knew the proper grip, or he wouldn't have known where to begin.
Time to grind.
As time passed, something miraculous occurred. The talisman strokes on the stone slab were no longer as crooked as before. At least now one could discern what was being drawn. Overjoyed, he summoned the gray stone slab with a thought. Writing 101000 initiate.
Haha, with proficiency in hand, anything can be ground to mastery.
Once his brushwork reached a decent level, drawing talismans would surely become much smoother. He continued grinding away, dipping the brush in water and practicing on the stone slab to boost his writing proficiency. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the chopping. Preparing the tools is essential for the task, a principle Lin Ping understood well. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to waste talisman paper. Swish, swish, swish. The faint sound of the brush scraping against stone rose continuously. Whenever the slab was fully covered, he would unleash a fireball to dry the moisture, and then continue grinding. With every stroke of the talisman, his proficiency silently increased. This exhilarating sense of progress fueled his determination, and he gradually immersed himself in the practice, finding endless joy in it. He only stopped when darkness fully fell. By then his writing proficiency had reached the minor achievement level with 600 experience points.
Xiaohei, prepare yourself.
Releasing the brush, Lin Ping's figure flashed as he charged toward the black dog, casually hurling a fireball ahead. This was a daily game between him and the dog. It honed his fireball technique proficiency while sharpening their combat skills.
Woof!
The black dog burst out of the river in a flash. Boss, you're fighting dirty.
Hee hee.
Lin Ping cackled eerily as he chased after the dog, unleashing fireballs relentlessly.
Fighting dirty. Xiaohei, remember this: in a life or death struggle, it's about your survival or theirs. What room is there for fair play? Woof!
The large black dog let out an enraged bark, its speed instantly surging. With a few bounds it effortlessly dodged the fireballs, hurtling toward it, then flickered and spun around to pounce at Lin Ping. Ever since his cultivation had advanced further, his senses of smell, hearing, sight, and agility had all greatly improved. Especially as darkness fell, his perception grew even keener, like a hunter in the shadows, coming without a trace, vanishing without a sound.
Xiaohei, you dare compete in speed with me?
Whoosh! Just as Xiaohei was about to lunge before him, claws poised to strike, Lin Ping's figure blurred like a gust of wind darting several zhang away in an instant. Before Xiao Hei could react, several more fireballs blazing with dazzling crimson light hurtled toward him. Woof! Woof! The large black dog made a series of desperate leaps, narrowly escaping by a hair's breadth. Boom! 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 Fireball after fireball pounded toward the dog, leaving it with no choice but to frantically dodge, utterly powerless to counterattack. Woof woof! The large black dog panted heavily, its nose emitting a constant huff huff sound. Finally, amid the roar of a fireball, it leaped into the air only to land on its back by the riverbank, paws pointing skyward. Lin Ping's expression shifted. He quickly stopped and rushed over. Xiao Hei, are you all right? He had carefully aimed each fireball. How could he have accidentally hit it? Had he missed? Woof! Just as Lin Ping reached the dog and leaned in to check its injuries, it let out a sly bark, sprang up, and rammed its head hard against him. Thud! Caught off guard, Lin Ping was knocked backward by the sudden dog head splashing into the river, with a loud splash sending water flying everywhere. Xiao Hei, you bastard, you were faking death! Lin Ping burst out of the water, his face twisted in fury, grinding his teeth as he spoke each word. Who taught you to trick me like this? Woof woof! The large black dog bounced around joyfully. You taught me, didn't you? What's it called? Right, all is fair in war. Crow takes flight. Woof! A pained yelp rang out. Just as the dog was about to bolt, Lin Ping grabbed its leg, lifted it swiftly, and tossed it into the water. Then he plunged into the river himself, and the two roughhoused in the water. Woof woof! The dog yelped in exasperation. Boss, I surrender, I surrender. Ha ha! Lin Ping laughed triumphantly, slapping the dog's head repeatedly. Xiao Hei daring to trick your brother Ping, you've got some nerve. Woof! The dog begged for mercy. Pinga, I was wrong. All is fair in war, you're not wrong about that. Woof! Hearing this, the dog suddenly felt strength returning to its body. Its paws slowly floated in the water, and hope flickered in its eyes. Had it finally played the trick right? Was it about to be praised? But Lin Ping slowly rose from the water, a shadow looming over the dog, making its pupils dilate in terror. It slumped weakly, sinking back into the river. Had it done wrong again? But your understanding of all is fair in war is too shallow. Playing dead like that is utterly foolish. Don't you realize that if it weren't me, but your enemy, what would have happened? Woof! Because you chose the most miserable death. Your enemy would have finished you off ruthlessly while you played dead. Your end would be utter annihilation. Woof! The dog's pupils glazed over, and with a splash it sank into the water. So its trick had been wrong after all. Xiao Hei, you're still green at scheming. Stick with Brother Ping and learn more. Woof! The dog's head surfaced, nodding deeply with profound realization. Its large bell-like eyes stared at Lin Ping with admiration, as boundless as a surging river, endless and unceasing. A worthy pupil. Lin Ping patted the dog's head approvingly. Let's head up. It's dark. Man and dog slowly climbed ashore. Lin Ping used his spiritual power to evaporate the water from his clothes, sending up wisps of white mist, leaving his garments dry and crisp. Then he cast another spell, and a gentle breeze swept over him, making his entire body fresh and gleaming. No sooner had Lin Ping finished his cleansing technique than the large black dog gave a vigorous shake, splattering water all over him. In the next instant it darted toward the cave, leaving Lin Ping with a grinning face. Boss, is this what they call all is fair in war? You damn black dog. Inside the cave, Lin Ping sat cross-legged and began to diligently practice the breathing technique. The roughhousing with the dog had drained almost all his spiritual power from hurling fireballs. Now, using the breathing technique to recover his chi and boost his cultivation would kill two birds with one stone. An hour later he picked up a brush, dipped it in water, and began practicing calligraphy on the wooden table by candlelight. In his past life, he had entertained the thought of learning calligraphy. But the allure of the phone had been too strong, and he had let it slide. Who would have thought that in this alien world of immortal cultivation, he would develop an unprecedented passion for writing? There was no helping it. Talisman paper was too expensive. If he recklessly tried to draw talismans without mastering his calligraphy, even with his proficiency system, the spirit stones, it wouldn't be enough to sustain him. Sigh. Immortal cultivation was exhausting work. Especially for a rogue cultivator like him with no resources at all, he had to toil like a beast of burden. As time slowly passed, the large black dog was already fast asleep. 2 hours later, Lin Ping stopped practicing, massaging his aching back and shoulders, his eyes burning with fatigue. Calligraphy 42005000 Minor Mastery. On the gray stone tablet, his writing skill had risen significantly again. Though exhausted, seeing the rapid increase in proficiency still thrilled him. He estimated that with another day of hard grinding he could reach major mastery in calligraphy, and then he could truly begin working on talisman paper.
Xiao Hei, it's dawn.
Lin Ping kicked the dog awake, then collapsed onto the bed to sleep soundly.
Woof.
The dog opened its drowsy eyes, glanced at him. Had the boss gone mad from practicing calligraphy? The next day, Lin Ping continued grinding his calligraphy, while the dog watched nearby, its bell-like eyes wide open, nearly popping out. Why were today's characters so elegant and flowing, while yesterday's had looked like ghostly scrawls? He patted the dog's head and grinned.
Now you know your brother Ping is awesome, huh? Woof.
The dog's face was full of adoration. As time went on, his experience points soared, and the strokes of his calligraphy grew smoother and smoother. Finally, he could write the soundproofing talisman in one fluid motion.
Phew.
Lin Ping set down his brush and exhaled a long breath of stale air.
Finally mastered it.
With a thought, the gray stone tablet materialized before him. Calligraphy 100,001,0000 Major Mastery.
Xiao Hei, your master's calligraphy has reached major mastery. Prepare to draw talismans. Hurry and fetch some flowers. Woof.
Lin Ping opened the talisman manual and perused it meticulously, once more scrutinizing every single word to see if there were any crucial techniques he had previously overlooked. There was no help for it. Talisman paper was too costly to squander through reckless attempts. Hence, the more thorough the preparation before drawing, the higher the success rate. According to the attendant at the Baibao Pavilion, a novice who could successfully craft a single talisman out of 100 blank sheets was considered to possess talent in the Tao of talismans. He wondered what his own aptitude for talismans might be. Soon, he had finished scrutinizing the manual once more. In essence, when drawing a talisman, one must infuse spiritual power at neither too fast nor too slow a pace, in neither too great nor too small an amount. It all hinged on moderation. The stroke must not be interrupted or halted, breathing must remain steady, and emotion stable. He understood most of these nuances save for the concept of moderation. What the hell does moderation even mean? It seemed he would have to grope his way forward alone. Such was the plight of a rogue cultivator. With no master to guide him, by example, everything depended on his own exploration and insight. But thankfully he had his proficiency on his side. He believed he could grind through it, though it would depend on how many talisman papers he consumed. Let's get to work. He laid out the talisman paper, talisman brush, and cinnabar on the stone slab. Lin Ping composed himself, calmed his mind, and sat cross-legged. The large black dog rose and began earnestly massaging his shoulders, panting excitedly, as if it were the one about to draw the talisman. Woof, 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 woof. The large black dog barked behind Lin Ping, its paws clutching a pile of flower petals, which it scattered over his head. All that was missing was a sprinkle of holy water. Lin Ping's eyes snapped open, a glint of sharp light flashing through them. He gently brushed away the petals that had fallen on the stone slab, picked up a piece of white talisman paper, fragrant with the scent of grass, seemingly fragile yet tough, placed it in the center, lifted the talisman brush, dipped the tip in a bit of cinnabar, and began to draw. Having practiced the soundproofing talisman tens of thousands of times, he could trace its patterns accurately even with his eyes closed, relying solely on muscle memory. The brush moved like the wind without a hint of obstruction. As the tip raced across the paper, nearing the completion of the talisman strokes, an overwhelming joy welled up within him, causing him to finally release the turbid breath he had been holding. A sigh escaped him. The next instant an eerie wind arose without warning from the talisman paper, spiraling upward like a tornado straight toward his crown. After the strange gust subsided, Lin Ping stared in disbelief at the torn talisman paper. Beside him, the large black dog's eyes bulged as it looked from Lin Ping to the paper, utterly bewildered. The soundproofing talisman seemed to cry out awe. He actually breathed. I split. Gazing at the torn paper, Lin Ping muttered in confusion, Xiao Hei, can you believe it? I failed my very first talisman because I exhaled at the last moment. Woof. The large black dog pawed at the ruined talisman. What kind of nonsense was failing due to breathing? Right, do I have to hold my breath while drawing? What, the dog grinned, holding one's breath would turn him into an old turtle.
Lin Ping's mouth twitched as he picked up the manual to study it again. Though he had practiced the soundproofing talisman with water until it was second nature, theory and practice were entirely different beasts. The finer details had to be gleaned through hands-on experience. After flipping through the manual, he found no special mention of breath-holding techniques, only that breathing should be steady and emotion stable. After a moment of thought, a spark of realization struck him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Xiao He, I get it. Woof. It's not about holding my breath. What caused the failure was that exhale. It threw off my entire breathing rhythm, making it uneven." Woof. The large black dog nudged him, as if agreeing. Uh-huh. Lin Ping patted the dog's head and laughed. "Xiao He, failure is the mother of success. Our second one is definitely in the bag." Woof. The dog nodded, guaranteed. Buoyed by identifying the cause of failure, Lin Ping's confidence soared. He drew another blank talisman paper, placed it in the center, lifted the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, composed his mind, and began to move the brush steadily across the paper. Cue failure. He gritted his teeth and pulled out another blank sheet. Cue failure. Expressionlessly he drew a fourth. He set the brush down. Failure. Failure. After the sixth failure, Lin Ping paused, furrowing his brow in thought. Woof. The large black dog nudged him. Had he used the little cultivator's room before starting? Lin Ping's eyes lit up. He patted the dog's head excitedly and said, "Xiao He, your brain is getting sharper by the day." With that he scurried off toward the riverbank. The large black dog watched as Lin Ping washed his hands with great seriousness by the river, its eyes curving into crescent moons. It was indeed becoming smarter by the day. After washing his hands, Lin Ping returned to the stone slab, his expression solemn. He shook off the water droplets clinging to his hands, bowed respectfully toward the empty void, and declared, "Today I begin my talisman drawing. May the immortals and Buddhas bless me, grant Lin Ping some faith, let my brush flow with divine inspiration, and succeed with every stroke." Woof, 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 woof. Flower petals drifted down from the air. Drawing talismans was beyond its ability, but scattering petals. The large black dog declared it had that under control. Lin Ping sat upright before the stone slab. Since washing his hands, he felt refreshed and brimming with confidence that he would succeed. With everything ready, he once again composed himself and lifted the talisman brush. The tip dipped in cinnabar moved smoothly and evenly across the talisman paper. Perhaps it was because of the hand washing, but this time the brushwork felt especially effortless, and his breathing remained perfectly steady. Before long, a soundproofing talisman was complete. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Ping's mouth as he gently set down the brush and straightened up. Gazing at the faintly glowing talisman on the stone slab, his heart blossomed with joy, and he barely stifled a pig-like squeal of delight. Visually, this talisman differed little from the pattern in the manual, clearly a finished product. Uh-huh. Lin Ping laughed heartily, patting the dog's head, and said excitedly, "Xiao He, I did it. My first talisman is a success." Who said that completing 1 out of 100 blank sheets was already good? He had succeeded on his 7th try. Did that make him the chosen one of the talisman path? Woof woof. The large black dog was ecstatic. Gazing at the faintly glowing talisman, it scooped up a pawful of petals and tossed them over Lin Ping's head. Lin Ping smiled faintly, brushing the petals from his hair. "Xiao He, let's test the effect of this first talisman." With that he prepared to try out the soundproofing talisman. But before he could form the hand seal, the spiritual power on the talisman paper suddenly became chaotic, threatening to erupt at any moment. Woof! The large black dog's eyes were filled with panic as it snorted heavily. Was the boss about to? Lin Ping's face turned pale with shock as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Without time to explain to the black dog, he hastily grabbed the talisman that had entered a berserk state and hurled it away. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the air as the soundproof talisman detonated midair of its own accord, transforming into a ball of flames that burned to nothingness. Talismans can explode too. Lin Ping stared blankly at the sky, his face etched with utter disbelief. Fortunately, he had thrown it quickly enough. Had he been even a fraction slower, the stack of blank talisman paper, the talisman brush, and even the cinnabar on the stone slab would have all been ruined. That would have been a devastating loss, enough to bankrupt his entire talisman drawing plan. At that thought, cold sweat the size of beans streamed down his back. That was too close. It seemed that talisman drawing wasn't entirely a safe profession.
Alchemy could cause furnace explosions, talisman drawing could trigger detonations, and artifact forging often resulted in scrap metal. They were all equally perilous in their own ways. After calming his emotions, he focused his mind, and the gray stone slab materialized before him. As expected, there was no mention of talisman basics or any indication of being hung up on it.
Damn it, I was too careless. Woof woof.
The large black dog nudged him, urging him not to lose heart.
Xiao Hei, it's fine. Let's keep going.
Lin Ping wasn't discouraged by the talisman explosion, instead his confidence surged. After all, he felt that the soundproof talisman had come very close to success, and with a bit more effort, he truly believed he could make it work.
Xiao Hei, let's get to work. We've only wasted 7 sheets of talisman paper so far, and we still have plenty of blank ones left.
Lin Ping laughed optimistically.
Woof.
The large black dog nodded. Lin Ping began to compose himself once more to draw talismans, but this time he had learned his lesson. He moved all the blank talisman paper, and then used cinnabar to a safe distance, so even if another explosion occurred there would be no loss. Failure. Failure. Still failure. And so Lin Ping drew one soundproof talisman after another, only to fail time and time again. 10 consecutive sheets, and not a single one succeeded. Some spontaneously combusted, others split apart on their own, some detonated in small bursts, and a few lost all their spiritual power, halfway through being drawn, becoming nothing but useless scraps of paper.
Woof woof.
The large black dog quickly stood up and diligently massaged his shoulders.
Xiao Hei, I'm fine. I just drained all the spiritual power in my body. I need to rest for a while. Woof.
The large black dog responded. Rest as long as you need. The next day Lin Ping was full of energy. He set out all his tools early in the morning, and even went to the river to bathe thoroughly.
The auspicious hour has arrived. Today I, this humble one, begin drawing talismans. I beseech the blessings of all immortals and Buddhas. Grant me, Lin Ping, this favor. Let the brush fall and the talisman be complete. Woof 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 woof.
He lifted the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and moved with fluid grace, his stroke smooth and effortless.
Be complete.
Boom. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up from the stone slab.
Cough. Cough.
Lin Ping stumbled out of the smoke, his face black and coughing violently. Damn it, another talisman explosion, and this time even more spectacular than the last.
Woof woof.
The large black dog's pupils contracted sharply. Boss, are you all right? That was terrifying. Lin Ping coughed lightly, a puff of thick smoke streaming from his mouth.
I'm fine. As long as it doesn't blow me to pieces, I'll keep at it. Woof.
On the third day, he laid out his tools on the stone slab. With disheveled hair, Lin Ping trembled as he spoke.
Today is an auspicious day for drawing talismans. All immortals and Buddhas bless me. Grant me, Lin Ping, this favor. Woof.
The large black dog responded listlessly. Complete defeat. On the fourth day, Lin Ping's eyes were sunken and hollow as he weakly pleaded.
All immortals and Buddhas bless me. Grant me, this humble one, this favor. Woof.
The large black dog's ears drooped. Failure. 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 10 consecutive failures. The large black dog watched as Lin Ping immersed himself in talisman drawing like a man possessed, too tense even to breathe. Lin Ping, however, remained completely unfazed. It wasn't until he began drawing the 12th talisman that something miraculous happened. A thread of insight welled up from the depths of his heart, allowing him to clearly perceive the difference from his previous attempts. He understood how to improve, how to grasp that elusive concept of moderation with greater precision and accuracy. The 12th soundproof talisman was completed, but it ultimately ended in failure. Yet his lips couldn't help but curl upward. He had finally found the feeling. What a wonderful concept moderation truly was. With a thought, the gray stone slab materialized in his mind. Skilled talisman drawing 00 unranked, a line of deep gray characters appeared. Seeing those words, Lin Ping was so moved, he nearly wept with joy. 4 days. 4 whole days, and 68 sheets of talisman paper wasted before the gray stone slab finally acknowledged him. But since it had been recorded, he believed it wouldn't be long before he advanced to a proper rank. This realization filled him with renewed vigor. Woof, watching Lin Ping cycle through spells of obsession, grinning foolishly, and then sinking into pained contemplation, the large black dog couldn't help but nudge him. Boss, you haven't fallen into demonic possession, have you?
Ha ha.
Lin Ping laughed heartily as he patted the dog's head.
Xiao Hei, don't worry. Our venture is about to succeed. Soon we'll be raking in spirit stones by the handful.
The large black dog's pupils trembled slightly. He's starting to talk nonsense. It seemed demonic possession wasn't far off. It truly wanted to knock him flying with its head to snap him back to reality, but in the end it held back. Perhaps he was actually right. Lin Ping, of course, had no idea what was going through the black dog's mind. He picked up another blank talisman sheet, composed himself, and began to draw. Ever since the gray stone slab had recorded his skill, the sensation of drawing talismans was completely different. Although the 13th sheet still ended in failure, he felt he had gained a deeper understanding of the concept of moderation. It was a very subtle feeling, like gazing at flowers through a veil of mist. He could almost see them, yet something was always just out of reach, vague and indistinct. This sensation filled him with determination and eagerness to tear through that mist and see the flowers within with greater clarity. As he drew the 14th talisman, the mist seemed to thin a little more, allowing him to see more clearly. A feeling that success was imminent made his heart race. Composing himself, he picked up another blank talisman sheet. While drawing the 15th, he could make out the outline of the flower in the mist with greater precision. It felt as if just one step forward would allow him to pierce through the haze and truly see what he sought. When he reached the 16th talisman, a sudden inspiration struck. He dipped the brush, and Cinnabar held it steady and moved it across the paper with effortless grace. A never-before-felt subtle sensation surged within him, and he grasped the concept of moderation with perfect precision. Soon a soundproof talisman was complete. Gazing at the faintly glowing talisman, Lin Ping's lips curled into a sinister smirk, and a strange, eerie laugh escaped his throat. Had he truly fallen into chi deviation? The large black dog listened to Lin Ping's eerie laughter, a flicker of contemplation in its eyes. Then its gaze slowly fell upon the talisman paper, and instantly a sharp brilliance burst forth. The dog rose to its feet, its mouth wide open, trembling slightly, as if yearning to utter the word impressive, yet, after a long while, it simply could not form the sound.
Xiao Hei, I've done it. The talisman is finally completed. Ha ha ha.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head, laughing wildly at the sky, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot, as if venting all the pent-up grievances within him. After ruining a full 71 sheets of talisman paper, he had finally succeeded with just one. Clearly he had little talent in the art of talismans. If not for the gray stone slab in his possession, allowing him to grind proficiency, he likely wouldn't have produced a single finished piece, even from 200 sheets. Indeed, these so-called 4 arts of immortal cultivation were a complete farce. Not even a dog with a viable alternative would pursue them unless backed by a sect. For an ordinary rogue cultivator, there simply weren't enough resources to grind through.
Woof woof.
The large black dog was immensely excited, staring at the faintly glowing talisman as it continuously kneaded Lin Ping's shoulders. Lin Ping suppressed his smile, picked up the soundproof talisman, and examined it thoroughly. Only after confirming it wouldn't explode did he focus his mind, and the gray stone slab materialized in his thoughts. Skilled talisman drawing 1100, first-grade talisman master. Staring at that line, a contemplative expression crept across his face. A first-grade talisman master only required 100 experience points. If he could grind his way to a second-grade talisman master, wouldn't he then be able to craft second-grade talismans? The only question was how easily these experience points could be earned. If each successful talisman granted 1 point, he'd likely reach 100 soon enough. Only one way to find out. With that thought, he was reinvigorated, eagerly grabbing a fresh sheet of blank talisman paper to begin drawing. Failure. 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 He only stopped when his spiritual power was completely drained. 10 consecutive failures, not a single success. Yet his experience points had increased by 2, from 1 to 3. Lin Ping fell into thought once more. He couldn't quite grasp the standard for gaining experience points. All his attempts had failed, yet he had still earned 2 points. After much deliberation, he concluded it must be tied to proficiency. The more he drew, the higher his proficiency, and the experience points would quietly accumulate. Enough pondering. Tomorrow, he would buy more talisman paper and grind away. The next day. Early in the morning, Lin Ping used his last 16 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 192 sheets of first-grade blank talisman paper from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Adding the 38 sheets he had left, he now had a total of 230 sheets.
Xiao Hei, time to work. Woof 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 woof.
Petals drifted down from the sky. After successfully drawing a talisman, the large black dog was ecstatic, scattering handful after handful of petals in celebration.
All right, that's enough.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head, then gathered his focus and picked up the talisman brush. The brush moved with fluid grace. Failure. Another failure. Yet he didn't let it discourage him. He continued to bury himself in drawing talismans. Just grind away, overthinking was useless. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. As time slowly wore on, his proficiency in talisman drawing steadily improved. He gained deeper insights into the art, and his success rate soared. From succeeding once every 46 sheets to once every 30, then once every 15, then once every 5, and finally once every 2 sheets, his success rate reached 50%. By the 10th day, all 230 sheets of blank talisman paper were used up. His success rate had climbed to 75%, yielding 69 finished talismans. Adding the very first one, he had a total of 70. His talisman drawing experience points had skyrocketed from the initial 3 to 75. Based on the 100 Treasures Pavilion's purchase price of 2 first-grade talismans for 1 spirit stone, that amounted to 35 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Ping stared at the stack of talismans in his hand, feeling an urge to vomit blood on the spot.
Xiao Hei, we've taken a huge loss this time. We invested 65 spirit stones and only got 35 in return. Woof. Woof.
The large black dog's eyes widened in shock, realizing the severe loss. Could this venture even continue? Lin Ping thought for a moment, then patted the dog's head and smiled.
We must continue. We absolutely must. Woof.
The large black dog was baffled. Why persist in a losing business?
It's normal to take a loss on our first attempt. We'll make a profit next time. Woof woof.
The large black dog understood, nodding frantically. Every beginning is hard. Next time, they would surely rake it in.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Ping laughed with fervent passion.
Xiao Hei, this is just the first small step in our talisman career. Mountains of spirit stones await us. Since we've already embarked on this path of immortality, we should strive to make every step glorious. Woof.
The large black dog gazed at him with admiration. Though it didn't fully grasp everything, the promise of mountains of spirit stones waiting for them was crystal clear.
A person must always hold hope for the future, even as a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Just to fight and kill endlessly. Woof.
The large black dog nodded. It had no love for fighting and killing, it only wished to stay by Lin Ping's side. Next, the man and dog began sketching and writing on the ground, planning how to expand their talisman enterprise.
All right, settled. Woof.
They lay on the grass laughing, watching the sunset, their eyes filled with hope for the future, utterly at ease. The next day at Immortal Mist Valley, Lin Ping stepped into the treasure pavilion and grinned at his shop assistant.
Buying first-grade soundproof talismans.
Though setting up his own stall might yield more profit, he didn't want to. First, it would waste time, and second, it would attract too much attention. The path of immortality was treacherous and human nature was unpredictable. There was no need to risk it all for a few extra spirit stones. The shop assistant looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. This bandit not only cultivated immortality, but also drew talismans. Lin Ping shot him a glance.
We buy them, we buy them.
The assistant snapped out of his daze, and quickly forced a smile.
Good, take a look.
Lin Ping pulled a stack of talismans from his cloth bag and placed them on the counter. The assistant's sharp eyes scanned each talisman. Soon he looked up.
Not bad. Well, take these 36 soundproof talismans. The price is 2 for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Fine.
Lin Ping nodded. After the transaction, the assistant grinned.
If you have more in the future, feel free to come back to the treasure pavilion.
Lin Ping replied calmly.
All right.
After leaving the treasure pavilion, he wandered through the market for a while, before silently appearing inside the Myriad Treasures Tower.
Buying first-grade soundproof talismans.
The shop assistant eyed the bandit before him with suspicion. After a long pause, he swallowed and said,
We buy them, of course. How many do you have?
Lin Ping placed another stack on the counter.
34. Count them. The assistant carefully inspected and counted them. Soon he smiled. These soundproof talismans are of good quality. Our price at the Myriad Treasures Tower is 2 for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Deal. After leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Lin Ping cheerfully wandered through the market stalls. His purpose was not to buy anything but to eavesdrop on the conversations of the many cultivators at the stalls, listening as they explained the names and uses of each item. Through this back and forth, he gained quite a bit, acquiring new knowledge about various cultivation materials such as different pills, talismans, and spiritual herbs. Yet what made his throat go dry was seeing the rogue cultivators lay out all sorts of strange items at their stalls, trading one for another, all things he had never seen before. He was utterly dumbfounded. What were all these things? Where did they get them? He hadn't seen a single one before. This cultivation life was a waste. Finally he swallowed his saliva, left the market, and slipped into the 100 Treasures Pavilion. It was the same familiar attendant who greeted Lin Ping with a beaming smile as soon as he saw him. Daoist friend, did you succeed in drawing the talisman? At this, Lin Ping's usually calm expression shifted. He forced out 2 bitter teardrops and said mournfully, Ruined, all ruined. The attendant frowned slightly. Not a single completed talisman. No. Lin Ping shook his head in pain. Daoist friend, may I offer a word of advice? Please, young sir, enlighten me. Drawing talismans demands exceptional talent. For a beginner, succeeding on 1 out of 100 attempts indicates aptitude, and one can continue on the path of talisman arts. But if not a single talisman is completed within 100 tries, the chances are slim. You have purchased 312 blank talisman papers from my 100 Treasures Pavilion, yet not one has succeeded. So if there is no opportunity, I hope you can see it clearly, and not let inner demons disturb your cultivation journey. The attendant spoke from the heart. In this immortal Mist Valley, he had seen too many rogue cultivators consumed by deep obsessions, ultimately fading away without achieving foundation establishment. Some with ambition soaring to the heavens fancied themselves prodigies, only to fall into various fixations, becoming maddened and committing unpredictable acts. Lin Ping's rough bandit-like appearance had left a particularly deep impression on him, which was why he spoke those extra words. Though the attendant was a member of a cultivation clan, he was a marginal figure, receiving very few clan resources for cultivation. Thus he deeply sympathized with the hardships of rogue cultivators. I shall heed your words, young sir, Lin Ping said solemnly, cupping his hands in respect. Then changing the subject, he continued. However, I believe my talent in talisman arts is still decent. Perhaps with a little more persistence, I can produce a completed talisman. The attendant saw the resolute look in his eyes, and said no more, merely shaking his head slightly with a silent sigh. Young sir, I only have these last 30 spirit stones left. Could you give me a discount on the first-grade talisman paper? Lin Ping said with a pained expression. How many talisman papers would you like this time, Daoist friend? 3 bottles of low-grade cinnabar, and the rest of the spirit stones for talisman paper. The attendant pondered for a moment, then spoke. Daoist friend, since you are so persistent in the path of talisman arts, I will take the liberty of gifting you a bundle of talisman paper. How does that sound? Lin Ping immediately squeezed out 2 joyful tears, cupped his hands, and said, Thank you, young sir. May your future cultivation journey be smooth, with prosperity blooming wherever you tread. The transaction was complete. Grinning broadly, Lin Ping stored away the 3 bottles of cinnabar and 264 sheets of talisman paper before leaving. The attendant watched his departing figure, shook his head slightly, and resumed his work. Leaving the 100 Treasures Pavilion, he headed to the meat stall with his remaining 5 spirit stones. After haggling with the shop assistant for a long time, he finally succeeded in buying a piece of second-tier initial stage demon beast meat. Carrying the demon beast meat on his back, he walked out of the valley. Once outside, his figure sprinted forward like the wind, vanishing from sight in no time. As long as you run fast enough, you're safe from all danger. Woof! Woof! The big black dog, recognizing that familiar footsteps, darted out of the cave and rubbed against him, barking. Lin Ping smiled slightly, patting the dog's head. Xiao Hei, time to eat. Woof! After a hearty meal, Lin Ping and Xiao Hei began their usual sparring session, practicing fireballs and combat techniques. In the days that followed, they settled into an extremely routine life, practicing fireballs, honing various minor spells, cultivating, and drawing talismans. On the 7th day, his success rate for drawing soundproof talismans had reached 100,
and his talisman drawing skill had advanced to the level of a second-grade talisman master. During this period, he had successfully produced 111 talismans from 125 sheets of paper. His cultivation had also broken through from the third layer to the fourth. Lin Ping put down his brush, and with a thought, the gray stone slab appeared in his mind. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 4 1100 Technique 1 Chi Refining Art 220400 Grand Completion Technique 2 Chi Concealment Art 350500 Perfection Spell 1 Fireball Art 390500 Perfection Spell 2 Cleaning Art 100400 Grand Completion Spell 3 Spirit I Art 132300 Proficiency Skill Talisman Drawing 0500 Second Grade Talisman Master. Since breaking through to the fourth layer, the spiritual energy capacity of his Dantian had increased several-fold, making talisman drawing much easier, no longer draining him as before. Moreover, his five senses had become sharper, as if undergoing a qualitative transformation. Additionally, through his relentless daily grinding, all his minor spells had improved rapidly, with Chi Concealment Art and Fireball Art nearing perfection.
Damn it, second-grade Talisman Master requires 500 experience points. What about the later levels? A sea of them.
Lin Ping grumbled inwardly, withdrew from the gray slab, picked up the stack of completed talismans on it, and laughed.
Xiao Hei, do you know what this means? Woof.
The big black dog grinned. Spirit stones?
Smart. So do you know how many spirit stones this is worth? 55 low-grade spirit stones. Ha ha.
Lin Ping laughed heartily, patting the dog's head.
Xiao Hei, your brain is getting sharper and sharper. Woof woof.
The big black dog's large bronze eyes narrowed into crescents as it rubbed against him.
Xiao Hei, the cost of this stack of talismans is about 13 spirit stones. So after deducting the cost, we've made a profit of 42 spirit stones plus one extra talisman. Wouldn't you say our talisman business is outrageously profitable? Woof.
The big black dog nodded with a grin. Drawing talismans was even more lucrative than it had imagined.
With this talisman business, we don't have to risk our lives hunting demon beasts anymore. We can just buy them with spirit stones and kick back. How great is that? Woof. Xiao Hei, next let's grind on the mind-clearing talisman. We can't just be a one-trick talisman master. Woof.
The big black dog nodded in strong agreement. In a cheerful mood, Lin Ping put away the talismans, cleared the stone slab, then picked up an ordinary brush, dipped it in water, and began tracing the mind-clearing talisman. Half an hour later, when he could draw the mind-clearing talisman's runes backward as fluently as forward, he stopped. With a flick of a fireball, he swept it across the stone slab, instantly drying the water stains.
Xiao Hei, your master is about to challenge the mind-clearing talisman. Prepare your offerings quickly. Woof woof.
The black dog narrowed its eyes, indicating that everything was ready. Charge ahead without worry.
The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall now begin drawing talismans, beseeching the blessings of all immortals and deities. May every stroke blossom into a flower, and may each talisman be a success. Woof woof woof.
The large black dog barked excitedly behind Lin Ping, its paws scooping up a pile of petals and scattering them above his head before splashing some clear water wildly.
Xiao Hei, damn it. That's too much holy water. If it soaks the talisman paper, it'll be ruined. Woof woof.
The large black dog grinned, stopping its urge to continue splashing water. Lin Ping composed his mind and began to draw the talisman. Failure. Failure. After 5 consecutive failures, the first heart-cleansing talisman was finally born. Lin Ping carefully examined the finished talisman, finding the runes of the heart-cleansing talisman to be exceptionally smooth, brimming with spiritual energy and flawless in every aspect. He couldn't help but suppress a smile. Initially, he thought it would take over a dozen failures to succeed on the first talisman, yet unexpectedly success came on the 6th attempt. Indeed, as the proficiency of his talisman drawing skill increased, it brought genuine insights, truly enhancing his ability.
Woof!
The large black dog stared at the faintly glowing talisman, its face etched with disbelief. Had the first talisman really succeeded just like that? Lin Ping patted the dog's head.
Of course. Don't you know who your brother Ping is? Woof woof.
The large black dog indicated that its own scattering of petals and holy water had also played a part.
Ha ha. Right, Xiao Hei, your sincerity today was enough to move the immortals and deities, which is why our talisman enterprise has gone so smoothly. Woof.
He then continued drawing talismans. After 2 more failures, the second finished talisman came into being. After that there were no more failures. Each subsequent talisman was completed on the first try. By the time he finished the 10th talisman, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, so he set down his brush. This time he had drawn 17 talisman papers, and completed 10 talismans, which he found quite satisfactory on the whole.
Shall Hail restore my spiritual energy, and then well eat.
Woof! The large black dog nodded, signaling for him to take his time recovering. Half an hour later Lin Ping stood up brimming with vitality and shouted,
Shall Hai set up the pot.
Woof! With the large pot set up, and the water boiling, the man and his dog gathered around the iron cauldron, feasting heartily, utterly content.
Shall Hai, once we finish the remaining talisman paper, and exchange them for spirit stones, we can eat demon beast meat every day, and never have to settle for this wild boar again. Woof woof.
The large black dog gnawed on a large pork leg while nodding. If we keep eating these wild boars like this, they'll probably be on the verge of extinction.
Ha ha.
Lin Ping laughed heartily, then his expression turned serious.
Shao Hai, do you know why those wild boars ended up being hunted and eaten by us?
Woof! The large black dog's pupils contracted slightly. Because they are weak.
Exactly.
Lin Ping raised an eyebrow and continued.
So do you think being weak is their fault?
The large black dog hesitated for a moment before shaking its head.
Why? Woof woof.
The large black dog grinned, because in this world where there is strength there must also be weakness.
What you said is certainly correct. Because we are strong, we can eat them.
Lin Ping paused briefly before continuing.
So Hai raised the question, just because the wild boar is weak, does that mean it deserves to be eaten by us?
Woof! The large black dog was momentarily confused by Lin Ping's logic, staring at him blankly. After a long hesitation, it gave a weak bark, meaning should we not eat them?
We should.
The black dog heaved a huge sigh of relief, quickly grabbing a large piece of meat into its mouth and devouring it.
So do you know why?
Lin Ping's deep eyes fixed intently on the large black dog. The latter panicked, nearly dropping the meat from its mouth, and quickly steadied it with its paw.
Woof!
The large black dog wagged its tail.
Why? Because weakness itself is the original sin.
Lin Ping declared with profound wisdom.
Woof!
The large black dog shook its head. It understood weakness, but it had no idea what this original sin was. Lin Ping gently tapped the dog's head with a gnawed clean pork bone.
You don't need to understand what original sin is. You only need to grasp the principle of the survival of the fittest.
The large black dog nodded.
Then let me ask you again, do you think we are strong now? Woof!
The large black dog nodded affirmatively.
Wrong. Woof! Compared to wild boars, we are indeed strong. But there are many things stronger than us, like some higher-tier demon beasts, or those terrifying Foundation Establishment masters. Woof!
The large black dog acknowledged this. It didn't understand Foundation Establishment masters, but it had first-hand experience with the terror of demon beasts. The memory of being chased across several mountain peaks by a few bulls was still vivid.
So, woof!
The large black dog suddenly understood. Run.
Ha ha.
Lin Ping laughed heartily, and patted the dog's head.
Exactly. So if we encounter anything stronger than us, whether it's a cultivator or a demon beast, the first thing to do is run. As long as you run fast enough, danger can't catch up. Woof woof.
The large black dog nodded. That makes perfect damn sense.
You're teachable.
With that he slowly stood up, the temperature in his palm rising rapidly as a ball of flame appeared.
Shao Hai. Woof!
The latter's pupils contracted sharply. It spat the pork bone from its mouth toward Lin Ping, then shot off into the distance, like an arrow from a bow.
Whoosh!
Lin Ping hurled a fireball the size of a basin forward.
Prepare to die.
As usual, after a hearty meal, the man and his dog engaged in their combat game. 6 days later at the Immortal Mist Valley. Lin Ping, carrying a cloth bag, wandered through the market stalls. Every quarter of an hour, he would visit various cultivation family shops to sell talismans. The 242 talismans sold out quickly, netting him a total of 121 spirit stones. Then he prepared to raid the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. But a quarter of an hour later, he emerged from the shop carrying his cloth bag, his eyes vacant, and his expression utterly desolate.
Damn it! Profiteers!
Lin Ping muttered under his breath, his lips moving incessantly.
Profiteers!
He had thought the 121 spirit stones earned from his painstaking talisman drawing would allow him to splurge. Yet in just that short time before the stones had even warmed in his hands, they were nearly gone, leaving him with only 5 spirit stones.
A beginner's talisman brush 40 spirit stones. A bottle of beginner cinnabar ink 6 spirit stones. Second grade blank talisman paper 3 spirit stones per pack. I bought 10 packs costing 30 spirit stones. A second grade talisman manual 40 spirit stones.
His eyes, devoid of any light, swept over the market stalls. He had no desire to browse any longer. Using his last 5 spirit stones, he bought 10 gene of second stage initial phase demon beast meat, then vanished from the Immortal Mist Valley, returning to the cave without incident.
Woof! Woof!
Hearing the familiar footsteps, the large black dog immediately dashed out of the cave. Then, noticing Lin Ping's dejected expression, it nudged him, asking what was wrong.
Xiao Hei, all our spirit stones are gone. Woof!
The large black dog looked at him in astonishment. All those spirit stones we earned are gone.
Gone!
The large black dog wilted, letting out a weak bark. Then what about our talisman enterprise?
We can, of course we can.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head, declaring with ambition.
With our current success rate in drawing talismans, we'll earn back these spirit stones 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over. Woof woof.
The large black dog grinned. Soon the entire Immortal Mist Valley will be ours.
Right now let's draw talismans to earn money, and buy the whole Immortal Mist Valley, haha.
Lin Ping laughed heartily, as he set down the demon beast meat, preparing to draw talismans.
Woof!
The large black dog also leaped about excitedly, letting out a long howl. Let's get to work, earn all the spirit stones in Immortal Mist Valley. Long live the talisman enterprise. Lin Ping took out his newly purchased talisman booklet, ready to roll up his sleeves and work hard. Without money, there is no sense of security at any time.
Xiao Hei, this talisman booklet records 2 types of second-grade talisman drawings, the Swift Talisman and the Fireball Talisman. Each completed talisman can be sold for 2 spirit stones. Woof!
The big black dog's mouth hung open, its face brimming with excitement. Such a high price.
So this time we're truly going to make a fortune. Woof woof.
The big black dog nudged him excitedly. If second-grade talismans fetch such a high price, then, when they drew third-grade talismans, wouldn't they strike it rich?
Don't dream. Woof. We can't draw third-grade talismans. Woof.
The big black dog grinned. With your talent, you can't draw third-grade talismans. Somehow, I find that hard to believe. Lin Ping patted the dog's head and chuckled.
It's not that I can't draw them, but talisman booklets above the 3rd grade basically don't circulate. There's no way for us to buy them. Woof. This is the result of capital monopoly. Talismans above the 3rd grade are too valuable. They're simply not for us rogue cultivators to profit from. So if we want to draw 3rd grade talismans, we either have to steal them or join a sect. Woof. Woof.
The big black dog's pupils contracted slightly. Stealing is too dangerous and goes against the philosophy of lying low. Joining a sect would mean becoming a beast of burden.
I've asked around. Some sects are decent. Even if we have to work as beasts of burden, they have abundant resources, a fact that makes them the best choice for many rogue cultivators. Woof.
So should we join?
We'll see when the time comes. For now, let's focus on this talisman business and make big money. Woof.
The big black dog nudged him excitedly and nodded in agreement.
Xiao Hei, you son of a gun, this holy water you're sprinkling is almost like a moderate rain. Didn't I tell you last time not to be so hasty? If you don't cultivate a proper attitude of sincerity, what will we do in the future? Woof. Woof.
The big black dog grinned and stopped its sprinkling motion. Lin Ping focused his mind and began to lift his brush to draw talismans. Failure. 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 Lin Ping's heart bled. Why was this so difficult? The black dog's mouth twitched. Not enough sincerity. It had said earlier that the holy water wasn't sprinkled enough, but he wouldn't believe it. Its paw stealthily reached for the plate of clean water and dipped into it.
Xiao Hei, you bastard, don't sprinkle. I have a strong premonition that the next one will succeed. Woof. Woof.
Failure again. Lin Ping gritted his teeth. Every sheet of talisman paper was money. The big black dog was tense, its paws pressed against the stone slab, not daring to breathe. Failure. After 5 consecutive failures, something miraculous happened. Strands of insight welled up from the depths of his heart, allowing him to clearly perceive the difference from his previous talisman drawing.
He understood how to improve and better grasp that so-called appropriate amount with greater precision. So the amount used for first-grade talismans was vastly different from that for second-grade ones. The reason the first 5 failed was that his subconscious had infused the talisman brush with the same amount of magical power as for a first-grade talisman, dooming them to failure. He stopped his brush, and with a thought the gray stone slab materialized in his mind. Skilled talisman drawing 1500 second-grade talisman master. So that's it. Lin Ping's lips curled slightly, a flash of understanding crossing his mind. It was indeed that 1 point of proficiency that had granted him this insight. Otherwise he would probably still be groping in the dark, unable to grasp what that appropriate amount for a second-grade talisman truly was. Woof! The big black dog nudged him. How is it? Got the feel for it? Lin Ping patted its head and smiled. Am feeling absolutely confident now. It's a done deal. Woof! Then he composed himself and drew the 6th talisman. Though it ended in failure, he gained more insight into the amount of power to inject into the brush. After finishing the 7th, an even subtler sensation seemed to arise, as if the profound mystery of the rune had been cracked. A feeling of impending success set his heart racing. Huff! Lin Ping stopped again, exhaling a long breath of stale air to steady his mind. The big black dog, showing great perceptiveness, immediately stood up and vigorously massaged his shoulders, its panting growing more excited. It could tell from Lin Ping's expression that success was near. When he had drawn the soundproof talisman last time, just before success, he had looked exactly like this, as if possessed. The dog was quite clever. Suppressing his excitement, he once again focused his mind, dipped the talisman brush in cinnabar, and began to paint on the talisman paper, with the smoothness of flowing clouds and water, steady as an old dog, without any hesitation, silky smooth and all in one go. As he lifted the brush tip, a green light blazed along the rune. The big black dog's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the talisman on the stone slab. This swift talisman actually glowed, completely different from a first-grade one. Had it succeeded? Lin Ping was equally stunned. This talisman came with its own special effects. A second-grade talisman, pretty impressive. He then examined it closely. The swift talisman was brimming with magical power, flawless. A high-quality finished talisman through and through. Ha! He laughed heartily and patted the dog's head. Xiao Hei, our talisman business has taken another step towards success. Woof woof. The big black dog nodded, its eyes narrowing into crescents. Next, Lin Ping continued to grind away. After another 5 failures, the second swift talisman was successfully completed. Clearly the success rate for second-grade talismans was much lower than for first-grade, which explained the sharp increase in price. Moreover, drawing second-grade talismans consumed more magical power. Having drawn only 13 in total, he already felt somewhat drained. Xiao Hei, let's test the effect of this swift talisman. Woof! The big black dog nudged him. Each talisman could sell for 2 spirit stones. Testing it themselves would be such a waste. Lin Ping glanced at its covetous eyes and smiled slightly. Xiao Hei, this swift talisman is something that can save your life in a critical moment. How can you call it a waste? Save my life. The big black dog let out a woof, somewhat puzzled. A swift talisman, as the name implies, lets you run fast. Think about it. If we had had this talisman that day, would we have been chased across several mountain peaks by those bull demons? Woof! At the mention of those bull demons, the big black dog immediately stopped being stingy and nodded frantically, insisting that they had to test it, right now. How else would they know the swift talisman's effect? Exactly. Knowing oneself and one's tools turns bad luck into good fortune. Slap. Lin Ping picked up a swift talisman and slapped it directly onto the big black dog. Woof! Woof! The big black dog turned its head, staring at Lin Ping in bewilderment. It couldn't quite understand. Wasn't this talisman supposed to be stuck on him? Lin Ping grinned. If it were stuck on me, how would you experience the effect of the swift talisman? The big black dog nodded in sudden realization, then let out a weak woof. Then why wasn't it moving? Could there be something wrong with this talisman? Swift talisman, why don't you try moving? Swift talisman, what did you think I was, a teleportation talisman? Lin Ping's face darkened. Xiao Hei, what's the name of the talisman stuck on you? Woof woof. The big black dog paused, a bit confused as to why he was asking, but it nodded honestly. Swift talisman. Then let me ask you, what does swift mean? Woof.
The big black dog looked at him as if he were an idiot. Swift of course meant moving fast.
Woof woof.
The big black dog grinned. Boss, watch me take off. It lunged forward, and in the next instant its body shot out like an arrow from a bow flying off. Lin Ping's face grew even darker.
Don't you think you need to move? Woof.
Then it seemed to suddenly understand.
Woof woof.
The big black dog grinned. Boss, watch me take off. It lunged forward, and in the next instant its body shot out like an arrow from a bow flying off.
Woof.
Startled by the sudden acceleration, it yelped in panic. Its entire body, propelled by its rapidly moving paws, charged straight ahead.
Xiao Hei, you damn dog, get your speed under control or you'll end up a drowned dog. Woof. Woof. The big black dog barked in terror. Seeing the riverbank approaching, it twisted its body frantically. Just before reaching the water, its forepaws spun like wheels, and with a whoosh it executed a sharp drift, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the river. Woof woof.
After a while of reckless charging, the big black dog grinned. It felt it had fully mastered that speed now, and suddenly felt incredibly powerful. Wu, come fight.
You damn dog.
Lin Ping roared in anger, slapped a swift talisman onto himself, and charged at the big black dog, looking determined to have dog meat for dinner. Whoosh.
Damn, it's this fast.
Lin Ping yelled in shock. The sudden acceleration nearly made him lose his footing, stumbling around. He never thought that after laughing at Xiao Hei, he would end up being the clown himself. Swish! At that moment, the big black dog, empowered by the swift talisman, shot toward him like a cannonball. Seeing this, Lin Ping's mouth twitched as he twisted his body, narrowly dodging the impact.
You treacherous black dog, how dare you ambush me while I haven't mastered this swift talisman yet? No martial honor, huh?
Woof woof.
The big black dog grinned widely, hopping proudly a couple of times. This is called all spare in war. You taught me that he...
No, it should be called strike while the iron is hot.
Die.
Lin Ping roared in fury, raised his hand, and a fireball the size of a wash basin roared toward the big black dog. Now that his fireball art was nearing perfection, he could instantly condense a large fireball at will. All the grinding hadn't been for nothing. Swish. 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 One after another, massive fireballs surged with terrifying power, emitting deafening roars, as they continuously bombarded the area around the big black dog. Yet all of them were dodged, and it even launched sneak attacks from time to time. Seeing this, Lin Ping couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, having 4 legs made a difference. With the swift talisman's boost, its speed was like a cheat, fast and agile. The fierce battle between man and dog in the valley escalated, with flames filling the sky, smoke billowing, and the occasional dog bark mixed with Lin Ping's curses.
Xiao Hei, there's a big rock behind you, stop.
Lin Ping warned anxiously.
Woof woof.
The big black dog grinned. Trying to trick me. Do you think I'm stupid? It bounced around cheerfully, then made a sharp turn and ran back, planning to take a wide arc and launch a devastating charge at Lin Ping for a finishing move. But in the next instant, its pupils suddenly dilated, nearly popping out of their sockets. Damn, there really was a big rock.
Woof!
A loud crash echoed. The dog's head slammed solidly into the rock, tilting the entire stone from the impact. Small fragments of stone and dead leaves cascaded down from the boulder.
Xiao Hei!
Lin Ping rushed over, cradling the dog's head in his hands, his eyes filled with anxiety.
Woof!
The big black dog shook its head, indicating it was fine, just a bit dizzy. Lin Ping looked at the large bump swelling on the dog's head, his mouth twitching.
Are you sure it doesn't hurt? Woof!
The big black dog nuzzled his hand, signaling it didn't hurt.
And what about this?
Lin Ping grinned and pressed on the bump on the dog's head.
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog's pupils suddenly contracted, its tongue lolling out half a foot as saliva flew everywhere. Pain. Pain. Pain.
Of course it hurts, you've got a bump the size of a fist on your head. Woof!
Lin Ping gave it a see for yourself look. Whoosh! The big black dog dashed to the riverbank. Then it stood by the water, staring at its reflection in stunned silence. Lin Ping walked over and patted its head.
Xiao Hei, it's okay. I'll stew you a pot of beast meat soup tonight to help you recover.
Woof!
At the mention of beast meat, it immediately perked up, its eyes gleaming, and the pain in its head seemed to fade.
Come on, let's go eat. Woof! In the days that followed, Lin Ping and the big black dog settled into a routine drawing talismans, cultivating, honing spells, and practicing the fireball art. Every 3 days, they would visit the Immortal Mist Valley to sell the finished talismans, buy new materials to continue drawing, and pick up some beast meat along the way. White clouds drifted by and time flew like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After all expenses, he had saved a total of 218 spirit stones from talisman drawing, which was considered quite wealthy among rogue cultivators. His talisman drawing skill had also skyrocketed to 325 points, with a final success rate of 65. Indeed, having a craft in hand was the key to generating a steady stream of wealth. Unlike some rogue cultivators, who risked their lives to earn spirit stones, one unlucky day could see them become a beast's meal. Such incidents were not uncommon, but rogue cultivators without any skills had no choice. The path of cultivation was indeed harsh. During this month, with a daily diet of second-tier early-stage beast meat, the big black dog finally broke through, becoming an extremely ferocious first-tier early-stage black emperor. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, washbasin's eyes fireballs continuously blasted toward the big black dog. The fireball art was just 1 point away from perfection, and Lin Ping wanted to grind it up in one go. A quarter of an hour later, his expression shifted slightly, as he quickly raised his hand to signal the big black dog to stop attacking. Because just then, the gray stone slab in his mind had automatically surfaced, accompanied by a dazzling red light rising, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Lin Ping quickly focused his mind and looked toward the gray stone slab. The crimson light dissipated. Lin Ping's mouth fell wide open, his face etched with disbelief. A line of striking red text appeared under the fireball technique: advanced spell, Heaven Scorching Art 0100 initiate. Spell advancement, Lin Ping murmured inwardly. Could such a thing happen? Incredible. As his focus converged on the words Heaven Scorching Art, a miraculous scene unfolded. The 3 characters of Heaven Scorching Art once again radiated a dazzling red light. In the next instant, within that crimson glow, the cultivation method for the Heaven Scorching Art materialized, pouring into his mind with crystalline clarity. The large black dog circled Lin Ping several times, then stood before him, staring at his statue-like form with a baffled expression. What was going on? Why was he standing there motionless with his eyes closed, like a wooden post? Could he have fallen into chi deviation? At this thought, its pupils contracted sharply, and it even retracted its tongue. It yearned to bark, but feared disturbing something. After a quarter of an hour, seeing Lin Ping still standing like a wooden effigy, the dog began to worry. Finally, unable to restrain itself, it gently nudged his leg. Woof! Woof! Lin Ping's eyes slowly opened, and his mouth gaped wider and wider. He struggled to utter 2 words, but couldn't bring them out, feeling they were utterly inadequate to express the shock within him. At last, he swallowed hard, then his eyes snapped open as he exclaimed, "Incredible!" These were the words he finally roared out, for he could think of none better. Woof! The large black dog stared at him in bewilderment. What was happening? Lin Ping laughed heartily, scooping up the dog's head and rubbing it vigorously, eliciting indignant barks. Xiao Hei, your master has just comprehended an upgraded version of the invincible fireball. Woof! Woof! The dog struggled free, its eyes wide, staring at him with skeptical disbelief. What did an upgraded fireball mean? It couldn't figure it out. It's a fire attack far more formidable than the fireball. Woof! The dog nudged him. Was there really a more powerful fire attack? No lie. I reckon with a single wave of my hand I could blast you straight to the heavens. Woof! The dog leaped back several zhang. Come on, let's see if your upgraded fireball is truly that impressive. Since advancing to the first rank, it often felt terrifyingly powerful, even dismissing Lin Ping's basin's eyes fireball. Lin Ping grinned. Xiao Hei, your courage is commendable. Today your master shall grant your wish and help you ascend happily. Woof! Bring it on, stop blabbering. With a cackle, Lin Ping activated the Heaven Scorching Art. Raising his hand, he waved it sharply, and a basin's eyes fireball erupted, instantly hurtling toward the dog. Thanks to his foundation in the fireball technique, he could wield the Heaven Scorching Art immediately. This must be the benefit of an advanced spell. No need to learn from scratch, just grind experience points. Seeing the fireball look the same as before, the dog smirked. He's definitely bluffing. Today you'll show him the might of this black dog. Swoosh! Its figure dodged the fireball while accelerating into a pounce toward Lin Ping. Daily combat experience taught it that the fireball was a long-range attack. If it could close the distance, victory was possible, since advancing its strength, speed, agility, and jumping had all improved qualitatively, filling it with confidence. Seeing the dog's cocky demeanor, Lin Ping smirked. His figure moved like the wind, retreating swiftly to re-establish a safe distance, while his right hand gathered energy once more. Whoosh! Another fireball roared toward the dog. Woof! The dog's bell-like eyes narrowed slightly. This fireball was noticeably larger than the last. Could the boss really not be bluffing? Swoosh! Its figure flashed again, lunging. Every fireball Lin Ping hurled seemed to transform, growing larger, its color intensifying to a... Yet the dog grew more fearful with each exchange. Every fireball Lin Ping hurled seemed to transform, growing larger, its color intensifying to a deeper red, its power escalating. The searing heat made it impossible to approach, forcing it to dodge desperately with no chance to attack. A quarter hour later. Black dog, meet your doom! Lin Ping bellowed, unleashing a fireball. Great fireball, hee! Boom! Woof! The dog yelped in terror, staring in disbelief at the oncoming vermilion fireball. It was a full 1.5 basins in size, with temperatures so intense that a wave of heat struck even from a distance. Woof! Woof! The dog stuck out its tongue and fled for its life, dashing out of the fireball's blast radius before casting a look of surrender at Lin Ping. Boss, I concede. Concede. No more fighting. The dog shook its head frantically, having witnessed the terror of the upgraded great fireball. Lin Ping patted the dog's head, then, with a thought, summoned the gray slate. Spell 1 Fireball Perfection, Advanced Spell, Heaven Scorching Art 5100, initiate a. That barrage had actually ground 5 points into the Heaven Scorching Art. Yet with just 5 experience points, the power of the great fireball already far surpassed the perfected fireball. Truly an advanced spell. If the great fireball at the initiate stage was this terrifying, how much more fearsome would it be at the minor accomplishment stage and beyond? It was something to look forward to. Time to grind it. 1 month later. Lin Ping, as usual, carried his drawn talismans into the Immortal Mist Valley to stock up. In a corner stood 3 rogue cultivators, their gazes slowly settling on Lin Ping. A dark-faced man, with a sly glint in his eyes, said, "This bandit looks like a fat sheep." Another gaunt, pale-faced man sneered, "He comes every 3 days to buy demon beast meat. He must be carrying plenty of spirit stones. A fat sheep indeed. How about we?" The two exchanged glances, both seeing eagerness in the other's eyes. "What do you think, Brother Joe?" Both of them turned to look at the other man. The latter gave them a deep glance. "Since he carries so many spirit stones, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. I suggest you don't entertain any crooked thoughts. Some people are not to be trifled with." The dark-faced man curled his lips dismissively. "That bandit is merely at the 3rd layer of chi refining. What's so fearsome about him?" "Exactly," the pale-faced man chimed in. "We're both at the 4th layer of chi refining. Are we supposed to be afraid of a mere 3rd-layer rogue cultivator like him? Besides, carrying so many spirit stones with insufficient cultivation is a sign of shallow fortune. He can't blame us. If we don't strike, others will be watching. Better we take them and leave him an intact corpse. That's merciful enough." He paused, then continued, "The path of immortal cultivation is one of fierce competition, treading on the bones of others to defy the heavens. Such deeds happen everywhere every day, utterly mundane. Indeed, only by scrambling for resources and elevating our cultivation can we hope to join the 9 great immortal sects in the Ascension Assembly." The dark-faced man nodded, seeing no wrong in their plan. "It was merely a suggestion. Since you're set on it, I won't stop you," the other replied. The two exchanged a glance, cupped their hands to Brother Joe, and dashed excitedly out of the valley. Their eyes were bloodshot, greed consuming their minds, as if the gleaming spirit stones were beckoning them. Watching their retreating figures, the latter shook his head slightly. On that bandit-dressed cultivator he sensed a faint, unsettling palpitation, a feeling that had guided him through many dangers before. He dared not take it lightly. Lin Ping, as usual, carried some demon beast meat, and slowly stepped out of the Immortal Mist Valley. After carefully ensuring no one followed, he took a deep breath and sprinted forward. Just as he rounded a sharp bend, his swift pace abruptly halted. He fixed his gaze ahead. With a sinister cackle, a dark-faced man emerged from the path ahead, blocking the way. Lin Ping frowned. That laugh alone marked him as trouble. He slowly set the beast meat on the ground. The next moment, a chilling sneer sounded from behind.
pincered from both sides. Care, fellow Taoists, leave all your spirit stones and treasures here, and we'll grant you an intact corpse. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless.
The dark-faced man said, closing in.
Creditors, fellow Taoists, leave all your spirit stones and treasures here, and we'll grant you an intact corpse. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless.
The dark-faced man said, closing in. The pale-faced man sneered.
Brother, why bother with this bandit? Look at his get-up, clearly no good. Today we'll rid the world of him, and do a good deed. Heh heh. Too many words invite death.
A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ping's eyes. He shifted his stance and dashed toward the pale-faced man like the wind. Seeing this, the pale-faced man spat his eyes full of contempt.
What a fool! A mere third layer and dares to be so arrogant. Dressed as a bandit, you think you can show off before me. Today, not even your corpse will remain intact.
With that, he raised his blade, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Killing was a joy, especially the final desperate screams of the prey, which were truly exhilarating. Yet in the next instant his face suddenly changed. His mouth gaped wide, staring ahead in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly horrifying.
Well, what kind of fireball art is this?
Gazing at the enormous golden fireball as large as a round table growing bigger in his eyes, and roaring toward him, like a terrifying giant sun, the pale-faced man was frozen in place. He couldn't move a muscle, feeling his very soul tremble. He really wasn't just putting on airs. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The massive fireball struck the pale-faced man, golden flames instantly engulfing him. A piercing scream erupted, then abruptly ceased. When the flames dissipated, the spot where the pale-faced man stood was empty. Under that terrifying fireball, he had been reduced to nothing, body and soul obliterated. The dark-faced man initially nonchalant sensed trouble the moment the golden fireball was unleashed, but he remained somewhat composed. Only when he saw his companion reduced to ashes did he gasp sharply, his pupils contracting in sheer terror.
Is this even the common fireball art?
Run! Without a second thought, the dark-faced man turned and fled the scene before him, having scared him witless. Now he deeply regretted not heeding Brother Zhou's advice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying cultivator. Who the hell was twisted enough to train a common fireball art to such a monstrous level? Lin Ping's eyes turned icy. He slapped a swift movement talisman onto himself, and a sonic boom erupted as he closed in instantly. The fleeing dark-faced man turned his head at the noise, and was petrified. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, the bandit had caught up, and his gaze was the coldest the man had ever seen. Was it over? The thought had barely crossed his mind when a terrifying wave of heat surged toward him, the intense temperature making him feel as if he were suffocating.
Fellow Taoist, I was wrong, please don't.
Before the dark-faced man could finish his terrified plea, his voice was cut short. Boom! A colossal fireball crashed down, golden flames consuming him. There was no resistance, not even a scream. When the fire faded like the pale-faced man, he was gone, body and soul annihilated. Not even a speck of ash remained. Staring at the scorched earth, Lin Ping was dazed for a moment before muttering,
Damn, isn't this big fireball a bit too overpowered?
They say kill, burn, loot, and grind bones to dust. But here he was skipping straight to the end. The problem was there was no loot. Both men had been obliterated under that fireball, leaving nothing behind, not even their belongings. Lin Ping gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. He had wasted a swift movement talisman and gained nothing in return. A massive loss. He hoisted the beast's meat back onto his shoulders, glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, and then dashed off again. The blazing heaven art, after a month of relentless grinding, had reached 100 experience points. Ever since he mastered the big fireball, the big black dog had vehemently protested, forbidding its use in battle. So these two were the first to face the full force of Lin Ping's fireball. Its terrifying effect even startled him. The blazing heaven art was truly formidable. Outside the cave by the river, a man and a dog sat on the grass gazing at the gently flowing water. The big black dog nudged Lin Ping and barked twice, as if asking if he was all right.
I'm fine.
Lin Ping smiled faintly, patting the dog's head.
But we were too careless before visiting the Misty Valley every 3 days. That's how we caught the attention of those with ill intentions.
The big black dog nodded. Then they should avoid the Misty Valley for now.
We must go,
Lin Ping said quietly.
But we can't keep a regular schedule like before. We can't go every 3 days. We need to vary it, sometimes 2, sometimes 5, sometimes 6 days apart. The big black dog stared wide-eyed. Wouldn't that still risk being ambushed? Risk is unavoidable. We can only minimize it. Besides, don't we have the swift movement talisman? He lay back on the grass, a blade of grass between his teeth, his eyes lost in the vast blue sky. He understood the dog's thoughts perfectly. But to grow stronger, they had to take risks. Hiding in the cave was useless. At their current strength, they couldn't hunt second-tier demon beasts. Without that meat, the dog's power would never increase. If only they had a storage pouch. But such items never circulated in the market, only those from immortal sects and cultivation families could possess them. A bitter rogue cultivator. He sighed inwardly. If all else failed, he could earn more money by drawing talismans and rent a place in the Misty Valley. For now, the priority was to boost his own strength. With that thought, he sprang up from the grass and began practicing the blazing heaven art. He had already witnessed the terrifying power of the great fireball. Now it was time to see what the hellfire wall could do. He channeled the blazing heaven art and swept his hand forward. With a whoosh, a few wisps of dark red flames rose from the ground as if kindled by hidden embers. Staring at the tiny flames, Lin Ping fell into deep thought. This couldn't be right. No matter how he looked at it, these feeble sparks didn't match the grand name of Hellfire Wall. The big black dog leaped up from the grass, its eyes wide. Wasn't that the great fireball? What was this new fire? Lin Ping chuckled. Xiao Hei, this is called Hellfire Wall, not the great fireball. Hellfire Wall. The dog looked utterly bewildered, unable to connect those few tiny flames with the fearsome name. It seemed pathetically weak. Was the boss showing off again? The dog barked and nudged Lin Ping. Dare to fight me with this Hellfire Wall? Seeing those few sparks, its confidence soared. If it couldn't beat the great fireball, surely it could handle these tiny flames. A single spit could snuff them out. Lin Ping smirked. Sounds like you're underestimating my Hellfire Wall. The dog bared its teeth. So what if it did? With those weak flames, this Black Emperor could crush them with 2 paws. Remember what you said about the great fireball last time. At the mention of the great fireball, the dog's pupils shrank, recalling something terrifying. It barked weakly, asking him to cast the Hellfire Wall a few more times. It wanted to see if this spell would grow as terrifying as the great fireball. All right, Lin Ping said, understanding the dog's thoughts. He swept his hand, and a few more flames appeared on the ground just like before. They died out after 2 breaths. A third attempt yielded the same result, no change. This left Lin Ping puzzled. He focused his mind, and the gray stone slab appeared before him. Spell 1 Fireball Technique perfected, advanced spell Blazing Heaven Art 0500 Adept. So the experience points were still 0. This Hellfire Wall was even harder to grind than the Great Fireball, requiring several times more experience. Seeing the flames unchanged, the dog felt relieved. It barked excitedly, ready to fight. Watching the dog dash away, Lin Ping shouted, As you wish. Today I shall send you spiraling to the heavens. The dog barked back. Bring it on, no more talk. Lin Ping cackled, channeled the blazing heaven art, and swept his hand. Black dog, face your doom. With a whoosh, a few insignificant flames rose before the dog. It bared its teeth, hopped over, and stomped them out in an instant, faster than spitting. Was that all the fire it had? Child's play. Today it would show him the black dog's fearsome power. It shot toward Lin Ping, ready for close combat, but his speed matched its own. He kept a safe distance, conjuring flames wherever it landed, driving the dog into a barking frenzy. The battle between man and dog unfolded in a chase growing increasingly intense. The dog, tired of losing, craved a decisive victory. With the flame still weak, this was its best chance to triumph. The big black dog shot toward Lin Ping like a streak of light, its body incredibly agile. Its cultivation had improved over the past month, making it even stronger. Xiao Hei's speed is useless. Watch me roast you. With a series of sweeps, flames burst forth. By sheer luck, they appeared exactly where the dog landed. The flames were noticeably stronger than before, their reach wider. The dog yelped in shocked disbelief in its eyes. How had the flames grown bigger? It leaped desperately over the flames, no longer daring to stomp them. Whenever it paused, countless sparks erupted around it, forming walls that trapped it. Absurd, utterly absurd. The dog stomped in frustration. Every charge toward Lin Ping was blocked by flames rising from the ground, preventing any effective attack. After another quarter, the dog stood dumbfounded.
It realized it was trapped within the fire walls. Though the flames were low enough to jump over, it had clearly lost again. It couldn't even touch Lin Ping, not even the hem of his robe. If the fight continued, its fur would surely be singed off. The dog wagged its tail in surrender, then leaped out of the fire wall. Lin Ping laughed and walked over, patting its head.
Xiao Hei, you won this battle. How? Because I've exhausted my spiritual energy. If we kept fighting, you would have won.
The dog bounced excitedly on the grass, then howled like a wild wolf in pure joy. Lin Ping smiled faintly, withdrew his gaze, and focused his mind. The gray stone slab appeared in his thoughts. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 427,100. Technique 1 Qi Refining Art 223400 Grand Accomplishment. Technique 2 Qi Concealment Art 460500 Perfection. Spell 1 Fireball Art Perfection. Advanced Spell Heaven Incinerating Art 3500 Minor Accomplishment. Spell 2 Cleaning Art 330400 Grand Accomplishment. Spell 3 Spiritual Sight Art 230300 Proficiency. Skill Talisman Drawing 395500 Level 2 Talisman Master. Oh, the Heaven Incinerating Art has gained 3 points. The Heaven Incinerating Art had 5 layers in total, and with each layer mastered, its flames underwent different transformations, revealing increasingly terrifying power. Although the Hellfire Wall at the minor accomplishment layer was currently much weaker than the earlier greater fireball in power, Lin Ping held great expectations for it, believing that once his experience points were built up, the wall of flames it generated would be nothing like its current form, and would then become a tremendous surprise. Exiting the gray stone slab, Lin Ping sat cross-legged on a large rock by the river, beginning to cultivate the Qi Refining Art to restore his spiritual energy within, while the big black dog plunged into the river, hoping to catch a few plump fish for an evening meal. An hour later, Lin Ping stood up full of vitality and shouted,
"Blackie, set up the pot, time to eat." Woof woof.
Following the big black dog's bark, Lin Ping's eyes widened suddenly. Good heavens, it had caught over a dozen plump fish and laid them out in a row. Were you born a cat or a dog? The big black dog's behavior plunged him into deep thought.
Woof. Woof.
The big black dog came forward and tugged at his clothes, with its mouth indicating it wanted grilled fish for dinner.
All right.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head. The pot was set up, the fire was lit, and the feast began. One man and one dog started devouring the food ravenously, with the big black dog occasionally letting out a woof or two, its eyes narrowing into crescent moons as it praised the gifts of nature. After finishing the last grilled fish, the big black dog collapsed onto the grass, belly up, panting slightly, clearly overstuffed. Lin Ping smiled faintly, his gaze quietly sweeping over it. Spirit Pet Black Dog. Health 400,400. Realm Early First Order 25,100. Good heavens, without needing to cultivate, just by eating meat it could increase its cultivation, and so quickly at that. Truly enviable, unlike himself, who had to grind day and night. But ever since the big black dog broke through to the First Order, eating the early Second Order demon beast meat had yielded fewer experience points. It seemed he would have to switch to mid-Second Order meat soon. He shook his head, putting aside further thoughts, and quickly cleaned up the pots and dishes processing the demon beast meat. There was no help for it. The path of cultivation was all about money. Without money nothing could be achieved, so he had to grind talismans, earn big money, and buy big meat. Now he finally understood why the word wealth was placed first among wealth companions' methods and location. The ancients had not deceived him. After tidying up while the sky was still bright, he began drawing talismans on the stone slab. Time flowed like water, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. At the periphery of the Immortal Mist Valley, 3 rogue cultivators grumbled and cursed. They had finally cornered the wealthy bandit, only to chase him through 2 big turns. At the third, his speed suddenly surged, and he vanished from their sight in an instant.
Brother Hong, that bandit is already disgustingly rich. Just now when he suddenly sped up, he must have used a swift movement talisman.
The red-faced man nodded, smacking his lips.
Truly lavish, always carrying swift movement talismans on him. Next time we absolutely cannot let him get away. Brother Hong, generally talismans, like swift movement, are unaffordable for common rogue cultivators like us. Could that bandit be a disciple of some cultivation clan?
The red-faced man shot him a glare.
Are you stupid? Have you ever seen a cultivation clan disciple come to the Immortal Mist Valley to buy demon beast meat? Yes, Brother Hong is right.
The scar-faced man flattered obsequiously. 3 days later. In a stretch of woodland, the scar-faced man craned his neck to look toward the intersection ahead, then withdrew.
Brother Hong, we've been waiting here for 3 days and haven't seen the bandit. What's the rush? Only 3 days. Keep at it, I don't believe he won't show.
6 days later. The Scarface man withdrew his head again, dejected.
Brother Hong, could it be that the bandit got scared by us and dares not come to Immortal Mist Valley anymore?
Hearing this, another man with a pointed head and narrow forehead muttered,
Based on his usual movements, that bandit never goes more than 6 days without coming to Immortal Mist Valley. Now he's nowhere to be seen. Could it be his third brother says that he's been frightened off?
The red-faced man pondered a moment, then said sternly,
Be patient. I absolutely refuse to believe he won't come.
10 days later. The Scarface man, with sunken eyes and disheveled hair, glanced outside and turned back.
Brother Hong, 10 days have passed. That bandit probably won't show up right.
The narrow-headed man also looked at Brother Hong.
Why don't we give up the stakeout? Using this time to hunt demon beasts would earn us quite a few spirit stones.
The red-faced man took a reluctant look outside, then said darkly,
Fine, let's go.
Hearing this, the other two breathed a huge sigh of relief. They agreed to meet at Immortal Mist Valley the next day to hunt demon beasts together, then went their separate ways, hurrying toward their hidden caves. The red-faced man walked through the forest with a livid expression.
Wasting so much of my time. Next time I'll skin that bandit alive.
He grumbled as he walked, muttering all the way. Having spent a full 10 days staking out outside the Immortal Mist Valley, without even a single catch, he was burning with frustration. Just as he turned into a mountain gully, a massive golden fireball, the size of a round table, descended from the sky.
This fireball.
Before the red-faced man could finish his terrified words, they were cut short. Boom! The enormous fireball crashed down, golden flames engulfing him. When the firelight dissipated, there was no corpse, no remains, utter annihilation of body and soul. The next day, the Scarface man and the narrow-headed man left the Immortal Mist Valley and walked deep into the forest.
Could Brother Hong have gone to stake out that bandit alone?
The Scarface man muttered.
Probably not. Maybe something came up and he couldn't make it. What do you mean, probably not? If it weren't for his greed, could he have wasted our 10 days for nothing? Keep your voice down,
the narrow-headed man quickly advised.
Careful, someone might hear. What's there to be afraid of? I'm speaking the truth.
The Scarface man snorted coldly, lowering his head and striding forward quickly. The narrow-headed man could only shake his head with a bitter smile and follow. As they rounded a bend, suddenly a jolt of dread struck him. The narrow-headed man's expression shifted. He looked deep into the forest, and his eyes lit up sharply. There stood a bandit on a large rock, looking down at them from on high, a cold sneer curling on his lips.
I heard you were looking for me.
A faint voice rang out, shattering the silence of the entire forest. The scrawny man let out a sinister chuckle, eyeing the bandit on the rock with icy malevolence, rubbing his hands together in excitement.
I never thought after 10 days of stalking you without a trace you'd just walk right into our hands. Don't blame us for being ruthless.
The Scarface man chuckled.
Second brother, it seems Brother Hong wasn't as lucky as us. That Brother Hong you speak of, is he the red-faced man?
Lin Ping asked with a smile. The scrawny man's expression shifted, and he said coldly,
So what if he is? Nothing much. I was just wandering near the outskirts of Immortal Mist Valley yesterday, when I happened to run into your Brother Hong.
Pausing for a moment, Lin Ping continued.
I thought to myself, perhaps you have some misunderstanding about me, so I went over to have a private chat with him. Who knows, if we talked well, we might even make a fortune together. After all, it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it. Joining the winning side is a perfectly normal move, don't you agree?
Hearing this, the scrawny man looked at Lin Ping with suspicion. Someone so plump might indeed have a way to wealth. He wondered how the chat with Brother Hong had gone. But could he be spouting nonsense? With that thought, he swallowed hard and asked.
And then?
Lin Ping grinned.
Your Brother Hong and I hit it off splendidly. Then in my joy I conjured a little fireball and accidentally incinerated your good brother, sending him to heaven.
The Scarface man's eyes turned cold, and he sneered.
From a mere ant at the 3rd layer of chi refining. Yes, from me.
Lin Ping's gaze hardened.
Now it's your turn.
As his words fell, his figure flickered, and he rapidly closed in on the two.
Third brother, attack.
The scrawny man barked, forming hand seals. With a resounding boom, sharp spikes of condensed earth suddenly erupted from the ground, thrusting toward Lin Ping. The Scarface man roared, waving his hand, and a fireball the size of a basin hurtled toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping snorted coldly. While dodging the fireball, his steps shifted, continuously evading each spike that burst from the ground. As he closed within casting range, he waved his hand vigorously. With a roar, swirling fiery cyclones formed. In an instant, sheets of flame erupted abruptly from the ground, rising into half-hang-high walls of fire that encased the two men, bathing everything in blazing crimson light.
What? What is this? What kind of fire spell is this? I've never seen it before. This flame is so terrifying. Can a cultivator at the third layer of chi refining unleash something like this?
Both their faces drained of color. Countless waves of heat surged from the fire walls. The crimson flames churned with violent fluctuations of spiritual power, concealing a raging force that would instantly incinerate anyone daring to cross them into ashes. Sensing the lethal suffocation emanating from the fire walls, they dared not move an inch. Exchanging glances, they saw sheer terror reflected in each other's eyes.
Could this bandit be a Foundation Establishment senior playing the fool? Otherwise, this flame couldn't possibly have such terrifying power. We're doomed.
At that moment, they finally understood why this bandit dared to buy demon beast meat so openly. If he truly was a Foundation Establishment senior, then anyone who tried to rob him would surely meet their death. With that realization, a chill ran down their spines. Their bodies went limp, hair standing on end, limbs trembling. Unable to stand steady, they dropped to their knees in prostration.
Senior, we failed to recognize your greatness.
Before they could finish, he cut them off coldly.
Hand over your treasures or die. Yes, yes.
Panicked, they fumbled to pull out cloth pouches from their clothes and tossed them over the fire wall. Never had they imagined that, after a life of robbery and murder, they would meet the same fate. The bitterness of it was indeed hard to swallow. Lin Ping caught the two pouches and waved his hand again to reinforce the slowly fading flames. Opening one pouch, his gaze turned icy.
Between the two of you, you only have 20-odd spirit stones.
The scrawny man whined.
Senior, we've given you all the spirit stones we have.
The scar-faced man quickly chimed in.
That's right, it's not easy for small-time rogue cultivators like us to make a living. How dare you try to deceive me? You deserve death.
Lin Ping erupted in fury, a fiery cyclone swirling from his palm, instantly condensing into a massive golden fireball.
A fireball as big as a table. What kind of spell is that?
The two were stunned again. The fire spells this bandit displayed today seemed to have completely surpassed their imagination. But they quickly snapped out of their shock, realizing this was no time for amazement. Their lives were on the line.
Senior, spare us. Senior, we really have no more spirit stones.
With a violent explosion, their terrified pleas were abruptly silenced. Golden flames engulfed them, burning fiercely, then faded away. Both men were utterly annihilated, body and soul destroyed. Lin Ping gazed at the patch of scorched earth before him, a trace of emotion stirring within him. After a month of relentless grinding, the infernal fire wall had accumulated 130 experience points, and its terrifying power was gradually emerging. Today's test proved it to be an excellent means of trapping enemies. Of course, the big black dog had already suffered quite a bit from this infernal fire wall. With a small profit made, Lin Ping was in high spirits. With a wave of his hand, he swept countless withered leaves over the scorched earth. After carefully inspecting to ensure no traces were left, he flickered and dashed toward Immortal Mist Valley.
Xiao Hei, am back.
A black shadow shot out from the cave, pouncing onto Lin Ping, barking incessantly. Every time Lin Ping had gone out over the past 10 days, it had felt uneasy.
Ha ha.
Lin Ping set down the demon beast meat, laughing as he grabbed the dog's head and rubbed it.
Xiao Hei, rest assured. Those 3 villains have all been burned to ashes. Woof. Really?
Lin Ping nodded earnestly.
Woof woof.
The big black dog circled Lin Ping excitedly, its eyes brimming with joy. The weight on its heart finally lifted.
Xiao Hei, let me show you something good. Woof.
The big black dog nudged him, urging him to bring it out quickly.
Coming.
Lin Ping pulled a small earth-yellow booklet from the pouch and showed it to the big black dog.
This is the Earth Spike technique, a formidable earth element spell. I'll practice it tonight and spar with you. Woof woof.
The big black dog nodded excitedly, having grown weary of the giant fireball and infernal fire wall. This new spell was surely its golden opportunity to win.
There are plenty more treasures. Take a look.
Lin Ping opened the pouch and showed it to Xiao Hei, whose eyes, as big as brass bells, slowly widened.
Woof.
Staring at the vast pile of blank yellow talisman paper inside, the big black dog was dumbfounded. Buying so much?
Ma'am.
Lin Ping nodded.
There are 1332 sheets in total, enough for about 3 months of drawing.
Woof! The big black dog stared at Lin Ping in shock. Not entering the Immortal Mist Valley anymore.
Not going in. The cultivators keeping an eye on me now are growing more powerful by the day. We can't take too many risks, we need to lay low first. Besides, the Ascension Assembly is only about 2 months away.
He paused before continuing.
Shall hey, let's go take a look, then see if we can slip into a celestial sect.
Having been ambushed by numerous rogue cultivators lately, he had come to deeply understand that, as a rogue cultivator, the ability to earn money was a double-edged sword. It also made him a prime target, vulnerable to endless schemes. A single misstep could cost him his life, which hardly aligned with his philosophy of lying low. Thus, if he wanted to quietly lie low, joining a celestial sect was the only way to ensure safety. As for the idea of dwelling in the Immortal Mist Valley, he had long abandoned it, for that would only make him appear an even juicier target in others' eyes. Unless he never left the valley, it would also hinder his grinding of various minor spells.
Woof!
The big black dog nodded, feeling that continuing like this would eventually lead to trouble. Even now, every time Lin Ping entered the Immortal Mist Valley, it was worried to death. Then it dug out an exquisite small wooden box from the cloth bag.
Woof!
What's this now? Lin Ping smiled faintly, and opened the box, revealing a milky white pill. Instantly, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted over, bringing a refreshing clarity to the mind.
Shao Hei, this is called a Qi condensation pill. It's a crucial supplementary pill for Qi refinement cultivators. After taking it, you can convert the pure spiritual energy contained within into your own mana.
The big black dog stared at the pill, its eyes growing wider, and wider, excitement spilling forth. This was the first time it had seen a pill up close. So fragrant. Last time in the Immortal Mist Valley, it could only catch a distant glimpse before being shooed away by a wave of a hand. How infuriating.
Woof!
The big black dog nudged Lin Ping. Test the effects.
All right.
Lin Ping tossed the Qi condensation pill into his mouth. It slid down smoothly, and instantly his body trembled, as a surge of pure medicinal power spread within him. The sensation was subtle, as if activating every cell in his body, bringing immense comfort, and a primal urge to scream.
So soothing.
Lin Ping couldn't help but murmur in praise. Then, he quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine the medicinal power. As the medicinal power was slowly refined, the experience value of his cultivation base rapidly jumped. A quarter of an hour later, with a thought, the gray stone slab materialized before him. Cultivation Qi Refinement 4th Layer 42,100 Technique 1 Qi Refinement Art 383400 Grand Completion Technique 2 Concealment Art 470500 Perfection Spell 1 Fireball Art Perfection Advanced Spell Heaven Incinerating Art 130500 Minor Achievement Spell 2 Cleansing Art 365400 Grand Completion Spell 3 Spirit Eye Art 260300 Proficiency Skill Talisman Drawing for 65500 Second Grade Talisman Master. Lin Ping's heart leaped. Holy crap, this Qi condensation pill actually boosted my cultivation base by a whopping 5 experience points in one go. Terrifyingly effective. No wonder those disciples from cultivation families love gulping down pills. With such potent medicinal power, even the poorest talent could be forcibly elevated.
Woof!
The big black dog saw Lin Ping slowly open his eyes, and anxiously nudged him. How were the pill's effects?
Remarkable. It increased my cultivation considerably in an instant.
Woof! The big black dog's eyes flew wide open in astonishment. Such great effects. If we finish drawing this stack of talismans, and use the spirit stones earned to buy and consume these pills, wouldn't our cultivation break through in no time?
Not quite.
Lin Ping shook his head slightly.
Woof! Because if pills aren't refined with sufficient purity, they contain many impurities. These impurities gradually accumulate in the body, forming pill toxins. Ultimately, these pill toxins hinder a cultivator's ability to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reducing cultivation efficiency. It's extremely detrimental. Woof!
The big black dog's eyes widened in alarm, and it anxiously nudged him. These pill toxins are terrifying. Can you still spit out that pill now?
Ha.
Lin Ping laughed heartily, and patted the dog's head.
Eating one is fine. I just wanted to experience the pill to get a feel for it. When we have the means later, we'll refine our own ultra-pure pills, and then we won't have to fear the pill toxins. Woof!
The big black dog nodded, trusting that Lin Ping would follow through on his words. Then, as if struck by a thought, it barked twice. If pill toxins are so terrifying, why are these pills still sold so expensively? And why are so many people scrambling to consume them?
First, these pill toxins aren't entirely incurable. For instance, there are detoxification pills specifically designed to dissolve pill toxins within the body. However, the materials used to refine such detox pills are extremely rare, and the refining process is incredibly difficult, putting them beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Second, for cultivators with inherently low talent, if they can forcibly elevate their cultivation using a large number of relevant pills, they often don't care much about the pill toxins. After all, what these cultivators pursue isn't becoming a revered grandmaster in the eyes of thousands. They only need to possess a certain level of strength.
Lin Ping briefly explained the issues related to pill toxins. In truth, all of this was knowledge he had secretly gleaned by eavesdropping on the conversations of cultivators in the Immortal Mist Valley.
Woof!
The big black dog nodded. Although it didn't fully understand Lin Ping's words, it had gained some awareness of the concept of pill toxins.
Pill toxins are still too distant for us. Right now, the most practical thing is to study this earth spike art.
Lin Ping had suddenly bought this minor spell to cultivate, inspired by that skinny man. A sudden sneak attack from the ground was the hallmark of a true schemer. The man and the dog began to meticulously study the earth spike art. Although the big black dog couldn't cultivate these minor spells, it loved watching, and it watched with great relish. But not long after watching, it let out a huff, rolled over belly up. The spell was far too profound, making it dizzy and lightheaded, as if its brain was about to grow. Half an hour later. Whoosh! Lin Ping exhaled a long breath of turbid air and closed the booklet. He had fully grasped how to learn and cultivate the earth spike art now. It was just a matter of grinding away at it slowly. He patted the dog's head and declared loudly,
"The auspicious hour has arrived. Today this venerable one shall cultivate the heaven-piercing earth spike art. Earth spirits of the land he might call. Enter my body, aid me in perfecting this celestial art."
Lin Ping sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, forming hand seals, and casting aside all distracting thoughts. As the earth spike technique dictated, he guided his spiritual energy with his will, slowly channeling the mana within his body along a specific path, beginning to sense the earth, the rocks, the soil, and the gravel. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing through them. He patted the dog's head.
"Xiao He, get up. Your master is about to unleash his power." Woof!
The large black dog leaped up, nuzzling him with excitement. Could it already smell the scent of earth?
Ha ha!
Lin Ping patted the ground and laughed heartily.
"Xiao He, rest assured. Your master now feels a profound connection with every inch of this soil, as if we are one. Just watch my performance." Woof woof!
The large black dog nudged him, eagerly urging him to demonstrate immediately and show what the earth spike technique looked like.
"All right, keep your eyes wide open."
Lin Ping curled his lips, activated his technique, and rapidly formed hand seals, shouting,
"Rise!"
Nothing happened.
Woof!
Lin Ping gave an awkward smile.
"Xiao He, what kind of look is that? That was just a warm-up before the real performance, understand?" Woof!
The large black dog grinned and nodded, pretending to understand.
"Watch closely, the true show is about to begin."
Once again, brimming with confidence, he rapidly formed hand seals and bellowed,
"Rise!"
Still nothing stirred before him, not even a single grain of sand on the ground moved. Lin Ping's mouth twitched a few times as he formed the seals again.
"Rise for your master! Rise! Rise!"
After failing dozens of times in succession, a sudden realization dawned on him. It felt as if a mysterious connection had formed with the soil itself, faint yet undeniably real. A look of joy spread across his face. He summoned the gray stone tablet, and indeed a line of deep gray characters appeared. Spell 4 Earth Spike 00 uninitiated.
Woof!
Lin Ping grinned and patted the dog's head, laughing.
"Your master's feeling grows stronger by the moment. I believe it won't be long now." Woof!
The large black dog let out a sigh and flopped onto its back, belly up, grinning mockingly. "Yeah, right, I don't believe you." Ignoring the dog's disdain, Lin Ping buried himself in practice once more. Now that the earth spike technique had been registered on the gray stone tablet, his confidence soared and his motivation surged. As long as he kept grinding away, he would eventually master it. With each failure his connection to the patch of earth before him seemed to grow stronger. He became more acutely attuned to the power of the earth element, able to slowly gather the soil under the guidance of his technique and gradually increase its hardness. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Ping's face, as if a revelation had struck him. He murmured to himself,
"So that's how it is. Truly not easy."
From then on, guided by his newfound understanding and perception, he continued his attempts. Gradually he immersed himself in the practice, finding endless delight in it. As time passed, his mastery over the power of the earth element improved, as if he could truly command it at will. Lin Ping let out a long exhale of turbid breath, then composed his mind, activated the technique, formed hand seals swiftly, and called out softly,
"Rise!"
With a whoosh, several small earthen spikes slowly rose from the ground before him.
The technique is finally a success.
Overjoyed, Lin Ping continued forming seals, relentlessly practicing the earth spike technique. This minor spell felt almost like an act of creation, filling him with immense excitement. So even as he repeated the same motions over and over, he never found it tedious. As he practiced, the number of earthen spikes rising from the ground increased from 3 to 6. Their height grew from barely visible to the length of a finger, and the spikes condensed from soil became increasingly harder. He ceased his casting and concentrated, summoning the gray stone tablet in his mind. Spell 4 Earth Spike 3100 initiated.
Not bad. Gaining 3 experience points yields this effect. I have a bold idea.
Lin Ping dismissed the stone tablet and slowly turned his gaze toward the large black dog, who was sound asleep. A grin spread across his face, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. He let out a few eerie laughs, activated the technique, and rapidly formed hand seals.
Black dog perish. Woof!
The large black dog, deep in a pleasant dream, jolted awake, as if startled, leaping up from the ground with its hackles raised. Instinctively it glanced down at the earth. In the next instant, its bell-like eyes flew wide open, nearly bulging out of their sockets.
Woof!
The large black dog nudged Lin Ping excitedly. Had he mastered the earth spike technique?
Lin
Ping nodded.
Woof!
The large black dog grinned. Who, let's fight.
Fight!
The large black dog leaped backward in excitement, a triumphant look on its face. It had carefully observed the small earthen spikes earlier. They clearly lacked any offensive capability. This was the perfect chance for Black Emperor to claim victory. Over the next 2 months or so, Lin Ping and the large black dog lay low in the mountains, no longer venturing into the misty Immortal Valley. They spent their days drawing talismans, grinding various minor spells, and cultivating, occasionally invading the territories of some beasts to harass first-stage initial beasts. The many rogue cultivators who had been tracking him were furious, having wasted a great deal of time without even a glimpse of the bandit. It was as if the man had vanished from the world entirely. They maliciously speculated that the bandit had long since become a beast's meal. Abandoning their ambush, they began preparing to participate in the Ascension Assembly. Half a year ago, small-scale skirmishes had already begun along the borders of the Yin and Fire Kingdoms. 3 months ago, the conflict escalated, with the flames of war spreading to many cities in both nations, causing countless civilians to wail in misery, displaced and suffering unbearable hardship. As the war intensified, more and more cities and people fell victim. Simultaneously, bandit gangs and factions sprang up like mushrooms after rain, ruthlessly preying upon the refugees fleeing the conflict. Corpses littered the fields, bones strewn across the roads. Initially, at the very edge of the Silver Moon Mountain range, numerous bandits appeared, specializing in robbing and killing refugees who had fled from afar. But at some point, a wild man accompanied by a black dog emerged. They robbed no one, but instead slaughtered every ruthless bandit they encountered. They were terrifyingly efficient, often reducing entire groups of villains to ashes with a single wave of the hand. After that, the bandits on the outskirts of the Silver Moon Mountain range gradually fled, no longer daring to commit atrocities there. Within a certain valley, a loud boom resounded. A dozen sharp spikes, hardened from soil, burst forth from the ground, launching a sneak attack on the large black dog.
Woof! Woof!
The large black dog leaped up in fright. I surrender. I surrender. Lin Ping grinned and stopped. After 2 months of relentless grinding, he had finally advanced the earth spike technique to the minor success stage. The rising spikes now possessed a certain degree of offensive power. He patted the dog's head.
Xiao, the Ascension Assembly is set to take place in 2 days. Let's go stake out the area early and gather some information. Woof woof.
Today the blazing sun was like fire, yet the wind was gentle, and the day fair. Lin Ping was no longer a bandit, but a man in a blue robe accompanied by a large black dog. Trembling with excitement, he passed through the white mist, and stepped into the immortal mist valley. The moment they entered the valley, both the man and the dog stood dumbfounded. Was this truly the domain of cultivators? Everywhere they looked, crowds of people surged, stalls lined the paths, and a cacophony of noise filled every corner, as lively as any mortal market. Had Lin Ping not frequented this place, he might have thought he had wandered into the wrong location. It seemed that as the Ascension Immortal Convention approached, the many scattered cultivators, who had been lying low and cultivating in seclusion, were all emerging from their retreats. Woof! The large black dog nudged him excitedly. The scene stirred it deeply, as if it too would join the 9 great immortal sects in 2 days. Lin Ping patted the dog's head. Xiaohei, let's take a stroll and gather some information about the Ascension Immortal Convention. Woof! Man and dog began to wander slowly among the stalls, glancing at the odd and exotic items on display, while pricking up their ears to catch snippets of conversations about the Ascension Immortal Convention. Wherever the crowd was thickest, they would burrow in their sole purpose to eavesdrop. And indeed, through this back and forth, they gleaned quite a bit, even learning the barest outlines of the 9 great immortal sects of the Yin Kingdom. Xiaohei, did you remember all that? Woof! The large black dog nodded. Ha ha! Lin Ping chuckled lightly, patting the dog's head with a cheerful heart. Come on, let's head to the square to gather more intel. The more we know, the better off we'll be. Woof! They walked through the square, listening as they went, and picked up several more pieces of crucial information. It turned out that each of the 9 great immortal sects had different emphases in their recruitment conditions for new disciples. Some focused on the path of the sword, others on talismanic arts, and still others on comprehension. Moreover, the trials for new disciples changed and adjusted every year precisely to prevent those with ulterior motives from exploiting loopholes. Woof woof! The large black dog tugged excitedly at Lin Ping's robe. Could we try that sect which emphasizes talismanic arts? That could work, Lin Ping said with a smile. So the major sects had so many tricks up their sleeves when recruiting new disciples. But when it came to talismanic arts, he felt he had a decent chance being a third-rate talisman master. Daoist Lin, long time no see. Just then a voice rang out. Lin Ping turned to see Zhao Fangmao approaching with a beaming smile. Daoist Xiao, long time no see. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. In Immortal Mist Valley, Zhao Fangmao was probably the only person Lin Ping truly knew. This was a perfect opportunity to ask him more about the Ascension Immortal Convention. Woof! The large black dog barked as well. It felt that this fat man had grown even rounder since their first meeting. Zhao Fangmao patted the dog's head and chuckled. Daoist Lin, are you planning to participate in the Ascension Immortal Convention this time? Lin Ping nodded, making no attempt to hide it. Ha ha, excellent, then let's go together. Zhao Fangmao laughed heartily. And so the two of them, along with the dog, continued to chat as they strolled. Daoist Zhao, has the Immortal Mist Valley always been this crowded during the Ascension Immortal Convention in previous years? Lin Ping asked, glancing at the surging sea of people. Not at all. The fat man shook his head. Oh. In previous years, there were many participants, but far fewer than this year. Word has it that due to the turmoil of war between the Yin and Fire Kingdoms, the 9 great immortal sects will all be expanding their recruitment at this year's convention. That's why so many scattered cultivators have flocked here, hoping to seize a chance to join the immortal sects. Wars in the mortal world can also affect the great sects. Lin Ping asked, puzzled. Naturally they do. The fat man paused for a moment before continuing. Most cultivators originate from the mortal world. Now that war has erupted between the Yin and Fire Kingdoms, it inevitably affects the fortunes of the immortal sects in both nations. It's no surprise they are making preparations in advance. The struggle for the great Tao, though it sounds profound and mysterious, is indeed just so. The fat man spoke eloquently as they walked, while Lin Ping and the large black dog nodded from time to time. It felt as though they had gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. Time flew, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A vast platform had appeared in the center of Immortal Mist Valley at some point, leaving Lin Ping and the large black dog utterly bewildered. They distinctly remembered that last night it had been an empty patch of ground. How had it changed so drastically after a single sleep? Was this the work of immortals? The fat man caught the look of astonishment on their faces, and couldn't help but recall how he had worn the very same expression 2 years ago, when some senior cultivators had brought him to this very convention. Yet here, he was still drifting through Immortal Mist Valley, while the seniors, who had once guided him, had either joined the sects, or feeling the path to immortality was hopeless, returned to the mortal world to indulge in earthly pleasures. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh.
The many sects that come to recruit disciples in Immortal Mist Valley, especially the 9 great immortal sects, have extremely high requirements for cultivation aptitude. If you don't make it Taoist, Lin, you must take it in stride. Don't let inner demons trouble you. We're still young and there will be plenty of opportunities. Don't you agree?
These were the fat man's sincere words. Though he was not old, he had entered the cultivation world much earlier than Lin Ping, and had encountered all sorts of cultivators. Many cultivators before participating in the Ascension Immortal Convention fancied themselves immortals, their gazes arrogant and proud. But when they went to the convention brimming with confidence, they discovered they were nothing special. Under such a cruel blow, those with weak Tao hearts were often plagued by inner demons, leading them to do unpredictable things that ultimately pushed them toward the abyss of destruction.
I shall take your words to heart, Taoist Jiao,
Lin Ping said solemnly, clasping his hands. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment 3 resonant bell tolls echoed through the entire Immortal Mist Valley. Upon hearing the bells, the previously clamorous valley fell into absolute silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless cultivators raised their heads to gaze at the sky ahead, as if waiting for something, their eyes brimming with excitement. The fat man also curled his lips slightly, and like everyone else looked up at the heavens. Seeing this, Lin Ping and the large black dog, though ignorant of the reason, followed suit and looked upward. There was nothing up there but empty space. Man and dog exchanged bewildered glances. What was this all about? There was nothing there.
Taoist Lin, just wait.
Lin Ping heard the fat man's faint voice beside him. He nodded and continued staring upward with wide eyes, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. After 3 breaths, a speck of starlight suddenly fell from the sky, trailing a long radiant arc. Midway it exploded with a thunderous boom, bursting into a dazzling blaze of light. As the radiance dissipated, a white-clad figure standing upon a flying sword was revealed. He stood upright, refined and scholarly, like a mere literatus, with strands of hair fluttering and robes billowing, exuding an ethereal immortal aura.
Damn,
Lin Ping muttered to himself.
Putting on such an entrance, are cultivators this flamboyant?
The large black dog's eyes abruptly narrowed. The sight of riding a flying sword with such effortless grace seemed far more impressive than the 2 immortals who had appeared in Dania village. At that moment, the hefty man gazed up at the white-clad figure in midair, his eyes filled with longing. He swallowed hard and spoke softly.
Fellow Taoist Lin, that white-robed scholar is a Foundation Establishment Immortal from the Soar Cloud Sect, and also the guardian of the Immortal Mist Valley. A Foundation Establishment Immortal.
Lin Ping looked toward the white figure in astonishment. This was the most formidable cultivator he had ever encountered. The white-clad figure's bright eyes, sharp as an eagle, swept across the many cultivators in the valley. After a pause, he declared in a resounding voice.
The path of immortality is a struggle for a single thread of possibility. Only by striving with all your might for that faint hope, seeking that elusive opportunity, can you set foot on the supreme Tao of immortality. The annual Ascension Assembly is about to begin. This is your chance, and also a grand event for the many immortal sects of the Yen Kingdom. You may each have your own unique fortunes that led you onto this path, but this is not your destination. It is the starting point of your immortal journey. Here some of you may seize this moment to join the great sects, becoming the pride of an era, the envy of a generation of disciples, and the benchmark for countless cultivators. But there will also be those who gain nothing. I hope you understand that the path of cultivation is filled with chance encounters and trials of the will. So even if you fail to join a sect this time, do not be discouraged nor troubled by inner demons. As long as you persevere, there will be another opportunity. I hope you will persist from now on. The Ascension Assembly begins.
The white-clad figure's voice rolled like thunder, shaking the entire Immortal Mist Valley, causing a myriad of lights to flicker in the eyes of the assembled cultivators. Instantly, an intangible, solemn atmosphere spread throughout the valley. Many cultivators held their breath, secretly mustering their resolve, eager to join the great sects, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With a series of swishes, as the white figure departed, one figure after another landed atop the various platforms marking the official commencement of the Ascension Assembly. The hefty man narrowed his eyes and smiled.
Come on, let's go watch the excitement first. Alright. Woof.
19 platforms were arranged in an orderly fashion according to the valley's terrain. Crowds of cultivators gathered before each platform, their clamor rising and falling. Especially before the platforms of the 9 great sects, the area was packed with people, not only confident male cultivators, but also delicate female cultivators, their flirtatious glances and sweet laughter causing many male cultivators to swallow hard. Despite the multitude, there was no sense of crowding. Drifting clouds and mist added to the ethereal immortal ambience. The pair, a man and a dog, occasionally paused at the periphery of the crowd to watch. Lin Ping and the large black dog were expressions of constant astonishment. Each sect had different tests for recruiting disciples. Before one platform, a thunderous boom echoed, as a thick white mist billowed, with countless streaks of light swimming within like giant fish. The test was simple. To join the sect, one only needed to step into the mist and emerge from it to reach the platform. Before another, a pool of lightning appeared. Bolts of lightning descended from the void, incessantly striking the pool, flashing and crackling, dazzling the eyes. The sight was so terrifying that the large black dog barked frantically, and even Lin Ping was stunned. He witnessed over a dozen cultivators confidently step into the lightning pool, only to retreat within seconds, their faces filled with sheer horror. Clearly, crossing the pool to become a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder sect was no easy feat. Some with disappointed expressions hurried out of the valley, while others gritted their teeth and moved toward other platforms, hoping to join a different sect. It seemed joining a sect was not as simple as he had imagined. Neither the white mist nor the lightning pool were challenges he could overcome. Woof! The large black dog tugged at Lin Ping's robe, urging him to look at another platform. There, a gaunt gray-robed elder stood, surveyed the crowd, and waved his hand. With a whoosh, a scroll flew out. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and the scroll emitted streaks of golden light in the void, rumbling and shaking the earth. A truly awe-inspiring sight. In moments the vision faded, and a colossal crowd once more before speaking calmly.
This scroll is called the Illusory River Map, a treasure of our Illusory Cloud sect. If you can reach the pavilion at its center within an hour, you will pass the...
The gaunt gray-robed elder swept his gaze over the crowd once more before speaking calmly.
This scroll is called the Illusory River Map, a treasure of our Illusory Cloud sect. If you can reach the pavilion at its center within an hour, you will pass the assessment and be admitted into our sect. With that, he waved his hand again, and countless specks of light flew out, hovering in the air a few zhang before the scroll. Those who wish to participate may use the Jade Talisman's power to enter the scroll. If you wish to give up midway, simply channel your spiritual energy into the talisman. Ha ha.
A burly man laughed as he stepped out from the crowd, reached out, and grasped a floating jade talisman.
I'll go first.
After the first participant, a few more eager individuals stepped forward, each taking a jade talisman, their eyes shining with anticipation. The gaunt gray-robed elder wasted no time and directly formed a hand seal. In the next instant, those holding the talismans were enveloped in golden light, and against their will shot into the sky, drawn into the scroll. This miraculous scene left Lin Ping and the large black dog utterly astonished. They exchanged glances, seeing deep shock reflected in each other's eyes. So this was the true means of immortals. This trip to the Ascension Assembly was not in vain. They had gained much insight.
Woof woof.
The large black dog tugged at Lin Ping's robe again, directing his gaze to another platform. Lin Ping turned his head and gaped.
Damn. So huge. So white, so bright, and a bit dazzling.
Meanwhile, the hefty man beside him, who had been calm all along, now trembled with excitement, his breathing becoming heavier. On the open space of the platform, with a resounding boom, a colossal sword shot into the sky, then hung inverted midair, about half a zhang above the ground.
Any examinee who steps within 3 zhang of this sword shall be deemed qualified to enter our Sword Cloud sect.
A faint voice rang out from the platform, instantly stirring a commotion among the many cultivators. Before long, numerous cultivators pushed their way out of the crowd and strode step by step toward the colossal sword. The big fatty's eyes glimmered with sharp light, and his breathing grew heavier. Lin Ping looked at him in confusion, muttering inwardly.
Could it be that the big fatty wants to join this very Sword Cloud sect?
Yet in the end, the big fatty did not walk toward the colossal sword. Instead, he continued leading Lin Ping and the big black dog on a leisurely stroll. The big black dog's eyes were wide as saucers. Every time they reached the periphery of a platform, it would let out soft barks. The myriad and bizarre testing methods used by the immortal sects to recruit disciples left it utterly astounded, as if it could not take it all in. Meanwhile, amid the big fatty's animated chatter, Lin Ping gained a deeper understanding of the Ascension Fair. The Ascension Fair was held annually in July for 7 days. Every year, sects of all sizes from the Flame Kingdom sent people to the Immortal Mist Valley to select suitable disciples. Moreover, locations like the Immortal Mist Valley numbered countless across the territory of the Flame Kingdom. Within the Immortal Mist Valley, there were 19 platforms. The 9 central platforms belonged to the 9 great immortal sects of the Flame Kingdom, while the 10 shorter platforms flanking them on the left and right belonged to the second-rate immortal sects. Beyond these, numerous third-rate immortal sects also came to recruit disciples during the Ascension Fair, but they were not entitled to erect platforms. They could only pick up the leftovers, those rejected by the 9 great sects and the 10 second-rate sects. Occasionally, they would stumble upon outstanding talents greatly boosting their strength, a phenomenon that had occurred many times in history. The 9 great sects could only look on helplessly at this. Time flew by and the Ascension Fair reached its 4th day. The number of cultivators in the Immortal Mist Valley had dwindled significantly compared to the first day. Many who failed the sect examinations left the valley in dejection, though some stayed behind to watch the spectacle. The big fatty finally made his move that day. His eyes focused, and he strode toward the colossal sword hanging inverted in midair. Woof! The big black dog nudged Lin Ping, as if urging him to sign up. Lin Ping patted the dog's head and chuckled.
No rush. We can't just join any sect. Let's observe for another day or 2 before deciding.
The big black dog nodded, then craned its head to look at the big fatty. Through their days together, it had come to think highly of him, hoping he would pass the examination and enter the Sword Cloud sect. Lin Ping also gazed ahead with bright eyes, but soon a flicker of regret crossed his gaze. As expected, after a few breaths, the big fatty's figure trembled. He could no longer press forward, and had no choice but to turn back in defeat. Though a trace of disappointment lingered in the big fatty's eyes, it quickly vanished as if he had never held much hope. Lin Ping said nothing upon seeing this. He knew that in such a situation any words would only be a blow to the big fatty.
Does Lin care to give it a try?
Sure. With that he grinned, stepped forward, and walked toward the colossal sword.
Woof!
The big black dog stared at Lin Ping's retreating figure in bewilderment, suddenly feeling its mind could not keep up. Hadn't he just said they should wait a couple more days? Yet here he was charging at the sword. What was the boss thinking? But moments later Lin Ping shook his head with a wry smile and stepped back.
Woof!
Lin Ping patted the dog's head and smiled.
It's nothing.
Then he turned to the big fatty with a slight smile.
Brother Zhao, you are far stronger than me. Under the sword's pressure, I could only advance 2 zhang, while you managed 3 more. Ha ha.
The big fatty laughed.
A little closer or farther makes little difference. It seems we have no fate with this sect. Shall we check out others? All right.
With that, the duo and the dog once again wandered among the platforms, searching for a suitable sect to attempt. Yet for some reason the big fatty always turned back upon reaching the 4th platform on the right, never even glancing at the one beyond. On the 5th day, Lin Ping walked out from a platform with a dark look on his face. It turned out that the sect specializing in talismans had a strict cultivation requirement. Without at least the 7th layer of chi refining, one was not even eligible to attempt the trial.
Woof!
The big black dog nudged him, hoping he would not take it to heart, suggesting the next sect might be more suitable.
It's fine.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head. The big fatty said nothing more, just smiled.
Daoist Lin, let's keep walking.
Lin Ping looked into the distance and asked curiously,
Brother Zhao, do you know why almost no one attempts the trial at the farthest platform on the right?
The big fatty glanced in the direction he indicated and smiled faintly.
You mean the Profound Heaven sect? Exactly.
Lin Ping nodded. In fact, after several days of observation, he found it odd. There were onlookers around the Profound Heaven sect's platform, but hardly any challengers. The big fatty chuckled.
Daoist Lin, this is your first Ascension Fair, so it's no surprise you don't know about the Profound Heaven sect. Is their examination particularly harsh? Not exactly. Then why?
After a moment of thought, the big fatty spoke.
Actually, the matter of the Profound Heaven sect is no great secret. I don't mind telling you. The Profound Heaven sect was once one of the 10 great immortal sects of the Flame Kingdom, on par with the 9 major sects. However, during a catastrophe, several of their founding patriarchs fell one after another, and a vast collection of techniques and legacies were nearly destroyed overnight, leading to a break in their inheritance. Gradually, they declined, slipping from the ranks of the top 10 into a second-rate sect. At this point, the big fatty glanced around before lowering his voice. Word has it that in recent years, with no successors, the Profound Heaven sect can barely hold on to even its second-rate status.
Lin Ping pondered for a moment, then asked in confusion.
I've seen many cultivators signing up for trials at other second-rate sects. Why is the Profound Heaven sect the only one with none? Even with a broken inheritance, it was once a first-rate sect. Surely it still has some foundation. Taoist Lin, you may not know this. Since its decline, the Profound Heaven sect's disciples have dwindled. Eventually, almost no one was willing to join. This directly led to a shortage of disciples to gather the spiritual herbs needed for foundation establishment pills from the secret realm. Without foundation establishment pills, it's as if the path to immortality is cut off. So naturally, no one wants to join. Moreover, during the last opening of the secret realm, the Profound Heaven sect didn't even participate. Tell me, would anyone dare to join under such circumstances?
Hearing this, Lin Ping suddenly understood. As for the secret realm the big fatty mentioned, he had heard of it, though he knew little. Yet now, he grasped why so few cultivators were willing to enter the Profound Heaven sect. The secret realm opened once every 20 years, and only chi refining cultivators could enter. With no successors, the Profound Heaven sect naturally could not obtain the spiritual herbs for foundation establishment pills from the secret realm. Without foundation establishment pills, no one would join, creating a vicious cycle. At this thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. A second-rate sect with few disciples and little outside attention, wasn't this perfectly aligned with his philosophy of lying low? He cared nothing about foundation establishment pills. With his progress bar, as long as he kept grinding once his experience points were sufficient, he would naturally reach foundation establishment. Thus, lying low in such an unnoticed sect was the most fitting choice.
Little Black, let's go. Let's try the Profound Heaven sect. Fellow Taoist Lin, have you made your decision?
The bulky man blocked Lin Ping's path.
Fellow Taoist Zhao, I have made my decision. But if you truly enter the Xietian sect, wouldn't that be cutting off your path to immortality?
Lin Ping's expression turned solemn.
Fellow Taoist Zhao, as cultivators, should we not contend with the heavens, contend with the earth, and fight for that sliver of possibility? Although the Xietian sect cannot provide foundation establishment pills for its disciples, since we have already embarked on this path of immortality, why can't we strive for it ourselves and seek that elusive ethereal opportunity? Perhaps through a myriad of coincidences and fortunate encounters we can achieve foundation establishment through our own efforts.
He paused before continuing.
Moreover, given my own aptitude, I cannot join other sects. It's better to take a gamble than to remain a rogue cultivator.
What a saying! As cultivators contend with the heavens, contend with the earth. Zhao Fengbeo's stout body trembled violently. He gazed deeply at that receding figure, a hint of resolve gradually appearing in his eyes.
Xiao He, watch me clear the trial.
Woof! The big black dog nudged him, as if to say, whether I can join the organization depends on you. Lin Ping patted the dog's head and said no more. He took a step forward, heading towards the thick fog before the high platform.
As someone is actually going to attempt the Xietian sect's trial.
A soft exclamation spread immediately, drawing curious glances from the crowd. This sect, where no one had been willing to attempt the trial for years, finally had a contender. For a moment, a cacophony of voices arose from the surroundings. Some even activated their spirit vision technique to scrutinize Lin Ping. When they discovered he was only at the fourth layer of chi refining, disbelief filled their faces. Normally, someone so young who had broken through to the fourth layer of chi refining wouldn't need to join such a dilapidated sect. The best course would be to wait until his cultivation was higher and find a way into the 9 great sects. That was the true path of immortality. Thus many eyes showed pity, while others sneered, thinking this cultivator was truly young and ignorant of the hardships on the immortal path. A complete fool, cutting off his own path to immortality beyond salvation. On the high platform, a girl in a fiery red robe was dozing off when she was suddenly awakened by a commotion. She lazily opened her starry eyes, looked around, then shifted her gaze to the center, her eyes widening in surprise.
Is someone actually coming to attempt the trial?
The girl murmured to herself, quickly nudging the gray-robed elder beside her, who was meditating with his eyes closed.
Uncle Master, wake up! A disciple is coming, hurry!
Her voice was so loud that Lin Ping, who was about to step into the fog, couldn't help but pause. A few lines of exasperation appeared on his forehead.
What do you mean a disciple is coming? Doesn't this sect seem a bit unreliable?
Hearing the girl's words, the surrounding crowd all wore expressions of eager anticipation, secretly glad they hadn't attempted the trial themselves, or they would have become the laughingstock. The gray-robed elder slightly opened his murky eyes, glanced at Lin Ping, then immediately closed them again, as if the arrival of a trial-taker had nothing to do with him. His expression was cold and indifferent.
Sit up straight. Don't act like an inexperienced wild girl. We've finally encountered such a naive fellow, we can't let him run away, understand?
Hearing the elder's voice transmission, the girl giggled.
Uncle Master, I know.
Lin Ping shook his head, forcefully casting aside the troubling thoughts.
It was once one of the 10 great sects. Its character shouldn't be that bad. I'll go for it.
He took a step forward, and his figure vanished into the thick fog.
Woof!
The big black dog outside suddenly widened its eyes, and let out a tense yelp. The bulky man, who had arrived at some unknown time, patted the dog's head and smiled.
Xiao Hei, it's fine, don't be nervous.
Inside the fog, Lin Ping was utterly bewildered. He felt he had entered some kind of formation. From the outside the fog seemed small, but once inside it felt boundless, with no path in sight. He could only vaguely make out a faint light ahead, as if guiding the way. He stopped overthinking, and slowly walked towards that direction. Although assessment trials set by sects generally weren't too dangerous, he remained extremely cautious. After all, caution is the mother of safety. On the high platform, the gray-robed elder, who had been meditating, had the faintest, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth.
Is this kid being a bit too cautious?
The sect's so-called assessment trial was only mandatory according to the rules of the Misty Valley. In truth, the Xietian sect's trial was merely a formality. Though it was a small mist formation with some harmless attacks, it could be cleared quickly. The path out of the mist was straightforward. Moreover, he had secretly tampered with it, directly pointing out the way out of the mist. But he never expected this young cultivator to inch forward step by step, as if facing a life-or-death trial. This nearly made the gray-robed elder lose his composure, and simply dispel the mist formation. Heh. Kid, you passed the trial. With a loud rumble, a row of sharp earthen spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Lin Ping's figure flickered as he easily evaded them. He stopped again, a look of realization on his face. As he had expected, the mist concealed hidden dangers that should not be underestimated. Seeing Lin Ping's figure freeze once more, the gray-robed elder's mouth twitched again.
Does this little fellow have some childhood trauma? Why else would he be so overly cautious? Uncle Master, what's wrong?
The young girl noticed the elder's chest heaving and quickly asked softly.
Humph.
The elder grunted and continued to meditate with his eyes closed, but the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably from time to time, like a stroke that couldn't be suppressed. Inside the mist, Lin Ping dodged several more earth spike attacks, then cautiously and patiently moved towards the light, unhurried. Whoosh! A faint sound arose from the depths of the mist. Lin Ping's eyes narrowed as he looked to the right. The next instant, the white mist churned and 3 blue wind blades shot towards him with sharp, piercing sounds.
Damn, it's really not simple.
As the wind blades were about to strike, Lin Ping shifted his steps, evading them with ease, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. After dodging several more wind blade attacks, the faint light ahead grew brighter, as if he was nearing the exit. However, he did not let his guard down. Even with success seemingly at hand, he maintained his caution and crept slowly towards the exit. After another half a Lin Ping's figure finally emerged from the thick fog, arriving at the foot of the high platform. Emerging from the mist, Lin Ping looked up to see an old man in a gray robe standing on the high platform, gazing at him with profound eyes. He possessed an immortal aura and bore the appearance of a peerless master.
Greetings, senior.
Lin Ping hastily cupped his hands. Ah, finally a fish has taken the bait. The old man in gray rejoiced inwardly, yet his expression remained impassive as he said calmly,
Entering the immortal sect is a matter of great fortune.
With that, he activated a token in his hand. In the next instant, a pillar of light appeared not far from Lin Ping, shimmering with a dazzling array of colors.
Since you have already passed through the mist array, you are qualified to become a disciple of our sect. The following tests of bone age and aptitude are merely routine. Just step into the formation. Yes.
Lin Ping acknowledged and stepped directly into the formation.
Bone age 20.
The next moment, the old man in gray frowned.
Aptitude. 5 element mixed spiritual root.
Hearing this, Lin Ping's heart sank. Could it be that he couldn't even get into this shabby sect? At the thought, his expression turned somewhat grim. The old man in gray observed Lin Ping's changing expression, and was inwardly moved. Although this youth's talent was abysmal, having him was better than having no one. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would bring dishonor to the sect at the Immortal Mist Valley. With this in mind, the old man in gray slowly spoke.
Immortal sects accept disciples, all of whom must possess exceptional talent surpassing ordinary people. This is the primary condition. However, there are exceptions to everything.
The old man in gray continued unhurriedly.
In my view, while talent is important, it is not the sole criterion. The path of immortality requires not only talent, but also comprehension, and most importantly a Tao heart. Those with a steadfast Tao heart possess a fearless spirit, daring to contend with heaven and earth for that sliver of opportunity, that thread of possibility. In the end, it is not unheard of for such individuals driven by their pure heart to tread the grand path of immortality.
Pausing, his gaze slowly fell upon Lin Ping.
You have passed our sect's assessment. I ask you now, are you willing to join our sect? Senior, I am willing. Good.
The old man in gray nodded with satisfaction. With a slight wave of his right hand, a beam of cyan light flew out and stopped before Lin Ping.
This is the disciple token of our sect. Keep it well. After the Ascension Assembly concludes on the following morning, the token will activate on its own. You can use it to assemble and return with us to the Xiantian sect. Yes.
A look of joy spread across Lin Ping's face. He bowed respectfully, then reached out to take the cyan token floating before him, and withdrew on his own.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin,
the fat man said with a cup-hand smile.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhao,
Lin Ping replied, returning the gesture.
May I ask what plans fellow Taoist Zhao has next? Naturally, you'll be going with you, fellow Taoist Lin. I also want to challenge the Mr. Ray,
the fat man said with an awkward chuckle. Lin Ping was completely baffled. Wasn't this guy just trying to stop him earlier, insisting that joining the Xiantian sect was cutting off one's path to immortality? What had gotten into him now wanting to take the trial himself? As if reading Lin Ping's thoughts, the fat man chuckled.
Fellow Taoist Lin, your words. We cultivators ought to contend with heaven and earth. Awaken me. Indeed, with my aptitude, even after years of cultivation, I probably couldn't pass the trials of the 9 great immortal sects. It's better to take a gamble. Perhaps another opportunity awaits.
With that, he stepped forward and walked toward the mist array. The onlookers who had been about to disperse stopped in their tracks upon seeing someone else attempt the Xiantian sect's trial, staring at Zhao Fanbao as if he were a fool. Today they had witnessed something truly remarkable. In previous years no one would join this sect even if paid, yet now 2 reckless fools had come to attempt the trial in succession. It was utterly astonishing. On the high platform, the girl in red noticed another person preparing to take the trial. Her starry eyes lit up as she discreetly nudged the old man in gray and whispered,
"Uncle, look, someone else is coming to try."
The old man in gray shot her a glare and transmitted his voice calmly.
"Stay composed, understand? Don't scare off the big fish or you'll be in for it."
Hearing this, the girl immediately sat up straight. Outside the high platform, Lin Ping took out the cyan token and began showing it off in front of the big black dog.
"Xiao Hei, we've finally found our organization. Woof woof."
The big black dog nudged him. "Now that we have an organization, can we swagger around?"
"Ha ha."
Lin Ping chuckled, patting the dog's head.
"Xiao Hei, we mustn't be arrogant. Though we're part of an organization now, we must still adhere to the spirit of keeping a low profile." "Woof."
The big black dog nodded, understanding that staying low was the happiest path. Soon after, the fat man emerged from the mist much faster than Lin Ping had. He brandished his disciple token before Lin Ping.
"Fellow Taoist Lin, we're now fellow disciples. Congratulations, senior brother Zhao."
Lin Ping cupped his hands. The fat man had been tested to be 21 in bone age, a year older than him, so calling him senior brother was fitting.
"Ha ha, thank you, junior brother Lin."
The fat man continued with a smile.
"Junior brother Lin, I need to attend to some mundane matters. I'll see you in 2 days. All right, senior brother Zhao, go ahead."
After the fat man left, Lin Ping continued wandering around the various high platforms with the big black dog. 2 hours later, they left the valley and headed straight for the Silver Moon City. Although the Flame and Fire Kingdoms were locked in conflict with relentless warfare, it seemed to have little impact on Silver Moon City. The streets were still bustling with people. Vendors by the roadside hawked their wares. As usual, tavern waiters bustled about, and butchers at the meat stalls wore broad smiles, their thick knives thumping against bones. This familiar scene washed over Lin Ping and the big black dog, filling them with a sense of ease.
Xiao Hei will be leaving Silver Moon City in 2 days. We should indulge in a grand feast while we can. Woof woof.
The big black dog excitedly nudged him. A feast. And so the pair began strolling down the street, sampling anything that looked delicious and caught their fancy.
Xiao Hei, these meat buns are really good. Plenty of filling and so fragrant. Woof.
The big black dog nodded, stuffing one meat bun after another into its mouth, grease dribbling down its jowls. Too busy eating, it let out only a perfunctory woof. Lin Ping didn't mind at all. He continued strolling while munching on buns.
Hey Xiao Hei, that barbecue place looks tempting. Shall we give it a try? Woof woof.
The big black dog quickly swallowed the bun in its mouth and nudged him. Hurry up and go.
Ha ha.
That day Lin Ping took the big black dog from one end of the street to the other, eating until their bellies could take no more before finally stopping. He sat by the river leaning against a tree, squinting as he patted his belly and chuckled.
Xiao Hei, the city truly has the warmth of mortal life. Many cultivators prefer to consume abstinence pills. I never quite understood that. All kinds of delicacies come from the mortal world's hearth. Only the smoke of human life can truly soothe the soul. If one gives up the pleasures of the palate, what meaning is there in cultivating immortality? Woof.
The big black dog nodded. As night quietly fell, Lin Ping led the dog along the riverbank, walking slowly. The painted boats on the river glided by as unhurriedly as when they first entered the city, with talented scholars and beautiful maidens aboard composing poems over wine. Finally they returned to the blacksmith's shop and the Autumn Moon Brewery, though both were clearly closed for the night. Lin Ping cast a deep glance at those establishments, then headed toward his humble little pavilion in the southern part of the city. Thump, thump. 2 knocks sounded on the door. Inside the house, Lu Yun and her daughter exchanged a glance.
Who is it?
There was no response. Lu Qiuling pressed her ear cautiously against the door panel for a moment, then quietly opened it a crack, poking her head out to look left and right.
A brocade box.
Hidden in the shadows of the courtyard wall, Lin Ping watched her pick up the brocade box and close the door before he flickered away, vanishing without a sound.
Mother, there's a brocade box on the ground. Could it be from father again?
Lu Yun stared at the brocade box, her breathing growing slightly heavier, then opened it. When Lu Qiuling saw the gold, silver, and 2 land deeds inside the box, her eyes instantly reddened. She quickly flung open the wooden door and rushed into the courtyard, trying to find that familiar figure. Unfortunately, the courtyard was empty. Then she went to the courtyard of Lin Ping's house. The main door was tightly locked. Clearly he had already left. The next day the sunlight was just right. In the wilderness, a lone grave stood in solitude. Lin Ping and the big black dog cleared the grass before the tomb and around it, and lit several sticks of incense. Then he took out several jars of wine, and 2 bowls, filling them to the brim.
Old Joe, we're leaving tomorrow, heading to a very distant place. I don't know when we'll be back to see you.
Lin Ping's voice was very soft. As he spoke, he picked up his bowl, clinked it against the one on the ground, and downed the wine, just as he used to do when old Joe was alive. The big black dog too whimpered softly beside him, as if bidding farewell to old Joe. Man and dog sat before the lonely grave for an entire day. Lin Ping went from talking and laughing at first to falling silent at the end, simply drinking alone. He drank 1 bowl and poured another on the ground. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye since escaping from the mine tunnel. It always felt like his steps were hurried, from Dania village to Silvermoon City, from Silvermoon City to the Silvermoon Mountain Range, and then to Immortal Mist Valley. Along this journey it seemed he had done many things, yet also nothing at all. He had met many people along the way, yet they all passed by him like fleeting travelers. Perhaps this was the helplessness of a cultivator. In the mortal world 100 years pass in the blink of an eye, but what cultivators seek is immortality, 2 entirely different paths. The divide between mortal and immortal was truly so, and could only be so. The big black dog did not break the silence. It obediently rested its head on his lap, for it knew Lin Ping's mood was somewhat low at this moment, a feeling that was easily discernible. The mountain wind blew, the sun set in the west, and then the moon rose. Lin Ping put down his bowl, patted the dog's head, his expression solemn. He bowed deeply before the lonely grave and the big black dog did the same.
Little Black, let's go. Old Show already understands our feelings. Woof.
The silhouettes of the man and the dog grew fainter under the moonlight, gradually disappearing into the night. Outside the cave, Lin Ping stood silently, the soft silver moonlight cascading over his figure. Ever since he had been lying low in this valley, whenever night fell, he and Little Black would burrow into the cave and block the entrance tightly with a huge boulder. Tonight was the first time he realized the moonlight in this valley was so beautiful. Perhaps it was because he was leaving this place for good tomorrow. Staring at the silver moon, Lin Ping felt a touch of melancholy stirring in his heart for some unknown reason. He patted the dog's head and chuckled.
Little Black, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. How about I compose a poem for you? Woof woof.
The big black dog nodded excitedly. Although it didn't know what a poem was, it loved listening to him boast.
Little Black, listen carefully.
Lin Ping clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head up at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the silver moon.
Ah, this moon is so long and so white. Ah, this moon has curves in all the right places. Ah, this moon is truly so round and so...
Woof. The big black dog was dumbfounded. Wasn't this just a crescent moon? Calling it white could be considered correct, but long, round, big, and thin all at once. What on earth did that mean? The corner of Lin Ping's mouth lifted. He rubbed the dog's head and said with a light laugh,
You'll understand the artistic conception of this in time. Woof.
The next day, Lin Ping, carrying a large burlap sack, arrived at Immortal Mist Valley with the big black dog looking travel-worn. He then quickly walked into the 100 Treasures Pavilion and grinned at the familiar shop assistant. The other party, however, clearly didn't recognize him, because every time he had come before he was dressed like a bandit, and he hadn't been back since he succeeded in talisman drawing.
Do you accept second-grade talismans?
The shop assistant, with his usual professional demeanor, smiled slightly.
Of course we do. For second-grade talismans, our 100 Treasures Pavilion buys them at 1 talisman for 2 low-grade spirit stones. May I ask how many you have, fellow Taoist?
Lin Ping dropped the large burlap sack onto the ground, causing a constant clatter of pots and pans. The shop assistant's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Did rogue cultivators these days have such a mundane air about them? Lin Ping, of course, had no idea what was going through the man's mind. He busied himself by pulling out stack after stack of finished talismans from the sack and placing them on the counter, not worrying that the assistant might cheat him. After all, he now had an organization backing him. It took a while before he had pulled out all the talismans, piling them up in a heap. These were the fruits of his labor over the past 2 months or so.
There are 620 talismans in total. Please count them.
The shop assistant's mouth fell open, staring in disbelief at the mountain of talismans before him. How could anyone bring out so many talismans to sell at once? Who was he? It seemed he hadn't seen him much before. Snapped out of his shock by Lin Ping's prompt, the shop assistant quickly smiled and said,
Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. Let me count them.
This was a major transaction for him, so he naturally couldn't afford to be careless. The more he counted, the more astonished he became. Every single talisman was of superior quality, flawless and perfect. A quarter of an hour later, the shop assistant wiped the fine sweat from his brow and said with a beaming smile,
There are 320 swift movement talismans and 300 fireball talismans. The total price is 1,240 low-grade spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, would you like to convert these spirit stones into mid-grade ones? Yes.
Lin Ping responded without any hesitation. Carrying over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones around was indeed inconvenient. Soon the transaction was completed. The shop assistant watched the man and his dog walk out of the store, momentarily lost in thought.
That burlap sack.
The next instant, as if a sudden realization struck him, his mouth fell wide open again, a look of utter disbelief spreading across his face. That familiar burlap sack, wasn't that the trademark of that bandit? In the beginning he had come with this sack full of beast materials. Later he stopped selling beast materials and started coming to buy talisman drawing tools. Back then he had earnestly tried to advise him, but it turned out he was the one who didn't understand. Thinking of this, he let out a soft laugh.
Thank you, fellow Taoist bandit.
This transaction would earn him a considerable commission, and it was clear that the other party had intentionally sold such a large quantity of talismans to him. This thanks was well deserved. In a secluded corner, a man and a dog nervously scanned their surroundings. Seeing that no one was paying them any attention, they pulled a cloth pouch from their bosom.
Little Black, we struck it rich.
Woof! The big black dog crouched in front of the cloth pouch, its eyes filled with excitement. This was the first time they had ever seen what a mid-grade spirit stone looked like. Just then the disciple token in Lin Ping's bosom vibrated, emitting a faint blue light. Lin Ping patted the dog's head and chuckled.
Little Black, let's go. The organization is calling us.
Woof woof. A colossal gourd slowly ascended from the immortal mist valley. An old man in gray robe sat cross-legged atop the gourd spout, exuding an imposing aura. A young woman in a red dress sat alone on the front section of the gourd, while Lin Ping, the large black dog, and the hefty man occupied the rear section. Well, that was not quite accurate, for the large black dog was not sitting but rather lying prostrate. Although the gourd was enormous and remarkably stable, both Lin Ping and the hefty man sat rigidly, with a hint of nervousness, their hearts racing. They gripped the hard surface of the gourd tightly, fearing they might slip off with the slightest misstep. The large black dog was even more extreme. Not only was its entire body pressed flat against the gourd surface, but its 4 claws trembled from gripping too hard. Ultimately deeming this insufficient, it even extended its tongue, which landed with a soft pat against the gourd. Its large bell-like eyes would widen, contract, and tremble in a ceaseless cycle. Were it not for its jet-black coat, its face would have been ghastly pale. When the gourd first took flight, it had stood arrogantly erect, howling like a wolf king. But when the gourd rose, several Zhanya discovered to its dismay that it suffered from acrophobia. What a disaster! Lin Ping's mouth twitched slightly. He raised a hand to pat the dog's head, signaling it to relax. The dog responded with a couple of low barks, its claws digging in even harder. Boss, don't trick me. If I relax any more, he'll take off. Lin Ping's face darkened, and he simply let it be. Truth be told, as the gourd climbed higher, he genuinely feared the large black dog might accidentally slip off. He then raised his head slightly, shifting his gaze from the dog to the 2 calm figures ahead. Before boarding the gourd, they had briefly introduced themselves, giving him a preliminary understanding of the pair. The old man in gray was named Nan Chongfeng, an elder of the Xiantian sect. His cultivation level was unknown, but he seemed fond of liquor, for besides the flying gourd, a smaller gourd hung from his waist. The young woman in fiery red robes was named Hui Yao, a perfect match for her attire. Though young, her cultivation had already reached the terrifying 7th layer of qi refining. She was fond of playing with fire, suggesting her spiritual root was fire-related. Lin Ping wondered how her flames compared to his own hellfire wall. She was accompanying an elder of the sect to broaden her horizons. Holy shit. When Lin Ping's gaze returned from the pair to the large black dog, 2 words exploded in his mind. The dog's eyes were wide open, white foam nearly dripping from its mouth. Others got carsick or seasick, but this one seemed to be gore-sick. Lin Ping quickly pulled the dog's head into his arms, gently soothing it, and assuring it wouldn't fall. He had initially wanted to hold it, but the dog had refused, insisting that would be less stable. Now scared witless, it finally stopped resisting. Fortunately, after a while, as the gourd flew out of the Immortal Mist Valley's grand formation, Nan Chongfeng quickly formed hand seals and tapped lightly above the gourd's spout. In the next instant, the gourd emitted strands of pale yellow light, forming a thin membrane around its exterior that enveloped everyone, shielding them from the external gale. The howling wind vanished instantly, and the pressure subsided. Lin Ping and the hefty man breathed a long sigh of relief. Woof! The large black dog opened its eyes, poked its head out of Lin Ping's arms, and glanced outward. Finding the fierce wind gone, and a pale yellow film around the gourd, it instantly revived, barking softly twice, and clamoring to see the scenery outside. Not scared anymore. Woof woof. The dog grinned. Scared of what? Isn't that light barrier there? All right. Lin Ping also wanted to see. Having lived in this area for so long, he had never viewed the entire landscape from a high altitude. Such a golden opportunity should not be missed. Thus man and dog slowly approached the edge of the light barrier. However, they stopped far from it, for although the barrier was present, the gourd was sloped, and a misstep could lead to a fall. They knew the barrier was absolutely secure, and would prevent them from falling, but they still felt a bit nervous. It was like standing atop a skyscraper, knowing glass blocked the way, yet still feeling a flutter of tension when leaning out to look down. Just then the hefty man also came over. As the gourd ascended higher, the full view of the Immortal Mist Valley gradually emerged. The 2 men and the dog stared wide-eyed. From above, the entire valley was far vaster than they had imagined. Looking down, all they saw was a thick expanse of white mist. Little Black looked, that river is huge. Woof. The dog looked regretful. How had it missed such a big river before? There must be plenty of fat fish in it. And there's a huge lake, no, several lakes. Little Black, does that mountain peak look like a crouching dog? Woof. As the gourd steadily accelerated, mountains and rivers were left far behind and faded into the distance and vanished. Lin Ping, the large black dog, and the hefty man occasionally gazed down at the various strange peaks and wondrous sights, pointing and whispering with excitement. Eventually even Hui Yao joined in. They chatted and laughed, the initial unfamiliarity between them melting away. Nan Chanfeng adjusted his sitting posture, then sat down on the gourd's curved spout, dangling his legs over either side. He casually took the wine gourd from his waist, leaned back without any elder-like dignity, and took a few gulps of fine wine. A satisfied smile crossed his face, as he half closed his eyes, observing the young disciples exclaiming loudly. Although the 2 disciples he had recruited this time were not of exceptional talent, at least he had not returned empty-handed. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to come again next time. He wondered if other places had found any good cultivation seedlings. If this continued, the Xiantian sect might one day become nothing more than a tale passed down through generations. Alas! Nan Chanfeng sighed softly, took another 2 swigs of wine, and leaned against the edge of the gourd spout. He tilted his head back to gaze at the clear blue sky devoid of any clouds, his brow slightly furrowed in thought. Suns rose and set, stars filled the sky and faded. The colossal gourd soared over countless rivers, mountains, cities, towns, villages, and wilderness. Lin Ping and the others were no longer as excited as at the start. They sat cross-legged on the gourd in meditation, occasionally exchanging a few quiet words. The large black dog lay sprawled fast asleep. The Silvermoon Mountain Range was in Qingzhou, while the Xiantian sect was in Jizhou. The 2 provinces were far apart. The gourd flew for over half a month before finally arriving before a vast, majestic mountain range stretching for thousands of li in southern Jizhou, the Tianyuan Mountain Range. Gazing at the endless cloud-veiled mountains, Lin Ping's face lit up with excitement. He patted the dog's head. Little Black, wake up. We've arrived. Woof. After the great gourd entered the protective grand formation, it slowly flew toward the towering peak in the center, while the outer light curtain withdrew. As the light curtain receded, Lin Ping and the others immediately felt refreshed and clear-headed. Then, gazing at the scene before them, their eyes widened, roundly mouths agape, utterly stunned. One elegant peak after another emerged faintly amidst the clouds and mist, each adorned with various pavilions and towers scattered gracefully among the woods. Upon a dozen of those majestic and splendid peaks stood grand, magnificent halls overlooking the entire Tianyuan mountain range. Between the peaks, numerous grottos were scattered around. A sweeping glance revealed lush trees, exquisite pavilions, cascading waterfalls, swirling clouds, and radiant mists, and auspicious beasts, a scene akin to a celestial realm. Taking in all this, Lin Ping's heart swelled with myriad emotions. This was truly the world of immortal cultivation. The disparity between the Silvermoon Mountain Range and this place was immense. Here spiritual energy was thick, even a single breath caused every pore to open, making it supremely suitable for cultivation. Soon the great gourd descended slowly onto a vast square. On the square stood over 30 figures in varied attire, their expressions a mix of panic and timidity. They were presumably newly recruited rogue cultivators from other regions, having arrived at the sect slightly earlier. Junior brother Lin, junior brother Zhao, and Xiao Hei wait over there. A senior brother will come to explain the sect's procedures. Just follow his instructions. Thank you, senior sister Hua. Lin Ping and Zhao Fanbao said in unison. Woof! The big black dog barked excitedly. Hui Yao nodded without further ado and left with Nan Chanfeng. Lin Ping leading the big black dog, and the hefty man arrived at the assembly point for new disciples. He stood at the edge waiting quietly while surveying the surroundings. The entire sect appeared quite grand, not as dilapidated as he had imagined. Of course, this might merely be a facade, since the Xiantian sect was once one of the top 10 immortal sects, and its magnificent exterior had been preserved during its most glorious days. Thus this outward grandeur did not signify that the sect still enjoyed its former splendor. At least so far, he had not witnessed the thriving immortal cultivation atmosphere befitting a major sect, such as the bustling sight of many high-level disciples flying on swords. The entire sect was eerily quiet, likely due to the scarcity of disciples. They did not wait long before a figure flew over on a sword from afar, performing a 720-degree low-altitude continuous flip in the air above the square, then halting mid-flight instantly, reminiscent of a sports car drift from his past life.
Another flashy show-off,
Lin Ping muttered inwardly. He hadn't expected the senior brother, who had come to receive them, to pull such a stunt. Was he trying to inspire longing in the newcomers?
Woof!
Amid the silence, a sudden dog bark drew the attention of many rogue cultivators. The big black dog, startled, quickly shrank its head and burrowed into Lin Ping's arms. It had been unable to contain its excitement upon seeing the graceful sword flight and had barked impulsively. But afterward it suddenly recalled that such conspicuous behavior was too contrary to Lin Ping's philosophy of the path of concealment.
It's okay.
Lin Ping patted the dog's head, signaling it to relax. The young man hovering on the sword had a refined appearance. He paid no mind to the black dog's abrupt bark, and even offered it a kind smile, easing the big black dog's anxiety slightly. Then he sheathed his sword, descended slowly, and swept his gaze over the crowd.
Greetings, fellow junior brothers and sisters. I am Chu Wuching, an inner disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Today I will explain the sect's procedures to you. Thank you, senior brother Chu.
The group quickly bowed. Chu Wuching nodded with satisfaction.
Among you newcomers, 3 are to enter the inner sect directly. When I call your name, step forward a few paces.
At his words, the crowd exchanged glances as if speculating. Lin Ping and the hefty man also looked at each other, surprise evident in their eyes. Talented individuals had actually joined this dilapidated sect. This was indeed unexpected.
Junior brother Shi Shiha, junior brother Mu Qinglo, junior sister Lang Xiu and Xua.
Upon hearing their names, 2 men and 1 woman, India's expressions then said with a gentle smile,
"Those who haven't entered the inner sect."
The hefty man swallowed hard several times. He couldn't fathom why, given their aptitude for the inner sect, they would choose this decrepit Xiantian sect. Weren't other immortal sects more appealing? Chu Wuching scanned the crowd, surprised, and India's expressions then said with a gentle smile,
"Those who haven't entered the inner sect now need not be discouraged. Our sect's inner sect is always open to you. With diligent cultivation, you will eventually step through those gates and soar on the path of immortality. Senior brother Chu, how can one qualify for the inner sect?"
a naive-looking youth asked. Others also looked at Chu Wuching expectantly.
There are 2 ways to enter the inner sect. First, upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, you automatically become an inner disciple.
Pausing, Chu Wuching raised a hand and pointed westward.
Do you see the tower on that peak?
The crowd nodded.
That tower is called the Xiantian Tower. Second, you can challenge the Xiantian Tower. If you can pass the 6th floor, you will also gain inner disciple status. But discussing this is still premature. For now, let's proceed with the registration formalities.
Next, Chu Wuching led the group toward the sect's main hall, explaining essential knowledge for new disciples, along the way deepening Lin Ping's understanding of the immortal cultivation sect. According to Chu Wuching, inner disciples had no chores and could focus solely on cultivation. Outer disciples, however, had to complete their assigned tasks before finding time to cultivate. The disparity between inner and outer disciples was vast, much like the novels from his past life described. Thus, the choice of which department to join was crucial for outer disciples. A wrong choice could severely impact their personal cultivation. The sect offered many options for outer disciples, such as the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Refining Hall, Talisman Hall, Spirit Beast Garden, Law Enforcement Hall, Affairs Hall, and Dining Hall. Chu Wuching specifically warned everyone against choosing the Spirit Herb Garden management position. Although it seemed easy, it was actually a thankless task, making it difficult to earn sect contributions and hindering personal cultivation. Under Chu Wuching's guidance, the group soon arrived before a remarkably ancient and majestic hall.
Junior brothers and sisters, this is our Xiantian sect's main hall. Follow me inside to register your disciple status and choose your department. Yes. Heh.
Lin Ping chuckled, shaking a flat pouch before the large black dog, whose eyes curved into crescents. This was the storage pouch he had just received from the new disciple registration office in the sect's main hall. Besides that, there were also outer disciple robes, a token abstinence pills, and the sect code. The storage pouch had always been something he yearned for, coveted greatly. As a rogue cultivator in the Mist Spirit Valley, he could never purchase one, yet unexpectedly, he received it upon entering the sect. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Rogue cultivators truly had no future. Joining a major immortal sect was the true path. Now, with the sect backing him, the storage pouch, that made rogue cultivators envious was instantly in his hands. How satisfying. Just as Lin Ping was lost in thought, a large round face stealthily leaned in.
Junior brother Lin, have you decided where to report? Am planning to go to the Spirit Herb Garden.
Lin Ping answered without hiding anything. The fat man frowned.
Why? The contribution points at the Spirit Herb Garden are high.
Lin Ping wasn't wrong. Among the various laborious tasks, the Spirit Herb Garden had the highest contribution points because no one wanted to go there, up to 500 points a year, while others were mostly 400, and the lowest was the dining hall at only 300.
Junior brother Lin, although the contribution points at the Spirit Herb Garden are high, as senior brother Chu said, the work isn't easy, and no one is willing to go. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through,
Lin Ping said seriously. Hearing this, the fat man said no more, understanding that everyone has their own considerations. Then he chuckled.
I want to go to the dining hall. Ah.
Lin Ping looked at him in surprise.
The annual contribution points there are only 300.
The fat man smiled sheepishly.
The points are low, but as senior sister Hui Yao said, most disciples usually take abstinence pills, so the dining hall is a relatively leisurely job, leaving more time for cultivation. Besides, didn't she suggest we go there? I originally thought we'd go together, but I didn't expect you to choose the Spirit Herb Garden.
Lin Ping smiled faintly and said no more. Soon the other new disciples had all chosen their posts and left, leaving only the two of them. Then, after registering his post, the fat man said goodbye to Lin Ping and the big black dog before leaving excitedly.
Elder, I wish to go to the Spirit Herb Garden.
On the high platform, an emaciated old man slowly opened his murky eyes and looked Lin Ping over.
The Spirit Herb Garden is not easy to manage. Have you thought this through? I have. So be it.
The old man raised his hand and waved lightly, causing a jade token and a small booklet to float before Lin Ping.
Thank you, Elder.
Lin Ping bowed with his hands clasped, then took the floating jade token and booklet before leaving with a large black dog. Watching the departing figure, the old man shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his eyes. This disciple's choice of the Spirit Herb Garden spells his ruin. He had managed this hall for countless years, and had seen many new disciples eagerly choose the Spirit Herb Garden, only to find they had no time for cultivation, and couldn't even gather the annual herb quota, rendering their efforts futile. Yet that wasn't the worst part. Once assigned to a post, unless someone came to replace them, they had to stay there for life. Of course, entering the inner sect was a different matter. But over the millennia, how many outer disciples had come and gone, and how few had ever made it to the inner sect. Outside the hall, a disciple seemed to have been waiting for a while. Seeing Lin Ping emerge, his eyes lit up.
Junior brother, I am sent by Elder Hong to take you to the Spirit Herb Garden. Thank you, senior brother.
Lin Ping quickly clasped his hands. The latter smiled faintly and led the man and dog toward the Spirit Herb Garden, explaining matters related to the garden along the way. Only then did Lin Ping learn that the sect had many Spirit Herb Gardens scattered across various valleys rich in spiritual energy. After a long walk, they finally arrived before a secluded remote valley.
Junior brother, this is Chiyun Valley, the Spirit Herb Garden you will manage. Just follow the manual, infuse your spiritual power into the jade token, and you can enter the garden. Thank you, senior brother.
The latter smiled, said no more, and directly stepped onto his flying sword, executing a 720-degree flip before leaving. Yet, in that moment of turning, a hint of pity also flickered in his eyes.
Good heavens! Are all the disciples of our Xiantian sect so flamboyant?
Lin Ping shook his head and began browsing through the booklet. After a while, following the manual, he infused spiritual power into the jade token.
Buzz!
With a soft hum, the formation within the valley opened a gap.
Little Black, let's go. This is our new turf. Woof!
The large black dog barked excitedly and dashed toward the gap first. Inside the formation, the man and dog were stunned once more. After a long pause, Lin Ping swallowed hard and murmured,
I never imagined the Spirit Herb Garden would be like a paradise.
Before them, clouds and mist rose in splendor, lush trees flourished, streams cascaded down, jade green lakes shimmered, and exotic flowers and herbs blanketed the ground. The spiritual energy here was even denser than outside.
Little Black, we've come to the right place. Woof!
The big black dog nodded. If nothing else, that lake alone was enough. There must be plenty of fat fish inside.
Hee!
Just then a strange eerie laugh echoed from deep within the valley, making Lin Ping and the big black dog halt abruptly. That laugh was so sinister. This person was clearly not good.
Junior brother, you finally arrived.
A man with disheveled hair and sunken eyes rushed over looking at Lin Ping as if he were a savior. Lin Ping nodded, inwardly puzzled. Was the job of watching the herb garden really that terrifying? It had nearly driven this senior brother to the brink.
10 years, junior brother, do you know how I've spent these 10 years? Hee.
Lin Ping shook his head in bewilderment. Why did that line sound so familiar?
Junior brother, let's go and do the inventory handover.
As soon as he spoke, the man impatiently grabbed Lin Ping's hand and hurried toward the spirit fields.
All right, senior brother, slow down.
In the spirit fields, the two held their booklets and checked item by item. The number of spirit herbs was correct, the varieties were all present, everything matched perfectly.
Junior brother, take care.
The man clasped his hands to Lin Ping, then, without looking back, ran wildly toward the valley with eerie laughter. He didn't want to stay in this valley for even a moment longer. 10 years ago, he had arrived full of confidence, but the days that followed were like a nightmare. He spent almost all his energy watering the spirit herbs, leaving no time for cultivation. He had waited day and night for a full 10 years until just now, when he finally received a transmission from the sect that someone was coming to replace him. At that moment, tears streamed down his face. He roared like a wild beast in the valley, jumping and releasing a decade's worth of pent-up anguish.
Junior brother, you are truly a great benefactor. You will surely tread the path of immortality in the future. Also, I've already watered all the spirit fields in the valley. You don't need to worry about it today. Woof.
Upon hearing the final words from that senior brother, the big black dog's pupils abruptly contracted. It nudged Lin Ping, as if to ask, haven't we come to the wrong place? Lin Ping patted the dog's head and chuckled.
No mistake. From now on, this will be our new home. Woof.
The big black dog nodded.
Let's go.
The one man and one dog slowly walked deeper into the valley. There stood a thatched cottage, presumably the dwelling of the senior brother they had just encountered. The interior of the cottage was surprisingly clean and tidy, furnished with a table, a bed, and everything else one might need.
Woof!
The big black dog excitedly circled the room once before dashing out the door with a bark. Lin Ping meanwhile set down the large sack and began organizing its contents. Then he opened the manual for managing the spirit herb garden and began to read it carefully. The booklet detailed the methods, rules, and regulations for managing the spirit herbs with great clarity. It also recorded the varieties of herbs in the fields and their quantities. At the very end of the manual was the cultivation formula for the spirit rain technique. Seeing the spirit rain technique, Lin Ping immediately recalled Hui Yao's words. Although the spirit rain technique was a common low-grade spell, it was exceedingly difficult to master, requiring only time and gradual effort with no shortcuts available. Typically, ordinary disciples could only reach a minor level of proficiency. Achieving mastery was considered an extraordinary feat, and reaching the grand mastery level was nearly unheard of. Yet this spirit rain technique was precisely the best method in the entire cultivation world for irrigating spirit herbs, irreplaceable by any other means. This was the true reason no one was willing to manage the herb gardens. Back then, when he heard Hui Yao say this, he had already begun to calculate in his mind. The Law Enforcement Hall and the Affairs Hall were not only full of tasks, but also carried high risks, which did not align with his philosophy of lying low. No way. The Alchemy Hall, Artifact Refining Hall, and Talisman Hall, though they offered opportunities to learn skills, all came with assigned tasks, a certain amount of work to complete each day. Moreover, the disciples' residences were too concentrated, which didn't fit his philosophy of staying inconspicuous. Not an option. Most importantly, the sect opened some minor spells and basic skills to all disciples without requiring any contribution points. So Lin Ping felt he could just grind away on his own without needing to become a beast of burden. As for the Spirit Beast Garden and the Dining Hall, they were completely off his radar. How could feeding birds or being a cook compare to tending flowers? After careful deliberation, he ultimately chose the Spirit Herb Garden, the place no one else wanted. The Spirit Rain technique is hard to master. He would just grind it out. Of course, his decision to come to the Spirit Herb Garden wasn't solely for the sake of grinding the Spirit Rain technique. According to Hui Yao, a single disciple was enough to manage an entire herb garden. Wasn't this the perfect secluded cultivation cave? Rich in spiritual energy with no one to disturb him, the entire garden would be his own domain. He and Xiao He could continue to lie low as they had before, staying invisible slowly and cautiously developing and pushing their philosophy of concealment to the absolute limit. Whoosh! Putting down the small booklet, Lin Ping exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he picked up the storage pouch and, following the instructions of the senior brother, who had given it to him, imprinted his own spiritual mark to refine it. He uttered a soft exclamation of surprise. The moment he refined the storage pouch, the gray stone slab in his mind materialized on its own, accompanied by a faint green glow rising. This phenomenon was somewhat similar to what had happened when the fireball technique had advanced. Could this storage pouch have some special significance? With this thought, he immediately focused his mind and looked toward the gray stone slab. The green light dissipated. Lin Ping's mouth fell slightly open, revealing a look of utter astonishment. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 472100 Technique 1 Chi Refining Art 103500 Perfection Technique 2 Breath Concealment Art 485500 Perfection Spell 1 Fireball Technique Perfection Advanced Spell Sky Burn Art 210500 Minor Mastery Spell 2 Cleaning Technique 30500 Perfection Spell 3 Spirit Eye Technique 20400 Grand Mastery Spell 4 Earth Spike Technique 1300 Mastery Skill Talisman Drawing 01000 Level 3 Talisman Master Low-Grade Storage Pouch 10 Cubic Capacity. A line of dark gray text had appeared below the skill column.
This can be displayed too,
Lin Ping muttered to himself. He was truly growing more and more puzzled about the gray stone slab's function. It seemed its capabilities were far greater than he had imagined, a veritable data panel. He just wondered under what circumstances the gray stone slab's data display would be triggered. After pondering for a good while, he still couldn't figure it out. He decided not to rack his brains over it anymore. After all, it was a good thing for him.
Woof woof.
Outside the cottage, Xiao He was barking. He stood up, stretched, and walked outside.
Well, it'll be.
As soon as Lin Ping came out, he saw the big black dog racing around the valley, with wild abandon, running joyfully back and forth. A smile unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth. It felt like they were back in that small valley of the Silvermoon Mountain range. Only here they no longer had to live the anxious, fearful life they had before. After all, it was good to have the backing of an immortal sect. Although menial labor was unavoidable, the sect provided resources. As an outer disciple, doing a bit of work was only natural. He possessed at least that much awareness.
Xiao He, watch me spike you.
As he spoke, he formed hand seals. With a rumble, over a dozen sharp spikes condensed from earth burst forth from the ground and launched a sneak attack toward the big black dog.
Woof! Woof!
The big black dog yelped in fright, hopping about and barking indignantly, accusing him of having no martial honor.
Ha ha ha!
The man and dog began to play in the area of the valley far from the spirit fields. Afterwards they jumped into the jade-green lake to soak. Half an hour later, Lin Ping changed into the outer disciple uniform, a set of blue robes, and did a spin in front of the big black dog.
Xiao He, how do I look?
Woof! The big black dog exclaimed that he looked magnificent, possessing the bearing of an immortal.
Ha ha!
Lin Ping patted the dog's head and laughed.
Xiao He, this is the benefit of joining an immortal sect. Even though this is just the outer disciple uniform, it's not bad at all. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, and it doesn't even get dusty.
Woof! The big black dog's eyes were filled with envy. It wanted one too, but unfortunately, they wouldn't give one to it.
All right, Xiao He, we need to start preparing for our menial work. Woof! Cultivating the spirit rain technique. Whether we can thrive here in the future depends mainly on this. Woof!
The big black dog nudged him, forcefully urging him to start cultivating immediately, since they would have to water the spirit herbs tomorrow.
All right, all right.
Lin Ping sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate according to the formula in the booklet. A quarter of an hour later his eyes snapped open. He grinned and said,
Xiao He, come quickly and behold. Watch how I summon the clouds and call the rain. Woof!
The big black dog ran over, its face brimming with excitement. Lin Ping, full of confidence, formed hand seals and pointed forward with an air of supreme authority.
Clouds, come forth. Woof! This is but my first attempt, to wait with patience. Woof!
The large black dog nodded.
Clouds, come forth.
Lin Ping cast the spell once more, yet nothing stirred.
Clouds arise. Clouds gather. Rain descend.
A quarter of an hour elapsed, yet still no sign of the expected effect.
Woof! Woof!
The large black dog's eyes shimmered with doubt. Boss, can you even manage this? Lin Ping's fury ignited.
How dare you question a man's capability? Even if I cannot, I must.
Half an hour passed, and the large black dog dozed off snoring loudly. An hour later it was already roaring in the lake, vowing to catch a few plump fish for a grilled dinner. Another hour slipped by and Lin Ping's taut face finally cracked into a faint smile. With a thought, the gray stone slab materialized in his mind. Spell 5 Spirit Rain Art 00 uninitiated. A line of deep gray characters flickered into view. Lin Ping's lips curled slightly.
It doesn't seem as hard as I imagined. In just under 3 hours it's already registered on the gray slab. A bit more grinding and it should be done.
Grinded. His future prosperity hinged on this. Lin Ping's confidence surged as he immersed himself, brimming with hope for what lay ahead. Another hour passed. A sudden insight struck him. His expression turned solemn as he formed hand seals and pointed forward. Whoosh! Before him specks of white light materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a small cloud no larger than a wash basin. In the next instant, tiny droplets of rain began to fall from the cloud.
Ha ha! It worked!
Though the cloud was small, and the rain sparse, the sight of creation from nothing filled him with exhilaration. With a thought, he summoned the gray slab. Spell 5 Spirit Rain Art 1100 initiated. Indeed, his grinding had paid off. Now all that remained was to grind the experience points higher. It seemed surviving in this herb garden wouldn't be an issue. Grind. 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 Half an hour later, as his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he reluctantly ceased his efforts. By then, the Spirit Rain Arts experience had climbed to 6 points. Though the cloud size remained unchanged, the rain fell with slightly greater density. The depletion of his spiritual energy presented the perfect opportunity to cultivate the breathing technique. Lin Ping cleared his mind, sat cross-legged, and began absorbing spiritual energy to restore his reserves. He had to admit, the spiritual energy here was remarkably dense, an ideal place for cultivation. He couldn't fathom how that senior brother had driven himself to such a miserable state. Truly, he didn't appreciate his blessings.
Woof! Woof!
The large black dog barked furiously from the lake, enraged after being teased by a plump fish. Just as it finally caught a big fish, clutching it tightly with both paws to drag it ashore, the fish lashed its massive tail near the bank, slapping the dog hard, then slithered from its grasp and surfaced a few yards away, spitting water at it mockingly. The taunt was unmistakable, igniting the large black dog's fury, yet it was powerless. The lake was vast, and in the water it couldn't match the fish's speed. Lin Ping's face darkened.
Xiao, can you even manage this? Woof!
The large black dog glared. How dare you question its capability? As you said not long ago, give me a speed talisman, and it'll sweep every plump fish from the lake.
Xiao, you fool, using such extravagance to catch a fish. Watch how I reclaim our honor.
On the sandy shore, Lin Ping quickly shed his clothes, revealing a chiseled torso with 18 abdominal muscles. He leaped into the air, executed a flawless 720-degree spin, and dove headfirst into the water. Woof! The large black dog's eyes widened at his flashy move. Trouble. Wasn't that 720-degree spin a signature of those senior brothers? When had the boss picked up such habits? Terrifying. So this was contagious. No. It would have to secretly practice itself lest it betray the sect's glory.
Xiao, what are you gaping at? Circle around from that side. Woof!
And so man and dog churned through the lake, scattering plump fish in every direction, some even leaping from the water in frantic escape. The sun dipped westward, painting the sky with golden hues. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, refreshing the spirit. Without using spiritual power, after much effort, Lin Ping finally caught a plump fish. A grin stretched nearly to his ears, reminiscent of childhood days fishing in a pond. Such excitement, such joy. Who would have thought he could relive that happiness in the realm of cultivation?
Xiao, are you sure this is the same fish that teased you? Woof!
The large black dog fixed its gaze on the golden scaled fish. That was the one. Lin Ping was deeply skeptical. Fish all looked alike, how could the dog recognize it at a glance? But he understood its mood and played along, declaring angrily,
Fine, tonight we'll feast on its flesh and avenge you. Woof woof.
Outside the thatched hut, knife flashed, a large pot was set up, water boiled, and man and dog gathered around the iron pot, feasting heartily.
Xiao Hei, you know this lake fish is surprisingly delicious, full of flavor with a unique taste. Woof woof.
The large black dog wolfed down its meal, uttering satisfied barks, declaring this fish 100 times tastier than those from the river outside the cave. Soon the pot was scraped clean. The large black dog lay on its back, belly up, eyes half closed in blissful reminiscence. Devouring the fish that had mocked it brought profound satisfaction. After tidying up, Lin Ping resumed grinding the spirit rain arts experience. To conserve spiritual energy, he would summon the cloud and immediately dismiss it, repeating the cycle over and over.
Woof woof.
The large black dog gleefully bounded after the clouds, leaping at them the moment they appeared. Thus man and dog engaged in a playful game with the clouds, thoroughly entertained.
Xiao Hei, you're too slow. Woof. Xiao Hei, what are you staring at? The cloud's right above you. Woof.
Lin Ping formed seals, conjuring one cloud after another. Sometimes he maneuvered them to make the dog miss, other times he infused extra power to sprinkle rain on its head, eliciting indignant barks about unfair play.
Ha ha.
He laughed heartily, relishing this peaceful, carefree life. Having a sect and backing made all the difference. The next morning dawn broke, and a soft breeze stirred. Lin Ping and Xiao Hei, the big black dog, arrived at the edge of the spiritual fields to begin the menial labor. The night before he had burned himself out grinding the Lingyu technique, finally pushing its experience to 20 points. From now on he could only continue to chip away at it through daily toil. Within Chiyun Valley, there were 5 square spiritual fields divided by furrows, and laid out with precise neatness. Each field was planted with oddly shaped spirit herbs of differing ages. His duty now was to water them daily with confused rain, then to pull weeds from time to time. It sounded simple, but it was not. The real difficulty lay in the Lingyu technique. Lin Ping drew in a deep breath of rich spiritual energy, and felt an immediate exquisite relief.
Xiao Hei, let's get to work. Woof.
The man and dog set to their tasks. Lin Ping cast the rain, while Xiao Hei leapt into the fields to claw out the weeds. He formed hand seals, and pointed forward. Countless white motes welled forth, gathering above the field into a basin-sized little cloud. Droplets fell from the cloud, each one descending to water the spirit herbs with even care. Because the herbs needed daily watering, the amount required was small. After a short while he would steer the cloud over to the next plant.
Hard. It only takes hands.
Lin Ping grinned, finding the work entirely manageable, even mildly amusing. He could cast and still spare time to chat with the dog. But as time wore on, he began to frown. Damn, this was really hard. He had to constantly sustain his mana to hold the Lingyu technique and concentrate to make the droplets fall evenly on each herb, neither too much nor too little. The manual detailed all these subtleties, and the straw hut contained the notes his senior brother had left behind. Every insight was recorded, so he dared not slack. The crucial problem, however, was that he had only just pushed Lingyu technique to 20 experience points. The water that dripped from the cloud was scant, making the work painfully slow. The initial leisure vanished, replaced by aching arms, mental exhaustion, and the steady depletion of his mana. Christ, this isn't human work. Only now did he understand why no one wanted this supposedly cushy post, and why his senior brother had been worn into such a state. Indeed, truth is born of practice. He exhaled and collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Seeing whole swathes of herbs still unwatered, his vision swam, and he nearly toppled over.
Damn it!
He muttered, then entered meditation to recover his mana. Half an hour later his eyes opened, refreshed and full of vigor. He swept his gaze across the fields, and then snapped his pupils wide as they fixed on the dog. Xiao Hei's paws were flashing among the plants, flitting and striking in a way that made his heart jump.
Xiao Hei, for heaven's sake, be careful. Don't let the herbs be ruined. We couldn't possibly pay for that. Woof woof.
Xiao Hei grinned.
Relax him, Sharpied. I promise I won't harm a single herb.
The dog found the work fascinating. Back in Xianwu Valley, the stall masters never let him near their herbs, but here the fields were full of treasures. He could gaze freely, weed and loosen the soil at will, so he approached the task with boundless enthusiasm. Lin Ping shook his head and said no more, returning to his seals to summon clouds and spread rain. The sun climbed to the zenith, and then slanted westward, golden light spilling across the valley. He paused again to meditate and replenish his mana. When it was full, he patted his storage pouch, produced 2 big pills, took them, and then dozed off with Xiao Hei. Only now did he understand why cultivators prized these things so dearly, not for flavor, but because they had no time to cook.
One pill kept you full for 7 days, incredibly practical. For instance, to finish watering the herbs in time, Lin Ping had to take the bigger pills. To save the time otherwise spent on meals without them, he would never complete the task. After taking the pill, he resumed his work. A quarter of the herbs still needed tending, so he estimated he'd be working until midnight. Xiao He meanwhile happily ran to the lakeside to splash about. At nearly midnight, Lin Ping finally completed the day's labor. He dragged his exhausted body back to the thatched hut, collapsed onto the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. At such times there was no energy left to refine other minor spells. He was too tired to move. In the days that followed, Lin Ping rose early and worked late tending the spirit herbs with a steady, methodical routine. Nothing but exhaustion. The bigger pills dulled his appetite. He ate until he felt sick. He could feel himself approaching the same worn state as his senior brother. So the clouds drifted and time flew. Before he knew it, 3 months had slipped by since Lin Ping and Xiao He began their servitude in Qian Valley. During those 3 months, aside from visiting the sect hall at each month's end to collect his 20 low-grade spirit stone stipend and a bottle of bigger pills, all his waking hours, save for sleep, were devoted to watering the herbs. There was no time to grind other spells. Thankfully, as days passed, the Lingyu technique's experience crept upward with each watering, and the menial work gradually became easier. Just as he finished watering the final patch, the Lingyu technique's experience finally hit proficiency. He exhaled long and sat cross-legged on the ground. With a single thought, a gray stone tablet manifested within his mind. Cultivation Qi Refinement. Layer 5 2100. Technique 1 Lian Qi Ju Qi Refinement Art 273,500. Complete. Technique 2 Lian Qi Ju Breath Concealment Art 485,500. Complete. Spell 1 Fireball. Complete. Advanced Spell Finchen Ju Burning Heaven Art 210,500. Minor Accomplishment. Spell 2 Cleansing 30,500. Complete. Spell 3 Lingmu Spirit Eye Art 20,400. Great Accomplishment. Spell 4 Earth Spike 1300. Proficient. Spell 5 Lingyu Technique Spiritual Rain 1300. Proficient. Skill Huafu Talisman Drawing 01000. 3rd Level Talisman Master. Seeing these statistics, he finally showed a faint smile. With Lingyu Technique proficient, the days ahead should be much easier. He estimated that in one period of time, he could finish the daily watering and then have time to practice other minor spells. Of course, the 3 months had not been in vain. Each time his mana was drained by watering, he would grind the Lianqi Ju to recover, which in turn raised his cultivation considerably. He had broken through to Qi Refinement Layer 5 just the day before yesterday. It was time to visit the Sutra Library to see if there were any useful minor spells. With that thought, Lin Ping smiled faintly and rose. Xiao He, let's go to the Sutra Library and drop by to see Panga. Woof. In the grand hall on the first floor of the scripture pavilion, a thin, gray-robed old man sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the man and dog who had just entered. Disciple pays respects to Uncle Master. Lin Ping dared not show any negligence, hurriedly bowing with cupped hands, a harmless smile spreading across his face. Mm. The old man nodded, slowly opening his eyes to gaze at Lin Ping and the large black dog. A rare hint of a smile cracked his stern expression. He had a fondness for respectful juniors. Your token. Hearing this, Lin Ping removed the disciple token hanging at his waist and gently placed it on the low table before the old man. Go on in. Thank you, Uncle Master. He bowed once more before leading the large black dog deeper inside. Beyond the hall, they had to traverse a long corridor to reach the true scripture pavilion. This floor only housed minor spells. As for cultivation techniques and high-level spells, they were kept on the 2nd floor and above, requiring contribution points to access. For now, he couldn't go up there. Yet it was also slightly different from his imagination. There were indeed many towering bookshelves, but they were not crammed with countless books. Yet it was also slightly different from his imagination. There were indeed many towering bookshelves, but they were not crammed with countless books and bamboo slips as he had envisioned. Gazing at the mostly empty shelves, Lin Ping looked utterly bewildered. Was this the scripture pavilion of a declining sect? So shabby. Had he not just handed over his disciple token, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Steadying himself, Lin Ping patted the dog's head and walked toward a shelf holding a few bamboo slips. No other disciples were present, as these minor spells seemed to be largely overlooked. Picking up a bamboo slip, he patted the dog's head and chuckled. Xiao Hei, do you see? This is the benefit of having an organization. In Mist Valley, such minor spells cost money, and many were hoarded by cultivation families afraid that rogue cultivators would grow stronger and threaten them. But here it's different. We can cultivate whatever we fancy. Isn't that great? Woof!
The large black dog nodded in agreement. Lin Ping said no more, and began to read the bamboo slip intently. In truth, each slip only contained a brief introduction. Once chosen, one could exchange it in the main hall for an authentic replicated version of the spell. Each replication cost 1 low-grade spirit stone, and only 1 minor spell could be copied per month, as detailed in the sect's rules. Lin Ping had done his homework before coming. After quickly scanning the introduction, he replaced the slip and picked up the next one. His main purpose here was to find some escape techniques. As a dedicated practitioner of the cautious path, fleeing was always the first choice when in doubt. Learning escape arts was essential for him. Thus, any slip not related to escape techniques was promptly returned. Though each shelf held few slips, checking them one by one was time-consuming. Half an hour later, he picked up a slip and opened it to reveal 3 characters. Earth escape technique.
Ha ha!
Lin Ping chuckled, shaking the slip excitedly in front of the large black dog.
Xiao Hei, I've found it. Woof!
The dog nuzzled him excitedly, its eyes bright.
Huh?
Lin Ping's face fell as he looked at the slip.
Woof! Damn it, we can't cultivate this earth escape technique. Woof! It requires being at the 7th layer of chi refining. Woof!
The dog nuzzled him, asking what to do. Lin Ping patted its head and smiled.
It's fine. If we can't cultivate this one, we'll find another. There must be something we can use.
Despite his words, his heart sank. An hour later, his hopes were dashed. Every escape technique required cultivation at the 7th layer of chi refining or higher.
Xiao Hei, let's go.
Back in the main hall, Lin Ping bowed and said,
Uncle Master, I'd like to copy the ice spike technique. Granted.
With those words, the gray-robed old man raised his hand, and a jade talisman flew from somewhere onto the table. He then took a white jade slip from the shelf behind him and began copying the ice spike technique. In just a few breaths before Lin Ping's astonished eyes, the old man deftly finished the replication and placed the copy on the table.
The ice spike technique is for your cultivation alone. Take it. Thank you, Uncle Master.
Lin Ping placed a spirit stone on the table and stored the jade slip in his storage pouch. The old man pocketed the spirit stone, briefly explained how to use the jade slip, then closed his eyes to rest again. Leaving the scripture pavilion, Lin Ping led the large black dog toward the main sect hall. Their sect disciples could purchase demon beast meat at low prices. This meat was usually hunted by inner disciples on their travels. After extracting valuable materials, the rest was sold to all disciples as a sect benefit. Lin Ping spent 15 low-grade spirit stones to buy 3 portions of second-tier mid-stage demon beast meat, stored them in his pouch, and headed to the dining hall with the dog. Zhao Fanbao had grown even rounder since joining the sect. His ruddy complexion showed he was thriving in the dining hall. After chatting for a while, Lin Ping and the dog returned to Qian Valley.
Xiao Hei, set up the pot and light the fire. Woof!
Outside, the thatched hut, man and dog busied themselves. With a chop of the knife, a large pot was set up, water was boiled, and they eagerly gathered around the iron pot to feast. When the rich aroma and familiar taste burst in his mouth, he nearly wept. 3 months. He and the dog had subsisted on fasting pills for 3 months just to master the spirit rain technique, nearly forgetting the taste of meat. Who could understand that feeling? Devouring ravenously, they finished the entire pot of demon beast meat. The large black dog even licked the pot clean until it shone, then closed its eyes in contentment. Lin Ping patted the dog and said with a smile,
Xiao Hei, our good days are starting. From now on, we'll have our fill of this demon beast meat. Woof!
Spirit Pet Black Dog, Health 400400, Realm First Stage, Initial 50,100. Not bad, almost a point of experience gained. Turning his gaze from the dog, he took out the white jade slip from his storage pouch, ready to cultivate the ice spike technique. Skills never burden a person. 1 more spell meant 1 more means of survival. After examining the jade slip, he pressed it to his forehead, as the Uncle Master in the scripture pavilion had instructed.
So, magical.
Lin Ping was stunned, taking a moment to come to his senses. He had just pressed the jade slip against his forehead. In the next instant, the detailed contents of how to cultivate the ice cone technique flooded into his mind, causing a momentary swelling in his head, though the sensation did not last long. Gazing at the once lustrous jade slip now reduced to ashen gray, Lin Ping marveled inwardly.
The methods of the immortal sect are indeed formidable. It instantly engraves the spell's content into memory, unlike in the Misty Cloud Valley, where I had to buy a booklet and read it slowly. Woof!
The large black dog, seeing Lin Ping motionless, anxiously nudged his foot. What was going on?
Ha ha!
Lin Ping laughed and patted the dog's head.
Nothing, I was just digesting the cultivation method of the ice cone technique. Woof!
Reassured that he was fine, the large black dog barked once and dashed around the valley, reveling in the fragrance of various flowers, occasionally chasing after butterflies with loud barks. Lin Ping meanwhile walked toward the lake, quickly stripped off his clothes, executed a 720-degree backward somersault, and plunged headfirst into the water. According to the jade slip, the first step in cultivating the ice cone technique was to immerse oneself in a water element environment, such as rivers, lakes, or deep ponds, to quietly comprehend the laws of water, feel its flow, softness, and sustaining qualities, and understand its patterns of movement in heaven and earth, thereby harmonizing with the water element to make the cultivation of the ice cone technique smoother and more efficient. Lin Ping sat cross-legged in the water, calming his mind, quieting his breath, and meditating. He began to circulate his cultivation technique, seeking the ethereal mysteries within the water. At first, he felt nothing, even finding it somewhat absurd. What water element? He could not sense it at all. After a quarter of an hour, his heart gradually stilled, emptying all thoughts, until even the black dog's barking seemed distant. After half an hour, he perceived the undulation of the water, like a rhythm flowing in a specific pattern across the lake's surface, arising from nothing, spreading, rippling to the shores, receding, and repeating endlessly, seemingly soft yet harboring resilience. After an hour, he felt as though he had merged with the water, gently swaying with the lake's currents. At that moment, guided by insight, he began to follow the ice cone technique's formula, channeling water-attributed spiritual energy along specific meridian pathways, strengthening his control over water's spiritual power. In truth, this was akin to the fireball and earth spike techniques. Those with matching spiritual roots found it easiest, as they required no energy conversion, possessing a natural affinity. Cultivators of other spiritual roots had to convert their energy, making the process more cumbersome. Perhaps this was one advantage of a 5-element mixed spiritual root, though it paled in comparison to those with a single spiritual root. Another half-hour passed. He began attempting to guide the water-attributed spiritual energy circulating through his meridians, concentrating it in his palm. However, the faint energy was difficult to gather, and refused to obey. Yet he was not impatient. Mastering control over water's spiritual power was not achieved overnight. This process required repeated practice and familiarity, gradually improving the efficiency of energy conversion before addressing purity. Even with his proficiency system, it was the same, though it allowed him to grind anything. As time passed, his control over the circulation of water's spiritual power steadily improved, deepening his understanding of the water element. This change brought a sensation akin to parting clouds, to see the moon, subtle and ineffable. He ceased the technique's circulation and slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, the gray stone tablet materialized in his mind. Spell 6 Ice Cone Technique 00 uninitiated. A line of deep gray text appeared. Indeed, that earlier insight meant the Ice Cone Technique had been registered on the gray stone tablet. Once registered, the subsequent steps became relatively straightforward. He simply needed to repeat what he had felt and understood, essentially grinding proficiency. When proficiency reached a certain level, it would naturally accumulate, leading to successful initiation. This was the marvel of the data panel. Gathering his focus and emptying his mind, Lin Ping continued. Gradually, the elusive water spiritual energy began to coalesce, but forming it in his palm still felt just out of reach. He practiced persistently, sensing and attempting. After a quarter of an hour, the water spiritual energy circulating within him grew stronger, carrying a distinct coolness that he could now gather and direct at will.
Is it about to succeed?
Lin Ping excitedly opened his eyes, channeled his internal energy, activated the technique, and directed the cool water spiritual energy to burst forth into his palm. In the next instant, a slight chill spread across his palm as an ice cone the size of a nail materialized. Seeing this, Lin Ping struggled to suppress a smile. Finally initiated. With a thought, he summoned the gray stone tablet. Spell 6 Ice Cone Technique 1100 initiated. Haha. Finally initiated. Now came the familiar part. Grind it. Whoosh. 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 One after another, small ice cones condensed from his palm, gradually thickening, sharpening, and growing noticeably harder. After a quarter of an hour, the small ice cones had grown from the size of a nail to that of a chopstick. This sense of creation from nothing and growth from small to large ignited an unprecedented passion in Lin Ping, immersing him entirely in skill practice with unending delight. It could be said that the proficiency system boosted his confidence, motivation, and focus. Such a situation was likely absent in other cultivators. It was precisely the constant ticking of experience points that fueled his drive, his mind solely focused on raising the count and witnessing the skill's power. Whoosh! 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 When the experience points reached 10, something miraculous occurred. Threads of insight welled up from the depths of his heart, allowing Lin Ping to clearly perceive the wonders of the water element and understand how to guide the water's spiritual energy to condense larger and more numerous ice cones. He was already familiar with this. The increase in proficiency brought genuine comprehension, which in turn deepened his understanding of the cultivated spell, forming a virtuous cycle. Whoosh! A burst of cold radiated as 3 finger-thick ice cones appeared in his palm, their sharpness, hardness, and chilliness several times greater than before. Seeing this, Lin Ping cast a sly grin at the black dog snoozing on the sand. Hee hee! Whoosh! 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 Dozens of crystalline ice spikes as thick as arms exuded a chilling aura as they shot forward at an astonishing speed. Woof! Woof! The big black dog's pupils constricted as it swiftly dodged the attack range of the ice spikes, barking loudly, conceding defeat. Ha! Lin Ping laughed wildly as he withdrew, extremely satisfied with the power of the ice spikes he had just demonstrated. It had been 3 months since he first began to cultivate the ice spike technique. He had mastered the ice spike technique to a high level, gaining an additional 80 experience points. It could be said that he had acquired another means of self-preservation. However, this was still far from sufficient. Lin Ping frowned as he sat on the soft sand, gazing at the gently rippling azure lake, lost in thought. A month ago, after intense discussions among the sect's higher-ups, it was ultimately decided that when the Moonfall Secret Realm opened next time, the disciples must strive to seize the opportunity. Without the Foundation Establishment Elixir, it would be tantamount to severing the path to immortality for the sect's disciples, and in the future fewer people would be willing to join the sect. The end result would be that the Xiantian sect would gradually fade away, becoming a mere footnote in the history of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, eventually forgotten by time, lost amidst the dust of the immortal realm. This vision of a path leading to an inevitable end left the higher-ups of the Xiantian sect restless. Therefore, after careful planning, they prepared a series of hellish training sessions for the disciples before entering the secret realm next time. All Qi refinement stage disciples were to participate regardless of their inner or outer sect status, and when the secret realm opened, all Qi refinement stage disciples had to enter. The first item of the hellish training was to go out in batches for practical experience, not the ordinary kind. The first batch would depart 6 months later, specifically the newly joined disciples, who would set out 1 month after obtaining their contribution points. Since this information was released, many Qi refinement stage disciples in the sect visibly changed, appearing busier than ever, striving to cultivate every precious second. Even the big fat guy whom Lin Ping saw last month had noticeably slimmed down, evidently under considerable pressure. It was simple, as everyone knew how terrifying the Moonfall Secret Realm could be. Currently, the vast majority of the spirit herbs required for foundation establishment in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world came from that secret realm. As time went on, the spirit herbs within the secret realm naturally became increasingly scarce due to the rampant plundering by various major sects. Therefore, every time the secret realm opened, all sects would fight desperately to seize the needed spirit herbs, engaging in life and death struggles. The more this situation persisted, the fewer spirit herbs remained in the secret realm, making the competition more brutal, with each confrontation growing increasingly bloody. Entering the secret realm was akin to stepping into a world devoid of rules, where disciples from various sects tore off their masks, embodying the principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, transforming the Moonfall Secret Realm into a veritable land of slaughter. To describe it as a matter of life and death would be no exaggeration. It was precisely for this reason that the Xiantian sect had given up its qualification to enter the secret realm last time, as they had too few disciples, and could not afford to lose. However, they soon realized their mistake, as the consequences of not entering the secret realm were severe and hard to accept. Firstly, the disciples, without the aid of the foundation establishment elixir, found it exceedingly difficult to establish their foundations relying solely on their innate talents. Secondly, some talented loose cultivators were no longer willing to join, resulting in the Xiantian sect being able to recruit fewer and fewer new disciples in the gathering places of loose cultivators throughout the Yin kingdom, and the quality of those who did join was decreasing, severely impacting the sect's development. Lin Ping let out a long breath, his brow furrowing even more tightly. He had initially thought that after joining this dilapidated sect, he would no longer have to live the life of a wild cultivator, always on edge, merely hiding here in this spirit herb garden as a small and inconspicuous figure slowly developing his strength. Yet he never expected that the higher-ups of the sect would suddenly want to strive for greatness to restore the sect's former glory. While this might indeed be a good thing for the sect, for him, it could mean the end of his life.
What should I do next?
Lin Ping began to think to himself. All Qi refinement stage disciples had to enter the Moonfall's secret realm. It seemed he had no choice. Since there was no choice, what he needed to do now was to improve his strength as much as possible and acquire as many means of self-preservation as he could. This might increase his chances of survival.
I need to plan this out well. First, I need to max out the experience points for the Earth Spike technique and Ice Spike technique to see if I can advance them like the Fireball technique. If I can, my chances of survival in the secret realm will greatly increase. Secondly, I need to learn more skills. Others don't cultivate so many miscellaneous spells because they lack the energy, but I have the Greystone Tablet data as a powerful boost, so I can definitely grind out more minor spells to increase my survival rate, such as Disguise technique and Concealment technique, the essential skills for hunting. Thirdly, I must quickly master the Burning Heaven technique, as it is an excellent means of killing and destruction, a true life-saving weapon. Fourthly, if possible, I should also try to improve my alchemy and array formation skills. Entering the secret realm will undoubtedly involve combat and injury, and having some healing elixirs and potions for rapid mana recovery would significantly increase my chances of survival. The array formation can also serve as a powerful protective tool. Fifthly, after 6 months, when I obtain contribution points from the sect, I need to exchange them for a suitable technique to cultivate. If there are any points left over, I should see if I can get a 3rd-grade talisman book. This could increase my chances of survival even further. Sixthly, I should also take time to max out the breath control technique and spiritual eye technique, but there's no hurry. I just need to have them maxed out before entering the secret realm. This plan seems quite full, but it didn't have much impact on him. Because he had already mastered the spiritual rain technique to a high degree, the task of irrigating the 5 spirit fields hardly took much time, leaving him plenty of time each day to grind various minor spells. As for his cultivation, given his mixed spiritual roots, there was no rush. He could only take it slow. Well, that's it for now. He would adjust his cultivation plan according to the actual situation later. Currently, the sect's higher-ups had only announced the first item of the hellish training. Who knows what other strange things they might come up with later. Woof! Woof! The big black dog nudged his foot, asking what he was daydreaming about. Ha ha!
Having formulated a detailed cultivation plan, Lin Ping's tense heart finally relaxed a little as he laughed and patted the dog's head.
Chow hey, let's go!
Woof! To the scripture repository. Woof!
In the hall of the scripture repository.
The old man in gray robes handed over the copy disguise technique to Lin Ping, pondering for a moment before saying lightly,
"The secret realm is fraught with danger. If you wish to survive, you must train hard and not become immersed in these minor spells. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. I will definitely work hard and not neglect my cultivation."
Lin Ping quickly replied respectfully. This was his heartfelt truth, as he knew the old man was concerned for him, though the latter did not understand what he relied upon. Watching the figure of one man and one dog leave, the old man shook his head helplessly. He had seen many disciples with low aptitude, low cultivation, and who were obsessed with various minor spells, but none of them ended up well. In the path of cultivation, what matters is solid strength. Minor spells can only serve as auxiliary tools. It's truly a case of losing sight of the essentials. Whoosh! 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 Sharp crystalline ice cones, like swords, carried streams of frigid aura as they whistled forward, crashing into the distance. Boom! 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 The ground was blasted into pits, their surfaces coated with a thin layer of frost. Even the surrounding temperature dropped, and a chill permeated the air. Woof! Woof! The big black dog's pupils contracted at the sight of the terrifying falling ice cones. The boss is incredible. At that moment Lin Ping was fervently practicing the ice cone spell. 3 more months had passed since returning from the Sutra Library. During these 3 months, he had strictly adhered to his plan, which boiled down to one word. Grind. 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 Fortunately, hard work paid off. The ice cone spell, through his relentless day and night grinding, was now just 1 experience point away from perfection. Yet for some reason that last experience point seemed particularly stubborn to acquire. Thus, he continued his relentless bombardment. After a while, his mana was drained. He meditated to recover, then resumed bombing for a short while longer, but that single point remained unmoved. Lin Ping's expression suddenly shifted. Just as he launched another ice cone, the gray stone slab within his mind materialized on its own, accompanied by a dazzling blue light. This phenomenon was identical to when the fireball spell had advanced. Delight surged within him. Could it be that the ice cone spell, like the fireball spell, could automatically advance? With this thought, he focused his mind and looked toward the gray stone slab. The blue light faded. Lin Ping's mouth fell slightly open. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 535100 Technique 1 Chi Refining Art 483500 Perfection Technique 2 Concealment Art 485500 Perfection Spell 1 Fireball Spell Perfection Advanced Spell Skyburn Art 210500 Small Success Spell 2 Cleaning Spell 30500 Perfection Spell 3 Spirit I Spell 20400 Grand Success Spell 4 Earth Spike Spell 110300 Proficiency Spell 5 Spirit Rain Spell 112400 Grand Success Spell 6 Ice Cone Spell Perfection Advanced Spell Profound Ice Art 0100 Initiation Spell 7 Disguise Spell 1300 Proficiency Skill Talisman Drawing 01000 Level 3 Talisman Master. As he had anticipated, the Ice Cone spell column displayed a striking blue subtitle. The Incredible Gray Stone Slab. Drawing from his experience with the fireball spell's advancement, he effortlessly focused his mind on the words Profound Ice Art. In the next instant, the characters Profound Ice Art once again emitted a dazzling blue radiance. Then within that blue glow, the cultivation method for the Profound Ice Art was revealed, pouring into his mind with crystal clarity. Woof! The big black dog stood before him, staring blankly at his statue-like form. What's going on? Had the boss, upon perfecting the ice cone spell, gained insight into an even more formidable spell? It remembered that this was exactly what had happened with the fireball spell. Thinking this, the big black dog quietly sat down beside him. If Lin Ping had indeed comprehended another powerful spell, it would be thrilled, for it would give them an extra edge when entering the secret realm. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ping slowly opened his eyes, his heart brimming with joy. After digesting the information, he was secretly astonished. The Profound Ice Art was in no way inferior to the Skyburn Art. 1 ice, 1 fire, each with its unique merits. Woof! The big black dog nudged him. What's the matter? Lin Ping chuckled and patted the dog's head. Xiao Hei, do you know what I've just comprehended? Woof! From the profundities of the perfected ice cone spell, I've gained insight into an upgraded version of the invincible ice cone spell. Woof! With the big black dog excitedly nudged him. How invincible? Xiao Hei, today I'll show you what true invincibility means. Woof! The big black dog bared its teeth. Enough talk, show the effect. Watch closely, don't blink. With that, Lin Ping activated the Profound Ice Art and softly commanded condense. In the next instant, within a 10 radius, water vapor instantly coalesced. Above their heads, countless sharp ice cones materialized, gleaming with an eerie blue light, a sight that sent a thrill through the air. Thanks to his foundation in the ice cone spell, he could unleash the Profound Ice Art immediately. Like the Skyburn Art, it didn't require learning from scratch, just slowly grinding experience points. Woof! The big black dog's eyes widened at the sight. So many little ice cones. Go! Lin Ping gave a soft shout and pointed forward with his sword fingers. Whoosh! 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 The small ice cones shot forward like arrows, crashing into the ground not far ahead, kicking up clouds of dust. Woof! The big black dog looked puzzled. Is that it? Though the small ice cones were numerous and seemed powerful, their actual force was far inferior to the perfected ice cone spell. This was not what it had imagined. Lin Ping chuckled. Xiao Hei, don't underestimate these ice arrows.
I've only just begun. With more practice their true power will emerge. Woof. The big black dog bared its teeth. Come fight. Since the power hasn't manifested yet, isn't this my chance to win? Can't miss it. Now its cultivation was nearing the early first order stage, and its strength had increased significantly. The big black dog often felt it was becoming terrifyingly powerful. Hee hee. Then today I'll grant your wish and help you ascend to doggy heaven. Lin Ping laughed eerily, formed a hand seal, and pointed sharply forward, unleashing a wave of small ice cones at the big black dog. Ice arrows kill. The big black dog narrowed its eyes. These small ice cones posed no threat. Woof. It barked angrily, then flashed forward, pouncing toward Lin Ping once again, opting for close combat. And so another daily sparring session between man and dog began. Half an hour later. Woof. Woof. The big black dog's pupils shrank in terror. It sprinted desperately, escaping the range of the ice arrows before casting a pleading look at Lin Ping, signaling surrender. Boss, I concede. I concede. No more fighting. Woof. Woof. The big black dog frantically shook its head. It had witnessed the terror of the upgraded ice arrows. The ice arrows had started small, but gradually grew larger, more numerous, and more powerful, making it impossible for the dog to launch an effective attack. It could only dodge constantly. If the fight continued, it would truly ascend to heaven. Lin Ping patted the terrified dog's head and continued grinding experience points for the profound ice art. Every bit of life-saving skill he could grind was worth it. Time flew by and another 3 months passed. Unbeknownst to him, a year had gone by since he joined the Azure Sky Sect. Today the weather was fine, the sky clear, and it was the day the Alchemy Hall sent people to inspect the various spirit herb gardens. Early in the morning, Lin Ping watered the spirit herbs in several fields, then adjusted his mood together, with the big black dog waiting for the Alchemy Hall's inspection team to arrive. Xiao Hei, whether we can earn contribution points depends on whether these herbs pass inspection. Woof. The big black dog nodded, full of confidence. Soon a red-faced middle-aged man strode over, his gaze sweeping across the spirit fields. In the next moment, he halted, a look of astonishment on his face. The spirit field was lush and verdant, with various spiritual herbs thriving, and their fragrance permeating the air, their growth remarkably promising. The red-faced man was stunned for a moment before shifting his gaze from the field to Lin Ping and the large black dog. In the next instant, his expression turned astounded once more. The young disciple before him had a pallid complexion, hollow and listless eyes, and tangled matted hair resembling one who had suffered chi deviation or endured relentless torment. The large black dog, with drooping ears and lifeless eyes, its fur caked with mud and grime, seemed worse off than a stray dog outside. The red-faced man couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking how difficult it must be for these low-ranking outer disciples to manage such spiritual herbs. Disciple pays respects to Uncle Master. Lin Ping, with a look of utter despair and hollow eyes, cupped his hands in salute, looking as if life had lost all meaning. Uncle Master, to ensure these spiritual herbs grew, this disciple dared not slacken for a moment. I watered, weeded, and loosened the soil daily, even setting aside cultivation entirely. I humbly request your inspection. His words were spoken slowly, each syllable laden with helplessness, evoking instant sympathy. Woof! The large black dog let out a mournful bark at the perfect moment, as if its mate had run off with a stray. Seeing this, the red-faced man, usually stern and rigid, allowed a rare smile to cross his face. Little nephew disciple, no need for such formalities. You have managed this spirit herb garden excellently. For a disciple who entered the garden upon joining the sect, achieving this is no small feat. You have worked hard. Give me your token. Yes. Lin Ping, with visible excitement, quickly untied his disciple token and presented it with both hands. The red-faced man took the token and infused it with a stream of spiritual energy. This inspection is passed. Take your token to the sect's main hall to claim your contribution points. Thank you, Uncle Master. The red-faced man nodded lightly, said no more, turned and walked toward the spirit field. He harvested the mature herbs, replanted new ones in their place, recorded the quantities and types of the new herbs, and handed the record to Lin Ping. Then, with a flicker of his form, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the valley. Once the red-faced man had completely left the herb valley, bursts of ecstatic laughter and excited barking erupted from within. Ha ha! Woof woof! Xiao Hei, after a whole year of hard work, we've finally earned these contribution points. Woof!
The large black dog nodded. Then it nudged him forcefully, reminding him of its own share of the credit. All the weeding and soil loosening had been done by its own claws. Lin Ping laughed and patted the dog's head.
Yes, your contribution is the greatest. It'll make you a full fish dinner tonight. Woof woof.
The large black dog barked excitedly, its joy unmistakable.
Xiao, let's go collect our contribution points, and then raid the Sutra Depository. Woof!
At the sect's main hall. When Lin Ping arrived with the large black dog, he was somewhat bewildered. The usually quiet hall was now teeming with people filled with chatter and laughter, and everyone wore smiles. Presumably they were all here to claim contribution points.
Xiao, let's join the line too. Woof!
In the long queue inside the hall, people suddenly noticed a young man with hollow, lifeless eyes and tangled matted hair, accompanied by a large black dog with mud-caked fur. They frowned with disdain. Though cultivators pursued freedom and carefree living, such utter disregard for appearance was beneath a sect disciple. What difference was there between this and a common farmer? Lin Ping and the large black dog ignored them entirely. The old gaunt man distributing the contribution points worked swiftly, and the long line soon reached Lin Ping.
Uncle Master, I am here to claim my contribution points.
Lin Ping bowed and placed his disciple token on the table before the old man. Seeing the disheveled appearance of the disciple before him, the old man's murky eyes widened slightly, and his brow furrowed. Then, as if a sudden realization struck him, he said,
Boy, it's you. Yes, Uncle Master.
Lin Ping gave an awkward smile.
I advised you back then not to go to the Spirit Herb Garden, but you insisted. Look what you've done to yourself.
At the old man's words, everyone in the hall turned their gaze to Lin Ping, a look of understanding dawning on their faces. Lin Ping felt that the gazes upon him no longer held disdain or displeasure, but rather sympathy and pity. The gaunt old man sighed inwardly, picked up the disciple token, and examined it casually. In his mind, this disciple's stubborn choice to tend the garden had sealed his fate. And today, seeing the hollow look in his eyes, only confirmed what he had thought back then. A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes. As if unable to believe it, he infused the token with another stream of spiritual energy for a second look. Then he turned to Lin Ping.
Boy, it seems this old man misjudged you.
Lin Ping quickly cupped his hands, his face contrite.
This disciple has always strived to manage the herb garden, watering the spiritual herbs daily, without a moment's slack, barely managing to complete the task. Boy, well done.
The old man inscribed the contribution points onto the disciple token and returned it to Lin Ping.
Thank you, Uncle Master.
Overjoyed, Lin Ping reverently took the token, patted the dog's head, and walked excitedly out of the hall. The crowd in the hall was once again astounded. He had just taken over the herb garden and already completed the task. But when they saw his tangled matted hair and hollow lifeless eyes, a look of understanding crossed their faces, and they dismissed their doubts. Outside the hall, Lin Ping infused the disciple token with spiritual energy. A faint glow emanated, and a line of text appeared. Sect contribution points 500 inch. Haha, Xiao, we've struck it rich this time.
Woof. The large black dog stood on its hind legs, its paws resting on Lin Ping. As it looked at the token, its eyes curving into crescents.
Lin Ping rubbed the dog's head and sighed.
Xiao, hard work always pays off. Let's go raid the Sutra Depository. Woof.
Man and dog hurried toward the Sutra Depository. They had waited an entire year for this day. The sect's hellish training was set to begin next month, and they had to prepare well in advance to boost their strength. He hoped his name wouldn't be on the first batch's list. That way he could lie low a little longer. Soon the pair arrived at the Sutra Depository. Though not as crowded as the main hall, it was still bustling with many new disciples showing excited expressions. The reaction to Lin Ping and the large black dog's arrival was much the same as at the main hall. Nothing but disdain again and again. Lin Ping and the large black dog chose to ignore it completely.
Junior brother Lin.
Just then an excited voice called out.
Senior brother Zhao.
Lin Ping grinned, cupping his hands toward the stout man.
Woof.
The large black dog also barked cheerfully, greeting the hefty fellow. The stout man frowned, scrutinizing Lin Ping and the dog's utterly weary appearance. He curled his lip and said,
Junior brother Lin, why not apply to the dining hall? If you keep on in that herb garden, I fear. Sigh.
Lin Ping exhaled, his face falling, as he said dejectedly,
Can't switch. No one's willing to take my place. Fortunately, after watering those spirit herbs day and night, I barely managed to complete the task. Woof!
The big black dog let out a miserable whine, its expression even more crestfallen than Lin Ping's, stirring sympathy in all who saw it. The stout man could only pat its head helplessly. Understanding dawned on the crowd, and they cast looks of sympathy and pity toward Lin Ping, while secretly congratulating themselves for not choosing the herb garden. Just look at that man and his dog. Though they'd earned their contribution points, their disheveled state and hollow eyes spoke of sheer torment. The very thought was terrifying. The gray-robed elder in charge of the scripture pavilion raised his head to glance at Lin Ping. This disciple left a deep impression on him. He only ever learned trivial, useless minor spells. So he was a herb garden disciple. Realization struck the elder, and he sighed inwardly. For a disciple of such low cultivation and poor aptitude, managing the garden left him only scraps of time to study minor spells. He had misjudged the boy. Feeling the sympathetic yet curious stares, Lin Ping calmly handed his disciple token to the gray-robed elder for inspection, then led Xiao He and the stout man toward the third floor of the pavilion. The first 3 floors were open to all disciples, though the third floor primarily housed cultivation techniques, while the second floor held spells, talisman manuals, formations, alchemy formulas, and pill methods. Only inner disciples could enter the 4th floor, leaving outer disciples, like Lin Ping and the stout man, to envy from afar. The 5th floor and above were reserved for foundation establishment disciples.
Didn't I just see Senior Brother Mu and Senior Sister Lin going to the 3rd floor? Why aren't they heading to the 4th? Tisk, you're worrying about others. Better focus on yourself. Of course I care. Mu Qinglu and Lang Xuanxu entered the sect alongside us, their role models. Who knows, with enough effort we might make it into the inner sect too. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? With our 4-element inferior spirit roots, you think we can enter the inner sect? Stop dreaming. Come on, the path of immortality isn't just about talent. Opportunity, insight, and the Tao heart matter just as much. Fine, you're right. But first, we need to pick a suitable technique on the 3rd floor. Otherwise we're dead once we enter the Luo's secret realm. So drop all that talk of opportunity and insight. Staying alive is what counts. Junior brother, you're wrong again. The secret realm is perilous, but for us it's a chance. If we can obtain foundation establishment herbs there, it might change our immortal path forever. Alright, you have a point. I'm stating facts. Since we've set foot on this immortal road, we must be ready to fight for that sliver of opportunity, that one possibility to seek eternal life and attain the fruit of the Tao.
2 disciples ahead of them shook their heads, bickering softly as they climbed to the 3rd floor. Murmurs from other disciples filled the air. Lin Ping ascended the broad wooden staircase slowly, passively absorbing the conversations around him. From the many hushed discussions, he could clearly sense the mix of excitement and tension among the disciples, especially those behind him, who seemed to be holding their breath, eager to find a suitable technique, cultivate diligently, and one day enter the inner sect. Lin Ping understood well. After all, the gap between inner and outer disciples was almost absurdly vast. Inner disciples could focus solely on cultivation. They had no labor duties, received guidance from masters, and enjoyed the support of fellow disciples, with a steady stream of cultivation resources. Outer disciples, however, were born beasts of burden, scraping by on the lowest resources, while toiling endlessly at never-ending chores. Miserable. That was the only word. Before he knew it, Lin Ping and Xiao He followed the crowd to the 3rd floor. He let out a soft exclamation, gazing into the vast space ahead. It was not what he had imagined. Inside there were no bookshelves. The enormous hall was divided into countless small compartments, each housing a dimly glowing orb suspended in midair. At the entrance to the 3rd floor stood a young man in inner disciple robes. Seeing the confusion in Lin Ping's eyes, he smiled and explained. Junior brothers, these orbs hold secrets. Each represents a different type of technique. Based on your spirit root quality and number, you may try touching the orbs. If one lights up, it means you're qualified to cultivate that technique. Of course, the brighter the glow, the better the technique matches your aptitude, and vice versa. Junior brothers and sisters, you may now enter and make your selections. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Lin Ping and the stout man cupped their hands in salute. Clearly this inner disciple had been sent by the sect to guide newcomers. Cultivation. This high-tech. Lin Ping muttered to himself. Junior brother Lin, let's try our luck. Who knows, fortune. Cultivation. This high-tech. Lin Ping muttered to himself.
Junior brother Lin, let's try our luck. Who knows, fortune might smile on us with a stunning technique. All right.
The stout man and Lin Ping parted ways, each searching for the technique they needed. As he drew closer to the orbs, Lin Ping noticed that each one was engraved with words indicating the type of spirit root attribute it corresponded to. Some were singly attribute, others dual or triple. Clearly, with his 5-element chaotic spirit root, he could cultivate techniques of any attribute, but the difficulty was immense. When he tried touching several orbs, the light they emitted was dim and faint. In contrast, he saw other disciples' orbs blaze with dazzling radiance.
No comparison, no hurt.
Lin Ping grumbled inwardly as he moved forward, touching one orb after another. The big black dog watched the orbs flicker on and off with curious eyes. It stood on its hind legs and pawed at one orb after another. Unfortunately, none of them lit up. Clearly, these techniques weren't meant for spirit beasts. Lin Ping smiled and patted its head, continuing to touch the orbs one by one. He let out a soft sound of surprise, spotting Lin Xuanxue in a small compartment not far away, her eyes gleaming as she studied a golden orb.
Whoa, a golden legend!
Lin Ping's expression was somewhat surprised, for within that small space lay but a single orb of light, appearing rather empty, unlike the other spaces, which housed numerous orbs of various kinds. Yet his astonishment lasted but a moment before his gaze shifted away. The techniques that inner disciples could deign to consider were likely beyond his grasp. He continued with great patience, feeling his way through one orb after another in a neighboring vast space. Some were bright, others dim, but generally they all seemed mediocre, as if they could be cultivated in any path, yet any path would lead to mediocrity. Then from the corner of his eye he noticed that Lin Xuanxue had left at some point, and the person now standing before that orb was none other than Muqi Lu. Slowly he reached out his hand toward the golden orb. The next instant a layer of pale golden light shimmered across the orb's surface. A flicker of hesitation crossed Muqingla's eyes, and after a conflicted shake of his head, he departed, leaving the space empty once more. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ping had touched every orb in his own space. Though each felt pleasant to the touch, none shone brightly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened.
Could it be that the massive contribution points in my hands can't even be spent?
He let out a long sigh, feeling like a tycoon holding a fortune while shopping in a mall, yet unable to make a single purchase.
Woof!
The big black dog tugged at his robe and gestured with its muzzle toward the orb in the small space. Why not take a look at that one? Lin Ping looked ahead. The small space was currently empty. He grinned.
All right.
After all, it was just another orb among many. One more touch wouldn't cost anything. With the casual mindset of touching orbs for fun, he led Xiao He to the golden orb.
A fire attribute technique.
This suited him perfectly, and it was evident that the two prodigies Muqi Lu and Lin Xuanxue also possessed fire attribute spiritual roots, or they wouldn't have come to inspect this orb. He just wondered what charm this orb held that could attract two such prodigies, instead of heading straight to the 4th floor.
Let this one touch it and find out.
Lin Ping grinned, spreading his 5 fingers wide as he reached for the golden orb. There was no helping it. The orb was enormous, and for some reason his fingers unconsciously and naturally reached forward. Woof! The big black dog stared at Lin Ping, feeling that in such a sacred place for selecting cultivation techniques a lecherous grin had somehow crept onto his lips. How utterly baffling! Lin Ping let out a soft exclamation, his face a mask of disbelief. The orb burst forth, with a golden radiance far surpassing the brightness that Muqi Lu had elicited. Could his affinity with this technique be far greater than Muqingla's? That was unreasonable. The other was an inner disciple prodigy after all. What was he? Merely an outer disciple with 5 mixed spiritual roots. But what was the meaning of this dazzling golden light? Could there be some profound mystery hidden within that he failed to grasp? For instance, having cultivated the blazing heaven art, which was fairy attributed, and this technique also being fairy attributed, the two resonated, causing the orb to blaze with golden light. Lin Ping pondered inwardly, but ultimately couldn't fathom the secret. He then ceased his musings. Since his affinity with this technique was exceptionally high, admit he could certainly cultivate it. All was settled. He suppressed his wildly pounding heart, focused his eyes, and gazed at the orb. A lengthy passage of text appeared on its surface, each character gleaming gold and crystal clear.
Heaven-shaking hammer art. This hammer technique is a fire-attributed method created by the founder of the Xiantian sect. With a single strike it can incinerate all things in heaven and earth, shatter the void, and destroy the world. The founder named it the heaven-shaking hammer, ranked as heaven-grade upper class.
Upon reading this, Lin Ping couldn't help but gasp in shock. Created by the founder of the Xiantian sect. And it was heaven-grade upper class. Typically, techniques were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower classes. For outer disciples, like them, even cultivating a profound grade lower class technique was already the pinnacle, most practiced yellow grade methods. But why would a heaven grade technique of such lofty origin created by the founder appear on this 3rd floor? Such an anomaly must have its reason. With that thought, Lin Ping swallowed his saliva and hurriedly looked back at the golden text.
The heaven-shaking hammer art is one of the Xiantian sect's foundational techniques. Regrettably, after the founder's fall, the sect endured several great calamities, during which 2 of its foundational techniques were lost and faded into history. Though the heaven-shaking hammer survived, it was reduced to a fragmentary text in those disasters, its cultivation formula incomplete. Many later attempted it, but none ever succeeded. This technique is placed here merely to remind later generations to remain vigilant, strive for excellence, and restore the sect's glory. Choose with caution. Choose with caution. Damn it, so it's a broken technique that can't be cultivated.
No wonder Mu Qinglu and Ling Xuanxue had taken a look and then walked away. Wait. Hadn't he himself practiced the Stormhammer secret art, which was also a fragmentary version? In the end, he had managed to grind it into completion through sheer effort. It seemed this hammer was fated for him. This was the one. A technique created by the founder was bound to be a masterpiece, not to be missed. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but he could grind it out. Even if he failed at worst, he would have wasted a few contribution points. And the heaven-shaking hammer required surprisingly few points, perhaps intentionally set by the sect or due to no one cultivating it, costing only 200 contribution points to exchange.
Xiaohei, let's go to the 2nd floor. Woof!
The big black dog nodded as if to say, I understand your intent. As they reached the front, they ran into the big fatty, who grinned excitedly and said,
Junior brother Lin, have you found a suitable technique? Not yet.
Lin Ping shook his head.
And you? I got lucky. I found a profound grade lower class technique with a high affinity for me. Am about to head down and exchange for it. Congratulations, senior brother Zhao. Thanks, junior brother Lin. I'll go exchange for it now. Don't rush. There are so many techniques here. Take your time picking, you'll find a suitable one.
After the big fatty left, the man and his dog headed for the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was similar in structure to the first, but the shelves held many more bamboo slips and books. There were also quite a few figures inside, not as crowded as the 3rd floor, but not as desolate as the first. The other disciples merely cast a brief glance at the arrival of the man and dog, then focused on searching for what they needed. Lin Ping led the big black dog toward the bookshelf in the talisman section. This time he hoped to find some 3rd-grade talisman formulas to increase his chances of survival. A quarter of an hour later, his eyes suddenly lit up as he fixed his gaze on a book. Lin Ping excitedly picked up the thin booklet and flipped through it. Although it contained only introductory content, he could tell that this was precisely the 3rd-grade talisman formula he needed. His gaze shifted to the shelf, landing on the contribution points column.
Only 50 contribution points to exchange.
Lin Ping rejoiced inwardly. This was the one. He silently cursed the profiteers in Misty Valley. Having the sect as a backing was truly convenient. What couldn't be bought outside could be freely chosen here with no restrictions on inner or outer disciples, as long as one had contribution points. To be honest, the Xiantian sect was better than he had imagined. In his past life, he had read various cultivation novels where most sects were stingy, imposing numerous restrictions on outer disciples, and keeping all the good things out of reach. Thinking of this, his fondness for the sect grew a little more. After finding the talisman formula he needed, Lin Ping, accompanied by the big black dog, leisurely strolled through the array area and alchemy area primarily to kill time and plan his direction, ensuring he had a clear strategy for future exchanges. As time passed, the people on the 2nd floor gradually dispersed, leaving only him and the big black dog. After dawdling for another half-hour, Lin Ping headed toward the 1st floor hall. As he had expected, the entire 1st floor hall of the scripture pavilion was now empty, with everyone else long gone, which suited him perfectly. After all, the
heaven-shaking hammer art
was created by the sect's founder, making it too conspicuous. Lin Ping didn't want too many people to know he had chosen it, as that went against his philosophy of lying low.
Senior uncle, I wish to copy the heaven-shaking hammer art and the talisman basics,
Lin Ping said, cupping his hands in a salute and placing his disciple token on the table. The gray-robed elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his murky eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise.
Are you certain you want to choose the heaven-shaking hammer technique?
He didn't pay much attention to the talisman basics, as some disciples enjoyed delving into such things. But the heaven-shaking hammer art was different. It was a technique created by the founder himself. Ever since it was reduced to a fragment during the Great Calamity, no one had been able to cultivate it successfully. For a disciple with such poor aptitude to choose this technique, wouldn't he be ruining his own path to immortality?
I'm sure,
Lin Ping affirmed.
You have great courage. But this technique,
the gray-robed elder shook his head, his meaning clear.
Young man, I'll give you another chance to choose. Since you manage the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden, I suggest you pick a wood attribute technique. It might suit you better. Thank you, senior uncle, but this disciple will stick with this choice,
Lin Ping reaffirmed. He couldn't explain to the elder that he was someone with a cheat.
Since you insist, so be it.
The elder actually liked this courteous disciple, but seeing his persistence, he had no choice but to relent. With a wave of his hand, 2 jade slips flew onto the table. He then took 2 white jade slips from the shelf behind him, and swiftly copied the heaven-shaking hammer art and talisman basics.
Here. Thank you, senior uncle.
Lin Ping placed 2 spirit stones on the table, bowed to the elder, then put away the jade slips, and along with the big black dog headed out. After leaving the scripture pavilion, the pair made their way to the sect's main hall. After purchasing 3 portions of second-tier mid-grade beast meat, they hurried back to Chiyun Valley. At the lakeside in Chiyun Valley,
whoosh!
Lin Ping quickly stripped off his clothes, let out a shout, and executed a perfect 720-degree backflip before plunging into the lake. The splash was minimal, even surpassing the diving champions of his past life.
Woof!
The big black dog was not to be outdone. Over the past 3 months, it had mastered the 720-degree backflip. It stood upright, pushed off with its hind legs, and shot into the air, executing a flawless 720-degree spin. With a loud splash, the dog's taut body slammed flat onto the water, sending up a huge spray.
Ha ha! Woof woof!
Man and dog frolicked in the water, startling the plump fish in the lake into jumping about wildly. Eventually, the big black dog clutched one tightly in its paws, and grinning foolishly swam ashore, barking about a full fish feast.
All right, a full fish feast with beast meat.
With a knife, a pot, and a fire, they gathered around the iron pot and began their meal. After a voracious feast, the large pot of beast meat and fish was completely cleared. The big black dog patted its round, full belly and lay contentedly on the grass. Lin Ping discreetly scanned the big black dog. Spirit Pet Black Dog Hell 600600 Realm First Tier Mid-Grade 15,100. Thanks to the beast meat, the big black dog had smoothly broken through to the first tier mid-grade, significantly increasing its strength. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Ping took out the 2 white jade slips from his storage pouch, ready to study the new talisman formula and the heaven-shaking hammer art. Excitedly, he pressed the jade slip of the heaven-shaking hammer art to his forehead. In an instant, all the relevant content flooded into his mind. After digesting the information, Lin Ping's face lit up with joy and his heart raced. According to the technique, if he could truly master it, the results would be astonishing. With a single hammer strike, no one of the same realm could withstand it. He could only describe it in 2 words: awesome. The heaven-shaking hammer art consisted of 9 levels. The first 6 levels were relatively complete, but the cultivation formulas were fragmented, which was precisely why later practitioners couldn't continue. The last 3 levels were severely incomplete, with the cultivation formulas heavily damaged, making it impossible to discern the full picture from the scant remnants. However, having once fully mastered the storm hammer, he was confident about the heaven-shaking hammer art. 1 word: grind. Lin Ping steadied his mind and picked up the other jade slip, pressing it to his forehead. Soon his face lit up with joy once more. This talisman basics was indeed excellent, containing 30 different talisman formulas ranging from 1st to 3rd grade. If he had bought them in Misty Valley, it would have cost an unknown number of spirit stones. This was a huge gain. After a sigh of satisfaction, Lin Ping prepared to start grinding talismans. Among the formulas was a 3rd grade defensive talisman, the Vidra talisman, which was crucial for survival. He wanted to master it first. As for the heaven-shaking hammer art, it couldn't be mastered in a day or two, so he would study it thoroughly tomorrow. He took out a brush, dipped it in water, and practiced drawing the Vidra talisman's runes over and over until he could trace them backward fluently. With a bang, a small fireball shot out, drying the stone slab. He prepared talisman paper, a talisman brush, cinnabar, and washed his hands. With everything ready, Lin Ping calmed his mind and picked up the talisman brush. Dipping the brush tip in cinnabar, he moved it steadily and smoothly across the yellow talisman paper. With the boost of a second-grade Grand Talisman master, drawing the Vidra talisman felt exceptionally smooth, and his breathing remained steady. Soon a Vidra talisman was completed. He set down the brush and looked at the faintly glowing talisman on the stone slab, ready to let out a triumphant laugh. But the next moment, his expression shifted. Woof! The large black dog sprang up, its eyes filled with terror as it snorted heavily. What was going on with its master? Suddenly, the spiritual power on the talisman paper became chaotic, showing signs of an imminent eruption. Lin Ping's face turned pale with alarm, sensing trouble. Without time to explain to the large black dog, he quickly waved his hand, rolled up the frenzied talisman, and hurled it far away. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the Vidra talisman spontaneously exploded in midair, emitting a burst of golden light before burning to nothing. Damn, I was careless! Lin Ping stared blankly at the sky, his face a mask of disbelief. Fortunately, he had thrown it quickly enough. Had he been even a fraction slower, the stack of blank talisman papers, the talisman brush, and even the cinnabar on the stone slab would have been ruined. A devastating loss. At that thought, beads of cold sweat poured down his back. That was too close. Ever since becoming a second-grade talisman master, he had never experienced a talisman explosion, which had caused his once cautious nature to slacken. It seems drawing a third-grade talisman isn't easy. The very first one gave me a harsh lesson. Woof! The large black dog nudged him. Was he still going to grind today? Grind? As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll grind to the end. But after this lesson, he dared not be careless again. He promptly stored all the unused blank talisman papers and cinnabar into his storage pouch, so even if another explosion occurred, he wouldn't fear it. He then continued drawing talismans. This was a lifeline he had to master. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Thus Lin Ping drew one Vidra talisman after another, but each attempt ended in failure. Some talismans spontaneously combusted because he hadn't sprinkled holy water. Pour some. Woof! The dog nodded excitedly. Damn it, this third-rate talisman is no joke. A dozen talisman papers were wasted just like woof! The large black dog nudged him. Was it because he hadn't sprinkled holy water? Pour some. Woof! The dog nodded excitedly. This was its specialty. It dipped its paw into the plate of clear water, and then rhythmically sprinkled it like scattering flowers. With experience from before, it knew that too much holy water would dampen the talisman paper. Enough, that's enough. Lin Ping smiled and patted the dog's head, signaling it to stop. Now brimming with confidence and eyes gleaming, he felt he could succeed. Grind. He took out several blank talisman papers from his storage pouch and began to focus drawing once more. After 3 consecutive failures, something miraculous occurred. A thread of insight welled up from the depths of his heart, finally allowing him to clearly understand the reason for his failure. He had fallen back into an old basic error. While drawing, he subconsciously infused the talisman brush with the same amount of spiritual power as when drawing second-grade talismans, making failure inevitable. Understanding the cause, he began to improve on the 4th Vidra talisman based on his newfound insight. By the time he drew the 6th, he had a much clearer grasp of the required amount for third-grade talismans. Sure enough, with a surge of momentum, a finished Vidra talisman came into being. He set down the brush, and with a thought, the gray stone slab in his mind materialized. Skilled talisman drawing 11000 third-grade talisman master. Finally done. Lin Ping laughed in satisfaction and continued drawing with renewed confidence. Though it was only a slight increase in proficiency, it marked a qualitative change. Simply put, when proficiency was 0, he was like crossing a river by feeling for stones. Success depended purely on brute effort. When proficiency reached 1, his mind naturally gained new insights into the third-grade talisman, a fresh understanding, and a more precise grasp of that elusive amount. In the subsequent drawing sessions, though he failed 4 times before successfully completing the second withdraw talisman, he gained even more understanding of the amount to infuse into the brush. It was a subtle sensation. As the proficiency points increased, his comprehension of third-grade talismans deepened and his success rate slowly rose.
Xiaohei, let's test the effect of this withdraw talisman. Woof!
The large black dog looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Ping smiled slightly and patted the dog's head.
Xiaohei, this withdraw talisman is a lifesaver. How can we know if it works without testing it?
Woof! The dog understood. Come on, let this Black Emperor witness its power.
Run far away, then charge at me with all your strength.
Woof! The dog bared its teeth. What if it hurt him?
Don't worry, this is a third-grade defensive talisman. It won't fail.
The dog nodded, ran several zhang away, and then leaped forward. Lin Ping smirked, and just as the dog was about to hit him, he swiftly formed a hand seal and activated the talisman. A loud bang resounded. The large black dog's entire body pressed flat against a golden light barrier like a human figure, its tongue hanging out halfway, resembling someone squashed against a hard window, deformed and comical.
Uh-huh.
Lin Ping couldn't help but laugh heartily.
Xiaohei, you bastard, did you not eat enough? Put more strength into it.
Woof! The dog bared its teeth, slid down from the barrier, ran far away, and charged again at full speed. Bang! The dog once again pressed tightly against the golden light barrier.
Uh-huh.
Lin Ping laughed wildly.
Hey Xiaohei, is that all you've got? Come at me with everything. Fire at full force.
Woof! The dog roared. Accept the Black Emperor's full power strike. Bang! 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 After several furious charges, the dog finally stopped, unwilling, its eyes wide with disbelief. This transparent shield resembling an eggshell seemed far tougher than it had imagined. On the first charge, it had held back, afraid of hurting Lin Ping. But every subsequent charge was at full strength, yet it still couldn't break through that eggshell. Impressive. At the same time, Lin Ping was also astonished. He hadn't expected the third-grade withdraw talisman to be so resilient. After several full-force impacts from Xiaohei, the golden barrier only dimmed slightly without shattering, a testament to its hardness. Of course, this was partly related to Xiaohei's strength, as it wasn't a power-type spiritual beast. Still, the withdraw talisman was an excellent life-saving tool for him. With it, his chances of survival in that secret realm increased significantly. After verifying the talisman's effectiveness, Lin Ping began to meditate, absorbing spiritual energy to restore his power. He planned to use the remaining time to grind the Earth Spike technique. Having mastered the Fireball and Ice Spike techniques to perfection, which then advanced, he was full of anticipation for the Earth Spike technique. A quarter of an hour later, his expression shifted slightly, and his eyes snapped open. Just moments ago, the Qi refining technique, which had been stuck at the final bottleneck, suddenly surged forward, and moreover, Lin Ping quickly focused his mind, and the gray stone slab emerged within his consciousness. Cultivation Qi Refining 5th Layer 60100 Technique 1 Qi Refining Technique 500500 Mastery Advanced Technique 5 Elements Qi Refining Technique 0100 Initiate Technique 2 Concealment Technique 485500 Mastery Spell 1 Fireball Technique Mastery Advanced Spell Sky Burning Art 210500 Initial Success Spell 2 Cleansing Technique 80500 Mastery Spell 3 Spirit I Technique 60400 Grand Success Spell 4 Earth Spike Technique 100300 Proficiency Spell 5 Spirit Rain Technique 172400 Grand Success Spell 6 Ice Spike Technique Mastery Advanced Spell Profound Ice R200500 Initial Success Spell 7 Disguise Technique 100300 Proficiency Skill Talisman Drawing 51000 Level 3 Talisman Master Staring at the words 5 Elements Qi Refining Technique on the gray stone slab. Lin Ping swallowed hard. He had never imagined that this technique could also advance and upgrade. Moreover, the name of the advanced 5 elements, Qi Refining Technique, clearly indicated it should match his own 5-element miscellaneous spirit root. Good heavens, let me try its effects. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Ping began to calm his mind, sat in meditation, and absorbed spiritual energy. After a while, he discovered with delight that his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was noticeably faster than before. However, the most crucial aspect was not speed but compatibility. The original Qi Refining Technique was a basic attributeless cultivation method that any practitioner could use which touched upon a fundamental issue of spirit roots. Since many high-level cultivators primarily possess single or dual spirit roots, the techniques they created were mostly singly attribute, making full attribute techniques extremely rare. This forced cultivators with miscellaneous spirit roots to choose only ordinary versatile techniques, which could not fully unleash the potential of their mixed roots, thereby limiting their cultivation speed. Most importantly, when cultivators with mixed roots, especially those like Lin Ping with 5-element roots, absorb the world's spiritual energy, each root absorbed a different attribute. When these 5 distinct energies converged within the body, they became chaotic and impure. The cultivator then had to expend significant time and effort refining these energies to harmonize and integrate them into usable mana. This complex and troublesome process also severely diminished the quantity and speed of energy absorption for each attribute. This was the fundamental reason why cultivators with mixed spirit roots progressed slowly in their cultivation. Single spiritric cultivators faced none of these troubles. They could focus on absorbing one type of energy, achieving greater efficiency and naturally faster cultivation speed. This was what they called cultivation aptitude, and it was also a primary criterion for major immortal sects when selecting disciples. Beyond this, they also value the disciples' Dao heart and comprehension ability. But clearly aptitude was the first hurdle. Thus those with excellent aptitudes were often immediately noticed by the major sects and cultivated with great effort. As for Dao heart and comprehension, these were not as easily discerned. An awesome gray stone slab. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Ping's mouth. Now with his 5 elements, Qi refining technique, his cultivation speed should increase significantly compared to before, and he could also skip the refining process. Heaven helps me. This way his chances of survival within the secret realm would increase by at least a fraction. He dismissed further thoughts, cleared his mind of distractions, and continued to focus his spirit, meditating to absorb spiritual energy and restore his mana. There were still many tasks awaiting him. Feeling constantly drained was far from pleasant. The next day, the sect announced the first batch of disciples selected for training expeditions. Lin Ping's name was not on the list. He and the big black dog returned happily to Chiyun Valley, watered the spiritual herbs, and began studying the heaven-shaking hammer technique. After pondering for half a day, Lin Ping came to a conclusion with a dark look on his face. To master this method required only one word: grind. Because the entire technique, while voluminous in content, was even more lacking. For instance, the technique stated that to cultivate it successfully one must awaken a certain flame power within the body. Yet what this flame was, or how to awaken it, was precisely what was missing. No one knew whether this flame was formed by devouring some rare treasure of fire attribute cultivators' insight into the laws of fire, or some other manipulation of fire elements. For example, the cultivation incantations were incomplete and fragmented, making it utterly impossible to glean any effective information from them. They were extremely vague. For such a technique, it would be a blessing if the cultivator didn't suffer a chi deviation. To succeed with it was pure fantasy. No wonder no one in the entire sect had managed to cultivate it successfully. Of course, this did not include Lin Ping. The only part of the technique that remained relatively intact was a series of illustrated stances. He could simply imitate these diagrams and slowly grind away. By continuously repeating the motions, he believed that the gray stone slab would eventually register them, granting him insights. Then step by step, he could piece together the true cultivation incantations. This was exactly how he had mastered the storm hammer technique. Since the storm hammer was possible, the heaven-shaking hammer would be no exception. Lin Ping was filled with confidence. Grind it. He might be lacking in other areas, but hammers, he knew them well. Actions spoke louder than words. Lin Ping eagerly dragged out a large burlap sack that had been discarded in a corner of his thatched hut, and pulled out a big iron hammer, the same one he had used to practice the storm hammer. Life always needed a touch of ritual. On this fine sunny day, your disciple sets his heart on cultivating the heaven-shaking hammer technique. May the ancestor bless me, aiding me in achieving divine mastery and boundless power. Begin. The whooshing sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Stripped to the waist, Lin Ping began to practice the stances according to the heaven-shaking hammer diagrams, moving with deliberate precision. Though the incantations were incomplete, it did not dampen his resolve. Because the only thing he needed to do now was to repeatedly practice the first stance until the gray stone slab registered it, completely disregarding the matter of incantations. Boom! He gripped the long-handled iron hammer with both hands and slammed it forward with tremendous force. He was intimately familiar with this hammer, after all the iron he had beaten and the storm hammer he had practiced were all foundations. Moreover, his previous training with the storm hammer had forged his physique into a robust state, so practicing the heaven-shaking hammer was not overly strenuous. An ordinary person would not have found it as effortless as he did. In the days that followed, aside from watering the spiritual herbs, Lin Ping spent all his time practicing the heaven-shaking hammer. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The movement he practiced daily had evolved from simple imitation to gradually possessing a mysterious subtle charm. Well, it felt like the rhythm of forging iron. With a clang, the big iron hammer fell to the ground. Exhausted, Lin Ping collapsed weakly onto the ground, gasping for air, as beads of sweat the size of soybeans streamed down his face. At that moment, he truly suspected that the founding ancestor of Xietian sect must have been a blacksmith by trade. Dong. 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 Just as Lin Ping's thoughts began to drift, 3 resonant bell tolls echoed throughout the entire Xietian sect.
Little Black, let's go check out the commotion.
Woof! Lin Ping dashed toward the sect's main hall with a large black dog. The closer they got to the hall, the more disciples hurried along the path. Today marked the departure of the sect's refining disciples for their first training expedition. Clearly everyone had come to witness the spectacle, and glean some experience, preparing themselves for when their own turn arrived. By the time Lin Ping and the large black dog reached the sect's main hall, with a crowd, a multitude of figures had already gathered there. It was the largest assembly he had seen since joining the sect. A quick scan revealed young men and women in disciple robes whispering among themselves. Rarely were there any with unappealing appearances, causing many disciples to swallow hard in admiration, with the fat one being the most conspicuous. Lin Ping couldn't quite fathom how, even though he had taken the large black dog to the most secluded corner, this fellow had somehow managed to sneak up beside him. The female disciples of the Xietian sect were not few in number. Most had delicate faces, slender figures, and a gentle demeanor, each a unique beauty like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Yet a few stood out exceptionally, their looks, figures, and every movement like cranes among chickens or stars beside the moon. Take for instance Hui Yao in her fiery red dress, and the icy Ling Xuanxue. These two were like supersized magnets, drawing the gazes of countless senior and junior brothers. Hui Yao was poised and graceful, chatting and laughing with those around her. Ling Xuanxue, however, stood alone in silence, her expressionless face seeming to bear the words, "Keep away." The fat man stealthily poked Lin Ping. Lin Ping.
Junior brother Lin.
The fat man leaned closer, lowering his voice.
I heard that Ling Xuanxue, who entered the sect alongside us, possesses astonishing talent for cultivation. The sect highly values her, and she has even been taken under the wing of the Purple Spirit Peak.
Oh, Lin Ping replied simply. He cared little about others. Ignoring Lin Ping's dismissive attitude, the fat man continued poking him.
Do you know Ling Sungchu's background? What background? It's said she is the pride of a cultivation clan. Her family was annihilated by enemies, and she was the sole survivor. She happened upon an elder recruiting new disciples, who then brought her back to our sect.
Pride of a clan family annihilated, sole survivor. Damn. Isn't this a blood feud? From now on her path would be either on the road of revenge or being hunted by her enemies. Terrifying indeed. After some inner deliberation, Lin Ping mentally tagged Ling Xuanxue with a glaring red label. This woman carried too much karma, she must be avoided at all costs. Dong. 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 Just as the fat man was about to continue, the sound of bells interrupted him. After 6 chimes, a rumbling noise suddenly echoed from the high sky before the main hall. In the next instant, flame surged, thunder roared, wind swirled, ice flowers drifted, yellow sand churned, and golden light exploded. These extraordinary phenomena drew gasps from many new disciples, and even the large black dog's eyes widened, as if witnessing something momentous. Meanwhile, some disciples, who had clearly seen such sights before, looked up with expressions of envy. After the phenomena faded, 6 figures were revealed. They varied in appearance and temperament, some with white hair and wrinkled faces, others young and beautiful like maidens in their prime, and a few middle-aged with a composed maturity. Yet they all shared one trait: the overwhelming aura they exuded was immensely powerful, making one feel as if being stared down by terrifying beasts struggling even to breathe. For a moment, the once bustling square fell into dead silence. Fortunately, the oppressive feeling receded like a tide after just a moment, allowing the disciples to breathe a collective sigh of relief.
So this is the pressure of a powerful master.
Lin Ping looked up at the sky, a hint of yearning crossing his face. When would he too be able to tread the void?
Junior brother Lin, those 6 uncles in the sky are elders from various peaks specifically tasked with guarding the disciples on this expedition,
the fat man whispered.
Amen.
Lin Ping nodded. Just then a streak of light shot across the sky, coming into view. The light vanished, revealing a dignified, handsome, middle-aged man in white robes. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint layer of lightning flickering around him. His bearing was extraordinary, his aura not outwardly revealed yet, exuding an otherworldly air, clearly marking him as exceptional and inspiring reverence. The 6 elders standing proudly in the sky immediately bowed.
Greetings, Sect Master.
The disciples shouted in unison.
Hail, Sect Master.
It was none other than the Sect Master of the Xiantian Sect, Jiang Luyuan. Lin Ping was taken aback, coming to see the excitement today was worthwhile. Witnessing so many powerful figures within the sect only fueled his drive for immortality. Jiang Luyuan did not deliver a lengthy speech. His bright eyes sharp as a hawk swept over the assembled disciples. He opened his mouth, and his voice rolled like thunder, echoing across the square before the main hall.
This first batch of disciples will train for 3 months. You must always remember the sect rules, uphold the reputation of the Xiantian sect, and refrain from any act that brings dishonor. Elders shall begin.
With that, Jiang Liyun transformed into a streak of light and departed without lingering. The disciples bowed in unison to see him off. A lean elderly elder standing before the hall stepped forward, cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and announced,
Disciples on the first expedition, gather according to your destinations and prepare to depart.
As his words fell, the other 5 elders waved their hands simultaneously, and streaks of light flew out. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, various shapes of flying vessels appeared on the vast square. There were boats, swords, and even multicolored fans. Then the 6 elders swept through the air, landing on their respective flying vessels, and boomed.
Disciples heading to the 9 abyssal wasteland, come quickly. Disciples heading to the blood forest, come quickly. Disciples heading to the burning sky valley, come quickly. The disciples on the first expedition, already aware of their destinations, gathered at the flying vessels corresponding to the elders' calls. With a series of buzzing vibrations, the next instant, the various flying vessels carrying the disciples slowly ascended before transforming into streaks of light, tearing through the void and speeding away. At that moment, all disciples within the sect, including Lin Ping and the large black dog, looked up at the departing figures, their faces lost in thought. In the Qiyun Valley, the large black dog was catching fish in the water. Lin Ping lay on the sandy shore, a withered blade of grass between his lips, gazing at the azure sky, lost in thought. Names like Nether Ghost Domain, Blazing Demon Cave, and Death Swamp, each one chilling to the bone, flashed through his mind one after another. Damn it, just hearing these names tells me this training ground is no joke. I'm still too weak. I need to master the heaven-shaking hammer technique as soon as possible.
Otherwise, in such a terrifying place, I might not survive. With a deep exhale, he leaped up, gripped the great iron hammer tightly, and began practicing the movements depicted in his mind once more. Although after a month of relentless practice, his movements had gradually taken on a subtle, profound rhythm, he still couldn't grasp the so-called power of blazing flame. Yet he wasn't overly concerned or discouraged. What was there to fear? The key was just one word: grind. As time slowly passed, half a month later, a faint sensation of heat began to emerge within his body, and as he continued to practice, that heat grew increasingly intense. With this sensation, Lin Ping grinded even more fervently. He was fully convinced that the heat was likely the blazing flame force described in the technique. A month later, Lin Ping, feeling something stir within, halted his practice. With a thought, the gray stone slab materialized in his mind. Heaven-shaking hammer technique 00, not yet initiated. On the stone slab appeared a dark gray prompt indicating that the technique was not yet initiated. Gazing at that hard-earned line of text, Lin Ping was nearly moved to tears. He leaped and shouted joyfully on the grass, venting his pent-up emotions.
Ah! Holy crap! Damn it!
2 months. A full 2 months, every day, he gripped the great iron hammer, like a madman, repeating the same few movements over and over. Who could understand the monotony and hopelessness of it all? If it weren't for the gray stone slab, who would be crazy enough to train like this?
Woof!
The large black dog watched Lin Ping laughing and jumping like a lunatic, its pupils trembling. Oh no, has the boss gone mad from swinging the hammer and developed an inner demon? After a long while, Lin Ping finally snapped out of his frenzy.
Ha ha.
He laughed heartily, patting the dog's head.
Xiao Hei, I've finally gained some insight into the hammer technique. It won't be long before I can master it. Woof woof.
The big black dog nudged him excitedly. Such good news. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight?
We should. Woof.
The dog stood up excitedly, let out a long howl, then leaped into the air, executing a 720-degree spin, before crashing into the lake, sending up a huge spray. Indeed, it wasn't a dive but a crash, because it still couldn't master the art of the splashless entry.
Boss, come down and catch some fish. Let's have a full fish feast tonight. All right.
Lin Ping revealed his chiseled abs, leaped up, executed a perfect 720-degree backflip, and dove into the water, with a whoosh barely disturbing the surface. The sight left the big black dog utterly bewildered. Why couldn't it learn that? Man and dog began to frolic in the water. With the hammer technique now registered, Lin Ping finally allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation. In the days that followed, he still immersed himself in grinding the technique. Ever since the heaven-shaking hammer technique was recorded on the gray stone slab, his perception of the moves had completely changed. Although he hadn't truly mastered it yet, the heat within his body grew stronger with each repetition, as if a massive volcano was forming from nothing inside him. It was a very subtle sensation, and it was precisely this feeling that made his understanding of the blazing flame force clearer. He felt that this force shared some commonality with the fire from the blazing heaven art, which only excited him more. At the same time, while grinding the hammer technique, he began to have vague new insights into the incomplete mystic art. It was like looking at flowers through a mist. He could almost see them, yet something was always just out of reach, hazy and indistinct. This feeling filled him with drive. He yearned to pierce through that mist and see the flowers more clearly. Time flew and another half-month passed. Through ceaseless grinding, the mist seemed to thin a bit, allowing him to see more clearly. A sense of impending success fueled his efforts even more. Days went by and Lin Ping's comprehension of the incomplete mystic art deepened. Gradually he could discern the outline of the flower in the mist more distinctly. It felt as if just one more step forward would allow him to see through the mist and behold what he truly sought. Meanwhile, the volcano within him seemed to have reached a critical point, ready to erupt at any moment. Half a month later. Whoosh! Whoosh! The air current stirred by the swinging hammer echoed by the lake. He continuously adjusted his breath movements and strength according to his newfound understanding. Clearly, after these adjustments, swinging the hammer felt smoother, and the volcano within him stirred restlessly in this state. Driven by this sensation, he continued grinding with vigor, his eyes growing brighter, as if on the verge of breaking free from a cocoon. As time slowly passed, Lin Ping's distracting thoughts were hammered away by the instinctive swinging of the iron hammer, leaving his mind pure. Gradually he entered a special state of enlightenment, gaining a new understanding of the incomplete mystic art. He also gained new control over the dormant volcano within him, as if he could dictate when it would erupt. In that enlightened state, he frantically practiced the first stance of the heaven-shaking hammer technique. Just as his internal energy was about to be depleted, suddenly, in a moment of epiphany, he held his breath, focused his mind, and raised the hammer. The volcano within him erupted instantly. Boom! The blazing flames from the volcano, like a colossal fire dragon, surged through his body. An intense heat spread throughout, making every inch of his skin feel as if it were burning. The fire dragon then transformed into a surge of raw power erupting from the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet, coiling like a dragon of flame. Veins bulged as the force climbed through his thighs, abdomen, spine, and shoulders, layer upon layer, converging into a single torrent in his arms. At that moment, Lin Ping, guided by instinct, swung the hammer in a perfect arc, striking fiercely forward. Whoosh! A crimson flame rose with the wind enveloping the great iron hammer. With a resounding thud, it smashed into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, accompanied by a burst of intense fiery light.